Demon's Diary Chapter 1258 to Chapter 1311. Ying Yao's face darkened when he heard Xue Wen's words. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. He had not expected the Bloodvine clan to be involved in this matter at this time. Among the 8 tribes of the desolate land, the Bloodvine clan had always existed in an aloof manner. They pursued the principle of letting nature take its course, so they had never participated in the disputes between the tribes. It could be said that they were incompatible with the other 7 tribes, and even the other tribes of the desolate land. However, this did not mean that the Bloodvine clan was easy to deal with. In the past few years, many small and medium-sized tribes had suddenly disappeared from the desolate land overnight. The similarity was that they looked down on the Bloodvine clan's authority or became hostile towards the Bloodvine clan. Although the Bloodvine clan had never given any explanation for the disappearance of these tribes, it was obvious that there was a force that could do this on the desolate land. It was also because of this that the other 7 tribes were secretly wary of the Bloodvine clan. Even the sage rulers of the various tribes had strictly warned their clansmen not to provoke the Bloodvine clan. If the Bloodvine clan had really interfered with the Skyfox clan's matters, it was not something he could deal with on his own. He had to immediately report to the Shadow Wolf sage ruler for him to decide. Moreover, Xue Wen was not weak. Ying Yao was not confident that he could win in a one-on-one fight. When the masked woman and the others saw the people of the Bloodvine clan suddenly appear, they all revealed nervous expressions. They all looked at Ying Yao as if he was their leader. The crimson-haired man saw the change in the Shadow Wolf clan's expressions and smiled faintly. He turned to Yaoji, who was behind Lu Ming, and said apologetically, "Young Master Yaoji, I'm late. Young Master Yaoji, I'm late. Please forgive me. Elder Xue Meng, you're exaggerating. I'm a poor girl now. I don't dare to be called young master anymore." Thinking of her fellows who had fled, Yaoji said with a sad face. The crimson-haired man turned to look at Lu Ming and said playfully, "You must be Lu Ming. You must be Lu Ming, am I right? You live up to your reputation after seeing you today. By the way, thanks to the pill you refined, young master has successfully broken through to the celestial phenomenon realm. Lord Holy King had once said that he wanted to invite you to the Bloodvine tribe as a guest to express his gratitude. Unfortunately, he never had the chance to do so. Who would have thought that he would meet you here? When this matter is over, you must come to the Bloodvine tribe and stay for a few days. Brother Xue is too kind. I have always wanted to visit your clan." Lu Ming glanced at Yi Tianmei and nodded at the blood-haired middle-aged man. Ying Yao's face darkened completely when he saw the scene. This celestial phenomenon ascendant cultivator was actually so familiar with the Bloodvine clan. Most likely, the Bloodvine clan knew that he couldn't directly interfere in the matters of the Skyfox clan, so they secretly asked this person to help. Ying Yao didn't have the confidence to deal with that human cultivator. Adding Xue Wen to the mix, even if he forced himself to attack, his chances of winning were less than 30%, let alone taking Yaoji away. The urgent matter at hand was to report the Bloodvine clan's interference to the clan as soon as possible. "Since your Bloodvine clan insists on doing this today, with my status, I naturally can't say much. See you later." Ying Yao's thoughts turned rapidly and he quickly made a decision. He then glared at Lu Ming fiercely and summoned back the law manifestation phantasm. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the illusionary wolf flying ship and flew up. Seeing this, the masked young woman and the rest of the Shadow Wolf clan also boarded the flying ship. With a flap of the wings around the flying ship, it immediately turned into a black shadow and flew away. "Elder Ying Yao, are we just going to give Yaoji to them? How are we going to explain this to the Holy King?" the masked young woman said with some reluctance. Of course we won't let this matter go. However, the opponent's strength is not weak. If we fight now, I don't have the confidence to win. We will first report the ins and outs of this matter to the Holy King. Immediately go to the nearest stronghold and mobilize people. Anyway, this place is still far away from the Bloodvine clan's territory. We don't have to worry about them really running away." Ying Yao said with a sneer. "Elder Ying Yao is thorough. I will do it right away." Hearing this, the masked young woman immediately nodded with joy. "Ji Meng, now that you only have the soul essence, it is easier to hide your tracks. If you hide carefully, you should be able to hide from the eyes and ears of Xue Wen and that human cultivator. Now, quietly go back and monitor their movements. Wait for reinforcements to arrive. Ying Yao turned his head and ordered the dark-faced middle-aged man's soul essence. Only me? Ji Meng's soul essence flickered as if it was a little afraid. What, are you afraid? Ying Yao said indifferently. No. Ji Meng hurriedly denied. You have already failed once. If you can make a contribution here, then I can make the decision to ask the Holy King for a blood-bone transformation pill to help you rebuild your body. Ying Yao's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. Is that true? Ji Meng thanks Elder Ying Yao. Ji Meng was overjoyed and hurriedly agreed. If it was only surveillance, then he had some confidence in it. All he had to do was follow from afar. After the illusionary wolf flying ship flew for thousands of miles, two black shadows flew out. One landed on the ground below, while the other sped off in another direction. Afterwards, the illusionary wolf flying ship continued to fly forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When Lu Ming and the others saw the Shadow Wolf clan leave, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The red-haired man immediately summoned a blood-red flying carriage. It looked almost the same as Xue Wen's previous one. Let's leave this place first. Although the Shadow Wolf clan has temporarily left, with their style of doing things, they will not easily give up. Especially Ying Yao, he is calm and ruthless. He is not easy to deal with. The red-haired man said with a solemn expression. His figure moved and he landed on the carriage first. When the Jing Dan youth of the Bloodvine clan saw this, he hurriedly flew to the carriage. However, Yi Tianmei did not move. She looked at Lu Ming. Yaoji was about to fly to the carriage. When she saw this, her pretty face slightly changed. She also looked at Lu Ming with a trace of doubt in her beautiful eyes. Marshal Uncle Yi, let's leave this place first. We can talk about other things later. Lu Ming's lips moved slightly as he transmitted a message to Yi Tianmei. When Yi Tianmei heard the words, she took a deep look at Lu Ming and nodded slightly. She turned around and was about to get on the carriage. At this moment, Lu Ming's face suddenly changed. The black light on his body suddenly burst out. He raised his arms and two black rays of light flew out, wrapping Yi Tianmei and Yaoji in front of him. Then, they flew backward. Just as the two women revealed looks of surprise, and before they could figure out what was going on, a sudden change occurred. In the void above where the two women were standing, a pink light flashed and disappeared. A pink giant hand suddenly appeared. Before the giant hand fell, a fierce spiritual pressure had already arrived. It had reached the late stage of celestial state and was faintly close to the mysterious understanding level. It made people feel suffocated. The 5 fingers of the pink hand were sharp claws, and a series of faint red finger projections shot down, enveloping the flying car below. The red-haired man's expression changed greatly. However, it was too late for him to escape. He shouted loudly and his body shone with red light. A huge shadow of a blood-red tree appeared above his head. Countless blood-red branches grew crazily and supported the pink giant hand. A series of crack-crack sounds came, although the shadow of the blood-red tree was pressed by the giant hand, many branches were bent and even broken. However, the falling force of the giant hand was stopped. The red-haired man was relieved. When he was about to move, a pink light suddenly flashed in the palm of the giant hand. Suddenly, countless pink ripples appeared and instantly covered the surrounding area of a few hundred meters. The red-haired man's body trembled. He just lifted his hand and suddenly stopped. There was an intoxicated look in his eyes. The Jing Dan youth of the Bloodvine tribe reacted and was about to use his defensive means. However, in the pink ripples, he also became blurred. A sweet laugh came from the void. A pink light flashed and another pink giant hand appeared out of nowhere. In a blur, it directly pierced the red-haired man's body. The red-haired man suddenly woke up from the pain. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Blood spurted out of his mouth and his aura rapidly declined. The shadow of the red giant tree above his head suddenly collapsed. The two pink big hands clapped together, and a scream came out. The Bloodvine clan real pellet state youth had no resistance. His body and the flying car were crushed into pieces, turning into a rain of blood. From the appearance of the pink giant hand to the death of the red-haired man and the Bloodvine tribe youth, only 2 or 3 breaths of time had passed. Lu Ming took Yaoji and Yi Tianmei and flew backward for a few hundred meters. He stopped and his face was extremely gloomy. Right at this moment, a light flashed where the flying boat was. A graceful pink figure appeared. Although this woman's appearance was not as good as Yaoji's, she was more mature and charming. She was also beautiful. At this moment, there was a faint smile on her face. In the sky full of blood, she looked even more charming. "It's you, Hu Mei." As soon as Yaoji saw Hu Mei, a deep-rooted hatred appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Don't be excited. This isn't her real body. It's just a doppelganger." Lu Ming stretched out his hand in front of Yaoji and said. His eyes fell on Hu Mei. There was an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. The moment she appeared, the totem of Che Huan on his shoulder trembled slightly. At the same time, there was a voice in his heart telling him to kill this pink woman in front of him. This was naturally because he and Qinglan had taken the heart demon oath. Qinglan's obsession for revenge had been lodged deep in her divine soul. Therefore, when he saw this enemy, his heart trembled. Lu Ming slowly exhaled. Although it was just a doppelganger of Hu Mei in front of him, her strength was beyond his imagination. She was definitely not an opponent that he could defeat easily. "Hee, you dodged so fast. I wanted to get rid of all of you just now. Now it will take some effort. Speaking of which, Yaoji, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to become even more beautiful. Your Aunt May is so envious of you." The fox doppelganger said with a sweet smile. "Fox, why did you betray the heavenly fox tribe? Mother treated you well. She used the power of the whole tribe to help you successfully reach the metaphysic realm. Now you are biting the hand that feeds you. Aren't you afraid that you will be devoured by the 7 emotions heart devil and die without a burial place?" Yaoji took a deep breath and said coldly. Now that things have come to this, you still want to use words to shake my mind? In terms of understanding the 7 emotions formula of our tribe, not to mention you, even your mother is far inferior to me. Today, I will teach you a sentence on behalf of your mother. The last stage of the 7 emotions formula is to forget emotions. Good, evil, love, and hatred are just fleeting clouds. As long as I am not moved, the heart devil will naturally have no chance to take advantage of me. The fox doppelganger's face suddenly became cold, and the coquettish expression on her face was swept away. Good, evil, love, and hatred are just fleeting clouds. When Lu Ming heard this, he felt a sense of enlightenment in his heart. His eyes also became absent-minded for a moment, but the next moment, his eyes instantly became clear again. What a powerful illusory technique. She can actually make people fall into it unknowingly with just words. Lu Ming was shocked. At this moment, a giant pink claw shadow had unknowingly arrived above his head. Rays of red light wrapped around it, and it clawed at his head. Lu Ming shouted loudly. He opened his mouth and spouted a black light beam, bombarding the pink claw and stopping it from falling. At the same time, he made a sign with one hand. His body suddenly emitted a golden light, and a golden figure quickly appeared. It crossed its arms and blocked the giant pink claw. Then, he suddenly turned around and made a sword sign with his other hand. A purple sword light shot out and slashed at Yaoji's head. There, the fox doppelganger's figure appeared in a flash. 5 fingers were flashing, and it was about to grab Yaoji's head. Yaoji and Yi Tianmei's eyes were blurred. Apparently, they were still trapped in an illusion. The surface of the bitter will sword was surrounded by purple electric snakes. The sword light shone brightly, and in a flash, it turned into a huge sword that was hundreds of meters long. It was one step ahead and blocked the top of Yaoji's head. Purple electric arcs appeared on the huge sword, and it slashed toward the fox spirit doppelganger. The fox doppelganger was in midair. She snorted coldly and her body shone with a pink light. Her 5 fingers flickered with red light and she directly reached into the purple sword light, ignoring the purple electric arc. With a caw sound, the purple sword light suddenly dissipated, and Hu Mei grabbed a 2 feet long purple flying sword in her hand. The flying sword struggled like a fish, but it was of no use. Hu Mei rubbed her hands together and the bitter will sword broke into 2 with a crisp paw sound. The spiritual light on its surface suddenly dimmed. Although the bitter will sword was only a top-grade spiritual weapon, Lu Ming had used it for many years. He had already used it like an extension of his arm. He did not expect it to be destroyed here today. However, there was no sign of regret on his face. Instead, he took advantage of this gap and released a black gas that wrapped around Yaoji and Yi Tianmei's bodies. He waved his hand and released 2 spells, which went into Yaoji and Yi Tianmei's bodies. The 2 women's bodies shook, and they immediately regained their consciousness. Yi Tianmei was fine, but Yaoji's face was pale. She looked at Humei with disbelief. Your illusion cultivation has reached the realm where you can do whatever you want. Your every move can make people fall into endless nightmares. No, this is impossible, Humei's doppelganger chuckled and did not answer. Her body surged with a large pink light, which quickly condensed into a huge demon fox figure. The 8 tails behind her gently danced. Yaoji took a deep breath and showed a determined look. Her body also emitted pink light, which condensed into a huge demon fox figure. The demon fox figure had 9 tails behind it. Although Yaoji's figure had 1 more tail than Humei, its size and the strength of its dharma power were much weaker than Humei's. Seeing this, Humei's eyes flashed, and she revealed a faint smile. Lu Ming. I am very grateful that you can come to see me at this time. However, this is my Celestial Fox clan's business. It has nothing to do with you. You should leave with this Taoism friend of the Bloodvine clan first. Yaoji looked at Lu Ming deeply and said quickly. Yi Tianmei heard this and looked at Yaoji's beautiful face. Her beautiful eyes flashed, but she did not say anything. You are the young master of the Celestial Fox clan. If you die here, the Celestial Fox clan will really fall into Humei's hands. Lu Ming said calmly. He moved and stood in front of Yaoji. Humei's eyes turned, and a solemn look appeared on her face. Although the human cultivator in front of her only had the cultivation of the early stage of celestial state, she felt that she could not see through him. She could not help but be a little afraid. Wait, although this Humei is just a doppelganger, it is not something that you and I can fight against. Yaoji's face changed and she said hurriedly. Don't worry. If her real body is here, I may have to run away. However, it is just a doppelganger. I still have some confidence. Furthermore, I have some grievances with this woman that I need to settle. Lu Ming said calmly. Hearing this, Yaoji was stunned. Yi. Martial Uncle Yi, please step back. Lu Ming turned his head and said to Yi Tianmei. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Yaoji's face showed a trace of surprise. But without waiting for her to ask anything, Lu Ming's body suddenly emitted a black gas that was as thick as ink. With his body as the center, a powerful black air whirlpool suddenly emerged, and an extremely powerful spiritual power fluctuation suddenly spread out. Yaoji and Yi Tianmei were suddenly pushed far away by a soft force. They only stabilized their bodies after being pushed back for hundreds of feet. The 2 women looked at Lu Ming in the center of the vortex with a look of horror in their eyes. Oh, what a big tone. Then let me see how powerful a human cultivator in the early stage of celestial state can be. Seeing this, Humei snorted coldly. The 8-tailed demon fox's dharma form behind her suddenly expanded, and the 8 tails instantly condensed into a solid body. Then, the 8 tails moved and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the void around Lu Ming suddenly fluctuated, and the 8 tails suddenly appeared. With a series of residual shadows, they instantly wrapped around Lu Ming's body like tentacles. Lu Ming seemed to have no time to react, and his body was wrapped by the 8 tails. A proud smile suddenly appeared on Humei's face. She clasped her hands together and made a strange gesture. The 8 fox tails shone brightly and entangled with each other, forming a huge ball. At the same time, it squirmed and squeezed toward the inside. Lu Ming. Seeing this, Yaoji's face changed greatly. Her body moved, and she was about to pounce on him. Wait a minute. Lu Ming has always been thoughtful, and he doesn't speak lightly. Since he said so before, he must have his own plan. Yi Tianmei stopped in front of Yaoji and said calmly. Yaoji's face changed, and she immediately stopped. At this moment, the ball formed by the 8 tails of Humei suddenly stopped shrinking, but began to expand outward. There seemed to be a huge force acting outward, and a dazzling black light shot out from the gaps of the tails. Chi chi chi, in the void, a black claw-like thing wrapped in black flame suddenly appeared. The 8 tails of Humei suddenly spread out, and suddenly broke into several pieces, shooting in all directions. Humei's face changed greatly. The light of the demonic fox behind her trembled, and the light dimmed a lot. It seemed that it had suffered a lot of damage. She waved her jade-like hand, and the virtual shadow of the demonic fox blurred and returned to her body. Her eyes looked forward. In front of her, Lu Ming's body slowly emerged, but at this moment, his body had changed greatly. Purple demonic patterns appeared on the surface of his body, and the demonic flame was rolling around him. Fine black scales grew on his skin, and his 5 fingers were as sharp as iron hooks. Obviously, the black light just now came from his hands. Powerful demonic chi shot in all directions. True demonic chi. Humei's face changed greatly. When Yaoji saw Lu Ming break out, her face was full of joy, but when she saw Lu Ming's current appearance, she was suddenly shocked. On the contrary, Yi Tianmei's eyes flashed with surprise, and she quickly recovered her calmness. "Who are you?" Humei asked sternly. Lu Ming didn't seem to hear Humei's question, and just moved his body. After entering the celestial phenomenon realm, it was the first time he used the demonic body, and his body was still not used to this powerful strength. Humei's face flashed with anger. She pointed her jade-like hand, and a red stripe shot out, slashing toward Lu Ming's head. Without saying a word, Lu Ming raised his arm, and the purple demonic patterns flashed. His 5 fingers grabbed toward the red stripe. Chi chi chi, 5 black claw lights that were like huge sharp blades appeared. They flashed and shot toward the waterfall in the sky, making an ear-piercing sound. Crack, in front of the black claws, the red stripe was easily cut into several pieces like tofu. It turned out to be a strange-shaped machete. The black claw gleam did not lose its momentum as it shot towards the fox enchantress. Lu Ming's other hand also waved heavily. This time, 5 slender black lines flew out and let out a heart-chilling screech. Humei's face finally changed, and a pink light gushed out of her body again, condensing into a demonic fox dharma form, blocking in front of her. However, this demonic fox dharma form was much smaller than before. Obviously, it was because of the previous loss of vitality. Puff. Puff. A few sounds were heard, and the black claws slashed on the demonic fox dharma form, causing ripples. At this moment, the void behind Humei flashed, and a black figure emerged like a ghost. It was the demonic Lu Ming. Humei's face suddenly changed. Before she could turn around, a black light flashed on her chest, and 2 palms full of scales appeared. Her body was pierced by Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming groaned, and his arms exerted force. Humei's body was torn in half by him. Humei's body was an illusion of spiritual power, and there was no flesh and blood. The 2 halves of her body flashed and turned into 2 pieces of broken jade talismans, and with 2 paw sounds, they turned into countless crystal fragments. The demonic fox dharma form in the air also quickly dissipated along with the fox charming doppelganger. Apart from the residual fluctuations of Fa Li in the air, the surroundings became quiet. Lu Ming exhaled, and the purple demonic tattoos on his body quickly faded away. The scales also turned into black gas and merged into his body. In the blink of an eye, he changed back to his original appearance of an ordinary man. Although the demonization could instantly increase his combat power by several times, it would also increase the consumption of his body and Fa Li. Lu Ming stretched his body, took out 2 elixirs to restore Fa Li and swallowed them. Under a big tree hundreds of feet away, Yaoji and Yi Tianmei looked at Lu Ming dumbfoundedly. After a while, the 2 women looked at each other. Yaoji flew in front, and Yi Tianmei flew behind. Are you really the Lu Ming I met in the ruins of the upper world? Yaoji walked to a distance of more than 10 feet from Lu Ming and stopped. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked up and down at Lu Ming, as if she was not sure. If you don't believe me, I can tell you what happened when we first met. Seeing Yaoji's expression, Lu Ming felt that it was a little funny. Suddenly, an idea of teasing rose in his heart. No need. Yaoji seemed to suddenly think of something. Her cheeks suddenly turned red, and she hurriedly shook her head. Seeing Yaoji's rare shy expression, Lu Ming was about to tease her again, but he suddenly felt a cold gaze. His eyes turned and fell on Yi Tianmei, who was walking behind Yao Ji. His heart suddenly jumped, and he hurriedly straightened his expression. I haven't seen you for more than 100 years. I didn't expect that your strength has reached such a level. Was that a demonic method? When Lu Ming was about to speak, Yi Tianmei finally sighed and said, It's a long story. Let's leave here first. We are still in the territory of the Heavenly Fox clan. The battle just now was not small. I'm afraid it will attract the attention of the monster cultivators. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and looked around. A light flashed in his eyes as he gently brushed the bottle gourd at his waist. Yao and he naturally did not object. The three of them briefly cleaned up the battlefield before flying off in the direction north of the Redwater River. At the same time, in a vast mysterious space. This place was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the spiritual qi was extremely rich, just like a fairyland on earth. It was faintly similar to the Myriad Wave Mountain where the Heavenly Fox clan was located. In a verdant valley somewhere, there was a circular platform with a circumference of several acres. A light blue translucent light curtain covered the entire platform like a huge bowl. The screen of light was filled with a faint blue mist. Hu Mei, the Shadow Wolf Sage King, and the Green Snake Sage King were floating 1,000 feet away from each other with solemn expressions. Suddenly, as the surrounding blue mist tumbled, 7 or 8 giant demon fox phantoms emerged from it. Each of the fox phantoms had 7 tails behind them. As soon as they appeared, they pounced at the 3 of them without saying a word. Although each of these demon fox phantoms gave off the aura of the celestial phenomenon realm, in front of the 3 mighty figures of the profound understanding realm, they naturally let out a wail and dispersed with a swing of their blades. Suddenly, Hu Mei's expression changed slightly. One of the beads on the pink jade bracelet on her wrist quietly shattered. His mind shook, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His complexion became somewhat pale. Damn it, who interfered and actually destroyed one of my clones? Could it be that I encountered a mighty figure of the profound understanding realm from another clan? Hu Mei's thoughts turned quickly, but her expression did not change in the slightest. Daoist Hu Mei, did something happen? Could it be that this mere phantom fox illusion formation actually injured you? The Shadow Wolf Sage King raised an eyebrow and turned his head to look over. It's nothing. Thank you for the trouble, Shadow Wolf Sage King. Hu Mei's expression changed slightly before she said with a faint smile. Is that so? The Shadow Wolf Sage King chuckled and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The demon fox phantoms that will appear next will most likely be at the profound understanding realm. Be careful, don't fail at the last moment. The Green Snake Sage King's gaze swept across the 2 beside him. There was a trace of a dark light in the depths of his eyes as he snorted coldly. The 3 of them each had their own ulterior motives, but they did not point it out. They continued to stand there and wait quietly. In front of the Redwater River. Not long after Lu Ming and the other 2 left, a dark shadow silently flew over from afar. It was the sole essence of the dark-faced middle-aged man of the Shadow Wolf tribe, Extreme Meng. The little wolf phantoms formed by Extreme Meng's soul swept across the battlefield on the ground. There was a hint of fear in their eyes. Although he had hidden very far away from where he was just now, he still felt an extremely violent fluctuation of magic power. He was extremely afraid. The human cultivator Lu Ming, who had appeared out of nowhere, was actually able to easily kill the clone of a profound understanding realm cultivator. His strength was far beyond his imagination. Furthermore, with the acute senses of the celestial phenomenon realm, he could clearly sense the rich demonic qi. Although it was only a flash, it was extremely real true demonic qi. Moreover, such a degree of true demonic qi could only be possessed by high-level demons living on the Myriad Demons continent. Could it be that this person is? He looked in the direction that Lu Ming had left in. There was a hint of surprise and excitement in his eyes. He began to hesitate whether he should continue to follow him. After all, in his current state, if he was discovered by the other party, he would definitely die. But then again, if he could confirm the other party's identity as a demon, once the news spread across the wasteland continent, it would definitely cause an earth-shattering shock across the entire continent. The Bloodvine clan, which was ranked first among the 8 major clans of the wasteland continent, was actually colluding with the demons. Moreover, the princess of the Heavenly Fox clan, Yaoji, seemed to have a close relationship with them. When that time came, not only would it be justifiable for the Shadow Wolf clan to come out and kill the Heavenly Fox clan, but it would also destroy the image of the Bloodvine clan in front of all the other clans. The Shadow Wolf clan would also be able to use this to rise in status. After a moment of hesitation, this desire gradually gained the upper hand. He moved and was about to continue his pursuit. At this moment, a black line shot out from the ground like lightning. With a blur, it pierced through Extreme Meng's soul essence. Extreme Meng's soul essence let out a miserable cry. There was a small hole on the soul essence, and a corrosive smell spread out. Before Extreme Meng's soul essence could react, a golden light shot out from the ground and enveloped it. Extreme Meng let out an extremely terrified howl, and the soul essence kept expanding and contracting. The small wolf shadow inside jumped up and down, trying in vain to break free, but it was useless in the golden light. With a flash of silver light, the scorpion's figure emerged from the ground. It emitted a suction force from its mouth, and with a whoosh, Extreme Meng's soul essence was swallowed by the scorpion without any resistance. The scorpion burped with a trace of satisfaction on its face. Then it turned into a silver light and chased in the direction where Lu Ming had gone. In order to get rid of the pursuers, Lu Ming and the others crossed the Redwater River and stealthily moved for a day and a night. After making sure that no one was following them, they hid in a remote and desolate mountain range. Lu Ming casually dug out a few stone rooms and set up a formation to cover all traces. Then he let out a sigh of relief. Since we have escaped so far, the pursuers shouldn't be able to catch us so soon. Let's rest here for a while and recover our strength before continuing our journey. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief and sat down. After a series of battles and even using the devil body, he really needed some time to recover his body and magic power. Yaoji and Yi Mei heard him and sat down in a place not far from Lu Ming. This place was originally secluded, and there were no birds or beasts passing by. Moreover, the two women seemed to be unwilling to talk, which made the place even more quiet. Of course, Lu Ming was also aware of this. He looked a little embarrassed, and the atmosphere unconsciously became awkward. This subtle atmosphere didn't last for a long time. Yaoji glanced at Lu Ming and Yi Mei, then suddenly stood up and walked into a stone room. After a while, the stone room was shrouded by a layer of light. Obviously, Yaoji had set up several prohibitions inside. Lu Ming sighed and turned to look at Yi Mei. Coincidentally, Yi Mei also looked at him, and their eyes met. Yi Mei's face turned a little red, and she almost subconsciously looked away. Seeing Yi Mei's expression, Lu Ming relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. Speaking of which, he had imagined the scene of him and Yi Mei meeting each other many times, but when they actually met, he was somewhat at a loss. Martial Uncle Yi, I didn't expect to see you again in this wild continent of a foreign country after we parted on the Siren King's flying boat. He sighed and said softly. You don't need to call me Martial Uncle. Your current cultivation has already far surpassed mine. Just call me by my name. Yi Mei waved her hand and said. All right. When Lu Ming heard this, he nodded impolitely. During the Battle of the Sea Emperor Palace, I once went to find you, but most of the slave miners there had disappeared. Where have you been all these years? After a while, Yi Mei asked softly, and the coldness on her face faded a lot. At that time, Lu Ming immediately told her about how he was caught into the underwater mine, then he entered the bottomless abyss through the space crack by chance, and then he was stranded in the Middle Sky continent. About 40 years ago, I returned to the sea region by chance. After that, I touched an enchantment in a deep sea region near Fengming Mountain, and then I came to the wild continent in confusion. After more than an hour, Lu Ming told her about his experiences over the years. He had said similar words to different people many times, but this time it was the most detailed and truthful. However, in the process of speaking, he couldn't help but have a question in his heart. Since he started cultivating, it seemed that he often ran back and forth between various continents because of one reason or another, and he often encountered things like space cracks. Is all this really just an accident? After listening to Lu Ming's bizarre experiences over the years, Yi Mei was lost for a moment and was speechless. By the way, when I was in Yunchuan, I went to Tianyuesek to look for you, but I heard that you disappeared not long after the Sea Emperor Palace battle. I wonder why you came to the Wild Continent and joined the Bloodvine clan. Lu Ming thought for a while, glanced at Yi Tianmei and asked. I didn't have such bizarre experiences as you over the years. When I traveled to Fengming Mountain, I encountered a tree demon fighting with a crystallization period fire spirit phoenix. I helped the tree demon and subdued the fire spirit phoenix. It's just that I didn't expect that the tree demon was a projection of a Tongxian elder of the Bloodvine clan in the Yunchuan continent. After that, I was directly brought back to the Wild Continent by the Tongxian elder with a secret treasure. I have been cultivating in the Bloodvine clan these years. Yi Tianmei said faintly. I see, then why is your hair? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He looked at Yi Tianmei's hair that was tied up high, hesitated for a while, and finally said the doubt in his heart. When he first saw Yi Tianmei at the Qishui River, he noticed this, and he had a faint sense of loss in his heart. After all, a woman's hair was a sign of cultivating with a man. I'm wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. I don't want to cause some unnecessary trouble. Yi Tianmei heard the words, glanced at Lu Ming, and said calmly. Lu Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he heard the words. By the way, what's the current situation of the Yunchuan continent? Yi Tianmei hesitated for a while and asked. She was born in Tianyue sect, and her sense of belonging to the sect was far above that of Lu Ming. Now that she had left the sect for so long, she naturally missed Tianyue sect. Everything is fine in the Yunchuan continent now, you don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming briefly explained the process of him helping the human race cultivators to defeat the Sea Emperor Palace. Yi Tianmei was also relieved when she heard the words. In the following time, the two casually chatted for a while, but they seemed to deliberately avoid a certain topic. After asking about each other's current situation, they returned to their respective stone rooms to meditate. That night, in the stone chamber, Lu Ming rubbed his hands together and separated them again. A series of crackling sounds came from his body and the black gas surrounding him disappeared into his body. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. After half a day of meditation, his spiritual power and body had completely recovered. With a thought, he got up and walked out of the stone room. However, as soon as he walked out of the room, he was slightly startled. Not far away, a graceful figure dressed in a white palace dress was standing alone beside a pond. This woman was none other than Yaoji, the young master of the Heavenly Fox clan. She had left the stone room at some point and was looking towards the south with her head slightly raised. That was the original base camp of the Heavenly Fox clan, in the direction of the Myriad Waves Mountain. The sky was densely covered with stars, and a bright and clear full moon hung in the sky, sprinkling down a wisp of milky white moonlight that fell onto the beautiful person's body, drawing out a long and narrow figure, and an indescribable feeling of desolation arose spontaneously. Lonely Moon Valley, Pond Beauty. Lu Ming stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. Hearing the footsteps, Yaoji's body trembled slightly and she turned around. Seeing this, Lu Ming finally came back to his senses, and then his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Among the three of them, Yaoji's injury was the most serious, and she should not be able to recover in a short time. However, Yaoji's expression was normal at the moment, and there was no sign of injury. Have your injuries healed? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and asked. Now the most important thing is to escape from this area. There is no time for me to slowly recover. I used the secret technique of my clan and consumed part of my lifespan, so my injuries have temporarily recovered, Yaoji said lightly. Well, since you have no problems, I will go and call fellow Yi, and we will set off immediately, Lu Ming said after a moment of silence. That fairy Yi, is she someone you used to know? I saw you call her martial uncle. Was she once a member of the Taiqing Gate? Yaoji asked frankly. No, she came from the same place as me, but she was not a disciple of the Taiqing Gate. This is a long story. I will tell you in detail later, Lu Ming said. Hearing this, Yaoji lowered her head and pondered. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he stood quietly at the side without leaving. Lu, I am very grateful that you came to Wanbua under such circumstances. If it were not for you, I am afraid that I would have been killed. That time in the ruins of the upper world, I said that if you are strong enough, you can come and see me. What I mean is, If you can successfully advance to the celestial phenomenon realm and find a way to come to the wild continent, I will become your dual cultivation partner. But now, the Heavenly Fox clan is facing a great calamity. As the young master of the Heavenly Fox clan, I shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the clan. So from now on, I will cut off all ties with the mortal world and focus on cultivation. Regarding what happened in the past, I hope that Lu will treat it as a dream and forget about it. But, you and I can still be best friends. After a while, Yaoji raised her head and looked into Lu Ming's eyes as if she had finally made up her mind. After hearing this, Lu Ming quietly looked at Yaoji for a long time, then sighed and said slowly, "When I heard about the upheaval of the Heavenly Fox clan, I guessed that you might change your mind. Since that is the case, then I will also respect your decision. It is enough for me to have a confidant like you in this life. Thank you for your understanding, Lu." Yaoji's shoulders trembled slightly. She lowered her head and bowed to Lu Ming. Then, she walked to the side with light steps. Lu Ming looked at Yaoji's beautiful figure, but his heart was filled with disappointment. However, he was not a person who indulged in sadness. He quickly collected his feelings and came to the stone room where Yi Tianmei meditated. He waved his hand to cast a spell. After a while, the door of the stone room opened and Yi Tianmei walked out. The next morning, Lu Ming and the two women were walking through a mountain range beside the Red River with their auras concealed. "Does fellow Yi know where the Bloodvine clan that fellow Xuewu mentioned is now?" Lu Ming asked. "To be honest, this is just Master Xuewu's bluff. In order not to attract attention, the Bloodvine clan didn't send a lot of people this time. Moreover, they entered the Thousand Wave Mountain from different directions." Yi Tianmei frowned and said, "If that is the case, we may have to go through some trouble. If we fly at full speed from here to the Bloodvine clan's territory, it will take at least a month. I'm afraid that the Green Snake clan and the Shadow Wolf clan won't let this go." Lu Ming said with a thoughtful expression. "I have a shortcut, but it requires some risks. If you trust me, you can follow me." Yi Tianmei hesitated for a while and looked at Lu Ming and Yaoji before saying. Lu Ming naturally would not doubt Yi Tianmei and immediately agreed. Although Yaoji was a little hesitant, she did not have a better idea. Seeing that Lu Ming had no objections, she did not object. Therefore, the three of them shone brightly. They turned a corner and flew in another direction. After a few days, they arrived at the edge of a forest after some twists and turns. However, the scene in front of them shocked Lu Ming and Yaoji. The entire forest was as dark as ink and boundless, extending to the end of the sky. Apart from that, the sky above the forest was also covered with ink-like thick black clouds. At a glance, it seemed to connect the sky and the earth. It was as if it was not a forest in front of Lu Ming's group, but a world made of darkness. Seeing this, Yaoji's expression changed slightly. She said in an unfriendly tone, "Fellow Yi, do you know what this place is? Why did you bring us here?" "Young Master Yaoji, although the dark forest is not small, as long as we pass through here, we can return to Luo City within half a month. Moreover, we will not encounter any obstacles along the way." Yi Tianmei said calmly. "Others may not know, but I grew up here. No one knows the dangers of this place better than I do. The trees here are called Dark Soul Wood. They are unique to this place. They can secrete a kind of black mist. After accumulating for many years, it makes this place look like night. This black mist contains a special kind of poison that is very harmful to one's divine sense. The higher one goes, the stronger the poison. Even celestial phenomenon realm cultivators do not dare to fly at high altitudes. What is more frightening is that in the dark forest, there is a kind of insect demonic beast called bone-eating demonic ants that live in groups. There are countless of them. These demonic ants especially like the poisonous gas emitted by the dark soul wood. They usually live in the dark forest and absorb the black poisonous mist to survive. Once other living beings appear, these demonic ants will swarm out. At that time, even the most powerful cultivator will die of exhaustion in front of the endless demonic ants. Therefore, no demonic beast dares to go deep into the forest. Yaoji's eyes flashed a few times and she said in one breath. When Lu Ming heard this, he could not help but take a deep breath. Yi Tianmei, who was standing at the side, did not show any surprise. Instead, she said indifferently, "Fellow Yaoji is right. However, when I came here, Master had already considered this matter and gave me a few treasures. I can guarantee that the three of us can go through this dark forest safely." Naturally, Lu Ming did not doubt Yi Tianmei's words. After all, although the dark forest looked scary, with his strength and speed, he was confident that he could protect himself. "Be careful, there is someone." Just when Yaoji was still a little hesitant, Lu Ming suddenly transmitted his voice to the two women. Then, he turned around and looked at a certain part of the void. His deep voice suddenly resounded through the sky. "Since all of you are already here, why are you acting so sneakily?" Just when Yaoji and Yi Tianmei were a little confused, a low voice came from afar. "Hee, I didn't expect a human cultivator at the early stage of celestial phenomenon to have such a strong divine sense. It seems that I was a little careless." In the void, there was a ripple. After a flash of light, 3 demonic cultivators walked out of it. Among the 3 of them, the leader was a handsome young man dressed in a green brocade robe, but his lips looked a little thin. At this moment, the handsome young man was looking at Lu Ming and the others with a malicious look. His pupils were vertical, just like those of a python. When he looked at Lu Ming, there was a faint ominous glint in his eyes. On both sides of him stood a man and a woman of the demon clan, but their appearances were a little strange. The woman looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. She was slender, but her exposed skin was covered with fine black and yellow scales. Even her face was no exception. The man's hair was white and his face was extremely ugly. His body was abnormally shriveled like a mummy, and he looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s. Judging from the aura of the 3 people, they were all experts of the demon clan in the celestial phenomenon realm, especially the handsome young man, who had reached the late stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. "This is Qing Ting, the young master of the Green Snake clan," Yaoji said in a low voice after seeing the young man's appearance. "Princess Yaoji, we are really fated to meet in this wild forest by chance," the handsome young man said politely with a smile. Yaoji didn't answer, but just stared at Qing Ting coldly. "Why do you have to do this? The Onyx Soul Forest is a filthy place. It really makes my heart ache for you, the princess of the Heavenly Fox clan, to come here. As long as you agree to be my dual cultivation partner, I can guarantee that the fox demon will never dare to do anything to you. Moreover, with the cultivation resources of the Green Snake clan, you can enjoy better treatment than the Heavenly Fox clan. Speaking of which, if nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to enter the profound understanding realm in another 100 years. If you marry me, it won't be a disgrace to your status." Seeing that Yaoji was silent, Qing Ting continued to speak unhurriedly. "Qing Ting, you'd better give it up. I hate that I can't tear your Green Snake clan into 1,000 pieces, grind your bones, and scatter your ashes. How dare you talk about dual cultivation in front of me?" Yaoji's pretty face tightened, speaking word by word coldly. "Actually, there are some misunderstandings here. Why don't you follow me back to the Flying Snake Palace first and allow me to explain it to you?" Hearing this, Qing Ting said with a smile that was not a smile and casually took a few steps forward. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly and he stood in front of Yaoji and Yi Tianmei, looking at Qing Ting with no expression. Yi Tianmei had the lowest cultivation among the 6 people present, but she looked calm from beginning to end. When Lu Ming stood in front of her, a strange look flashed through her beautiful eyes. Yaoji subconsciously glanced at Lu Ming in front of her with a complicated expression on her face. "My lord, a mere early celestial phenomenon human race cultivator wants to meddle in the affairs of my Green Snake clan?" Seeing this, Qing Ting's eyes suddenly became cold. "I am not talented, but I really want to see how powerful you are," Lu Ming said without thinking. Good. It seems that your cultivation is not high, but your courage is not small. In that case, I will fulfill your wish today." Qing Ting didn't get angry and instead laughed. As soon as the final word left his mouth, he spread open his arms and brilliant multicolored light radiated from his body. A strange beast projection abruptly appeared behind him. It was a giant azure snake that was nearly 2,000 feet tall. It had 3 heads, 1 green, 1 blue, and 1 green, and it flicked its crimson tongue in and out of its mouth, emitting a loud hissing sound. The three big mouths opened at the same time, and a large amount of green mist was spurted out, turning into dense phantasms like green snakes that blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to be prepared. A pale golden giant had already appeared behind him. The giant arm that was surrounded by black gas pounded in front of him. 6 lifelike black mist dragons flew out of his hand and met the attack with amazing power. Bang! Bang! Consecutive sounds came from midair. Black gas rolled in the green mist. In the fierce collision of the green and black light, the green snake shadow and the black mist dragons collapsed. In the next instant, the three-headed giant serpent projection abruptly opened its 3 massive mouths and engaged in battle with the golden giant projection that had also flown out of its body. Although the pale golden giant was half the size of the three-headed giant snake, its momentum was not weak at all. Layers of pale golden fist shadows and green mist kept colliding fiercely between the two huge bodies, and the whole void became distorted. At the same time, under the two phantoms, a figure flashed. Lu Ming and Qing Ting appeared at the same time from 100 feet away. The black gas and green mist intertwined, and the two actually fought in the air. 1 back and 1 forth, the two were actually evenly matched. This shocked Qing Ting, and his face became extremely gloomy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the slender woman of the Green Snake clan and the ugly old man also began to attack Yi Tianmei and Qing Ting. There were 2 phantoms of black and yellow snake heads on top of the slender woman's head. They opened their mouths and spat out 2 black and yellow light beams. After intertwining in the air, it was like 2 pythons biting and coiling around each other, shooting toward Yaoji. After a few days of rest, Yaoji's strength had almost recovered. She immediately sneered and made a gesture. Swoosh, a demon fox with the size of nearly 100 feet flashed out. The 9 snow-white tails behind it were swaying unsteadily. Under the sweeping in the air, fire clouds emerged and covered the black and yellow light beams. The roar resounded throughout the sky. The two suddenly collided with each other, and the fire clouds and light beams collapsed and disappeared at the same time. It seemed that they were evenly matched. However, Yi Tianmei, who was in another battle, was in danger at this time. The phantoms of the ugly old man was a bone snake that was almost all skin and bones. Its movements were extremely agile, and its whole body was surrounded by poisonous gas, exuding bursts of pungent stench. Obviously, it was not a trivial matter. Yi Tianmei only had the cultivation of the middle stage of Jin Dan. It was impossible for her to be the opponent of the ugly old man in the early stage of celestial state in a head-on confrontation. However, even so, this woman could use the exquisite sword-controlling technique and movement technique to deal with the bone snake phantoms. Obviously, she could not hold on for too long. The ugly old man saw that he, a celestial state cultivator, could not do anything to a Jin Dan female cultivator for a while, and he couldn't help but be furious. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a dark cyan bead. He raised his hand and launched several symbols into it. Swoosh, the bone snake phantoms in the air suddenly became 3 times bigger. The green mist on its body was released, and its attack became more rapid. Just when Yi Tianmei's complexion changed, and she was a little overwhelmed, a golden light flashed beside her, and a mini bone scorpion appeared instantly. It was Scorpion. At this time, Bone Scorpion's body was shining with golden light. A giant golden scorpion phantoms of hundreds of feet flew out of its body. After a flash in the air, it blocked in front of Yi Tianmei. Immediately afterward, the golden crown on its forehead shone brightly, and a golden light beam swept out, hitting the bone snake phantoms fiercely. At first, the ugly old man found that this bone scorpion that suddenly appeared was only at the Jin Dan later stage, and he was somewhat indifferent. However, the next moment, his complexion suddenly changed. At the moment when the golden light beam and the bone snake phantoms touched, the bone snake phantoms only lasted for a moment, then it was directly penetrated and went straight to the ugly old man. The ugly old man was shocked. His figure suddenly swayed, and he narrowly escaped the attack of the golden light beam. This sudden turn of events caused everyone present to be shocked. Even Lu Ming, seeing that Scorpion suddenly became so powerful, couldn't help but show a surprised expression. As soon as Scorpion made a move, it turned the fierce offensive of the ugly old man into nothing, and it controlled the golden light to counterattack. After Yi Tianmei freed her hand, she hurriedly flashed to the side. A spiritual light flashed in her hand, and suddenly there was a jade flute covered with blood-colored spirit patterns. Her red lips opened slightly, and a melodious flute sound came out. In the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. A low buzzing sound of insects came from the depths of the dark forest, and then the black gas that connected the sky to the earth rolled down, and a large number of black light spots surged out like a tide. At first, it was only a thin layer, about 100 feet in size, but after a few breaths, the black light spots became overwhelming, covering most of the sky in front of the dark forest. Among these black light spots, there were actually finger-sized bamboo-shaped ants, but they seemed to ignore Lu Ming and the others, and flew toward the 3 Green Snake Clan beastkin cultivators. Not good. This woman can actually control the bone-eating demonic ants. Seeing this change, the ugly old man suddenly said in shock. The sound of the flute became faster, and in just a blink of an eye, the black demonic ants surrounded the 3 Green Snake Clan members. In the face of the overwhelming demonic ants, Qing Ting snorted coldly and spat out a few incantations. In the next moment, his whole body was covered in green light, and he directly transformed into his original form, a giant 3-headed snake. The densely packed demonic ants swarmed forward and opened their pincer-like teeth to bite the snake body that Qing Ting had transformed into. However, under the protection of the impenetrable scales, they could not cause any damage to the snake body at all. On the contrary, there were many demonic ants that bounced back one after another in the midst of crackling sounds, and they exploded after flying a few dozen feet away. However, in comparison, the situation of the slender woman and the ugly old man became somewhat awkward. On one hand, they had to fight Yao Ji and the scorpion, and on the other hand, they had to defend against the all-pervasive attacks of the demonic ants. Although it was not too big of a problem for a short period of time, they could not help but be flustered when their bodies were blocked. How could Lu Ming, who was free, let go of such a good opportunity? He spread out his hands, and 2 rays of yellow light flew out to both sides, and turned into 12 mountain river pearls that soared into the sky. As he chanted, the 12 beads of mountains and rivers rotated in the air before suddenly glowing brightly, transforming into a series of earthy yellow mountains that swept in all directions along with a vast expanse of black water. For a moment, as Lu Ming's hand signs changed continuously, the area within a radius of hundreds of miles turned into a vast world of mountains and rivers. 12 giant mountains stood in a row, and 12 long rivers that were as black as ink intertwined with each other. As they tumbled, they emitted endless yellow fog and heavy water vapor of the Styx River. As the appearance of the mountain river great array was too sudden, Qing Ting and the other 2 beastkin cultivators of the Green Snake Clan were in it unknowingly. Under the intertwining of the earth and yellow glow and black mist, the 3 of them only felt that their bodies were heavy as if 1,000 pounds of weight had been imposed on them. Their movements became abnormally slow, and they panicked. Qing Ting's eyes flashed fiercely. He swung his giant tail, and thousands of green lines blasted out. They suddenly turned into clouds of green mist around him, turning a large number of bone-eating demonic ants into nothingness. Because his cultivation was the highest, he still escaped 100 meters away. He actually wanted to escape from the mountain river great array. At this moment, there was a fluctuation in the air 100 meters away in front of him. After a flash of black light, Lu Ming's figure flashed out. It was just that at this moment, his body was covered with scales, and black flames were rolling. He looked like a demonized being. No, you are actually, a hint of astonishment flashed through Qing Ting's eyes at the same time, but before his voice had even trailed off, a fist projection that was enshrouded in inky black devilish flames surged toward him, and bursts of suffocating force swept toward him, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. In shock, he twisted his body and wanted to dodge to the side. At this moment, several yellow rays swept over, causing his movement to slow down again. He watched the demonic flame fist shadow smashing toward his 3 heads. The 3 giant snake heads suddenly opened their mouths and spouted a large amount of green mist, forming an arc-shaped protective shield in front of him. However, in front of the demonic flame fist shadow, it seemed to be useless. It was submerged by the fist shadow without any resistance at all. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The dense black flame fist shadow fell on the 3 heads of the giant snake transformed by Qing Ting like raindrops. The 3 giant snake heads were smashed like watermelons, and blood splashed everywhere. Then there was a sound of Qi La. The demonized Lu Ming pulled his hands casually, and the giant snake body transformed by Qing Ting was torn into two halves. It quickly melted in the raging demonic flame. Even his soul couldn't escape in time. The whole process was clean and neat, without the slightest feeling of sloppiness. In midair, the three-headed serpent Dharma form also collapsed with a loud rumble. The pale golden giant that was originally facing it had also transformed into a sinister devilish appearance at some point in time. Seeing this, the slender woman and the ugly old man not far away were already scared. It was already too late for them to escape. The two were already overwhelmed by the siege of Yaoji, Scorpion, and the demonic ants. Now that they were in the mountain river great array, there was no possibility to escape at all. Just as the two of them were filled with despair, the demonized avatar in midair raised its arms, and two pitch-black wind blades wrapped in black demonic flames shot toward the two of them at an incredible speed. Puff! Puff! The two men were decapitated and turned into a pile of flesh without a trace of vitality. Even the demonic ants around them were annihilated by the residual power of the demonic flame. At this moment, with a swoosh, Scorpion Er's figure flashed and said to Lu Ming. When Lu Ming heard this, he thought of the giant golden scorpion phantasm that Scorpion transformed before. He nodded immediately. When Scorpion saw that Lu Ming agreed, he was overjoyed. He made a gesture, and a roll of golden light flew out from his eyebrows, wrapping the two corpses. Then, together with his body, it turned into a black gas and went into the black gourd on Lu Ming's waist. Although Yi Tianmei and Yaoji had seen the scene where Lu Ming killed Hu Mei before, they couldn't help but be shocked again when they looked at the majestic phantasm of mountains and rivers around them, and then witnessed Lu Ming killing 3 celestial state strongmen. Although Yi Tianmei and Yaoji had seen the scene of Lu Ming killing Hu Mei before, at this moment, looking at the majestic phantoms of mountains and rivers around them, and then witnessing Lu Ming killing 3 celestial state powerhouses, they couldn't help but be shocked again. At this time, Lu Ming kept the phantasm of the form and returned to his original appearance. He waved his sleeves and the phantasm of mountains and rivers around him suddenly collapsed and turned into 12 mountain river pearls. He then kept them in his sleeves. He then flew to the front of the two women and said, "I'm not sure. Now that the young master of the Green Snake Clan is dead, the Green Snake Clan must be aware of it. We should leave this place quickly. Fellow Yi, if I'm not wrong, the magic weapon that controlled the demonic ants just now should be the controlling magic flute of the Bloodvine clan, right? No wonder you're so confident that you can pass through the dark forest." Yaoji came back to her senses and nodded slightly. Then, she thought of something and turned to look at Yi Tianmei. Hearing this, Yi Tianmei put away the jade flute in her hand. After waving her sleeves, there were 3 blood-red straw capes in her hand. Then, she said slowly, "The controlling magic flute consumes a lot of magic power and divine sense. It can only be used for emergencies. This is the red vine armor of the Bloodvine clan. It can completely block the perception of the bone-eating demonic ants. If you wear this, you can pass through the dark forest safely." After saying this, she waved her hand and 2 blood-red straw capes instantly shot toward Lu Ming and Yaoji. Lu Ming took it with one hand and felt that it was unusually warm. He subconsciously released his divine sense to scan it, but it couldn't penetrate it at all. After receiving the item, Yaoji also looked relieved. Yi Tianmei put on the straw cape in her hand and immediately turned into a stream of light. She took the lead and flew toward the dark forest. Seeing this, Lu Ming and Yaoji naturally followed quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the 3 of them disappeared in the vast black fog. Half a month later, at the Moyun mountain range that connected to the dark forest, 3 conveyance lights shot over and slowly stopped above a mountain peak. After the conveyance lights faded, a man and 2 women were revealed. They were Lu Ming, Yaoji, and Yi Tianmei. The 3 of them all looked exhausted, and there were faint traces of tears on their clothes. It was obvious that even with the scarlet demon armor and the magic-controlling flute, the 3 of them had suffered quite a bit when traversing the dark forest. "We are safe here. Even if the Green Snake Clan and the Shadow Wolf Clan have the guts, they won't dare to chase us into the territory of the Bloodvine Clan." Yi Tianmei looked back and said with a relaxed expression. Hearing this, Yaoji heaved a sigh of relief. She looked toward the direction of the dark forest with a gloomy expression. Lu Ming noticed Yaoji's expression and sighed in his heart. As the young master of the Celestial Fox clan, he was now completely driven out. From now on, it was very likely that he would have to live under someone else's roof. Naturally, he felt very sad. Anyway, let's find a place to stay first. Lu Ming said. I remember that there is a Emoyun city after this mountain range. Let's rest there. Yi Tianmei suggested. Lu Ming nodded. Seeing that Yaoji had no intention of objecting, he waved his hand and took out the Daihui jade boat. After the three of them flew on it, the jade boat turned into a red conveyance light and flew in the direction that Yi Tianmei pointed. After half a day, they flew out of the mountain range and arrived in front of a large city. It was the Emoyun city that Yi Tianmei mentioned. The Emoyun city was naturally not comparable to Luo city. However, under the governance of the Bloodvine clan, it was unusually prosperous. On the city, the flag of the Bloodvine clan fluttered in the wind. Many monster clan cultivators frequently entered and exited the city gates. It was a prosperous and peaceful scene. It was a world of difference from the current situation of the Celestial Fox clan that was filled with the flames of war. Lu Ming kept the flying boat in a small valley not far from the Emoyun city. After the three of them tidied up, they arrived at the entrance of the city. Fellow cultivators, do you want to enter the city? According to the rules of the Bloodvine clan, each of you must pay 500 spiritual stones. A city guard walked over. Perhaps he noticed that Lu Ming and the other two had high cultivation, so his attitude was rather respectful. Yi Tianmei did not speak. She took out a palm-sized red token and waved it in front of the city guard. So it's the deacon. I apologize for offending you. The city guard immediately showed a respectful expression. He bowed to Yi Tianmei and made way for them. Yi Tianmei put away the token and walked into the city first. I didn't expect you to have such a high position in the Bloodvine clan. You are also a deacon elder. Lu Ming glanced at Yi Tianmei and smiled. Don't make fun of me. In the Bloodvine clan, only those with cultivation above the celestial phenomenon realm can be an elder. However, my master doesn't like to deal with trivial matters. That's why he made me a deacon elder token. Yi Tianmei said with a blushing face. I see. Lu Ming smiled and did not say anything else. Yaoji walked at the back. She saw Lu Ming and Yi Tianmei chatting and laughing. Although she had already made up her mind, she still felt a slight pain. She could not help but sigh as if she wanted to spit out some kind of emotion in her heart. Fellow Yao, are you still not feeling well? Let's find a place to rest. Lu Ming turned around and said. Yaoji glanced at Lu Ming and nodded silently. The three of them quickened their pace and soon came to a busy street. There was a clean inn not far from them. Just as the three of them were about to walk over, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. A red shadow flashed in front of him. A young woman in a red robe who looked to be in her 30s appeared like a ghost in front of the three of them. She looked at the three of them with a smile. Lu Ming's hands that were hanging on the side of his body immediately retracted into his sleeves. He was secretly on guard. At the same time, he scanned the woman with his soul consciousness. His face slightly changed. His soul consciousness could not detect the cultivation of the woman in front of him. Profound insight, almighty. He suddenly thought of something and sucked in a breath of cold air. Mrs. Tamamo. Yi Tianmei saw the person in front of her and hurriedly came forward to greet her. She was pleasantly surprised. Lu Ming and Yaoji's faces slightly changed. However, they were secretly relieved. The profound understanding expert in front of them seemed to be from the Bloodvine clan. No need to be so polite. You are Sister and I Shang's disciple of the human clan. I remember your name is Yi Tianmei. Next to you, you must be the young master of the Heavenly Fox clan, Yaoji. The woman in red clothes nodded to Yi Tianmei and then her eyes fell on Yaoji. Yes, I am Yaoji. Yaoji cupped her hands and bowed. Your mother, Saint King Lei Su, and I used to be friends with her. I feel sorry for what happened to your Heavenly Fox clan. However, you have come to the territory of the Bloodvine clan. I can guarantee that no one can hurt you anymore. The woman in red clothes sighed and said slowly. Thank you, Senior. Yaoji's face flashed with a trace of sadness. This isn't a good place to talk. Come in with me, the woman said and looked at Lu Ming meaningfully. Then, she turned around and walked into the inn. Lu Ming and Yi Tianmei exchanged glances. Yi Tianmei nodded and the three of them walked into the inn. The inn didn't look special from the outside, but it was quite spacious inside. There were small courtyards with single entrances and it was very quiet. It was suitable for cultivators to stay here temporarily. Lu Ming and the other two didn't say anything. They followed the young woman in a red shirt and walked into a unique courtyard with many twists and turns. As soon as they stepped into the door, they saw more than 20 cultivators in white robes standing or sitting inside. Most of them looked pale. They seemed to be seriously injured and hadn't recovered yet. Judging from their appearance, they were the young cultivators of the Celestial Fox clan who had been separated from Yaoji. "It's you." Yaoji was overjoyed when she saw the cultivators of the Celestial Fox clan in the courtyard. She dashed into the courtyard. "It's young master. Young master Yaoji." The young cultivators of the Celestial Fox clan were very excited when they saw Yaoji. They surrounded her with tears in their eyes. After a while, Yaoji pushed away the people around her and walked to the woman in red robes. She bowed again. "Thank you, senior, for saving Yaoji's people." "Don't mention it. It's nothing." Madame Tamamo waved her hand and said calmly. Lu Ming stood quietly at the side. His eyes flickered slightly. On the way here, Yaoji had vaguely mentioned that when the war between the three clans broke out, Sage King Lei Su knew that he didn't have a high chance of winning, so he made a deal with Sage King Shui Tu of the Bloodvine clan. He didn't know the details, but the Bloodvine clan would help Yaoji and the others probably because of this. "Yaoji, now that you've come to the Bloodvine clan's territory, why don't you follow me to the Langya mountain range? Sage King Shui Tu wants to see you," Madame Tamamo said slowly. Hearing this, Yaoji was startled. After pondering for a while, she said, "Since Senior Sage Monarch Shui has summoned me, I will definitely go." After saying that, Yaoji turned around and looked at Lu Ming. "Lu, thank you for taking care of me these days. In the future, if there is a chance, I will definitely repay your kindness." Yaoji bowed deeply to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was calm, but he sighed inwardly. He cupped his hands in greeting. After parting today, it was unknown when they would meet again. The red-robed woman glanced at Yaoji and Lu Ming. Her eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. After Yaoji got up, she returned to the group of young disciples of the Heavenly Fox tribe and chatted with some of them. "Madame Tamamo, I have something to report to you. Senior Shui Wen and Brother Qing, who went with me to help fellow Yaoji, were ambushed by the fox's doppelganger. The two of them are dead." Yi Tianmei stepped forward and cupped her hands in greeting. "I've heard about this a few days ago, but I didn't expect it to be the fox's doing." Tamamo was startled, and her face showed a hint of anger. Immediately, she turned her gaze and looked at Lu Ming, then she said with a smile, "Lu Ming, you're Lu Ming, right? I've heard about you from Long'er all these years. Speaking of which, the adamant bone-quenching pill you've refined has been a great help to the Bloodvine clan. Senior, you're flattering me. I've also gained a lot from the deal with the nobles." Lu Ming replied humbly. "You don't have to be so modest. I heard that in order to intercept Yaoji, the Green Snake clan and the Shadow Wolf clan both sent out a lot of celestial phenomenon cultivators. Even the young master of the Green Snake clan personally came out, and the Fox Demon even sent out a clone. Under such circumstances, it should be thanks to fellow Daoist Lu that Yaoji could safely arrive at Emoyun City." Tamamo's eyes flickered. Her tone was gentle, but her eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. "I don't have that ability. It's all thanks to everyone's cooperation that we barely survived the disaster. I don't dare to take credit for it." Lu Ming's eyes moved and he laughed. "Hee, the Bloodvine clan welcomes a talent like Lu very much. If you have time in the future, you can come to Mount Langya as a guest." Tamamo saw that Lu Ming was evading, but she didn't point it out. Instead, she changed the topic and said, "If there's a chance, I'll definitely pay a visit." Lu Ming agreed readily. He didn't plan to go there at all. During this trip to the Heavenly Fox tribe, he had almost completely exposed his strength. From Tamamo's words, the fact that he killed the young master of the Green Snake tribe would probably be exposed soon. In this way, it was equivalent to directly offending the Green Snake tribe and the Shadow Wolf tribe. In addition, there was the powerful fox, who was in the ethereal enlightenment. This was a great contradiction to his low-key style of doing things. Naturally, he didn't want to get close to the Bloodvine clan. Fellow Taoist Lu traveled through the night, so why don't you rest here for 2 days? Marshal Nishi, treat Lu well. Tamamo smiled faintly and turned to Yi Tianmei. Yes, I know. Yi Tianmei hurriedly replied. Tamamo nodded to Lu Ming. Then, she waved one hand and a ball of red light flew out, covering Yaoji and the other cultivators of the Heavenly Fox tribe. It turned into a red light ball and rose into the sky. In the light ball, the figures of this woman, Yaoji, and the others became blurred. In the next moment, the whole red light ball trembled and turned into a rainbow light. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. After watching Tamamo and the others leave at the entrance of the inn, Lu Ming and Yi Tianmei couldn't help but look at each other. They seemed to see some relief in each other's eyes. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, there was a hidden sense of loss and melancholy. Then, Lu Ming spent some spiritual stones and asked the owner of the inn for a quiet courtyard. Anyway, there were many rooms in the courtyard. It wouldn't be crowded even if 2 people lived in it. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the 2 stood in the quiet courtyard. At this moment, they stood side by side with a distance of 5 feet. They were both silent. The entire guest hall became abnormally quiet. Tianmei, you frequently used the magic flute on the way. Your vitality is quite serious. Why don't you take a rest first? After a moment of silence, Lu Ming took the lead to break the silence. I'm fine. I just need to take a good rest. For a while. It's all thanks to you along the way. Yi Tianmei turned her head and looked at Lu Ming with a flicker in her eyes. She said calmly. Looking back at the encounter along the way, and the extraordinary strength shown by Lu Ming, she had a feeling that she couldn't see through him. Once upon a time, the other party was just an insignificant little cultivator in front of her. However, after several contacts, he showed his uniqueness again and again. Especially at that time on Buyuan Island, with the cultivation of the condensation period, he dared to face the palm of the Jin Dan realm Siren King for her. His calmness, and courage were still fresh in her memory. The scene at that time, after 100 years, was still vivid in her mind. She even recalled it in her dreams from time to time. Maybe from that time on, he was destined to be extraordinary in this life. As the woman's thoughts tumbled, the coldness on her beautiful face gradually faded. Because she didn't sleep for days and nights along the way, her face was a little more pale, which added a bit of a different charm. Lu Ming looked at Yi Tianmei's charming face at this time, and he couldn't help but think of the scenes when he met this woman. He stopped talking and was a little lost for a while. When Yi Tianmei saw this, she waited silently by the side. The 2 were quiet for a while. After a while, Lu Ming realized that he had lost his composure and turned his head, his face slightly hot. Now that this matter is over, what are your plans next? Yi Tianmei asked. I plan to return to Luo City first and meditate for a while. When the sea-crossing giant ship comes back, I will set off for the Middle Sky continent. Lu Ming didn't mean to hide it. He immediately told Yi Tianmei about his experience in the wild continent over the years, as well as the things about Qian Rupiing and her mastery of Array Totem. Yi Tianmei was born in the Yunchuan continent. After coming to the wild continent, she found that the resources of the sea region were scarce. When she heard that Qian Rupiing was also from the Heaven Moon sect, and she could have such attainments in array by relying on her talent, she couldn't help but praise her. In addition, as a high-rank cultivator of the Yunchuan continent at that time, she naturally heard about the Middle Sky continent, which was known as the origin of the human race. It was inconvenient to ask on the way before, but now she asked several questions in a row. She looked very interested. By the way, Tianmei, why don't you go to the Middle Sky continent with us? Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart moved, and he couldn't help but ask. That's good too. After all, the wild continent is not a place for us human race cultivators to stay for a long time. Yi Tianmei said with a slightly red face after hesitating for a while. Okay. But will your master of the Bloodvine clan allow you to leave? When Lu Ming heard that Yi Tianmei was willing to go with him, he was naturally overjoyed, but then he seemed to think of something, and he asked with a frown. It's fine. Master has already said that I can leave at any time. But Master is very kind to me. After I return to Luoqing, I will explain it to him. Yi Tianmei said so. Since that's the case, when your injury recovers, we will immediately return to Luoqing. As for the ticket of the giant boat, you don't have to worry about it. I have my own way. Lu Ming was relieved when he heard the words. In the following time, the two chatted casually for a while, then they returned to their rooms in the inn. Lu Ming's 2 fingers moved as if they were flying. Rays of light fell all over the room and soon, a formation was opened. After doing this, he was at ease. He sat cross-legged for a moment, recalling the experience of the past few months. His heart was quite complicated. He exhaled a long breath and quickly calmed his mind. With a wave of his hand, he took out 5 or 6 storage artifacts. These were his spoils of war from this trip to the Heaven Fox clan. Most of them were the storage artifacts of the celestial state cultivators. He didn't have time to check them properly along the way. Lu Ming picked up a storage bracelet and began to refine it. He remembered that it was the storage artifact of the dark, burly man from the Shadow Wolf clan. After a while, a pile of things appeared on the ground with a crash. He checked it and found that there were many precious spiritual materials, elixirs, magic treasures, and a large number of spirit stones. It was indeed the wealth of a celestial phenomenon cultivator. After a quarter of an hour, all the storage artifacts had been emptied, and all kinds of things were placed on the floor of the room. After some sorting, there were more than 1 billion spirit stones, not to mention all kinds of spiritual materials and elixirs. This made Lu Ming's pocket bulge greatly. As for the other elixirs, spiritual materials, magic treasures, etc., they were also valuable things. If they were sold, it would be a big income. After some sorting, Lu Ming sorted the things on the ground and put them away. The ground around him was soon empty. After a while, there were still a few things left in front of him. A brown tortoiseshell compass, an ancient book made of animal skin, and a green sword hilt that was half a foot long. These 3 things were taken from the storage artifact of the young master of the Green Snake clan. The brown tortoiseshell compass was made of an unknown material. It seemed to be made of some kind of ancient jade, but it also looked like a kind of animal bone. It was covered with tortoiseshell patterns. The edge of the compass was engraved with 8 positions, and in the middle was a gently swaying green rod. It looked a little old. Lu Ming took the animal skin book and opened it. There was an extremely ancient language inside, which should be ancient demon language. With his knowledge, he could only recognize a small part of it. This book recorded a very ancient divination technique. The patterns on the animal skin were the same as the tortoiseshell compass. The two should be used together. Lu Ming didn't know much about divination. He only knew that it was very difficult to practice, and it had a high requirement of spiritual power. However, he didn't want to practice it. He just felt that this thing was quite rare. Lu Ming casually flipped through the animal skin book for a while, then put it away with the tortoiseshell compass. His eyes then fell on the green sword hilt. This green sword hilt had a very simple style. The surface of the sword hilt was covered with green python-like patterns, as if a green python was wrapped around the sword hilt. At the end of the sword hilt was a somewhat ferocious-looking python head. In addition, on the other side of the sword hilt, there were 2 twisted demon language engraved. It was the word Da Huang. Da Huang sword. Lu Ming picked up the green sword hilt and muttered a few words. For some reason, Lu Ming vaguely felt that this thing should be extraordinary. However, it was a pity that there was nothing above the sword guard. Moreover, it did not look like the sword had been broken by an external force. It seemed like the sword hilt was only a half-finished product and had not yet been installed on the sword. With a thought, he raised one hand and pointed a finger at the hilt of the sword. Immediately, an invisible magic power was poured into it. In the end, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. The sword hilt did not react at all. In the following period of time, he tried a few more methods in a row, but there was still no progress. Lu Ming sighed. It seemed that this sword was either a half-finished product, or he did not know how to activate it. With that in mind, he took out a recovery pill, swallowed it, and began to meditate. 2 days later, in a small valley outside Moyun City, a white jade boat rose into the air in a red light, then turned into a red stream of light and flew north. Half a month later, a jade boat wrapped in red light flew in from outside Luo City. A green-robed man and a white-robed female cultivator descended from the boat. They were Lu Ming and Yi Tianmei. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the Daihui jade boat. After paying some spirit stones at the city gate, they entered Luo City. Merchants weaved in and out of the city, and the hustle and bustle rose and fell. Yi Tianmei looked at the bustling scene in the city with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She kept looking around. What, you've never been to Luo City before? Lu Ming asked curiously. I spent most of my time in the Bloodvine clan training. I only started going out after I broke through to the Jingdan realm. But most of the time, I went on some clan missions. This is the first time I've been to Luo City. Yi Tianmei said with embarrassment. I see. Let's go. Ruping and I are now living in the city's small Huang garden. That's the only place where humans gather in the entire wasteland continent. The environment is not bad. Lu Ming smiled and walked northeast. Yi Tianmei hurriedly followed. Soon, the two arrived at Lu Ming's cave dwelling in the small Huang garden. Brother Ming. After Lu Ming entered the city, he sent a message to Qian Ruping. Therefore, when he opened the door of the cave dwelling, Qian Ruping immediately came out with a face full of joy. However, when she saw Yi Tianmei behind Lu Ming, she could not help but be stunned. Your martial auntie. Qian Ruping looked at Yi Tianmei a few times before recognizing her and said with surprise. Yi Tianmei also left Yunchuan continent not long after Lu Ming disappeared. At that time, Qian Ruping was not outstanding in the sect, so she was naturally not familiar with her. However, at this moment, she was in a foreign country where the demon clan was entrenched. When she saw the people from Heavenly Moon sect, she smiled and nodded. I really did not expect to see the younger generation of the sect here. Let's go. Let's go in first. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. The three of them immediately walked into the hall. The two women were also from Heavenly Moon sect. At this moment, when they mentioned about Yunchuan continent and the sect, they seemed to have endless things to say. It was as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. It was difficult for Lu Ming to interrupt. After a while, the two women stopped talking. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief, then he told Yi Tianmei about the giant ship. Qian Ruping was smart. Previously in Yunchuan, she saw that Lu Ming had a close relationship with Yi Tianmei through his expression and behavior. Now looking at Yi Tianmei's face, which was more beautiful than before, and the temperament which was faintly compatible with Lu Ming, she could not help but feel inferior. The giant ship to Middle Sky Continent will take about 40 to 50 years to set sail. It's still early now. Do you want to go back to Bloodvine clan or stay with us in Luo City? Lu Ming's eyes moved and asked. Since I have already decided to go to Middle Sky Continent with you, Bloodvine clan doesn't need to go back. Yi Tianmei lowered her head and pondered for a moment. She raised her head and her eyes were a little more determined. All right, but about your master? Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and asked again. I have master's communication spirit pearl on me. I will report everything to her later. Yi Tianmei said with a somewhat sad expression. No need. I have heard about you from Tamamo, Sai. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly appeared in the hall. Then, the void moved and a white figure walked out. The person who came was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. Her blood-red hair was coiled up. She still looked charming, but her expression was cold and faintly revealed a trace of evil spirit. Disciple greets master. As soon as Yi Tianmei saw the figure of the young woman in white, her face immediately changed. She hurriedly stepped forward and paid her respects. Another mighty person in ethereal understanding. Lu Ming also immediately stood up and muttered in his heart. Qian Ruping showed a trace of shock. This person in front of her just openly invaded the cave house. The enchantment set up in the cave house was actually useless. There was no reaction at all. You are Lu Ming? The young woman in white turned her eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Yes, Junior greets Senior Xuanishang. Lu Ming had already learned his master's name from Yi Tianmei. At this moment, he cupped his fist and bowed. The young woman in white looked up and down at Lu Ming. A white light flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, thousands of strange lights bloomed from her eyes. It was as if countless invisible swords were shooting out, wanting to pierce through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's face changed. He felt a stinging pain all over his body. An unprecedented huge sword intent shrouded his body. This sword intent was like a mountain or a sea. It instantly gave him an illusion as if he had fallen into a world of infinite swords. However, he was no longer an ordinary cultivator. After advancing to celestial phenomenon realm, he no longer had the same sense of fear when facing a mighty person in ethereal understanding. With a thought, the spiritual power in his body quickly circulated. At the same time, a pure sword intent filled his body. Although it was not as strong as the young woman's, it was more than enough to protect himself. The eyes of the young woman in white lit up. There was a trace of surprise in her eyes. The strange light in her eyes disappeared instantly. There was a hint of praise in her eyes. Not bad. Lu Ming only felt that his body was relaxed. Just as he was about to say something, the young woman in white appeared beside Yi Tianmei. She said with a somewhat doting tone, "Tianmei, as a human, it is indeed inappropriate for you to stay in the wild continent for a long time. Now that you have found someone to entrust you to, I will naturally not stop you." "Thank you, Master." Yi Tianmei's face was slightly red. There was a trace of sadness in Qian Ruping's eyes when she heard the words entrust from the young woman in white. The young woman in white flipped her hand and took out a white bracelet. She put it on Yi Tianmei's wrist and sighed. "Your physique is unique. It was originally extremely suitable to inherit my mantle. However, since you have decided to leave the Bloodvine clan, I can no longer teach you anything. This is some of my cultivation experience. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own luck." "Yes, I will remember." "Thank you, Master." Yi Tianmei's eyes were slightly red. She bowed. A benevolent smile appeared on the face of the white-robed young woman. Then, her figure blurred, and she disappeared into the void just like how she had arrived. She then disappeared without a trace. After a while, Yi Tianmei slowly stood up. There was a faint trace of tears on her face. Lu Ming opened his mouth but did not know what to say. The atmosphere between the two became a little awkward. Qian Ruping looked at the two of them. After biting her lips, she quietly retreated. After a while, Yi Tianmei slowly asked, "There should be a lot of empty cave dwellings in the small Huan garden, right?" "There should be a lot. There are not many human cultivators here." Lu Ming lightly coughed and replied. "Then lead the way. I will also rent a cave dwelling here," Yi Tianmei said. Lu Ming naturally would not refuse. He quickly nodded. In the following time, Yi Tianmei came to the main hall of the small Huan garden under the leadership of Lu Ming. After Lu Ming explained the situation to the manager here, the manager was very happy to introduce several cave houses with abundant spiritual energy to Yi Tianmei. Yi Tianmei pondered for a moment, and her face showed a slight blush. She chose a cave house close to Lu Ming's. When handing over the spirit stones, Lu Ming rushed to pay for the remaining decades of fees for Yi Tianmei, and Yi Tianmei didn't seem to object. In the following time, Lu Ming accompanied Yi Tianmei to buy some necessities in Luo City. The relationship between the two was faintly closer. However, whenever he was alone with Yi Tianmei, two other beautiful figures appeared involuntarily in Lu Ming's mind. One of them was Callan, who still stayed in the Taiqing Gate of the Middle Sky Continent and made a marriage contract with him by mistake. The other one was Yaoji, who was now carrying the hatred of the extermination of her clan and left him for the restoration of the Heavenly Fox clan. He was not a blockhead. He naturally knew the affection of the three women for him. But today, although his cultivation had reached the celestial state, and his strength was far beyond his peers, when it came to the relationship between men and women, it was not much different from ordinary men. In his mind, he still couldn't sort out the slightest clue for a while, so he could only hold a natural attitude. Later, Lu Ming met with Lan Si again and expressed that he wanted to terminate the cooperation in alchemy. Lan Si saw that Lu Ming had broken through the celestial state, and knew that it was impossible to change Lu Ming's decision, so she had to agree. In this way, time flew, and in a blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. In these years, Lu Ming and Yi Tianmei enjoyed a rare period of undisturbed quiet time. In addition to cultivation, they would go to some wild scenic spots from time to time. The scenery everywhere in the wild continent, compared to the Middle Sky continent, was more rugged and primitive, but it also had a different charm. There was originally a trace of affection between the two of them. Now, after all these years of being together, although they hadn't broken through the last layer of window paper, the tacit understanding between them had long been achieved. During this period of time, the young master of the Bloodvine race, Xue Long, who had broken through to the celestial phenomenon realm, paid a visit. During their conversation, she naturally mentioned the matter of inviting Lu Ming to Nephrite Mountain. After being tactfully rejected by Lu Ming, Xianxia suddenly suggested that she wanted to follow Xue Long back to the Bloodvine race to learn the Tao of Totems in the next few decades. Although Lu Ming was a little surprised, he did not object. Xue Long and Xianxia got along very well, so she took Xianxia away. On this day, Lu Ming sat cross-legged in a secret chamber in the small universe garden with his eyes closed. Faint purple spirit patterns flickered on the surface of his body. The whole room was filled with demonic flames, and the scorching black flames tumbled in midair. Then, they turned into circles of ripples that spread out, and actually calcined the surrounding stone walls to a fiery red, as if it was a furnace. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He only felt a slight chill in his divine sense, and a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Lu Ming, are you ready for the matter that we made in the contract back then? Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and formed a sign with his hands. The surrounding demonic flames instantly tumbled into his body. Then, he stood up and said indifferently, so it's Senior Motion. Now, as long as I don't encounter existences in the mystic enlightenment realm, I think I can still deal with them. This matter is extremely important to me. If it's really a one-way trip, I naturally won't let you take the risk. Motion's voice sounded again. Okay, but where does Senior want me to go to get this hand bone? Hearing this, Lu Ming was slightly relieved and asked calmly. Go to the Dead Sea region at the southernmost part of the continent first. You will naturally know when the time comes. As soon as Motion finished speaking, Lu Ming felt a flash of spiritual light in his divine sense. An extremely detailed map of the savage continent appeared, and it was densely marked with some routes that pointed to a certain sea region at the southernmost part of the continent. However, when Lu Ming wanted to ask Motion about some other matters, he didn't receive any reply. After muttering to himself for a moment, Lu Ming didn't delay any further. After leaving a message for Yi Tianmei, he walked out of the cave. According to the map that Motion gave him, Lu Ming traveled for a whole year before he finally arrived at the southernmost part of the savage continent. This place was also adjacent to the boundless sea. After a slight hesitation, Lu Ming plunged into the boundless sea region and sprinted rapidly. Half a month later, he arrived at a sea region that was completely different from the boundless sea that he saw previously. In front of him was a black sea surface that stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky was filled with dense grayish-white fog. According to the records on the map, this place should be the border of the Dead Sea that Motion mentioned. Before Lu Ming arrived at this place, he had already detected with his divine senses that the grayish-white fog contained an extremely special poisonous gas. Furthermore, the deeper he went into the Dead Sea, the denser it got. This kind of poisonous gas had a numbing effect on the divine senses. When he tried to inhale a little, he felt that his divine senses had become muddled. He was shocked and quickly tried to force it out. Apart from that, he also realized that his divine senses could only cover about 20 to 30 miles in this place. Perhaps it was because of this reason that there was almost no life here. This strange sea region was truly a dead sea. Just as Lu Ming was pondering, Motion's voice echoed in his ears again. This is the place. You arrived a few days earlier than I expected. In another 5 days or so, the poisonous fog will have a period of decline. It will last for around 7 days. You can enter again at that time. 5 days later, Lu Ming was currently standing on a black cloud and patrolling above a strange sea surface. His body was covered in a layer of faint black gas. The grayish-white fog that was originally filling the sky above the sea surface was now very thin. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he naturally didn't have to worry. It was just that his divine senses were limited, and the Dead Sea below was pitch black like ink. It was impossible to see the situation below the water surface. As for Mo Tian, after he suddenly said that he wanted Xianxia to enter the Dead Sea, he didn't say a single word again. Right at this moment, Lu Ming felt the magic power in his body tightening. A lump of something actually surged out of his body uncontrollably. After the multicolored light in the sky converged, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared. "Senior Mo Tian, this is..." When Lu Ming saw that Mo Tian had actually appeared beside him from the cage, he spoke with surprise. "This is just a figure that I made use of your magic power. There is no need to be surprised." Mo Tian didn't even look at Lu Ming and spoke indifferently. Then, he squinted his eyes and took a deep breath, as if he was slowly savoring something. After a while, he murmured, after a moment, he muttered, "It really appeared." The voice might not be loud, but Lu Ming could hear it clearly. He instantly revealed a puzzled expression and was just about to ask for the reason when Mo Tian turned his head and said, "I'm not here." Mo Tian turned around and said, "The only thing I can tell you now is that the hand bone should be sealed in the body of a panga mystic tortoise. As for the rest, you will have to search for it yourself. However, you don't have much time. You must find that hand bone and leave this place within 7 days. Otherwise, once the poisonous fog spreads again, you might not be able to withstand it with your cultivation." As soon as he finished his statement, Mo Tian's figure turned blurry again and turned into rolling black gas before entering Lu Ming's body and vanishing. When Lu Ming heard the statement, he shook his head helplessly and didn't try to contact Mo Tian again. From a certain perspective, Mo Tian and Luo Ho's characters were a little strange, and they seemed to have a feeling that they couldn't talk about anything. Since they weren't willing to say more, it was useless for him to ask. Lu Ming looked around at the surrounding black sea surface and suddenly patted on his waist. After a dull yellow radiance flashed, Scorpion suddenly appeared in front of him. Speaking of which, back then, Scorpion had brought the 3 green snake race's celestial phenomenon demon cultivators' corpses back to the Yin transformation gourd. After over a dozen years of devouring and absorbing, his cultivation had improved. He was just a step away from condensing the heaven and earth law phase and advancing to the celestial phenomenon realm. "Scorpion, time is of the essence. Later on, you and I will split up and search for any suspicious places in this region. Once there is any situation, inform me immediately." Lu Ming immediately instructed. "Yes, master." When Scorpion saw Lu Ming's grave expression, he bowed obediently and flew off into the distance with a flash of golden light. After Lu Ming looked around for a while, he went in another direction to search. After a round of investigation, 2 days had passed unknowingly. During this period, Lu Ming had also discovered some rather strange places. However, after spending some effort and even diving into the Dead Sea, he still didn't find anything. Just as he was feeling very depressed, Scorpion Er's voice transmission suddenly came to him. "Master, I found an anomaly here. Hurry over and take a look." "Scorpion, don't act rashly. Wait for me to go over first." Lu Ming heard Scorpion's anxious tone and replied. Immediately afterward, there was a hasty chant from his mouth. After 2 puff, a pair of silver wings instantly appeared on his back. Lu Ming suddenly felt light, then he turned into a silver light and flew toward the place pointed by Scorpion. Because the distance between the 2 places was not very far, he saw the figure of a black-veiled girl from a distance in less than half an hour. It was Scorpion. About several dozen kilometers behind him was a small round island. It was completely black, and in the ink-black seawater, it was impossible to distinguish it from the others if one did not look carefully. "Master, I found an inconspicuous pitch-black island here. I didn't care at first, but when I was about to leave, I found that the island squirmed slightly. At the same time, an extremely rich demonic chi faintly exuded from it. I was curious, so I dived into the sea. As a result, I found that this island is actually a small part of the giant beast's back exposed to the sea surface. Its main body is at the bottom of the sea." After seeing Lu Ming, Scorpion immediately flew toward him and transmitted her voice. "You wait here, I'll go down and take a look." Lu Ming was moved. After instructing, he immediately flew into the water. As a result, when Lu Ming dived to the bottom of the sea, he couldn't help but be shocked by what he saw. In the dark sea in the distance, a giant beast was lying motionless. It had a long and narrow head, and its back was covered with black lumps. The skin of its whole body was extremely rough. It looked like a crocodile that was enlarged countless times. Lu Ming was too familiar with this beast. In fact, for a long period of time, it would appear in his dreams from time to time. It was the giant beast that had once transformed into Savage Island. He had spent more than 10 years on the island that was transformed by this beast, and he had seen the beast with his own eyes at the moment when he escaped. Now he could see this giant beast again at this time and place, as if the Savage Island was standing in front of him that day. Just as Lu Ming was in shock, Mo Tian's voice suddenly sounded in his divine sense, "What are you waiting for? The hand bone is in the skull of this panga mystic tortoise." Lu Ming's eyes flickered when he heard this. Although he couldn't tell the beast's strength at the moment, it was obviously not in the metaphysic realm. Since that was the case, Lu Ming didn't hesitate anymore. After taking a deep breath, he flicked his 10 fingers continuously, and a series of symbols surged out instantly. With a dazzling golden light radiating in all directions, a golden phantasm of 500 to 600 meters tall instantly appeared above his head. After the spirit patterns on its body flashed, it clenched one hand into a giant fist and punched at the mystic tortoise. Suddenly, a golden giant fist that was like a hill smashed at the panga mystic tortoise's head under the entanglement of dragons and tigers. Wherever it passed, the seawater immediately tumbled violently as if it was stirred by a giant stick. Under such a huge movement, the panga mystic tortoise was suddenly awakened. After its blue giant eyes opened, a trace of fierceness flashed across its eyes. Its huge body slightly twisted, instantly setting off layers of monstrous waves around it. On the extremely rough skin on its back, the dense black lumps flashed with a gray light, and the surface of the lumps turned into several black vortexes. The next moment, the golden giant fist whizzed over. An earth-shattering loud noise. Wherever the giant fist passed, the black vortexes collapsed, and it fell on the panga mystic tortoise. The originally calm black seawater, with a violent shaking of the sky and earth, suddenly surged. As the seawater tumbled, the scene was extremely shocking. The black tortoise beast only let out a strange cry in pain, but it looked safe and sound. Instead, it shook its long and narrow head and actually turned around with great agility. It raised its mountain-like front claw, wrapped in a ball of gray flames, and swung it towards Lu Ming. Before the attack reached him, Lu Ming felt the seawater around him tighten, and a terrifying pressure came from all directions. However, he was already prepared for this. With a light shake of his sleeve, 2 earthy yellow beads instantly shot forth. They swayed in the air, instantly transforming into 2 yellow mountains that were several thousand feet in size. They formed a giant shield in front of him. Boom! A loud sound rang out. As soon as the front claws of the black tortoise landed on the yellow mountain peak, circles of visible waves swept in all directions. In just a few breaths, the surrounding seawater turned into a gray mist, and the black tortoise's attack was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and the gray flame also became weaker and weaker. Seeing that the black tortoise beast's attack was blocked, Lu Ming changed his gesture. On the golden giant statue above his head, 6 dragons and 6 tigers phantasms appeared instantly. A dragon roar and tiger roar came. As Lu Ming's 10 fingers changed like a wheel, the dragon and tiger phantasms were divided into 4 paths halfway. They spun around the limbs of the black tortoise beast, then they burst open and turned into a large black light that swept away. The next moment, 4 black light balls of several thousand feet in size enveloped the limbs of the black tortoise beast. In the 4 hell purgatories, the black gas tumbled for a while. In the blink of an eye, huge white bones were condensed, and they climbed on the limbs of the black tortoise beast like vines. This change was like a falcon swooping down. The black tortoise beast only felt that its limbs suddenly sank. When it wanted to lift it up again, it couldn't move at all. It was as if it was firmly trapped by the hell purgatory. The giant beast was suddenly shocked. After the protruding blue eyes turned for a while, its body suddenly emitted a gray light. In the blink of an eye, huge scales emerged from the surface of its body, instantly wrapping its whole body. It was actually similar to the scene when Lu Ming demonized Immediately afterward, the poof-poof sound came out continuously. These scales suddenly broke free from their bodies. Wrapped in the gray flames, they shot toward Lu Ming, covering the sky and covering the earth. Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely. He raised his hands toward the air. In a flash of brown light, the 12 mountain river pearls were all sacrificed. After a change in the seawater, a large yellow mist rolled out and swept straight toward the black curtain. As soon as these scales touched the continuous yellow mountain peaks, there was a burst of crackling sounds. Circles of ripples spread out from the yellow giant peaks. The entire sea was shaking and rolling, turning into countless whirlpools. However, it couldn't stop the yellow peaks from approaching at all. The 12 yellow giant peaks, with endless power, continuously bombarded the body of the black tortoise beast. The continuous sounds of collision sounded like thunder. At this moment, the black tortoise beast couldn't move because its limbs were trapped in the hell purgatory. It could only rely on its solid back armor to withstand the storm-like bombardment. However, after a round of attacks, when Lu Ming saw the scene in front of him clearly, he was speechless. With his current cultivation, each of the yellow giant peaks that he sacrificed had the great power to kill a Jin Dan advanced stage cultivator. However, the body of the Pangu black tortoise beast in front of him was like iron. Under such a degree of attack, it only left a dozen shallow pits on the surface of its body. It didn't suffer any fatal damage at all. I'd like to see how long you can last. After Lu Ming sneered, he made another gesture with his hand. This situation lasted for 3 whole days. Under the continuous bombardment of the giant peaks formed by Lu Ming's 12 mountain river pearls, the black tortoise beast looked to be covered with cuts and bruises. More than half of the scales on the surface of its body were shattered, and gray blood was faintly seeping out from the gaps. Apart from the constant wailing of the beast, its life was obviously not in danger. Seeing that the 7 days were almost up, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel anxious. According to this situation, he would need at least another 3 days to have a hope of breaking through the terrifying defense of the beast. Although he had the assistance of elixirs and spirit stones, he didn't have much spiritual power left in his body. According to Mo Tian's previous description, the poisonous fog of the Dead Sea would become extremely dense in less than a day. With his current situation, he might not be able to escape unscathed. But if he left like this, all his previous efforts would be in vain. After all, this beast wouldn't stay here anymore after this battle. Lu Ming looked at the giant beast in front of him, and he immediately made up his mind. He suddenly opened his mouth and let out a long roar. The demonic flame around him was billowing, and faint purple spirit patterns appeared. He actually demonized directly. The next moment, Lu Ming's figure flickered, and he flew toward the head of the black tortoise beast with a series of afterimages. Halfway, Lu Ming's body was full of demonic flame. After the surrounding seawater tumbled, a giant phantasm of 1,000 meters tall emerged. The giant phantasm was surrounded by black flames, and its face was expressionless. As its arms became blurred, countless fist shadows appeared immediately. They were wrapped in black flames and surged toward the giant beast's head. At the moment when the two collided, the gray scales on the head of the black tortoise beast, which were originally a little broken, began to collapse like paper scraps after a tremor. The Pangu black tortoise suddenly let out a cry, but at this moment, it was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was impossible to escape. It didn't take long for a few cracking sounds to be heard. A dozen extremely tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the giant beast's head. There were more and more cracks, and they intertwined into a giant crack, continuously swallowing the surrounding seawater. It turned into a huge whirlpool, stirring up the entire bottom of the sea. The black tortoise beast only felt that its vision turned black, and it could no longer exert any strength. The original blue eyes suddenly dimmed, and after its huge body twitched a few times, it no longer had a trace of breath. Seeing that the Pangu black tortoise beast finally died, Lu Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. His chest was undulating, and it was obvious that his spiritual power was almost depleted. Just as Lu Ming retracted the phantasm and was about to retrieve the mountain river pearl, there was a sudden change. From the head of the black tortoise beast that was pierced by Lu Ming, a white light suddenly blasted out of it. Lu Ming's eyes condensed. In the white light, there was a small piece of crystal white bone. It looked like a small piece of hand bone. The object revolved in the air before suddenly transforming into a white humanoid figure that was around a foot in size. The humanoid figure then flew away into the distance in a flash. Lu Ming's face sank, and he flicked his finger in the distance without hesitation. A spiral sword chi instantly hit the top of the white figure's head. Pung! When the white figure was touched by the sword chi, it was beaten back to its original shape on the spot. It became a white hand bone again and floated in the sea. Seeing this, Lu Ming was relieved in his heart. He waved one hand, and a black gas swept out. It flew back with the white hand bone and fell into his hand. The surface of this white hand bone was covered with a layer of extremely slippery keratin. There were some black patterns that looked like runes faintly. Moreover, it was emitting a very dense demonic aura. Just as Lu Ming flew out of the sea and recalled Scorpion, who was guarding nearby. When he was about to fly away from the Dead Sea, Mo Tian's voice suddenly came out. I didn't expect that after the endless years of baptism, this thing actually developed its spiritual wisdom and can transform into a human form. This thing is a little special. If it isn't refined and erased its spiritual wisdom, there will be many hidden dangers. Senior Mo Tian's meaning is for me to refine this thing immediately? Lu Ming's expression changed as he asked. Now that you have grasped the demonic transformation, it isn't difficult to refine this thing with the help of the demonic flames. However, it will take quite a lot of time. How about this? Try to inject a trace of demonic flames into it and seal it. Mo Tian said indifferently. When Lu Ming heard this, he nodded slightly. He lifted one hand, and a wisp of black demonic flames emerged from his fingertip. As a result, just as he was about to inject a trace of black demonic flames into the white hand bone, there was a sudden change. The black sea water above his head suddenly surged violently. In the sky above the sea that was originally empty, a space crack appeared instantly, and it spread to both sides at an incredible speed. In an instant, it reached a few hundred meters long as if the whole sky was torn into two halves from the middle. Then, an extremely horrifying pressure swept out wildly from it. Immediately after, a giant hand that was 1,000 meters tall and covered with brown scales instantly reached out from the space crack. It slammed at the place where Lu Ming was as if it was swatting a fly. Not good. Run quickly. Mo Tian in the divine sense exclaimed. When the crack appeared, Lu Ming knew it was bad, but this change was too sudden. He could only mobilize the remaining spiritual power in a flash. There was a burst of crackling sound in his body, and his body instantly expanded by more than 2 times. The surface of his body was suddenly wrapped by the crisscrossing purple demonic patterns and rolling demonic flames. The giant demonized Dharma idol rose into the sky again and flashed in front of Lu Ming. Almost at the same time, the giant hand was wrapped in a ball of ink-like dense demon chi. Wherever the 5 fingers passed, they would leave a black trail that was dozens of meters long, and there was a destructive demon chi fluctuation faintly revealed within it. Boom! There was a dull loud noise. The demonized Dharma idol only lasted for a moment. After a slight tremble, it instantly turned into nothingness. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt as if his entire body was hit by an invisible pressure. His entire body felt as if it was about to be crushed, and his exposed skin immediately cracked open. Streams of blood that glowed with white light spurted out, instantly turning him into a bloodied man. However, countless granules grew wildly on the surface of his body and quickly collapsed. Under the cycle, his physical body lingered on the edge of collapse, but it didn't collapse immediately. He only felt a sudden shock in his divine sense. There was no light in front of him, and he fainted. However, at this moment, a Sanskrit sound came from Lu Ming's body. Immediately thereafter, the space in front of him fluctuated, and a translucent bubble emerged soundlessly from his body. 8 ordinary-looking golden runes flashed before instantly scattering in all directions, forming an extremely profound talisman formation. A vast expanse of rainbow light then flew out from within the formation, transforming into a rainbow lotus of light. The lotus leaves swelled drastically in size as they hurtled toward the gargantuan hand. After the giant hand was only slightly delayed, it crushed the 7-color light lotus and continued to press toward Lu Ming. It seemed that Lu Ming was about to be slapped into a pile of meat sauce. At this critical moment, an unforeseen event occurred. After the 8 runes that were originally separated in the surroundings shone with a golden light, a cluster of extremely dazzling golden light burst out instantly. The next moment, they actually disappeared together with Lu Ming. Facing the empty sea, the giant hand seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then, it slowly retracted and disappeared into the void again. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming slowly woke up. His face was suddenly pale, and waves of heart-wrenching pain came from all parts of his body. His body was drenched in blood, and the muscles in his body seemed to have been torn apart, with numerous wounds appearing on his body. With the slightest movement, intense pain surged forth like a raging wave, causing him to grimace in pain. Damn it! Lu Ming cursed in his heart. Fortunately, at this moment, the Fa Li in his body had recovered a little. He took a few deep breaths and silently circulated his Fa Li, speaking of which, this time, it was thanks to the essence of the Sky Devil in his body that his physical body did not collapse. Although the injuries in his body had not completely healed, the surface wounds had disappeared. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. He slowly sat up and looked around. He was surrounded by a familiar gray world, and he was in a cage space. Suddenly, the figure in front of him blurred, and Luo Ho's figure appeared in front of him. Senior Luo Ho. Seeing this, Lu Ming hurriedly struggled to stand up and bowed to Luo Ho. The scene before he fainted was still fresh in his memory. Under that terrifying giant hand, the power that he was originally proud of became pitifully small. Even with the protection of the essence of the Sky Devil, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of the destruction of his physical body and spirit. In the end, he was able to escape and enter the mysterious space because of Luo Ho's help. Looks like you won't die yet. At least you still have some value. Luo Ho looked at Lu Ming and looked away. His expression was unusually ugly. Senior, what is going on? Lu Ming asked in a daze. Take a look around first. Luo Ho looked at Lu Ming and waved one hand. The surrounding gray fog tumbled and suddenly dissipated, revealing a crystal-clear hemispherical spatial barrier. Countless runes appeared on the spatial barrier, forming layers of incomparably complex patterns. However, at this moment, these patterns were broken and dilapidated. It looked like it was about to collapse at any moment. Even the spatial barrier had cracks on it. This? Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The restriction of the prison space is already on the verge of collapse. Hundreds of years of work has been destroyed today. Luo Ho snorted coldly. How could this happen? Was it caused by the attack of that giant hand? Lu Ming's expression changed. Thinking back to the terrifying giant hand that easily defeated his black Dharma idol, a trace of lingering fear flashed in his eyes. Ever since you advanced to the celestial phenomenon realm, the power of the illusory demon heart flame has greatly increased. I have been refining an important restriction in the depths of the prison space. I was originally close to success, but in the end, man proposes, God disposes. In order to save your life, I had no choice but to activate the cage restriction that I could not completely control in advance, tearing the void and teleporting you away. Luo Ho sighed and said slowly. Junior still has to thank Senior for saving my life. May I know where I was teleported to? Lu Ming said gratefully after hearing this. I don't know either. The restriction of the prison space has been destroyed. I can't control the teleportation place that broke through the void, but it should not be in the wasteland continent. Luo Ho said indifferently. Lu Ming was stunned when he heard this. The figures of Yi Tianmei and Qian Ruping appeared in his mind, and he could not help but laugh bitterly. The consequence of doing so is that the originally fragile prison space has become even more broken. What's worse is that most of the restriction that sealed the weapon spirit has been destroyed. I believe that it will not be long before the weapon spirit completely awakens. Luo Ho's expression was a little gloomy. Could it be that in this ball is? Lu Ming's body shook when he heard this. He looked at the white ball in midair and cried out involuntarily. He knew the consequences of the awakening of the prison space's weapon spirit. Once the weapon spirit awakens and controls the prison space, both he and Luo Ho will die. Is there no way to stop it? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he asked slowly. Luo Ho glanced at Lu Ming and looked up at the sky. After a while, he sighed softly and said faintly, now that things have come to this, I can only take the risk. While the weapon spirit is still in a weak state, I will try to sneak into the seal and have a life and death battle with the weapon spirit that has not fully awakened. If I am lucky enough to succeed, I will be able to devour the weapon spirit and replace it. If I fail, I will self-destruct at the last moment and heavily injure the weapon spirit. This way, as the temporary owner of the prison space, you should be able to contend with the heavily injured weapon spirit if you join forces with Motion. After hearing this, Lu Ming's face became cloudy and uncertain. Kid, I will not do this. For free. Keep this item well. Luoho snorted coldly and waved his hand. A purple light flashed in his palm, and a fist-sized purple crystal ball flew out. There was a faint silk-like white light that was slowly circulating in it. Luoho moved his hand, and the purple crystal ball flew over and slowly landed in Lu Ming's hand. Luoho let out a long breath and looked at Lu Ming as he slowly said, "This is a trace of my origin force. If I am unable to devour the weapon spirit in the end, you must promise to use this trace of origin force to revive me in the future." Alright, I swear on my inner demons that if I am capable enough in the future, I will definitely keep my promise and revive Senior. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and solemnly swore. Seeing this, Luoho's expression relaxed slightly. He then chanted and waved his hand to strike out several hand seals. In mid-air of the prison space, a translucent white ball that was the height of a person slowly appeared. The surface of the ball was faintly surrounded by countless array restrictions, wrapping the white ball in layers. However, at this moment, a crack appeared on these array restrictions, and there was a faint trace of an unknown aura seeping out from the crack. When Lu Ming sensed the unknown aura from the white ball, his expression changed. This is... His throat moved a little, and his voice was a little hoarse. The cage weapon spirit is inside, but it has not completely awakened yet. There is no need to worry for now. Luoho spoke indifferently and waved his hand again. The ground of the prison space rumbled and trembled, and a black sacrificial altar slowly emerged from the ground. On the sacrificial altar was a figure that was bound by golden chains, and it was Motion. Daoist Luoho, are you finally willing to let me out? Motion looked at Luoho and chuckled. Luoho snorted and didn't reply. He chanted an ancient incantation and waved his hand, shooting out several black lights. Ka. The golden chains that were binding Motion's body immediately broke into several pieces. Motion stretched his body and flew down from the sacrificial altar. Prison space. How many years has it been since I came here? Motion looked at the surrounding space and lamented. Subsequently, his eyes turned to the spherical seal in midair, and his expression immediately turned extremely gloomy. I believe I don't need to explain the situation here to you. Next, I am going to enter the seal and have a life and death battle with the weapon spirit. I will leave the rest to you. Luoho looked at Motion indifferently and said. Alright. Motion seemed to be clear about the current situation and nodded with a grave expression. Luoho took a glance at Motion and Lu Ming and didn't say anything else. His body turned blurry as he turned into a black light and flew into the spherical seal in midair. Senior Motion. Lu Ming looked at Motion and bowed slightly. You have worked hard previously. Now, hand over that hand bone to me. Motion chuckled and extended his hand in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and revealed a contemplative expression, but he didn't make any movements. Why? Do you want to violate the power of the contract? Motion's face turned cold when he saw this. How would this junior dare? It's just that Senior hasn't explained clearly what that hand bone is. Why would I be attacked by an almighty when I was about to collect it? Otherwise, the cage space wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Lu Ming asked indifferently. Motion's eyes flickered as he withdrew his hand and looked up at the sky with his back behind him. Lu Ming didn't say anything when he saw this. It's best that you don't know about this matter now. In short, I will never harm you. Motion let out a long breath and said indifferently. Lu Ming frowned when he heard this. Right at this moment, the spherical seal in midair shook violently. The seals and restrictions on the outside circulated with radiance as though there were two extremely powerful forces colliding violently inside. The entire cage space let out a rumbling sound as the spatial barrier shook violently. Even the edges were gradually collapsing. Lu Ming's expression changed as he suddenly looked at the seal in midair. It seems like the two of them won't be able to escape from this battle. However, if Luoho fails and the artifact spirit wins, we won't be a match for him with our current strength. Mo Tian looked at the seal in midair and said slowly. What do you mean? Luo Ho said that the artifact spirit will also suffer severe injuries. With the two of us working together, we should be able to contend against it. Lu Ming's expression changed as he quickly asked. That's because he overestimated me. I've been trapped here for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Although I've broken free from the shackles of the demon restraining lock, my magic power has already been completely absorbed by this cage. I can't use much of my strength at all. Of course, if we are able to obtain that hand bone, it would be a different story. Mo Tian said this sentence with deep meaning before closing his eyes. Lu Ming's expression wavered for a while before he finally made up his mind. He waved his hand and a white light shot out. Mo Tian suddenly opened his eyes and scooped with a single hand, grabbing the white light in his hand. It was that hand bone. A look of fanaticism appeared on his face. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the entire hand bone. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, but he didn't say anything. Mo Tian's throat rolled for a moment before he let out a satisfied sigh. In the next moment, waves of black demon qi began to appear on the surface of his body, and the aura on his body also increased rapidly. Hee, not bad, not bad. That's right, the victor between Luo Ho and the artifact spirit will not be decided in a short period of time. You should also recover your magic power and prepare for the worst. Mo Tian stretched his limbs and spoke with a mischievous laugh. Lu Ming nodded in response and sat cross-legged on the spot. He silently circulated his magic power and began to regulate his breathing. The entire cage was still shaking violently, but Lu Ming and Mo Tian's eyes were constantly staring at the spherical seal in midair and had solemn expressions. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. All of a sudden, the entire cage shook violently, and the artifact spirit seal suddenly burst out with rainbow radiance. This strange phenomenon lasted for 15 minutes before the radiance gradually subsided. On the artifact spirit seal, the cracks were getting deeper, and the restriction of the seal was getting duller. It looked like it was about to collapse. Beside the seal, Lu Ming and Mo Tian suddenly stood up and looked at each other. The two of them knew clearly that the crucial moment was about to arrive, and their expressions were abnormally grave. Lu Ming let out a breath of air while earthworm-like purple demon patterns gradually appeared on the surface of his body. After 3 days of recovery, his magic power and the injuries on his body were more or less recovered. Right at this moment, there was a buzzing sound that echoed. The exterior of the artifact spirit seal burst out with radiance, and the seal suddenly burst open. The entire cage space tremored violently, and an azure-robed man emerged from within. At a glance, the green-clothed man's appearance was exactly the same as Luo Ho, but his body emitted an abnormally strange aura presence. It was completely different from Luo Ho, Mo Tian, and Lu Ming. Instead, it was similar to an artifact's spiritual pressure. However, this person's aura presence was a little unstable as though he was injured. It seems like Luo Ho has failed. Mo Tian swept a glance at the other party and spoke without any expression. In the next moment, his body emitted black light, and a demon pattern that was extremely similar to Lu Ming's appeared. A huge spiritual pressure swept out. Lu Ming's expression changed, and his body also emitted black light. A black Dharma idol that was a few hundred feet in size appeared behind him. The green-robed man looked at Lu Ming and Mo Tian with a faint layer of strange light in his eyes. Lu Ming's body turned cold. It was as though his entire body was instantly seen through by the green-robed man. His expression suddenly changed. I see. You two are the temporary hosts of the cage space. Could you be the helpers of that kid just now? The green-robed man had a cold expression on his face as he questioned. Move according to the plan. Mo Tian yelled and grabbed the void with one hand. The celestial tablet that was standing not far away blurred and appeared in front of him as though it had teleported. Mo Tian yelled and rubbed his hands. Black demonic flames appeared on his body and condensed into a black pillar of light that was as thick as a bucket. It integrated into the celestial tablet. Black patterns immediately appeared on the celestial tablet. The elusive demonic pupil suddenly opened, and a black pillar of light rushed into the sky. When the green-robed man saw this, he raised his hand and flicked his fingertips. A series of symbols instantly disappeared into the void. The cage space shook slightly, and then a large tide of purple mist gushed out from the depths of the void. In just a few breaths, it directly occupied half of the cage space. Then, it rolled over and pressed down on Lu Ming and Mo Tian. When Mo Tian saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. He quickly chanted, and a large black demonic flame flew out of the black pillar of light from the celestial tablet. Under Mo Tian's control, it quickly spread in all directions. It instantly turned into a black sea of fire, enveloping half of the cage space, and blasted at the purple light curtain. Lu Ming yelled, and the black light on his body flourished. The demonized image behind him soared into the sky with a dragon roar and tiger roar. The black dragon and tiger tattoo wrapped around it suddenly flew out of the body, sprinkling a black mist in the air. Together with Mo Tian's black demonic flame, it swept toward the purple mist. The black sea of fire and the purple mist collided, making a series of muffled thunderous noises, causing the entire cage space to tremble. However, the two didn't give way to each other, and it looked like they were evenly matched. At this moment, if one could overlook the entire cage space, one would find that the entire space was filled with two kinds of light clusters. A very obvious dividing line divided the entire cage space into two. Most of it was purple light, and the other half was firmly occupied by the black demonic flame. No matter how the purple mist attacked, it didn't retreat at all. "What's going on?" The green-robed man's expression suddenly changed. As the cage's artifact spirit, he could clearly perceive any changes in the entire cage space. The black-robed man in front of him actually controlled part of the cage space with a strange steel artifact. At this moment, Lu Ming raised his hands, and 12 beads that emitted a khaki light swept out. It was like 12 meteorites falling from the sky. They drew an arc and hit the green-robed man from the other side. The green-robed man's expression changed. He raised one hand, and a large hand with purple flames condensed in the void, blocking the impact of the 12 mountain river beads. However, he was distracted to resist Lu Ming's attack at this moment. The purple mist suddenly surged, and it was pushed back by the black demonic flame. Courting death. The green-robed man's eyes were full of murderous light. He pressed his other hand in the void, and 9 huge vortexes suddenly appeared above the cage space. With a roar, there was a flash of purple light in the 9 vortexes. 9 purple-scaled giant dragons that were lingering with purple chi flew out and pounced at Mo Tian. Lu Ming's expression changed. Just as he was about to use the mountain river beads to block the purple-scaled giant dragons, the green-robed man sneered. The giant purple flame hand suddenly expanded by several folds and produced palm shadows, grabbing the 12 mountain river beads. Taking advantage of this gap, Mo Tian opened his mouth and spat out a white light. It was a bone-white palm that instantly expanded and turned into a giant bone hand that was comparable to the purple-scaled giant hand. Streaks of cold white light erupted from the skeletal hand, and it grabbed the purple-scaled dragon at the very front before crushing it in one swift motion. The rest of the purple-scaled giant dragons seemed to be rather fearful of this bone hand as they suddenly scattered in all directions, leaving behind dazzling afterimages. It seemed like they wanted to take advantage of the gap and enter. As a result, this white bone hand was actually flying around Mo Tian and easily blocked the attacks of the remaining purple-scaled giant dragons. It wasn't able to get close to Mo Tian at all. When the green-robed man saw this, he revealed an anxious expression. Just as he was about to make a move, his expression suddenly changed, and there was a trace of paleness. Lu Ming and Mo Tian had a delighted expression as they looked at each other and exerted force at the same time without prior consultation. The black devil flames immediately burst out with radiance, forcing the purple mist to retreat repeatedly. The green-robed man took a few steps back and quickly stabilized the situation. With a gesture, the surrounding purple mist surged violently and resisted the impact of the black devil flames again. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming and Mo Tian each used their own artifacts and methods to continue fighting with the green-robed man. As Lu Ming and the others were in a stalemate, the cage space was experiencing an extremely horrific change. All sorts of tremors were getting more frequent, and the cracks on the dome of the spatial barrier were getting thicker. Right at this moment, Mo Tian frowned and spoke coldly. "If we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid this cage space will collapse before we can determine the victor." The green-robed man looked at Mo Tian with an icy cold expression and spoke coldly, "Humph, you and I already have an irreconcilable conflict. Why should I believe you now? If it is because of the problem of Lu Ming being the current host, I do have a suggestion. I wonder if you are willing to listen?" Mo Tian saw that the artifact spirit seemed to be hesitating and spoke slowly. When the green-clothed man heard this, the purple glow on his body weakened slightly, but he didn't let down his guard at all. "You are worried that we will refine and control you while you are weak, right? I can guarantee that Lu Ming will not be able to step into the prison space without permission in the future. But correspondingly, as the artifact spirit, you will not be able to absorb Lu Ming's magic power. In this way, we can temporarily coexist in Lu Ming's body without interfering with each other. What do you think?" When the green-clothed man heard this, his originally emotionless face revealed some hesitation. "You have to know that you are the artifact spirit of the prison and need a host to live. Now that the prison is severely damaged, if you really kill Lu Ming here, you will probably suffer a considerable backlash. At that time, you will probably have to fall into a long slumber again. But if that time really comes, who knows when you will find the next suitable host." Mo Tian saw this and continued with a serious expression. When the green-clothed man heard this, he turned to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't expect Mo Tian to suddenly propose this kind of exchange condition. He was slightly startled, and his mind turned quickly. He might be extremely attached to the prison space, but he naturally didn't have time to worry about this at this critical moment of life and death. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he still nodded and agreed to Mo Tian's condition. "Since that is the case, I will agree to this condition for now. But let me say the ugly words first. As long as you have any other thoughts, I will not let you succeed even if I have to risk the cage being completely shattered." The green-cloaked man's expression changed. He pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. "We will naturally not do such a thing that will invite trouble to ourselves. However, I would like to remind you to not forget your responsibilities." Mo Tian's brows raised as he spoke coldly. "There is no need for you to remind me about this." The green-cloaked man replied without any expression. Seeing that the agreement was reached, the three people in the prison space withdrew their hand seals at the same time. The various spirit lights and rolling mist that filled the entire space gradually dispersed. In just a short while, the cage space returned to normal, and the broken hemispherical crystal space barrier was once again revealed. Lu Ming had just heaved a sigh of relief and was about to ask something when he saw the green-robed man in front of him casually wave his long sleeves. He only felt his vision blur, and when he saw the scenery in front of him again, he found that he had already left the cage space and appeared in a wasteland stone forest. At this moment, a white bubble appeared in his spiritual sea. It was the mysterious bubble. However, he no longer had the same connection with the mysterious bubble as he did in the past. Lu Ming let out a long sigh of regret, and at the same time, a hint of relief appeared on his face. Although he had lost the support of the mysterious bubble, he no longer felt the pressure of being sucked dry at any time. He felt a lot more relaxed. However, in the next moment, he suddenly frowned. He saw that in his sea of consciousness, there was a very inconspicuous gray grain, faintly exuding a very pure true demonic aura. Lu Ming frowned, then he chanted a few incantations. A pure spiritual power rose from the spiritual sea and instantly rushed into the sea of consciousness, surrounding the gray grain. However, the gray grain did not move at all. It let the spiritual power wrap itself around it as if it didn't care at all. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. After the black and white gene down in his body suddenly shone brightly, a slender 5-color electric wire appeared in an instant and wandered around his limbs and bones. The gray grain seemed to be startled, but except for a circle of gray mist on the surface, it did not show any other abnormalities. "Senior is hiding in Junior's sea of consciousness like a rascal. Do you want me to force you out by hurting both of us?" Lu Ming said in a deep voice. "Heh, I don't want to continue staying in that cage that never sees the light of day. You can rest assured that I won't pose a threat to you here." Mo Tian's voice came out from the gray grain. "Senior did this without authorization. I won't believe it no matter what you say now," Lu Ming said with a blank expression. Heh, don't tell me you really want to kill me? You have to know that when my split soul was attached to your body, I had planted a symbiotic imprint on you. Symbiotic imprint? When Lu Ming heard this, his face changed slightly, then he made a gesture with one hand and chanted some kind of symbol. He really found that there was a weak connection between his soul and the gray grain that didn't exist before. Yes, the imprint of the symbiotic imprint of the soul. You have greatly increased your strength with the help of the demonization, but you also gradually let this imprint grow and gradually integrate with your soul without knowing it. So, although I have already taken back the split soul that day, it has already formed a coexistence state with your soul. It's just that when I separated my soul, I did something to it, so you didn't notice it. Therefore, unless I take the initiative to leave, if either of us perishes, the other's divine soul will completely disappear from this world. Mo Tian chuckled and said. Rather than putting my fate in the hands of others, I don't mind ending things with you immediately. Lu Ming's expression suddenly turned cold as he spoke. It seems like it is a wise move to prepare more chips in advance. Mo Tian muttered to himself. What do you mean? Lu Ming's expression changed. How about this? Why don't we make another deal? Mo Tian stayed silent for a moment before he changed the topic. Oh, I'm all ears. Lu Ming frowned and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but he instantly returned to his normal state. As long as you agree to help me rebuild my body and allow me to temporarily stay in your body during this period of time, I will be able to help you. I can guarantee you that I will not only help you advance to the mystic opening realm, but I will also provide you with some assistance within my abilities. How about this deal? Mo Tian's words revealed some enticement. A deal might sound good, but if there are no restrictions, I'm afraid this deal will just be empty talk. Lu Ming spoke indifferently. I am relieved that you are this cautious. I can make another Black Oath magic contract. If I do that, will it solve your worries? As for the intention of letting me leave your body now, don't even think about it. Mo Tian spoke with a solemn tone. All right then. If you have the power of the contract to guarantee it, I will agree to it. Lu Ming muttered for a long time and finally nodded while gritting his teeth. Immediately after, he flicked his finger. The 5-colored lightning patterns in his body trembled slightly and instantly surged towards Jing Dan. Subsequently, he felt the gray grain in his divine consciousness trembling slightly and actually splitting into two. One half of it suddenly jumped out of his body and transformed into a black-robed figure. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to close his eyes and execute the contract ceremony. After the two black lights entered the glabella of the two, Mo Tian spoke indifferently. Now that I have used my divine soul to swear the oath, Dao friend can be at ease now, right? Lu Ming nodded and let out a breath of relief in his heart. The two of them were now going through life and death together, and they were bound by the power of the oath. He believed that Mo Tian wouldn't have any other ideas. Xianxia took a deep breath and began to carefully observe the surrounding environment. The stone forest was desolate, and there weren't any tall vegetation. There were a few withering shrubs that were wrapped in a gray fog. The strangest thing was that the air was filled with traces of devil qi. Lu Ming frowned and extended his divine senses out. There is no need to probe. If I didn't make a mistake, we should be on the 10,000 devil continent. Mo Tian didn't seem to be surprised and spoke calmly. 10,000 devil continent? Which devil dominates the continent? Why are you so sure? Even though Lu Ming had always been calm, his face couldn't help but turn pale when he heard the statement. Since we are already here, I shall tell you the truth. When Luoho used the cage restriction to teleport you away, I took advantage of the situation and secretly did some tricks. That hand bone was just a primer. As for the rest of the materials to reconstruct the devil body, we can only gather them when we return to the devil sky continent. Mo Tian said. Since you already have a plan, there is no need for me to say anything more. However, I hope you won't forget your promise when I am helping you to search for the materials to reconstruct the devil body. Lu Ming's expression changed a few times and could only let out a hateful snort. Of course, but before that, I will give this to you first. Mo Tian smiled and suddenly waved his hand. After a black stream of light flashed, it floated into Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming only felt a cold touch coming from his hand. His gaze swept over and his heart was shocked. It was a palm-sized stone tablet. Half of it was sparkling and translucent like jade, while the other half was pitch black like ink. In the middle, there was a golden hourglass ball. There were indistinct purple veins all over it, making it look very small and exquisite. Celestial tablet. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and revealed a surprised expression. That's right. This item is a natal artifact that I refined in the past. However, due to some reasons, it was integrated with the cage. Now that I have escaped from the cage, I naturally brought this treasure out. Now that your divine soul is connected with mine, there will be no hindrance in refining this item. It is enough for you to increase your strength. You have to know that the devil in the Devil Sky continent isn't comparable to the devil in other continents. Mo Tian explained slowly. Many thanks. Lu Ming gently stroked the celestial tablet in his hand, and his expression finally eased a little. The celestial tablet could be said to be a magical artifact that was second only to the cage that he had seen. Since it was the natal artifact of Mo Tian, who was in the mystic realm, he believed that it had other wonderful uses in addition to training one's combat ability. After all, I am now residing in your body. If anything happens to you, I will be in trouble, too. Mo Tian said indifferently. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything more. A black gas appeared in his hand and wrapped around the celestial tablet. The celestial tablet is a grotto heaven artifact. It is impossible for you to refine it with ordinary methods. Put it away first. I will teach you the special sacrificial refining technique after a period of time. Luo Ho sneered when he saw Lu Ming's action. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and kept the celestial tablet. Oh right, Senior Mo Tian, I have something to ask you. I have heard a lot about the grotto heaven artifact and have seen some with my own eyes. I just don't know the difference between it and ordinary artifact. Lu Ming muttered and changed the topic. What? You don't even know about the grotto heaven artifact? Didn't Luo Ho tell you before? Mo Tian revealed a surprised look. I really don't know about this. Senior Luo Ho has never mentioned it to me. Please enlighten me. Lu Ming said. Mo Tian revealed a look of disbelief and immediately shook his head with a smile. The grotto heaven artifact is just a special existence among the artifacts. Because it has its own space, its power is far beyond ordinary artifacts. That's why it is named this way. When Lu Ming heard this, he nodded and recalled the grotto heaven artifact he had seen before. It was indeed like what Mo Tian said, they all had their own space. Especially the southern wilderness puppet emperor's odd desert, which allowed the sand race to survive in it. Generally speaking, after a cultivator's cultivation reaches the mystic realm, they will have the ability to split the void. At that time, they can refine their own grotto heaven artifact. Of course, the grotto heaven artifact is also divided into different grades, from 1st grade to 9th grade. Above the 9th grade, there are peerless grotto heaven artifacts. For example, the cage is a peerless grotto heaven artifact, and the celestial tablet is an 8th grade grotto heaven artifact. Mo Tian didn't hide it and explained it directly. I see. Lu Ming revealed a thoughtful expression. He didn't expect that the grotto heaven artifact would have such a grade. The effects of an abode treasure are ever-changing, and it's even to the extent that it can fuse a trace of the energy of the laws that the possessor has comprehended into it. Take the celestial tablet as an example. Its main effect is the Tao of illusion arts, while the cage has an extremely powerful confinement ability. Mo Tian continued to speak with fervor and assurance. This was the first time Lu Ming had heard of such a secret, and he couldn't help but listen with great interest. But then again, as long as certain conditions are met, it's not impossible for celestial phenomenon cultivators to refine it. For example, that set of mountain river pearls of yours already possesses quite a bit of spatial power, and it can be said to possess the potential to advance into a grotto heaven artifact. However, it still requires a lot of precious materials and special refinement techniques. Mo Tian glanced at Lu Ming and added. Hearing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. However, it was only for a moment. He immediately regained his composure and said, I wonder if there is any way to refine the speed of mountain and river into a grotto heaven treasure. Hee, don't talk about the method. As long as you do your best to help me forge the demonic body, it won't be difficult for me to help you advance the beat of mountain and river into a grotto heaven artifact. Furthermore, your bead of mountain and river is of a very high quality. If it is advanced into a grotto heaven artifact, it will at least be a 6th grade artifact. Mo Tian chuckled and spoke as such. Lu Ming raised his brows. Currently, the bead of mountain and river had already helped him to defeat powerful enemies countless times. If he could really refine it into a grotto heaven artifact, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. I have already promised to help Senior forge the demonic body. Now, with such a reward, I will definitely do my best. Lu Ming only pondered for a moment and immediately agreed. Next, after Lu Ming asked some questions about cultivation, Mo Tian's figure flashed into Lu Ming's body and let him fly into the air to explore the nearby environment. Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in midair. Looking around, he discovered that he was in a vast wasteland that stretched as far as the eye could see. All he could see were some gray plants, and occasionally, he could see pieces of white bones. In the sky in the east, there was a purple sun hanging. If I didn't guess it wrong, this should be where the soul burial wasteland is. You fly directly in the direction of the demonic sun. After a few days at most, you will arrive at a demon clan settlement. In the sea of consciousness, Mo Tian's voice came out faintly. When Lu Ming heard the words, he glanced at the wasteland under his feet, then he turned and flew toward the east. Along the way, Lu Ming asked indirectly from time to time, but he got a lot of information about the demon sky continent from Mo Tian's mouth. This demon sky continent was vast and boundless. Its area was equivalent to the combination of the wild continent and the middle sky continent. However, on this 1,000-demon continent, there was no such thing as a sect. Instead, it was a power system with a central imperial court as the main force and various demon forces as the auxiliary force. Among them, the central imperial court was located in the center of the 1,000-demon continent and ruled the entire 1,000-demon continent. As for the other demons in other places, they were extended from aristocratic families and clans to build countless large and small local forces. Under normal circumstances, the local army was jointly controlled by the demon aristocratic families and the central imperial court. There was a delicate balance between them. However, these demon aristocratic families must pay tribute to the central imperial court on time. This kind of down-to-earth system reminded Lu Ming of the mortal kingdom in the past. 2 days later, a rolling mountain range appeared in front of him, but most of the peaks were purple-black. The demonic chi near the mountain range was more than a few times richer than the soul burial wasteland. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart moved. He immediately used the Che Huan totem mystic art to hide his breath and landed on the edge of the mountain range. As a result, when Lu Ming landed, he found that there were pieces of purple-black crystal stones exposed on the mountain wall in front of him. A faint black gas escaped from it. The surrounding demonic chi must be emitted from these stones. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and scanned with divine thought. After confirming that there was no one nearby, he raised his hand and waved casually in the air. A pitch-black wind blade rolled out and flew straight to the mountain peak. Boom! There was a loud explosion. A big hole was blasted on the mountain wall in an instant. The purple-black crystal stones that were originally embedded in the mountain instantly flew in all directions. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming waved his hand and caught the flying crystal stones in his hand. The purple-black crystal stones were a little cool in his hand, and it contained a weak demonic chi. These purple-black crystal stones are common demonic crystal ores in the 1,000 Demons continent. Demonic crystal is the circulating currency of the 1,000 Demons continent. However, looking at the quality of these demonic crystals, they are just the worst quality. They can't even be regarded as low-grade demonic crystals. Mo Tian said casually. Lu Ming was taken aback when he heard this. One had to know that demonic crystals were extremely rare in the Yuan Mo sect of the Yunchuan continent. He didn't expect it to be just a common currency in the 1,000 Demons continent. However, in this way, the large number of spiritual stones that he had accumulated in the wild continent was useless in the 1,000 Demons continent. Although there were many purple-black demonic crystals in the area in front of him, there were obviously no pure demonic crystals among them. Otherwise, it would have been occupied by the demon dwellers. After staying for a moment, Lu Ming immediately turned into a stream of light and flew toward a direction in the mountain range without hesitation. The area of this demonic crystal mountain range wasn't very big. It was only a few thousand miles. Soon, Lu Ming flew to the end. All of a sudden, his face twitched, and the streak of light abruptly turned in another direction. After flying for over 100 miles, it silently stopped near a towering black mountain. There were muffled rumbling sounds coming from below the mountain peak from time to time. It was a mine that was being mined. Lu Ming's divine thought expanded, and he had a panoramic view of everything in the mine. There was only a small mine below. There were only a few hundred people here. Several mines were dug on the nearby magic crystal mineral veins, leading to the mountain peak. Most of the 300 to 400 demon dwellers in ragged clothes were working hard to mine demonic crystals in the depths of the mine. More than 100 demon dwellers were laboriously transporting the mine or under the supervision of the guards. There were only 10 to 20 guards in charge of supervision. They were wearing shiny black armor. There was a golden sunflower pattern on the armor that emitted a faint black light. It was obviously an extraordinary battle armor. Most of these guards were crystal-level demon dwellers. There was also a Jin Dan realm leader. However, he was meditating in a small 2-story building near the mine. Lu Ming's eyes moved, and a strange expression appeared on his face. These demon dwellers who were working hard did not emit the slightest trace of Fa Li. Although he hadn't been to the 10,000 demon continent, he had learned from the ancient books that the 10,000 demon continent was the only continent among the many continents where everyone cultivated. There shouldn't be such demon dwellers who were like mortals. His eyes turned and landed on the black shackles on the hands and feet of these demon dwellers. His eyes revealed a trace of understanding. Although he was very far away, the complex patterns on the shackles were clearly reflected in his eyes. Those are demon restraining shackles. They can confine the Fa Li in a demon dweller's body. The highest level of demon restraining shackles can even trap a celestial phenomenon cultivator like you to death. These demon dwellers are just slaves of the dynasty. They were sent to such a remote place to mine mineral veins. Black gas lingered around Lu Ming, and Mo Tian's shadow appeared. He said faintly. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. A single shackle was able to confine a celestial phenomenon cultivator. These demon restraining shackles were truly extraordinary. Lu Ming's interest was piqued. Do you see the golden sunflower pattern on the guard's armor? Mo Tian obviously wasn't interested in those black shackles and changed the topic. Lu Ming was startled when he heard this. His eyes landed on the golden pattern on the guard's armor and nodded. 5-leaf golden sunflower. That is the emblem of one of the 4 great clans of the 10,000 demon continent, the Lu clan. Mo Tian's eyes were slightly absent-minded as he spoke with a strange tone. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. During these few days, he had learned a lot about the 10,000 demon continent from Mo Tian. The greatest power on the myriad demon continent was naturally the central imperial dynasty, followed by the 4 great clans, each with their own territory. However, he didn't know the names of the 4 prestigious clans, and he didn't expect one of them to have the same surname as him. The 4 prestigious clans are the Gao He clan, Kong Xiang clan, Lu clan, and Long clan. The 4 prestigious clans' influence was spread throughout the 10,000 demon continent, and even the central imperial dynasty had to take them into consideration. If there weren't any major changes to the 10,000 demon continent during the years that I was away, we should be in the Bing province that is controlled by the Lu clan. However, I am unable to ascertain the exact location. Mo Tian's tone had already regained its calmness as he spoke indifferently. That's easy. Lu Ming smiled and moved, turning into a faint black light as he descended. In a quiet room in a 2-story building near the ore mine, the Jin Dan devil was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His body was constantly emitting black gas which was then swallowed into his mouth. It seemed like he was cultivating some kind of devil art. The room was enveloped by a layer of faint purple array, but right at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the Jin Dan devil. The Jin Dan devil suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the black shadow in front of him. The restriction in the room didn't have any signs of being damaged, and it was a high-grade defensive restriction. The person in front of him just appeared silently. The Jin Dan devil's divine senses swept across the black shadow and actually couldn't detect anything. He immediately stood up respectfully and bowed. I am Fenyang. Greetings to Senior. I wonder if Senior has come to visit. Is there anything I can do for you? give me a map of the nearby region. The more detailed, the better. Within the black shadow, Lu Ming's voice emitted a buzzing sound. Yes. When the Jin Dan devil heard Lu Ming's words, he was slightly startled and immediately agreed. His divine sense rummaged through his storage artifact, and he quickly took out a dark jade slips and handed it to Lu Ming with both hands. Lu Ming took it and probed it with his divine sense. Sure enough, it was a detailed map. He nodded slightly, and the next moment, his figure became blurry and disappeared without a trace like a ghost. Jin Dan Demon Cultivator watched as Lu Ming left and let out a long sigh. Beads of sweat could be seen on both sides of his face. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. The cultivation base of the black silhouette earlier was at least at the late phase of the Jin Dan realm, and there was even a possibility that he was a celestial phenomenon ascendant. Why would he appear in such a desolate place? If the other party had any other thoughts, he would already be a corpse by now. Jin Dan Demon Cultivator's face was gloomy. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. On a mountain peak dozens of miles away from the mine, a black silhouette flashed, and Lu Ming's figure gradually emerged. He was holding the dark jade slips in his hand. He placed the jade slips on his forehead and probed it with his divine sense. He quickly found the nearest city from here. Lunar Cliff City. His eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. A black aura rolled up beside him, and Mo Tian also appeared. He said with some emotions, "It seems like I guessed it right. This is the Bing province. It has been tens of thousands of years since I left the 10,000 Demons continent. It seems like there hasn't been much change here." The 10,000 Demons continent was divided into dozens of provinces and counties. The Bing province was the most remote province in the southeast of the continent. No matter what, I will make a trip to the Lunar Cliff City first. Lu Ming kept the jade slips and turned into a black light. After a few flashes, he disappeared into the horizon. A few days later, on a plain far away from the magic crystal mountain range, Lu Ming's figure was suspended in the sky, looking at a huge gray city in front of him. It was early in the morning, and the purple demonic sun was shining brightly in the sky. However, the whole city was filled with thick black clouds, making the whole city look a little dusky. The city wall of the city was 1,000 feet high, surrounding the whole city in a huge oval shape. There were many demon clan guards in yellow armor patrolling back and forth. In addition, in the center of the city, there was a giant gray stone pillar that was almost twice the height of the city wall. It was surrounded by gray mist, and the surface of the stone pillar was engraved with some mysterious demonic patterns. At first glance, the whole city was like a giant beast crawling on the ground, giving people an unusually majestic feeling. This is the Lunar Cliff City? I didn't expect it to be of such a scale. Seeing this, Lu Ming whispered to himself. This is merely a small city at the border. Once you see the scale of the imperial city, you will be able to truly understand the deep foundation of the 10,000 demon continent. When Mo Tian spoke until here, his tone had a hint of pride. When Lu Ming heard this, he didn't say much. He immediately wrapped his body in black gas and turned into a stream of light, whistling toward the Lunar Cliff City. After a while, Lu Ming came to the city gate. On both sides of the city gate, there was a 1,000 feet tall statue of a winged beastkin. A pair of ferocious giant eyes seemed to be watching the people who entered and left the city gate, giving people an inexplicable sense of deterrence. A group of demon clan guards in yellow armor guarded the city gate. Each of them looked solemn. No one talked. They carefully checked the demons who entered and left. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. The strength of these demon clan guards was not high, but in terms of their well-trained level, they were far better than those sect families in the Middle Sky continent and the Wild continent. The appearance of the demon clan was almost the same as that of the human clan. Now that Lu Ming could easily mobilize the demonic chi in his body, he naturally didn't have to worry about being recognized. He immediately urged Che Huan Totem to hide the spiritual power fluctuations in his body, then he mixed in with the demon clan. Without any hindrance, he entered the city openly. As soon as he entered the city, a row of neat and extremely neat giant buildings suddenly came into view. These buildings seemed to be built from huge dark gray stones, looking orderly and magnificent. The main road connecting the city gate was very wide, and all kinds of demon race people were entering and exiting the buildings on both sides. Occasionally, one could see some strange-looking demon beast carriages galloping back and forth, but these demon beasts were surrounded by waves of demon qi. After Lu Ming looked at it for a while, he narrowed his eyes, expanded his divine thought, and soon grasped the general layout of the Moon Cliff City. After a slight hesitation, he immediately walked in one direction of the city. After a while, he came to another wide street. This place was much more lively than the main road. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of the street. In the following time, Lu Ming walked into some medium-sized shops from time to time, but when he came out, he often had a large bag of demonic crystals in his hand. Half a day later, after going through more than a dozen shops, Lu Ming finally exchanged some of the spiritual materials in his hand for demonic crystals. After all, it would be difficult to walk in the 10,000 demon continent without some demonic crystals. During this period, he also paid attention to the things sold in some shops. Most of them were ordinary materials and strange demonic weapons. Speaking of which, on the way here, Lu Ming had already learned from Mo Tian that there was not much difference between demonic weapons and spiritual weapons. It was just that the patterns inscribed on them were different. The former was a demonic pattern, while the latter was a spiritual pattern. Therefore, demonic weapons had to be activated by demonic qi, and the power of demonic weapons was much greater than spiritual weapons. Although he wanted to find a suitable demonic weapon, he didn't find anything. He didn't know if it was because of luck. Occasionally, he would encounter some special demonic weapons, but they were often ridiculously expensive. In addition, Lu Ming didn't shy away from collecting some ancient books that introduced information about the 10,000 demon continent. After a busy day, he found an inn and stayed there. In the room, Lu Ming took out the ancient books he collected during the day and piled them in front of him, carefully reading them. Time elapsed bit by bit, and it was only until the second day when the sky gradually brightened that he finished reading all the ancient books in his hand. He finally had a relatively comprehensive understanding of the 10,000 demon continent, and he was completely in deep thought. Right at this moment, his body flashed with black light, and Mo Tian's figure appeared. Lu Ming was already used to Mo Tian's actions and simply spoke indifferently, "Senior Mo Tian. This is the list of materials for me to reforge my demonic body and for the mountain river pearl to advance to a grotto heaven artifact. Now that you have a basic understanding of the entire continent, you can pay attention." As soon as the voice ended, Mo Tian's figure flicked his finger, and a black light flashed and vanished into Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and his divine senses quickly scanned the list. His brows gradually knitted together and revealed an awkward expression. Let's not talk about the materials required for the advancement of the mountain river pearl. I have never heard of most of the materials for you to reforge your demonic body. If I want to find them, I don't know how many years it will take. If you were to rely on yourself, it would naturally be extremely difficult to gather all these materials. However, it isn't that there isn't a shortcut. Mo Tian chuckled as he spoke. Lu Ming's expression changed as he cupped his fists and said, "Senior, please give me some pointers." This method is easy to explain. With your current strength, as long as you join a demon race clan and rely on the clan's power to gather these materials, it will naturally be much easier. Mo Tian saw this and immediately said, "Join a demon race clan?" Lu Ming's expression changed, and he was a little hesitant. Ever since he started cultivating, he might have joined the barbarian ghost sect and the Taiqing Gate, but he had basically maintained his own style because he didn't want to be restricted. You don't have to worry. I am asking you to join a demon race clan. It was established by me back then, and I am very clear about the details. Furthermore, when I left back then, I had already left behind some backup plans. As long as you go, with my help, I believe you will soon be able to take control of this demon race clan and will not be restricted by anyone. Mo Tian saw through Lu Ming's thoughts and spoke with a mischievous smile. Then I shall listen to Senior's arrangements. Lu Ming rubbed his chin and muttered for a moment before he slowly nodded. All right, that's right. To tell you the truth, the 10,000 demon continent isn't like the other places that you have seen before. If you want to have a place here, it is impossible to rely on your individual strength. You will understand this point in the future. Mo Tian was rather happy to see that Lu Ming had agreed. Lu Ming didn't say anything else and waved his hand. A yellowish beast skin map suddenly appeared in front of him. This was the map of the entire 10,000 demon continent that he had just spent a lot of demonic crystals to purchase. The contents were rather detailed, and dozens of states and counties on the 10,000 demon continent were clearly marked on it. I wonder where is the demon race's aristocratic family that you mentioned? Lu Ming asked indifferently. The corner of Mo Tian's mouth curled up. After taking a glance at the map, he pointed at a corner on the top of the map. Lu Ming turned around and frowned slightly. Then, he nodded and said, "Since that is the case, I will make a move immediately." Since that is the case, I will make a move immediately. The place that Mo Tian pointed at was very far from the Lunar Cliff City. There were over a dozen states in between, and it would probably take more than a year to fly there. However, since he had already made up his mind, he didn't want to waste any more time. Wait a moment. There is no need to be so anxious about this matter. There is something that needs to be settled first. Mo Tian suddenly spoke. Lu Ming was startled and asked, "What is it?" "You might have the demonic aura on you, but you are a human cultivator after all. You might be able to hide from most of the demons, but if you really encounter a mystic opening realm existence, you will probably be discovered immediately. If you can't overcome this weakness, there will be unforeseen events sooner or later." Mo Tian's eyes flashed as he spoke. When Lu Ming heard this, his eyes flickered a few times and said, "I have indeed neglected this matter. Since Senior Mo Tian mentioned this matter, there must be a solution. I hope that you won't be stingy with your advice. You already have my true demon imprint. If you can find a way to obtain a drop of true demon blood and fuse it into your body through the essence drawing array, you will possess a portion of the demon's bloodline. In this way, you will possess a portion of the demon's bloodline. At that time, not only will no one be able to discover your identity, it will also be greatly beneficial to your future cultivation." True demon blood? Lu Ming had only heard of true demonic qi, but he had never heard of true demonic blood, so he couldn't help but ask. Very few people in the myriad demon continent know of this item, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it. This item is refined by the devil race using the skeleton left behind by the ancient Saint Devil. For the devil people with impure bloodlines, this is the only way to change their bloodlines. Mo Tian said indifferently. Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this. He knew that the devil people of the myriad demon continent attached great importance to their bloodline, just like how many spirit veins a human cultivator had. The true devil blood could actually change one's bloodline. It was truly a very precious secret treasure. As for the essence drawing formation, Lu Ming had seen it before in ancient records. It was a ritual used by the devil clan to awaken young devil clan members and open up the spirit sea within their bodies. It was quite similar to the human clan's awakening ceremony. If this true demonic blood really has such a heaven-defying effect, it must be an extremely rare item. I wonder if Senior has any news about this item? Lu Ming asked after a moment of silence. Since I proposed this method, I naturally wouldn't say it without thinking. Tens of thousands of miles north of the Lunar Cliff City, there is a Yen clan that has a drop of true demonic blood. When the time comes, you just need to use my name and bring the spirit talisman there. Mo Tian said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Tian lifted his hand, and there was a flash of golden light in his fingers. He actually condensed a mysterious golden spirit talisman out of thin air and tossed it to Lu Ming. Subsequently, a black light flashed and entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming took the golden spirit talisman and revealed a trace of hesitation. He then kept the spirit talisman. He might still have a lot of doubts in his heart, but he didn't have a better idea. He had to take it one step at a time. It was a peaceful night. Early the next morning, Lu Ming got up and left the Lunar Cliff City. He flew towards the north according to the direction pointed by Mo Tian. The Bayou province was one of the provinces that was closer to the hinterland of the myriad demon continent. Be it the size or the cultivation resources, it was far better than the Bing province and the South Shan province. There might be many aristocratic families in the province, but there weren't any large aristocratic families that could suppress the other factions. As a result, there were many factions, and the situation wasn't stable. There were plenty of open and secret fights. In the southwest of the Bayou province, there was a giant mountain range that spanned across the entire Bayou province. It was called the Eastern Weed Mountain Range. This was the mountain range with the densest devil chi in the entire Bayou province. It was also the mountain range with the most devil chi sources. It was precisely because of this that nearly half of the aristocratic families in the Bayou province took root in the surroundings of the Eastern Weed Mountain Range. In the southern periphery of the Eastern Weed Mountain Range, there was a giant canyon that was thousands of miles long. If one were to look down from the sky, it would look as though a cultivator with divine ability had slashed the mountain range. It might be because of this reason that this canyon was called the Iron Saber Canyon by the locals. In the vicinity of the Iron Saber Canyon, there were some scattered towns that weren't very big. On this day, a black rainbow flew over from afar. After a few flashes, it stopped near the southwest entrance of the canyon. The black light faded away, revealing the figure of a green-robed youth. It was Lu Ming who had rushed here for more than a month. Lu Ming floated in the sky and frowned as he looked down at the cities that were almost the same size. Senior Mo Tian, do you still remember the specific address of the Yen clan? He suddenly asked. I have left the myriad devil continent for at least 40 to 50,000 years. This place doesn't look like it used to. You just need to find someone to ask. The Yen clan shouldn't be moving away from here. Mo Tian's voice came from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment and nodded. His body flashed with black light, and he descended to a city below. Right at this moment, 3 Jingdan realm devil cultivators flew out from the city below. They were flying towards the Iron Saber Canyon. From the looks of it, they should be a treasure hunting team heading to the Eastern Mountain Range. There were many devil sources in the Eastern Mountain Range. There were all kinds of high-tier demonic beasts, spiritual materials, and spiritual mines. Therefore, there were many people who went to the depths of the mountain range to search for treasures. This was also one of the reasons why this place was flourishing. Lu Ming thought for a moment and his figure suddenly flashed and blocked in front of him. The 3 Jingdan devil cultivators had a change in expression. Lu Ming's body was currently shrouded in a layer of black qi. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but the heavy spiritual pressure emitted from his body clearly told the 3 that he was a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. The 3 of them looked at each other in dismay. After a moment, the middle-stage Jingdan devil cultivator with the highest cultivation came out and bowed to Lu Ming with cupped hands. Greetings to Senior. I wonder if Senior has stopped us for something? The skinny and tall devil cultivator asked respectfully. Do you all live in the vicinity? Lu Ming asked with an expressionless face. Yes, we are cultivators from the nearby Lu clan. The skinny and tall devil cultivator was startled when he heard the question. He immediately replied and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. From the words of this celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, he didn't mean to make things difficult for the 3 of them. That's good. Do you know of a Yen clan near the Iron Saber Canyon? Lu Ming asked slowly. Yen clan? When the skinny and tall devil cultivator heard Lu Ming's words, he muttered for a moment as though he was sorting out his thoughts. He then looked at Lu Ming and said carefully, according to what this junior knows, there are 4 clans with the surname Yen in the vicinity of the Iron Saber Canyon. I wonder which clan is Senior referring to? Lu Ming was startled as he didn't think of this kind of situation. I remember that the Yen clan seems to be proficient in the Tao of Talismans. You can search according to that. Mo Tian's voice rang out in Lu Ming's mind. Among these 4 clans, is there anyone who is proficient in the Tao of Talismans? Lu Ming nodded his head and asked. Proficient in the Tao of Talismans? Then it should be the Yen clan outside of Huai City. The skinny and tall devil cultivator hurriedly replied. The skinny and tall devil cultivator was rather quick-witted. Without waiting for Lu Ming to speak, he took out a jade slips and marked the location of the Yen clan before respectfully handing it over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it and used his divine sense to check it. He nodded his head and transformed into a ray of black light as he broke through the air and flew away. When the skinny and tall devil cultivator saw that Lu Ming had left, he heaved a sigh of relief. The other 2 walked forward. From the looks of it, this celestial phenomenon realm senior should be a stranger. Why is he looking for the Yen clan? From his tone earlier, it seems like he isn't familiar with the Yen clan. A slightly plump devil cultivator spoke with curiosity. Perhaps the senior is an old friend of the Yen clan. What does this have to do with us? Don't be a busybody and leave quickly. The skinny and tall devil cultivator spoke with some impatience. The three of them quickly continued their journey and flew towards the Iron Saber Gorge. Lu Ming followed the directions on the map and finally arrived in the vicinity of the city called Huai City after 4 hours. He didn't spend much effort and found the location of the Yan clan. It was a large manor that occupied an area of a few hectares. On the horizontal board of the manor, the words Yan clan were engraved with devil words. There were 2 yellow-clothed guards standing at the entrance. Lu Ming's figure moved and landed in front of the door. The black gas on his body dispersed, revealing his original appearance. Greetings to this senior. May I know why senior has come to my Yan clan? A yellow-clothed guard immediately greeted him. Seeing that Lu Ming had a high cultivation, he immediately said respectfully. I came here this time because I have something to visit your master. Lu Ming glanced at the yellow-robed guard and revealed a trace of celestial state's spiritual pressure. The yellow-robed guard was only at the crystallization period. His face changed drastically, and he took a step back. Lu Ming smiled slightly and retracted the spiritual pressure on his body. The yellow-robed guard looked horrified, and it immediately turned into deep awe. After bowing to Lu Ming, he said, I will go and report now. May I know senior's name? My surname is Lu. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he said in a faint tone. He didn't intend to continue speaking. The yellow-robed guard was startled for a moment before he nodded in agreement. He glanced at the other guard before turning and running into the manor. About the time it took to brew half a cup of tea later, a middle-aged devil cultivator clad in bright yellow robes walked out of the manor. He was also a celestial phenomenon ascendant, and as he surveyed Lu Ming, a look of bewilderment could be seen on his face. Esteemed guest, I was unable to welcome you earlier, please don't take offense. The yellow-robed middle-aged man soon revealed a smile as he laughed. What are you talking about? It's me who took the liberty to pay a visit. Lu Ming politely replied. The yellow-robed middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw the amicable tone in Lu Ming's voice. According to the servant's report, fellow Daoist is here to pay a visit to the clan lord of my clan. Please enter. The yellow-robed middle-aged man laughed as he led the way. Lu Ming's countenance was calm as he followed behind. As the two of them entered the manor, the entire manor appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. The manor of the Yan clan was built in a calm and sedate style, with black bricks and green tiles. On the surface, one could faintly see some vibrant colors. Lu Ming used his divine sense to probe the manor, but to his surprise, he found it hard to penetrate it. Evidently, there was some sort of special restriction placed on it. After a few turns, the two of them soon arrived at a spacious and bright main hall. In the main hall, a white-browed old man was currently seated on the main seat, quietly drinking tea. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, the old man inclined his head and glanced over. His gaze met with Lu Ming's, and as they exchanged a glance, a look of bewilderment appeared in the old man's eyes. Sir, you must be the clan lord of the Yan clan, right? My name is Lu Ming, I took the liberty to pay a visit today. Lu Ming clasped his fists as he spoke. Lu, there's no need to be so polite. Please feel free to take a seat. A warm smile appeared on the white-browed old man's face as he pointed to a chair beside him. The yellow-robed middle-aged man sat down next to Lu Ming. Not long after, a maid served 2 cups of spirit tea to Lu Ming and the yellow-robed middle-aged man. After a few polite words, the white-browed old man put down the teacup in his hand and said, Please forgive my poor eyesight, but I don't seem to have met Lu before. Your surname is Lu. Are you a descendant of the Lu clan of the Long province? The Lu clan of the Long prefecture referred to one of the 4 great clans of the myriad devil continent, the Lu clan. The power of the Lu clan could be found all over the myriad devil continent, but their roots were located in the Long prefecture, hence the name Long prefecture's Lu clan. Hehe, I am not a member of the Long province's Lu clan. I have no other business here today. I am only here to retrieve an item on behalf of someone. I smiled. The white-browed elder was startled when he heard this. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he raised his hand. A golden light flashed in his palm as a faint golden talisman appeared. Runes swirled around the talisman, faintly forming the character for demon. The white-browed elder's expression changed drastically when he saw the golden talisman in Lu Ming's hand. He stood up in shock. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's expression changed slightly when he saw the white-browed elder's expression. He then turned his gaze to the golden talisman in Lu Ming's hand, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. The white-browed old man carefully looked at the golden talisman in Lu Ming's hand. After a long while, he retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Ming with a fiery gaze. Lu Ming calmly looked back at him. After a while, the white-browed elder took a deep breath and said to the yellow-robed middle-aged man, "Elder Shi, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with this Lu alone." The yellow-robed middle-aged man was startled when he heard this. He glanced at the white-browed elder and nodded. Then, he turned around and walked out of the hall. The white-browed elder saw the yellow-robed middle-aged man walk out of the hall. He waved his hand towards the two sides of the hall and cast two black spells. Black spiritual inscriptions suddenly appeared on the surrounding walls, faintly forming a black spell formation. After doing this, the white-browed elder nodded slightly at Lu Ming and said, "Please wait here for a moment, Lu. I will be back soon." After saying this, the white-browed elder hurriedly walked into the hall through the door. Lu Ming turned his gaze and looked at the black restriction around him. He discovered that it was just an ordinary partition restriction. His expression relaxed slightly and he sat down peacefully. After a few minutes, the white-browed elder walked back. He held a square wooden box in his hand and carefully placed it on a table in the hall. The elder bowed to the wooden box before opening it. A golden light flashed and a golden talisman flew out. It was exactly the same as the golden talisman in Lu Ming's hand. In the next moment, the two golden talismans flew into midair at the same time. They seemed to be responding to each other and suddenly emitted a bright light. With a swoosh, the two talismans flew together and slowly fused together. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming raised his brows and revealed a trace of surprise on his face. On the other hand, the white-browed elder's body shook and revealed an excited expression. Soon, the two golden talismans fused into one and turned into a palm-sized talisman. It slowly rotated in midair. The old man with white eyebrows took a deep breath and put the golden talisman into his hand with a respectful look. He put it into the wooden box, bowed deeply to him again, then turned his head to look at Lu Ming, and asked, "Is Lu Senior Demonic Sky's descendant or disciple?" Lu Ming stared at the old man with white eyebrows and said without blinking, "I'm not the descendant of Senior Demonic Sky, nor am I his disciple. If I must say, I have been guided by him several times. I am here to retrieve the item that he placed in the Yan clan. I wonder where Senior Demonic Sky is now?" The white-browed elder muttered for a moment and asked. I revealed a slight anger on my face, but I immediately shook my head and said in a deep voice, "I am only here to retrieve that item under Senior Demonic Sky's request." Senior Demonic Sky appears and disappears unpredictably. How would I know where he is now? Don't blame me, Lu. I am not trying to get to the bottom of the matter. Back then, our Yan clan encountered a great calamity. Fortunately, Senior Demonic Sky lent a helping hand and prevented our clan from being exterminated. In order to repay this kindness, our clan has been guarding an item for Senior Demonic Sky. This matter is of great importance, so I must be cautious. The white-browed elder said apologetically. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strange expression. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind, but he didn't show it on his face. He said indifferently, "Since that is the case, I wonder if the true demon blood is still in the Yan clan?" That's right. The true demon blood is indeed still in the clan's collection. Since Lu has this talisman, it is enough to prove your relationship with Senior Demonic Sky. If you want to take it away, I will offer it to you with both hands. The white-browed elder nodded. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and he nodded noncommittally. The white-browed elder waved his hand, and there was a white jade box in his hand. There were several talismans stuck tightly on the box's lid. He gently stroked the jade box, and the talismans on it were quickly removed. When the lid was opened, there was a nearly transparent diamond-shaped crystal. Fellow cultivator, please confirm it. The white-browed elder turned his hand and placed the jade box in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately took out the crystal from the box and placed it in front of him. The crystal was sparkling and translucent, and it was glowing with a pale red radiance. Looking through the crystal, a drop of bright red blood the size of a fingernail was sealed in the crystal. Even through the crystal, he could still feel the pure demonic qi that it exuded. Yes, it is indeed the true demon blood. Lu Ming nodded, put away the crystal, and said faintly. Since the matter is over, I have other things to do. I won't stay in your clan anymore. Lu Ming immediately stood up and bid farewell. The white-browed elder tried to persuade Lu Ming to stay, but it didn't work. He released the enchantment outside the hall and personally sent Lu Ming out of the Yan mansion. He looked at Lu Ming's figure in the distance. After a while, he seemed to have made a decision in his heart. He stomped his feet, turned around, and walked into the hall. After Lu Ming left the Yan mansion, his body turned into a black light and soared into the sky. He flew for thousands of miles before he slowly stopped. He took out the diamond-shaped crystal that sealed the true demon blood and stared at it. At this moment, a black gas flashed on his body, and Mo Tian's figure emerged. He looked at the crystal behind Lu Ming and said slowly, "All right, you have got the true demon blood now. Well, now that you have obtained the true demon blood, you just need to find a place with dense demon qi and set up an essence drawing array. Then, I can cast a spell to integrate the true demon blood into your body." Senior is really far-sighted. Tens of thousands of years ago, you actually thought of storing a secret treasure like the true demon blood in such a place. Lu Ming seemed to be referring to something. I just did it casually back then. I didn't expect it to really come in handy today. Mo Tian's eyes flickered slightly, and he seemed to say casually. Lu Ming nodded and didn't say much. He turned his hand to keep the true demon blood and took out the beast skin map to check. There is no need to look for other places. Just enter the East Reed mountain range from the Iron Saber Gorge and look for a demon source. If we are lucky, we might be able to find a true demon source. Mo Tian's eyes flickered, and he turned into a black light and integrated into Lu Ming's body. When Lu Ming heard this, he looked into the distance and couldn't help but have a thought. Mo Tian seemed to have set up a lot of backup plans in the 10,000 demon continent. Be it the true demon blood or the clan he established, they wouldn't be done casually. There should be a plot. Now that he and Mo Tian's divine soul were living and dying together, he had to be cautious. Otherwise, he might become a chess piece in Mo Tian's hands if he was careless. However, from the looks of it, Mo Tian's actions didn't seem to be harmful to him. It was better to take one step at a time. After he made up his mind, he immediately turned into a black rainbow and flew toward the Iron Saber Gorge. With his current speed, it didn't take long for him to arrive near the Iron Saber Gorge. The Iron Saber Gorge was dozens of miles wide, and there was a long river flowing rapidly below. The mountain walls on both sides were very smooth, as though they were really cut. The depths of the gorge were dark and filled with a thick black mist. The East Reed mountain range in the distance was also shrouded in a faint black mist, making it look a little hazy. This was only the periphery of the East Reed mountain range. Lu Ming didn't stay at the entrance of the gorge for long. He turned into a black light and flew toward the depths of the gorge. As Lu Ming ventured deeper, the surrounding devil qi became denser and denser. Lush vegetation began to appear on the originally barren ground. Perhaps because of the devil qi, most of the rocks and vegetation here were grayish-black in color. Lu Ming flew for 2 or 3 hours before gradually slowing down. This was already the depths of the Eastern Reed mountain range, and the devil qi here was more than 2 or 3 times denser than outside. In addition, some strange demonic beasts began to appear frequently in the valley. These demonic beasts looked similar to ordinary demonic beasts, but there were more or less some demonic tattoos on their bodies. In terms of individual strength, demonic beasts were far superior to ordinary demonic beasts of the same level. However, most of the demonic beasts Lu Ming encountered were low-level demonic beasts, and their intelligence seemed to be much lower than that of the demonic beasts he had seen before. Even though his body exuded spiritual pressure far beyond the Jing Dan stage, these demonic beasts still showed fierce eyes and fearlessly pounced on him. Naturally, they were all easily killed by him. Under several mountain peaks full of black strange bamboos, Lu Ming's escape light suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at a mountain peak. He raised his brows, then he flew over. With a wave of his hand, he swept away the black bamboo, revealing a rather hidden cave entrance under the mountain peak. If it weren't for the faint wisp of strange devil qi that floated out of this cave entrance, he wouldn't have found this place at all. Lu Ming immediately released his divine sense to sense the situation in the cave. He was slightly startled and let out a soft cry of surprise. Although the entrance of this cave was a little narrow, the space inside was not small, and it seemed that something had dug an underground tunnel that went straight to the depths of the earth. In the depths of the earth, there was a rather thick mass of black devil chi. All these signs indicated that this should be a demonic beast's lair. The faint wisp of strange devil chi that he sensed was drifting from the depths of the cave. He pondered for a moment before chanting an incantation. Silver light flashed on his body as he activated the beast armor incantation to form a silver fleshy armor. Speaking of it, in the last period of time in the wild continent, he, who had reached the celestial state, poured spiritual power into the octopus every day, causing it to completely enter adulthood. Not only its skin color changed from sky blue to dark blue, but the silver spirit patterns on its body surface became brighter and brighter. Its aura had also reached the crystallization period. The beast armor tactic he used now was not inferior to the spiritual armor of the magic weapon level. After doing all this, Lu Ming mumbled something again. His body was shrouded in a layer of faint green light as he displayed the Che Huan totem. His aura instantly blended into the void, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Then, in a flash, he transformed into a shadow and flew into the cave. The entrance to the cave was only about the height of a person, and the mountain wall beside it was completely black, emitting a faint black fluorescence. Lu Ming's gaze stayed on the mountain wall for a while. After he continued to fly for 100 meters, the cave suddenly turned and extended downward. The shadow transformed by Lu Ming turned silently and flew downward. The cave began to widen slowly, 10 meters, 20 meters. After Lu Ming flew down for 1,000 meters, the size of the cave had become 80 meters wide. But at this point, the cave was almost at the bottom. Just as he was about to land on the ground, a strong demonic aura assaulted his face. At the bottom of the gray and misty cave, there was a gurgling black spring that suddenly appeared. Wisps of gray demonic chi emerged from the mouth of the spring, and there were many pure black threads within it. True demonic aura. Lu Ming's eyes showed a look of ecstasy. Although this black spring was only a small demonic source, the demonic chi revealed contained a lot of true demonic aura. In other words, this was an extremely rare true demonic source. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows, and his figure became blurred, then he disappeared in place. Just as his figure was about to disappear, a crimson shadow shot out silently. In a flash, it pierced through the head of Lu Ming's afterimage that had not completely disappeared. The speed was so fast that it was like a spark. If Lu Ming's reaction was a little slower, his head would have been pierced by the red shadow immediately. Not far away, a black shadow flashed, and Lu Ming's figure emerged. He turned his eyes and looked at the red shadow that was quickly retreating. In the darkness, a slender beast head could be vaguely seen. Its two eyes exuded a green light, staring at Lu Ming without blinking. It was a lizard-like demonic beast with a size of 30 meters. There was a pair of huge fleshy wings on its back. Judging from the aura it exuded, it had reached the great perfection of the late stage of Jin Dan, and it was only one step away from the celestial state. Slurp, the red shadow flashed and disappeared into the mouth of the demonic beast. It was its tongue. When the lizard demonic beast saw that the sneak attack was ineffective, it was a little surprised, but then it blinked its eyes. The black wings on its back flapped, and its figure suddenly turned into an afterimage. It swam silently and quickly in the gray mist around Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. He closed his eyes and remained motionless in place. A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the lizard demonic beast. Suddenly, its figure paused, and the long red tongue in its mouth rolled out like lightning again, drawing a faint white mark in the air. After that, it danced wildly, and a giant red net formed by the shadow of the tongue emerged, covering Lu Ming. At the same time, it flapped its wings forward suddenly, bringing a large amount of black demonic chi forward. It turned into black wind blades the size of a palm, densely covering the space of 100 meters around Lu Ming. It seemed that Lu Ming had nowhere to hide. Just at the moment when the red tongue net touched Lu Ming's forehead, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly opened. A black light flashed on his forehead, and the true demonic mark appeared. At the same time, after a crackling sound in his arm, it suddenly turned into a purple shadow and directly penetrated into the red tongue net. A scream, the red tongue net suddenly dissipated. In midair, a long red tongue as thick as an arm was caught by Lu Ming, and it was motionless. The surface of this long red tongue was covered with circles of pale purple demonic patterns, and it was surrounded by black gas. It was like a demonic weapon. Under Lu Ming's great strength, it could actually persist. The next moment, the black wind blades fell like a storm, almost swallowing Lu Ming. At this critical moment, a large black demonic flame burned on the surface of Lu Ming's body. The wind blades fell on it, making a sizzling sound, and they all collapsed. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was covered with pale purple demonic patterns, and he was demonized directly. Seeing this situation, the lizard demonic beast finally showed horror in its eyes. Its wings flapped violently, trying to break free from the tongue, but it was held tightly by Lu Ming. It couldn't break free at all. Lu Ming sneered. His figure moved, and the next moment, he appeared in front of the lizard demonic beast. His other arm became blurred and smashed down like a storm. Bang bang, loud noises sounded continuously. There was a flash of despair in the eyes of the lizard demonic beast. In the next moment, it didn't have any strength to resist and was turned into a meat patty. Immediately after, Lu Ming flicked his finger, and there were several slender black lights that flew out from the demonic beast's head. It was the spirit essence of this demonic beast. There was a flash of green light, and a fist-sized lump of light flew out from the demonic beast's head. It was the spirit essence of this demonic beast. A black shadow flew out from Lu Ming's body, and it was the soul-sucking parasite. It bit onto the green lump of light and swallowed it. Subsequently, it turned into a black shadow and flew into Lu Ming's right sleeve. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. He withdrew the demonized aura around his body and kept all the useful items from the corpse of the demonic beast. Mo Tian's figure flew out from Lu Ming's body and looked indifferently at Lu Ming's right hand. I didn't expect you to have the opportunity to refine an ancient parasite like the soul-sucking parasite. Mo Tian's tone seemed a little strange. It is just a coincidence. Lu Ming let out a light laugh and replied. There is a devil origin here. It might be small, but it is actually leaking true demonic aura. It is already very suitable for setting up the essence drawing array. Let's do it here. Mo Tian changed the topic and said. Lu Ming nodded and agreed. He cleaned up the traces of the earlier battle and waved his hand to take out a huge pile of materials. These were the materials that were prepared for setting up the essence drawing array. For the next 2 days, under Mo Tian's guidance, Lu Ming set up a grand array near the Eye of the Devil origin. Lu Ming had seen the array diagram of the essence drawing array before, and it wasn't as complicated as the one in front of him. When Lu Ming inquired, Mo Tian explained that a regular essence drawing array wasn't enough to control the true demonic blood and fuse it with Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was skeptical, but he still followed Mo Tian's request and finished setting up the essence drawing array. On the ground near the devil origin, there were 3 ring-shaped arrays of different sizes that formed a triangle and intersected with each other. Mo Tian stood near the essence drawing array and muttered some incantations. With a wave of his hand, he struck out a technique. The 3 arrays instantly emitted a faint black light and suddenly lit up. Alright, the essence drawing array has been set up. We can start at any time. Mo Tian spoke slowly. Lu Ming nodded and waved his hand to take out a thick stack of array flags and array boards. He brandished both his hands, and the array flags and array boards turned into rays of light that merged into various parts of the cave. When Mo Tian saw Lu Ming's actions, he let out a slight smile and didn't say anything. Less than a quarter of an hour later, several layers of restrictive light appeared in the void near the essence drawing array, wrapping the essence drawing array and the devil source within them. With these few layers of restrictions, there wouldn't be a need to worry about others coveting the essence drawing array when it was activated. It is good that you do things cautiously. No wonder Luo Ho chose you to be the cage master. Mo Tian spoke indifferently. Senior is overpraising me. Let us begin. Lu Ming smiled and brushed his hand on the transforming gourd on his waist. A black aura flew out and turned into Scorpion's figure. Scorpion, I will have to trouble you to look after me while I am absorbing the true demonic blood. Lu Ming instructed. Scorpion's aura presence was much stronger than before, and it seemed like she could advance to the celestial phenomenon realm at any moment. She took a cautious look at Emotion and nodded. She then walked to the side and stood still. Lu Ming took out the true demon blood and handed it over to Emotion. He then took a deep breath and flew to the center of the essence drawing array before sitting down cross-legged. Emotion took an indifferent look at Lu Ming and chanted. With a lift of his hand, several black lights flew out and entered the essence drawing array. The 3 ring-shaped arrays let out a buzzing sound and started to operate at the same time. The array patterns in the array gradually lit up, and the 3 array formations surged with a large patch of black light. The void began to buzz and vibrate as circles of magic power rippled out in all directions. It was fortunate that Lu Ming had already set up a few array formations in advance and blocked off all the overflowing magic power fluctuations. Scorpion's eyes stared at Emotion's actions. Apart from asking her to look after Emotion carefully, Lu Ming had also transmitted a message to her to pay special attention to Emotion's every move. Emotion's chanting got more hurried, and his expression turned solemn. As he was chanting, the black light that surged out from the array formation condensed into a black lotus that was a few feet in size. It lifted up Lu Ming's body and gradually rose a few feet. Lu Ming might have already closed his eyes, but he was still aware of the surrounding situation. He was slightly shocked. Stabilize your mind. When the true demon blood is fusing into your body, there will be considerable pain. However, your body is already carrying the pure demonic aura, and it shouldn't be too painful. Emotion's voice echoed in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming immediately slowed down his body. When Emotion saw this, he continued to recite the incantation while his hands constantly flicked out, shooting out all sorts of spells. The black lotus that was lifting up Lu Ming grew a little bigger, and Emotion let out a low yell and spat out a black light. The petals of the black lotus began to slowly close. Not long after, it turned into a black flower bud that was as tall as a person, wrapping Lu Ming's body inside. When Emotion saw this, he waved his hand, and the rhombus-shaped crystal that contained the true demon blood floated in midair. With a flick of his fingers, several black threads flew out and disappeared into the crystal in a flash. The light on the diamond-shaped crystal flashed a few times, and with a bang, the crystal burst open, turning into fluorescent spots and dissipating in the void, leaving a drop of bright red true demon blood. At this moment, the true demon's blood suddenly shone with a bloody light. The blood became blurred and turned into a small, blood-colored person that flew up into the sky. Fiendsky was clearly prepared. With a low bellow and a wave of his hand, a black beam of light flew out and enveloped the blood-colored avatar. His fingers moved as a black light flashed. Wisps of black demonic flames appeared and enveloped the blood-colored avatar. The blood-colored avatar struggled left and right while being enveloped by the demonic flames. After tumbling a few times, it quickly turned back into the shape of a drop of blood. Emotion let out a sigh of relief and dispersed the black flames beside his hand. With a wave of his hand, the true demon's blood landed on the flower bud that was enveloping Lu Ming. With a flash of blood light, the true demon's blood fused into the black flower bud. Every petal of the black flower bud was suffused with a layer of blood-colored light. At the same time, the black flower bud began to spin slowly. Emotion stopped chanting the incantation, and at the same time, his hands moved like a wheel. He struck out dozens of incantations, which all entered the black flower bud. Every incantation would cause the blood light on the flower bud to become denser. In the blood light, there were vein-like patterns that began to spread on the flower bud. A muffled grunt came from the flower bud. It was Lu Ming's voice, and it seemed to be filled with pain. By the side, Scorpion's face sank, and the golden crown mark on his forehead lit up with a golden light. His eyes were like a knife as he suddenly looked at Emotion. Don't worry. This is the true demon's blood starting to fuse with your master's body. I didn't want to harm him. Emotion turned his head and said to Scorpion. His hands didn't slow down at all. Scorpion's eyes flickered with light, and the golden crown mark on his forehead emitted a light that slowly dissipated. Along with Emotion's actions, the blood light on the surface of the flower bud grew brighter. The entire flower bud quickly turned blood red, and its outer appearance became much rounder. It looked more like a giant blood-colored cocoon. Emotion's eyes flashed, and his figure flashed. He landed beside the blood-colored cocoon and changed his incantation. A black light shot out from each of his palms and entered the blood-colored cocoon. The blood-colored cocoon seemed to have received Emotion's help as it emitted a blood-colored light that grew even brighter. At the same time, vein-like patterns appeared on the surface of the cocoon, but the cocoon gradually stopped spinning. It seems like the most difficult step is over. However, to truly fuse with the true demon's blood, it will require at least 2 to 3 days. During this period of time, I have no time to be distracted. I will leave the safety of this place to you. Emotion seemed to be relieved. Scorpion's eyes flickered as he nodded slowly. Without Scorpion noticing, several tiny black runes appeared in Emotion's hands. They flashed and fused into the 2 black pillars of light that were shot out from his palms. They were then submerged into the blood-colored cocoon. As time elapsed, the blood-colored cocoon emitted increasingly glaring radiance, but its size began to shrink. At the same time, the patterns on the surface of the cocoon began to flicker and emit a devouring force. The dense devil aura in the cave began to converge towards the cocoon. The true demon aura that was overflowing from the devil origin was also absorbed, forming a devil aura whirlpool. Under the constant infusion of the devil aura, the patterns on the cocoon began to thicken, and the color was getting brighter. This continued for 1 day and 1 night, and the cocoon suddenly shrunk to the size of a normal person. It was originally condensed from magic power, but it was now almost materialized. There were thick black and red patterns that were wrapped around it, emitting a demonic radiance. At this moment, Emotion had already stopped injecting essence chi into the cocoon. His body had already turned hazy, as though he was going to dissipate at any moment. It was obvious that the execution of the technique for a day and night had caused a great loss of his essence chi. However, Emotion's eyes were flickering with radiance and didn't seem to be concerned about his own situation. Crack, there was a soft sound that echoed from the cocoon. There was a crack that appeared on the surface, and it was rapidly spreading out. Oh? It only took 1 day and 1 night. It is even faster than I imagined. Emotion revealed a trace of surprise when he saw this scene and muttered to himself. The crack on the cocoon uncontrollably spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it had extended to the entire cocoon. Immediately after, there was a crisp sound, and the entire cocoon burst apart, turning into countless fragments of various sizes. Lu Ming's figure appeared, and he was still seated cross-legged in midair. However, his appearance was somewhat different from before. Firstly, there were some light purple strands in his pure black hair. The true devil imprint on his glabella was emitting a faint purple light, and the imprint seemed to have more patterns than before. It looked even more complicated, and there were faint devil patterns appearing on his exposed body. The essence drawing array on the ground slowly stopped circulating, and Lu Ming's body landed heavily on the ground. Master! Scorpion's figure moved and quickly walked in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, and there was a purple splendor that appeared in the depths of his eyes. 2 purple rays of light suddenly shot out, and his pupils constantly contracted and expanded a few times. There was a purple runic pattern in each of his eyes. When Scorpion saw the anomaly in Lu Ming's eyes, he was shocked and swallowed the words that he was about to say. Eh? It is actually the purple pattern demon eyes. When Emotion saw this, he let out a soft exclamation. The purple light in Lu Ming's eyes and a purple runic pattern in the depths of his pupils gradually dispersed. His eyes quickly returned to normal, but there was still a trace of faint purple color. Very quickly, he stood up and stretched his muscles and bones. Immediately, the sound of his bones cracking could be heard, and an excited smile appeared on his face. There was a blur, and his figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, he had already appeared in midair. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was glowing with purple and black light. There was a swish sound as he turned into a purple-black phantom and flew towards the sky. The few array restrictions in the cave weren't able to obstruct him at all. Scorpion's expression changed as he quickly turned into a black light and chased after Xianxia. Emotion's eyes flashed as he revealed a trace of a smile and flew up as well. When Scorpion flew out of the cave, he saw a purple-black phantom flying up and down rapidly in midair outside the cave. The speed was so fast that it was dazzling. When Lu Ming was flying, his body emitted a large patch of purple-black light, and it was getting brighter. It was like a grand purple sun was dancing in the sky, illuminating the black bamboo forest below. At the same time, it stirred up the heaven and earth essence force in the surroundings. There was a blur, and Lu Ming suddenly stopped in midair. With a wave of his hand, a large patch of purple light surged out. There was a flash of light, and the purple light condensed into countless purple wind blades, which instantly engulfed a range of a few hundred feet. His other hand moved slightly, and a large patch of black light flew out from his body. Amidst the rumbling explosion, it turned into a large black sea of flames. Lu Ming brandished both of his hands, and the black sea of flames and the purple wind blades intertwined with each other. A muffled thunderous sound echoed far away, and the void had a ripple that was similar to purple and black water. After a moment, the purple-black light in midair dissipated, and it returned to Lu Ming's body like a whale sucking in water. Lu Ming's figure slowly descended from midair. After integrating the true demon blood, his control of the devil aura immediately increased by several levels. He was even able to directly absorb the surrounding devil aura for cultivation. Congratulations to Master for successfully integrating the true demon blood. Your strength has improved greatly. Scorpion immediately came forward to welcome him. It can't be considered as a great improvement in strength. I merely grasped some techniques to control the devil aura. At the same time, my physical body has become close to a devil person. Lu Ming spoke slowly. What he said was the truth. The true demon blood didn't improve his magic power and only improved his physical body. That's right. Senior Emotion, I was just about to ask you about the changes in my eyes. I heard what are your purple pattern demon eyes? Lu Ming looked at Emotion, who was flying over, and his eyes were surging with purple light again. Hehe, you still don't know much about the devil race. When every devil person uses the essence drawing array and stimulates the power of the bloodline in their body, they will produce an additional innate ability. The effects of this innate ability vary, and it all depends on the individual's fate. You have integrated the true demon blood into your body, and you are considered to be a half-devil person. It isn't strange for you to be able to stimulate the purple pattern demon eyes ability. Emotion let out a mischievous laugh and said. Lu Ming's expression changed when he heard the statement, and he turned to look at the surroundings. He might not know if what Emotion said was true or false, but his eyesight had greatly improved. He could easily see more than a dozen miles away without moving. Not only could he see far, but in his eyes, the surrounding void was also filled with colorful flowing lights that couldn't be seen normally. The originally formless and colorless heaven and earth spirit chi could actually be captured by this pair of eyes. The purple pattern demon eyes is a very practical innate ability of the devil race. It can see through the fluctuations of heaven and earth essence and see through some array restrictions. It is also very useful in fights. Furthermore, as your cultivation increases, the power of the purple pattern demon eyes will also get stronger. Emotion didn't hide and explained. Many thanks for Senior's guidance. Now that I have integrated the true demon blood, should I immediately take over the clan that Senior mentioned? He nodded and expressed his gratitude. After considering for a moment, he immediately changed the topic and asked. There is no need to worry about your identity being exposed, but I still suggest that you continue to cultivate here for a period of time. At least, you should refine the celestial tablet and increase your strength. Emotion pondered for a moment and gave a suggestion. Lu Ming's mind was spinning, but he immediately nodded. Alright, I will do as Senior said. Emotion lifted his hand, and a white light appeared on his fingertip. It was made up of countless runes of various sizes. With a flick of his finger, the white light flew at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and his hand shot out a black light to stop it. His divine senses probed into the white light, and his eyes flickered. The white light recorded the method of refining the celestial tablet. I have been controlling the essence drawing array for the past 2 days and have consumed a lot of essence chi. I need to take a good rest. From now on, you can do as you see fit. After Emotion spoke indifferently, he turned into a black light and flew into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He opened his mouth and swallowed the white light. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense. After scanning the area, he did not find any demonic cultivators who had been attracted by his actions. He breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he flew back to the bottom of the cave with Scorpion, sat down next to the mana source, and took out the celestial tablet. Master, the demonic qi here is rich, especially the true demonic qi, which is of great benefit to my cultivation. I want to cultivate here for a while. Scorpion looked at the celestial tablet in Lu Ming's hand and said hesitantly. Refining magic treasures required an absolutely quiet environment. If she were to cultivate at the side, it would definitely affect Lu Ming, but the cultivation environment here was extremely rare. Okay, no problem. Lu Ming nodded without thinking. Thank you, Master. Scorpion was overjoyed. She looked at Lu Ming gratefully, walked to the other side of the mana source eye, and sat down cross-legged. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a green light fell from the restriction in mid-air, wrapping Scorpion and the mana source eye in it. Refining magic treasures didn't consume too much essence, and Scorpion had reached the point of advancement. Perhaps she could successfully advance to the celestial phenomenon with the mana source here. Lu Ming's state of mind quickly calmed down, and a group of white light appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was the method of refining the celestial tablet that Emotion had just given him. With a move of his mind, a wisp of mental strength was separated from his sea of consciousness, wrapping the white light in it, and carefully comprehending it. After a day, Lu Ming opened his eyes, and there was a trace of enlightenment in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a pure spiritual power, which turned into a black flame, wrapping the celestial tablet in front of him. At the same time, he waved his hands, constantly launching a series of symbols on the celestial tablet. Under the wrapping of the black flame, a glimmer of light appeared on the celestial tablet. The spirit pattern on the tablet was lit up a little, and there seemed to be signs of being sacrificial refined immediately. Lu Ming was startled, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He also tried to sacrificial refine the celestial tablet before, but it didn't move at all. At this moment, as soon as he started, he immediately made some progress. Was the effect of the true demon's blood really so great, or was the sacrificial refining method taught by Emotion superior? After thinking about it, he didn't come to any conclusion, so he had to abandon this idea. He waved his hand to launch a few symbols, and the black flame wrapped around the celestial tablet became more vigorous. Time passed, and more than a month passed in a blink of an eye. The celestial tablet in front of Lu Ming was shining with crystal light, and the black and white halves of the tablet emitted black and white light. An eye appeared on the tablet. It was the demonic pupil of illusion, but at the moment, the demonic pupil of illusion was in a state of half open and half closed. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes and shook his hands. 2 black beams of light flew out of his palms, turning into countless black runes of various sizes, and quickly penetrated into the celestial tablet. The black and white light on the celestial tablet suddenly brightened, and 8 ancient runes appeared on the tablet, but only the first rune was lit up, and the others were still dim. The 8 ancient runes flashed out, and immediately fell silent again. The black and white light on the celestial tablet also dissipated. Lu Ming's face relaxed, and he waved his hand, and the celestial tablet fell into his hand. The tablet was shining with a faint light, and there was a trace of spiritual connection with him. Lu Ming's face showed a hint of joy. After spending more than a month, he finally refined the 8th grade cave treasure of the celestial tablet. However, if he wanted to fully exert the power of the celestial tablet, he must light up the 8 magical treasure emblem on the tablet, which was the 8 ancient runes. If he wanted to do this, it was estimated that it was impossible without the cultivation of the mystic enlightenment realm. However, even if it was only the initial refining, the power of the celestial tablet had already made him overjoyed. It seems that as I expected, your sacrificial refining is very successful. The black gas flashed, and Emotion's figure appeared again. Senior Emotion. Lu Ming immediately greeted. Although you have only completed the sacrificial refining of 1 magical treasure emblem, you should be able to launch the demonic illusion field. It has a great impact on the same realm or even a higher realm than you. You can find a chance to try it. Emotion glanced at the celestial tablet and said with a slight smile. Lu Ming nodded and suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and glanced at Scorpion on the side. Scorpion had turned into a silver giant scorpion the size of a millstone at this moment. Its body was wrapped in a thick black gas like ink, and it was constantly changing its shape. The true demonic aura overflowing from the eyes of the demonic source was all absorbed by Scorpion. Lu Ming was delighted. The spiritual pressure emitted by Scorpion was fluctuating violently. It seemed that with the help of the power of the demonic source, it was really possible to advance to the celestial phenomenon stage. He took a glance and retracted his gaze. His figure moved and flew toward the entrance of the cave. At this time, he must not disturb Scorpion. Soon, Lu Ming came outside. With a wave of his hand, the celestial tablet appeared in front of him. He moved his hand slightly, bent and stretched his fingers, and several symbols fell on the celestial tablet. The tablet immediately glowed with a strange black and white light. Lu Ming's face was solemn. He chanted the incantation, put his hands together, and then slowly opened them. With his movements, the strange black and white light burst out fiercely. The two lights merged together and turned into a gray mist-like existence. The gray and white light suddenly spread in all directions, forming a gray and white spherical space with a diameter of about 8 miles in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming looked around, and his face showed surprise. Although he hadn't experienced it in actual combat, as a sacrificial cultivator, he already knew the power of this illusionary magical territory. Ga, in the call of a mountain not far from Lu Ming, there was a sudden unpleasant bird cry. 7 or 8 gray birds with a body length of 10 meters flew out. They seemed to be disturbed by Lu Ming. These gray birds all had the strength of the crystallization period. They had dagger-like cold fangs in their mouths. They looked quite fierce. Their eyes flashed fiercely. They spread their wings and flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming made a gesture, and the illusionary magical territory suddenly expanded a bit, covering these gray birds in the territory. As soon as the gray birds touched the gray mist in the territory, their bodies immediately shook, swaying from side to side as if they were drunk. After a few breaths, these 7 or 8 gray birds completely stopped moving. They fell down like stones and slammed to the ground with a plop. But even so, these gray birds didn't wake up and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's face showed a trace of satisfaction. He waved his hand and made a few symbols. The illusionary magical territory flickered a few times and dissipated. As long as you are in the illusionary magical territory, no matter what defensive means the other party has, it is impossible to isolate the influence of the territory. You are now just at the initial stage of refining the celestial tablet. As long as you can light up the third magic treasure pattern, cultivators below the mystic comprehension realm will be greatly affected as long as they are in the illusionary magical territory. Although they won't be completely bewitched like these crystallization period birds, they will still be greatly affected. Then, with your strength, you can naturally kill them easily. Emotion spoke with assurance. When Lu Ming heard Emotion's words, his face didn't show a happy expression anymore. He seemed to be thinking about something. Senior Emotion, I have something that I would like to ask you. After a long while, he suddenly spoke. Say it. Emotion was startled. I have tried to sacrificial refine the celestial tablet before. Although I spent a lot of effort, it can be said that there was no progress. Why did it only take a month to sacrificial refine the celestial tablet to this stage? Lu Ming stared into Emotion's eyes and asked slowly. Emotion's face changed, and a trace of darkness flashed in the depths of his eyes. He immediately said indifferently, You might have some demonic chi in the past, but you are not from the demon race. The celestial tablet is the demon race's grotto heaven artifact after all. In addition, you didn't know its unique sacrificial method at that time. Is it strange that you couldn't refine it? Oh, are there really only these 2 reasons? You said before that the celestial tablet is your natal artifact. When I was controlling it just now, why didn't I feel the slightest sluggishness? Senior Emotion, please dispel my doubts. Lu Ming said indifferently. When Emotion heard this, he pondered for a moment and suddenly sighed. It seems that I really can't hide anything from you, kid. That's right. You can use the celestial tablet flexibly because I did something. When I integrated the blood of the true demon into your body, I also integrated a part of my bloodline power into your body. Just like what you said just now, the celestial tablet is my natal artifact. If you want to exert the power of the celestial tablet, you must have a part of my bloodline power. What is your purpose in doing this? When Lu Ming heard this, his face turned ashen. What purpose can I have? I just want you to control the celestial tablet smoothly. For our common purpose, the danger we will experience in the future is far beyond your imagination. If we don't increase our strength as much as possible, I'm afraid we will fall here soon. Mo Tian said without any change in expression. When Lu Ming heard this, his mind turned quickly. He didn't believe the high-sounding reason that Mo Tian gave, but his knowledge was too far from Mo Tian's. He couldn't guess Mo Tian's thoughts. Countless thoughts flashed in Lu Ming's mind, but Mo Tian's expression didn't change at all. He looked at Lu Ming and didn't speak. Just this once. If Senior does anything else to my body next time, this Junior will not let it go even if I have to perish together. Lu Ming took a deep breath and said word by word. Daoist is overthinking. You and I are living and dying together. How can I joke around with my life? Mo Tian said with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Lu Ming snorted and waved his hand. A black light was emitted and transformed into a large net, wrapping Mo Tian's illusory figure. With a flash of black light, Mo Tian was forcefully pulled back into his body by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming applied a few seals at the place where Mo Tian was residing, trapping Mo Tian's soul power. However, of Tian's mind was connected with him. Of the seal. This of the restriction could only restrict Mo Tian's body. In Lu Ming's body, Mo Tian let out an indifferent low laugh, then he fell silent. Lu Ming stood silently in the air for a long time. After his expression changed for a while, he let out a long breath. As compared to Mo Tian, who had lived for an unknown number of years, Xianxia was far inferior in terms of intellect or insight. Now that he was in the familiar 10,000 demon continent, he felt that he was being led by the nose, but there was nothing he could do. Now that things had come to this, he could only be more vigilant against Mo Tian and observe the changes. Fortunately, it was just like what Mo Tian said. Xianxia had already grasped the power of the celestial tablet. His strength had indeed increased significantly. Xianxi's eyes landed on the celestial tablet. A moment later, he moved and flew towards the cave. He planned to continue refining this artifact and increase his strength as much as possible. Right at this moment, the cave below suddenly trembled violently. A thick silver light shot out from it, and it was mixed with a whistling sound. The natural energies in the air began to stir violently. In the sky above the cave, large swathes of dark clouds appeared out of thin air and gathered towards the center. Soon, they formed a whirlpool of dark clouds that was dozens of miles in circumference. It covered the sky and the earth, causing the space below the cave to darken. Subsequently, a huge suction force came from the black whirlpool, gathering the heaven and earth essence chi within 100 miles. The whirlpool flashed with electric light, and there was a deafening roar. When Lu Ming saw this situation, he was startled at first, and then he revealed a look of ecstasy. He was no stranger to this phenomenon as he had experienced this not long ago. Scorpion had been stagnant at the Jin Dan realm perfection for a long time. Now, it finally began to advance to the celestial phenomenon realm. The huge black whirlpool spun faster and faster, and a large black spirit cloud fell from it, falling into the cave. Every time a spirit cloud fell into the cave, the aura emitted by Scorpion in the cave would increase. From the current situation, Scorpion's progress in breaking through the bottleneck was relatively smooth. Not long after, a small portion of the spirit cloud had already fallen. Lu Ming looked at the speed at which the spirit cloud was falling and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked around and flew to the top of a nearby mountain. With such a large commotion, it was impossible to forcibly conceal it. Although this was the depths of the eastern Reed mountain range, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't attract attention. However, with his current strength, as long as it didn't attract the attention of a profound understanding cultivator, he was confident that he could deal with it. With this thought, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and spread out his divine sense. As time passed, the black spirit cloud in the air finally fell into the cave. A sharp whistling sound rang out from the cave, followed by a large amount of silver spirit light. This spirit light contained extremely pure heaven and earth essence chi, and the ground seemed to be struck by something, violently shaking. As the silver light whistled through the air, it gradually intertwined in the air, condensing into a giant silver scorpion that was hundreds of feet in size. The giant scorpion waved its two giant pincers, easily setting off countless magic power whirlpools in the surroundings. A huge wave of magic power spread out, and a large amount of black clouds appeared in the sky again. However, this time, the black clouds were very different from before. They emitted a chilling intent. Muffled thunder rang out from the black clouds, and golden snakes of lightning shuttled through the clouds, as if they could fall at any time. Metal lightning tribulation. When Lu Ming saw the thunderclouds in the sky, his face slightly darkened, and he looked at the giant scorpion with some worry. However, the giant scorpion didn't fear the thunderclouds in the sky at all. It proudly raised its giant pincers, raised its head, and let out an unyielding roar at the thunderclouds. The thunderclouds in the sky became larger and larger, and suddenly, golden lightning flashed. Countless golden arcs of lightning fell from the clouds, striking towards the giant scorpion. The giant scorpion let out a roar, and swung its two giant pincers. A large amount of silver light swept out from it, condensing into a mass of silver clouds, blocking the top of its head. The golden arcs of lightning fell on the cloud, making a sizzling sound. The silver cloud seemed thin, but it was unexpectedly tough, and all the golden arcs of lightning were blocked. When Lu Ming saw this, his face relaxed. Suddenly, his eyes moved, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction in the distance. A purple light appeared in his eyes, and he used the magical power of his newly acquired purple-striped demon eyes. Hundreds of miles away, a black and a purple long rainbow were flying towards here. The two escape lights emitted extremely strong waves of magic power, and they were both celestial phenomenon realm demons. Lu Ming's thoughts turned quickly, and he chanted an incantation. A faint blue light appeared on his shoulder, and the next moment, his figure blurred into the void, as if he had disappeared into thin air. After a few breaths, the two escape lights came close, and the splendor disappeared, revealing the figures of two demon cultivators. Among the two, one was a red-haired young man in a red robe, with thin eyebrows and eyes, and a proud look on his face. The other was a black-robed man, who looked only in his 30s, with an inch-long beard on his chin, and looked quite elegant. When the two saw the scorpion's Dharma form resisting the lightning tribulation, a trace of joy appeared on their faces. "Brother Yi, this time we didn't gain much in the Eastern Ridge mountain range, and I didn't expect to find a magical beast here to advance to the celestial phenomenon realm. Hehe, it just so happens that I still lack a powerful magical pet. Watch me subdue it, and when I go back, I can show it off." The red-haired young man laughed, and his figure moved, ready to attack. "Wait a minute." The black-robed man stretched out his hand in front of the red-haired young man, and then suddenly waved his hand, and a purple light shot out at an extremely fast speed, hitting a place in the void. Boom! Suddenly, the purple light shattered, a large black light appeared in the air. A figure blurred, and a man in a green robe appeared. It was Lu Ming. The red-haired young man's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Lu Ming's position was diagonally in front of the two. If he rashly attacked just now, he was afraid that he would have been attacked by Lu Ming now. The black-robed man took a step forward, looked at Lu Ming up and down, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you, fellow Taoist? Why did you ambush us here?" The black-robed man took a step forward, looked at Lu Ming from head to toe, and said in a low voice, "Hehe, I was just about to ask you too. My magical pet is here undergoing the lightning tribulation. I hope you two don't have any ideas about it." Lu Ming looked at the black-robed man, and said with a faint smile. The red-haired young man was also at the early stage of the celestial phenomenon realm, and the black-robed man's cultivation was slightly higher, reaching the middle stage of the celestial phenomenon realm, but the black-robed man's cultivation was slightly higher than his, reaching the middle stage of the celestial phenomenon realm, but the black-robed man's cultivation was not to be underestimated. "Oh, your magical pet? Hehe, what proof do you have?" The black-robed man's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand, placed it behind his back, and said indifferently. As he spoke, a black dot the size of a bean appeared in the center of his palm, and then disappeared into the void without a sound. "Brother Yi, why waste time talking to this person? Just kill it and snatch the demon pet away." A ruthless expression appeared on the red-haired young man's face. Before the black-robed man could speak, a large red flame appeared on his body, and his entire body suddenly turned into a huge fireball, rushing towards Lu Ming. Before the fireball flew in front of Lu Ming, a strong sense of heat had already hit him. This seemingly ordinary flame actually contained an unimaginably high temperature, and wherever the fireball passed, the void also seemed to be burned and distorted. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He waved his hand and gently brushed the sword pouch on his waist. He flicked his fingers and several symbols fell on the sword pouch. A golden light flew out of the sword pouch and flashed into a golden sword rainbow of more than 100 meters long. Lu Ming waved his hand and launched a sword technique. The golden sword rainbow blurred and suddenly turned into 7 or 8 identical sword rainbows. They slashed on the crimson fireball. The golden sword light flashed and easily cut the crimson fireball into several parts. The fireball was shattered, but the figure of the red-haired young man was not in the fireball. A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The next moment, his face changed. He stomped his feet and his body retreated backward. As soon as his figure flew backward, a dense dark red light blasted from above and bombarded the place where he was just standing. There was a loud boom, several dazzling red light clusters emerged and then rapidly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a huge existence like a blazing sun. They suddenly rose from the place where Lu Ming was originally standing. At the same time, the figure of the red-haired young man emerged in the sky. He held a crimson flower basket in his hand. Countless dark red lights lingered in the flower basket, exuding bursts of strong demonic qi. Seeing that Lu Ming dodged, the red-haired young man's face sank. He then snorted angrily and raised one hand. A large dark red light flew out of the flower basket again. With the sound of poof poof, it was like countless raindrops, shrouding Lu Ming. The dark red light covered a very wide range. It was impossible to dodge. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He moved his hands and launched a sword technique. The golden sword light on the void sword shone brightly. It suddenly expanded into a giant sword of 1,000 meters long, blocking above his head. It quickly rotated in place, forming a huge golden disc. Seeing this, the red-haired young man's eyes showed a trace of a conspiracy. These dark red thin threads were the death fire flying needles that he refined using his own origin qi, the flower basket demonic treasure in his hand, and many rare materials. Ordinary cultivators who saw so many flying needles would definitely think that this was a matter of quantity and that its power would definitely not be strong. However, the netherfire flying needles were refined using special techniques. They specialized in breaking through all kinds of magic power shields, making it impossible for people to guard against them. Countless demonic cultivators had died to the hellfire flying needles because of this, and there were even heavenly phenomenon cultivators among them. Ding ding ding, the dark red light hit the golden swordwheel disc, but the red-haired young man did not expect the golden swordwheel disc to be easily penetrated. Instead, the dark red flying needle was shattered by the incomparably sharp void sword, turning into countless dark red crystal lights of various sizes. The red-haired youth let out a cry of regret when he saw this. The number of deathfire flying needles was not infinite. He had spent hundreds of years to refine more than 1,000 needles, and more than half of them had been destroyed in the blink of an eye. The red-haired youth made a few gestures and hurriedly put away the remaining deathfire flying needles. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a red light flew out of his body. It flashed and turned into a raging fire dragon, pouncing over. Lu Ming changed the sword gesture in his hand, and the golden sword wheel quickly dissipated and turned into a golden giant sword again. It went toward the fire dragon and wrapped around the fire dragon in a blur. The golden sword light flashed, and the fire dragon was cut into several pieces without even making a scream. This seemingly ordinary flying sword was actually a magic weapon sword pill that had been honed by countless flying swords for nearly 100 years. Under Lu Ming's current cultivation, the power could be imagined. The red-haired youth had suffered twice in a row in just a few breaths. His face suddenly became gloomy as he realized that the opponent was not as simple as he looked. He did not continue to attack and turned to look at the black-robed man next to him. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and his gaze also fell on the black-robed man. When he was fighting with the red-haired youth just now, most of his attention was still on the black-robed man. A little further away from the three of them, the giant silver scorpion above the cave was still constantly waving a pair of giant pincers, turning into layers of silver phantoms to resist the lightning falling from the sky. However, at this moment, the falling golden arcs had swelled to the thickness of an arm. Although the giant scorpion could still resist, it seemed to be a little strained. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little anxious when he saw this. Fellow Daoist is strong, you should not be a nobody. I wonder if you can tell me your name? The black-robed man was silent for a moment and said. It doesn't matter who I am. Please leave now. For a magic pet, I think it is not worth it for you and me to fight with our lives. Lu Ming looked at the black-robed man and said coldly. He hadn't been in the 10,000 Devil continent for long and didn't know much about the situation here. If it was possible, he didn't want to provoke an enemy, especially a celestial phenomenon realm devil. It was obvious that he wasn't an ordinary person. When the red-haired youth saw that Lu Ming directly ignored his existence, his face was filled with anger. However, when he saw that the black-robed man didn't make a move, he resisted the urge to make a move. The black-robed man looked straight at Lu Ming. A moment later, his face suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. Fellow Taoist is right. It is just a magic pet. There is no need to fight with your life. I am Gao Yi. I hope that we will be able to meet again in the future. Lu Ming's expression didn't change, but he was secretly relieved in his heart. Just when he was about to speak, Mo Tian's voice suddenly echoed in his divine soul. Be careful. Before Mo Tian's voice finished echoing, Lu Ming's eyes flickered with purple light. His purple rune demon eyes could vaguely capture a spatial fluctuation a few feet away from him. A 2 to 3 inches long black insect shadow suddenly appeared. Its body bounced and pounced at Lu Ming's head with unbelievable speed. Lu Ming was shocked. In a split second, he abruptly lifted his head and flicked his finger. A golden sword chi accurately slashed at the black insect shadow. But in the next moment, the sword chi directly flew past the insect shadow. The black insect shadow was like an illusion and didn't receive any force. The black insect shadow pounced in front of Lu Ming in a blink of an eye and was about to drill into his body. Lu Ming's expression suddenly turned dark. His glabella flashed with purple light, and a purple mark appeared. Just as he was about to make a move, right at this moment, a black shadow flew out from Lu Ming's body. It was the soul-sucking parasite. Its single eye flashed with red light as it opened its mouth and bit the insect that was pouncing over. The black insect's body kept twisting and moving, but it was a pity that it was useless. The soul-sucking parasite raised its head and swallowed the black insect. Lu Ming was startled. The soul-sucking parasite swallowed the black insect and let out a faint cry of joy. Its body moved and drilled back into Lu Ming's body. In the next moment, the void in front of Lu Ming flashed, and a huge black saber light slashed down. Courting death. Lu Ming sneered and yelled. There was a flash of light in front of him, and a long black and white monument appeared. It was the celestial tablet. The black saber light slashed on the celestial tablet. The tablet flickered with light, and there was a noisy and unpleasant sound of metal friction. The black saber light then shattered. Lu Ming only felt a huge force passing over, and he was pushed back a few feet with the tablet before he could stand firm. Not far in front of him, the black-robed man was holding a black saber with a ghost head in his hand, but his face was full of astonishment. Obviously, the black saber light was sent by him. Impossible. What method did you use to take away my dream bug? The black-robed man asked angrily. Ga. On the other side, a loud bird cry suddenly sounded, and a giant crimson bird of 1,000 meters appeared in the air. The feathers on its body spewed out crimson flames, and its wings were hundreds of meters in size. It rushed toward Lu Ming in an overwhelming manner. The red-haired man also launched an attack at this moment. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He waved one hand, and the 3 mountain river pearls flew out. The yellow light shone brightly, and the 3 mountain river pearls instantly merged together, turning into a yellow mountain of 100 feet in size, facing the giant crimson bird. When the two collided, there was a huge roar, and the red and yellow light scattered in all directions. Lu Ming's eyes fell on the black-robed man who was holding the black saber with a ghost head. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and he chanted. The celestial tablet flew out of his hand, and a black and white glow rolled out from it. The saber light of the black ghost head disappeared into the glow, and then it swept toward the black-robed young man with undiminished momentum. The black-robed young man was shocked. He opened his mouth and spat out a simple black shield. At the same time, he retreated backward. However, right at this moment, the black and white rays of light suddenly changed direction and quickly spread out. In an instant, the demonic illusion domain was activated. The grayish-white light enveloped an area of several miles, enveloping the red-haired young man and the crimson giant bird who did not manage to dodge in time. The red-haired young man was swept by the black and white glow, and his eyes immediately showed a misty look. The red light on the giant crimson bird flickered, and it declined rapidly. The khaki mountain shone brightly, and it took the opportunity to press down and hit the giant crimson bird. The giant crimson bird let out a whine, and its body shattered, turning into countless flames and drifting away. The earthen yellow mountain's momentum did not falter, and it gave off a massive might as it pressed down towards the red-haired young man. At the critical moment, the red-haired young man's eyes flashed with a trace of clarity. He let out a loud roar. A red light flashed above his head, and a giant phantasm wearing crimson armor flew out. The armored giant supported with both hands, and it resisted the pressure of the khaki mountain. Although the red-haired young man's face was barely calm, there was still a trace of pain in his eyes. Obviously, his mind was still affected by the phantom domain. At this moment, the void behind the red-haired young man flashed, and a pale golden ball appeared. It was the void sword pill. The sword pill became blurred, and it circled around the red-haired young man's neck. The expression on the red-haired young man's face froze instantly. The next moment, his head tilted and fell down. A group of red spirit essence blasted out from the red-haired young man's body. Unfortunately, it was caught by the void sword pill before it flew far, and it was shattered. From Lu Ming throwing the celestial tablet to killing the red-haired young man, the coordination between the attacks was just right. It could be said to be done in one go. Brother Hua. The black-robed man was 100 meters away at this moment. The quaint black shield in front of him emitted a black light, wrapping his body in it. Seeing the scene of the red-haired young man's death from afar, a trace of horror flashed on his face. Just as the black-robed man realized that something was wrong and wanted to retreat, a black light flashed in front of him. A black phantom appeared as if it had teleported, and it spun around him at an extremely fast speed. For a time, hundreds of afterimages hovered around the black-robed man. At the same time, there was a loud sound of breaking through the air. A series of black fist shadows bombarded on his protective black light like raindrops, making a rumbling sound. The huge force suddenly made the black-robed man's body shake from side to side involuntarily, and the black shield on top of his head was also flickering. At the same time, the celestial tablet flashed with black and white light, and the phantasmal field that was launched immediately shrouded the black-robed man. Damn it! What is this person's background? He actually has such a powerful magic weapon, and his physical strength is so terrifying. The black-robed man was shocked and angry. Although his divine soul was also affected by the phantasmal field, the power of his divine soul was much higher than that of the red-haired young man. In addition, he had taken precautions in advance, so he could barely hold on. After the black-robed man stabilized his mind, he injected all his spiritual power into the shield magic weapon above his head. He tried his best to stabilize the defense of his whole body, not daring to relax. Once the defense was broken, he couldn't imagine what would happen to him. Lu Ming urged the three shadowy mirages technique to the extreme, circling around the black-robed man like the wind, and waving his fists countless times. According to his strength, several mountains would have been blown up under such attacks, but the shield above the black-robed man's head was still as stable as before, protecting him from wind and rain. His eyes flashed, and his real body suddenly shot out with a series of afterimages. At the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a blood arrow, which flashed into the celestial tablet not far away. The celestial tablet shone brightly, and the surrounding gray mist rolled for a while. A large piece of phantasmal fog gathered together, condensing into a gray figure in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming pointed with one hand, and the gray figure blurred and rushed to the black-robed man. The gray figure accelerated and directly penetrated the black light of the black-robed man. After another blurring, it turned into the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man's face changed greatly. He only felt a huge spiritual attack several times stronger than the phantasmal field directly rushed into his sea of consciousness. The next moment, a painful look appeared in his eyes. The black shield above his head flickered, and the hanging black light shook for a while, revealing some holes. Lu Ming's face lit up, and he activated the sword art in his hand. The void sword pill blurred, and it drilled through the gap that was revealed by the black barrier. The golden sword light flashed, and blood appeared on the chest of the black-robed man. His body was cut into two by the void sword pill. The black-robed man's face was deathly pale. A sliver of despair appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of black light that landed on the black shield. The mysterious spirit patterns on the black shield shone brightly. In the next moment, it suddenly exploded, turning into a black storm that swept in all directions. In the illusory demonic domain, the grayish-white mist tumbled violently under the impact of the black storm. Lu Ming was also affected by the explosion. His body was sent flying, and he only managed to stabilize himself after flying for hundreds of feet. His face was slightly pale and he seemed to have suffered some minor injuries. He circulated the mana in his body and a purple light flashed in his eyes as he looked around. After a while, a sneer appeared on his face. His figure flickered, and he disappeared without a trace. The next moment, in the void, a black shadow flashed, and Lu Ming's figure strangely appeared hundreds of feet away. Without saying a word, he stretched out a palm and grabbed downward in the void. Suddenly, 5 black gas swept out from his 5 fingers and turned into a black claw. With a billowing black gas, it shrouded a large area of the void below. Poof, a half-foot-long green shadow appeared in the billowing black gas. It was a small green person. It was the black-robed man's spirit essence. This person obviously wanted to escape with the help of the previous demonic weapon's explosion, but he never expected that it would be seen through by Lu Ming's purple-striped magic pupil. Lu Ming waved one hand, and the black gas rolled back, wrapping the small green person tightly. Then, a black shadow flew out from his body. It was the soul-sucking voodoo. It opened its mouth and bit the small green person. "You can't kill me. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, you will regret it." The small green person's face was horrified. It struggled and let out an angry roar. Lu Ming sneered. If it was at the beginning, he didn't want to kill this person, but at this time, he naturally wouldn't be soft-hearted. He immediately urged with his divine thought. A scream, the soul-sucking voodoo swallowed the small green person in a few seconds, and then the black shadow flashed back into Lu Ming's body. The next moment, a rather pure mental strength flowed from the soul-sucking voodoo into the sea of consciousness, which was quite useful. Lu Ming exhaled a long breath and waved his hand to launch a symbol. The celestial tablet flashed, and the phantom domain dissipated. The bodies of the red-haired young man and the black-robed man fell at the same time and hit the ground. However, Lu Ming didn't care. He took out a recovery elixir and swallowed it. Then he turned his head and looked into the distance. Above the cave where the scorpion was, the thunder tribulation was still going on, and the roar suddenly became louder. 5 colored electric arcs appeared in the black thunderclouds in midair. It was the 9th heaven thunder. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's face showed a worried look. The giant scorpion looked much more solid than before at the moment, but the silver carapace on its body also showed many signs of damage. Seeing the 9th heaven thunder in the thunderclouds, the giant scorpion showed a trace of fear in its eyes, and then it was suppressed by a fierce look, and it let out a loud hiss. After the thunderclouds in the sky rolled, the 5 colored electric arcs condensed into hundreds of 5 colored thunder balls, falling like raindrops. The giant scorpion roared, and a pair of giant pincers crossed in front of it. At the same time, the golden crown mark on its forehead shot out a golden glow, wrapping around the pair of giant pincers. Immediately, countless golden lines appeared on the giant pincers, and the 5 colored thunder balls bombarded them. Although the giant pincers shook from the impact, the giant pincers were quite stable. The 5 colored thunder balls exploded and turned into dense 5 colored thunder snakes, wandering on the surface of the scorpion's body. The giant scorpion opened its mouth and spat out a silver light, which wrapped around the 5 colored thunder snakes, and swallowed them. The giant scorpion's body immediately became much more solid, and at the same time, the damage on its body began to repair. Seeing this, Lu Ming relaxed. He knew that the scorpion would be able to survive this thunder tribulation safely, but he still paid close attention to the situation around him and continued to wait with rapt attention. This situation continued for a whole hour. During this time, the 5 colored thunder balls fell from the thunderclouds less and less, but the size of the balls became larger and larger. Finally, after the last 5 colored thunder ball fell, and after the golden light released by the silver giant scorpions had offset each other, the five-colored thundercloud suddenly collapsed. At this time, the giant scorpion's shadow was already very solid, vivid, and lifelike, and the golden crown mark on its head was flashing with a faint golden light. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After the silver light flashed a few times in the air, the giant scorpion's body flashed and turned into a silver light, flying into the cave. "Master, I finally broke through to the celestial state." The scorpion's voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind, and its tone was full of joy. "Good, use the power of the devil origin to consolidate your cultivation." Lu Ming muttered, and his figure moved, landing near the bodies of the red-haired youth and the black-robed man. His gaze fell on the black-robed man's body, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The black bug that this person controlled seemed to be called a dream bug. "What is that? It seems like its body is void, and sword chi attacks are useless." Lu Ming seemed to be muttering to himself. The so-called dream bug is actually a kind of special bug. It is a kind of fierce bug that is hatched from the power of the spirit essence. It specializes in devouring the soul spirit of cultivators. Because it doesn't have a physical body, it is very hidden, and regular magic power attacks are useless against it. However, your soul-sucking goo is able to restrain it perfectly. This kid is also unlucky. In Lu Ming's body, Mo Tian let out a light laugh. Lu Ming frowned. "If you didn't cast a technique to confine my power of spirit essence, I would be able to detect this dream bug when it is within 30 meters of you. This time, it wouldn't be so dangerous. The devil race has all sorts of attack methods. Lu Brat, if you don't want to fall for it for no reason in the future, it is best not to restrict my movements." Mo Tian continued. Lu Ming snorted and acted as though he didn't hear it. He walked to the black-robed man's corpse and beckoned with a single hand. A dark red bracelet flew out from his arm and into his hand. His divine senses delved into the red bracelet and waved his hand. There was a huge pile of items on the ground. Most of them were spiritual ingredients, ores, elixirs, and other items. There was also a huge pile of devil crystals that were emitting intense black light. They were all high-grade devil crystals, and there should be around 400 to 500 of them. With so many high-grade devil crystals, it was definitely a huge sum in the myriad devil continent. Lu Ming revealed a trace of delight as he waved his hand to keep the devil crystals. He also checked the other spiritual ingredients, elixirs, and other items before storing them into his sumeru ring. In just a short moment, most of the items on the ground were in Lu Ming's hands. There were also some devil artifacts, and other items. "Eh?" This soft exclamation didn't come from Lu Ming, but from Mo Tian in his body. "Lu Brat, bring that black hexagon token over." Mo Tian's tone was rather stern. Lu Ming's brows lifted up and swept his eyes across the ground. He beckoned with a single hand and sucked the token into his hand. One side of the token was engraved with many strange patterns that formed a mystical pattern. The other side only had 2 devil race words. Lu Ming had learned a lot of knowledge about the myriad devil continent during this period of time. These 2 words were the devil race words, Gao He. Gao He, could this person be a member of one of the 4 major clans of the myriad devil continent, the Gao He clan? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. "I'm afraid it's not just that. Looking at the token of the Gao He clan, this person is probably a direct descendant of the Gao He clan." Mo Tian spoke indifferently. When Lu Ming heard the statement, he took a deep breath. Even if he didn't understand the myriad demon continent, he was still very clear about the significance of a celestial phenomenon realm direct descendant to a clan. "If I were you, I would immediately take that scorpion and leave this place. The further the better." Mo Tian's voice echoed again. Lu Ming nodded and his gaze fell on the few demonic weapons and magic treasures on the ground. "You better not take these things. From what I know, the Gao He clan is most proficient in tracking. The demonic crystals and spiritual materials that you kept earlier are fine, but these demonic artifacts must be tainted with this black-robed kid's aura presence. If you carry them on you, the Gao He clan will be able to track you easily." Mo Tian continued. Lu Ming sighed softly. He didn't touch the magic weapons of the man in black robe. He just waved his hand to take the storage magic weapon of the red-haired young man and took away the demonic crystals, spiritual materials, and other things inside. All the things that had been sacrificial refined in it were thrown here. With a swing of his arm, several fireballs landed on the black-robed man and the red-haired youth, incinerating their corpses into ashes. After Lu Ming did all of this, he made sure that there weren't any traces of him left in the surroundings. His figure flashed and flew into the underground cave. A moment later, a black light shot out and flickered a few times before vanishing into the distant horizon. Not long after Lu Ming flew away, several bright rays of light flew over from a distance. When they converged, 8 figures appeared and landed near the cave. They were led by 3 devil cultivators. One was tall and one was short. They were 2 black-robed elders and a red-clothed young woman. Every one of them was emitting a celestial phenomenon realm aura presence. When the 3 of them saw the traces of battle and the scattered artifacts on the ground, their expressions turned extremely ugly. "This is young Master Ye's Jomu Slaughter Ghost Saber. There is no mistake." The tall black-robed elder picked up the black-robed man's black saber and said in a deep voice. The short black-robed elder brushed his hand across the ground. A black gas rolled up and picked up the other artifacts of the black-robed man. The 2 of them looked at each other and had ashen expressions. The red-clothed young woman waved her hand and released a red light that swept up the artifacts of the red-haired youth. She placed them in front of her eyes and examined them. Her expression also turned ashen. The tall black-robed old man muttered an incantation, and a sparkling and translucent light flew out from his glabella, illuminating the surroundings. A moment later, the old man opened his eyes and said with difficulty, "There is a very strong aura of resentment and death here. I'm afraid young Master Yi and young Master Fire D have already." "Who did it?" "Young Master Ye's strength is already comparable to a late-stage celestial phenomenon cultivator. In addition to young Master Fire Flute, could it be that this was done by a profound understanding cultivator?" When the other 2 heard this, their expressions changed as well. They looked around them with uneasy looks on their faces. If it was really a profound understanding expert who killed the black-robed man and his companion, the 3 of them would be in great danger. Right at this moment, light flashed from the tall black-robed elderly man's body, and an antiquated black mirror appeared in a flash. Light swirled over the surface of the mirror, and countless fist-sized black runes appeared over it, following which the figure of a slender man slowly emerged from within the runes. The slender man was shrouded in a layer of faint black light, and only his face could be vaguely seen. He looked like an abnormally young man. "Greetings, Supreme Turtle." The 2 black-robed elders immediately bowed and kowtowed to the slender figure. The red-robed young woman and a few devil cultivators in the distance also hurriedly bowed in salute. Within the family's life hall, Yi Er's lifebound flame has already been extinguished. "The family head wants me to ask you all, what happened here?" the slender man said coolly. Reporting to Supreme Turtle, young Lord Yi and young Master Fire Flute were killed by an unknown person in the eastern Reed Mountain range. When this subordinate arrived, the enemy had already escaped. The tall old man hurriedly explained the situation. "So that's how it is. It seems the enemy is quite familiar with our Ga clan. For them to leave Yi Er's identity medallion, magic treasures, and devilish artifacts here, they must be a very careful person. However, if they think they'll be safe just like that, then they're looking down on our Ga clan far too much." The slender man sneered and raised a hand. He spread open his fingers and a white ring of light spread out from his hand. The ring of light instantly spread out and enveloped the entire valley. Under the envelopment of the white halo, the surrounding ground and void seemed to have been bestowed with life, jumping slightly. Wisps of grayish-white gas appeared on the ground in the originally empty void, as well as the remnant splendor of the golden sword gleam. The slender man smiled and waved his hand. The white ring of light quickly shrank and gathered the grayish-white gas and golden sword radiance. In the end, the white ring of light turned into a palm-sized talisman. One could faintly see the grayish-white gas and golden sword radiance sealed within. Supreme Turtle's heaven-searching art is truly exquisite. No matter how crafty the culprit is, he won't be able to escape from the palm of your hand. The tall old man said respectfully. From this aura, the culprit should be a celestial phenomenon cultivator. Moreover, he should be a skilled sword cultivator. At the same time, he seems to be proficient in illusions. The slender man looked at the talisman in his hand with a pensive expression. When the three celestial phenomenon cultivators heard this, a look of shock appeared on their faces. However, the remnant aura here has mostly dissipated. With just this little bit of aura, you won't be able to track me even if my true body isn't here. However, I recall that you have the clan's 10 lands compass on you. With just the remnant aura, you should be able to sense the general location of the culprit. The slender man said to the tall old man. The tall old man was startled and immediately nodded. With a wave of his hand, he took out a palm-sized, grayish-white compass. The surface was divided into 10 parts and there were 10 strange demonic runes inscribed on it. When the slender man saw this, he waved his hand and released a spell seal. A gray pillar of light appeared on the gray compass and a mysterious rune appeared in the pillar of light. The slender man threw the talisman into the gray pillar of light. The talisman immediately ignited with a gray flame as if it was burning. The color of the compass suddenly changed, turning grayish-white with a hint of golden light. At the same time, the needle in the middle of the compass spun rapidly. But after a while, the needle of the compass was still spinning at a rapid pace, showing no signs of stopping. The slender man's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. The tall and short old man looked at each other and quickly lowered their heads, not even daring to breathe loudly. The talisman on the compass finally burned out and shattered. The culprit was extremely vigilant and immediately fled after committing the murder. At this moment, he has already flown out of the range of the compass. Continue to look for traces of the culprit near the eastern Weed Mountains. I'll have the Patriarch issue a kill order. Anyone who dares to harm a direct descendant of the Gok clan will pay the price in blood. With an unsightly expression, the slender man gave an order to the tall and short old man before his figure flickered and disappeared. The tall and short old man nodded. After the slender man disappeared, the group immediately flew out of the eastern Weed Mountains. When the red-robed woman saw this, she hastily said to the two old men, "Fellow Taoists, my Hua clan's young master Hua Di was also killed by the culprit. If the Gok clan finds any information about the culprit, please notify us." The Hua clan was a vassal clan of the Gok clan and was rooted near the eastern Weed Mountains. Although it wasn't small, it was far inferior to the Gok clan. The tall old man said, "Rest assured, the Hua clan has extensive connections in the eastern Weed Mountains. We'll need your help in finding the culprit." The red-robed woman nodded and the group sped up, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. At this time, after leaving the eastern Weed Mountains, Lu Ming turned into a golden and silver escape light and rushed all the way north. He didn't hesitate to use the Void Sword Orb to display the sword kinesis technique. With the help of the silver wings, his speed was naturally astonishing. In one breath, he flew for 50,000 to 60,000 kilometers before gradually slowing down. In the following time, in order to avoid the people of the Gok clan who might follow him, he didn't dare to relax at all. His nerves were tense at all times and he would change directions from time to time, specifically choosing some remote paths. After spending half a year in this way, he finally arrived at the remote northern region of the Myriad Demons continent, the Hidden Province. The Hidden Province was a complex mountain range that was covered in snow all year round. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast white world. At this moment, Lu Ming was hovering in the air, looking at the large mountain range that stretched for thousands of kilometers in front of him. There was a trace of contemplation on his face. This was the border of the Hidden Province, the Tuazong mountain range. Looking from a distance, he could see a dozen cities or manors of various sizes in the mountain range. They were all far away from each other, and there were many hidden sentries or enchantments. Around these cities or manors, there were many demon guards in various armor, patrolling back and forth. After Lu Ming observed for a moment, a green light flashed on his shoulder, and his figure suddenly turned into a faint green light, flying close to the ground toward the depths of the mountain range. With his current cultivation, coupled with the protection of the Chehuan totem, he naturally flew straight in without any hindrance. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he appeared on a hill near a grand manor. Looking from afar, on the wall outside the manor, there was a flag fluttering in the wind, and a large Qing character was engraved on it. Lu Ming suddenly waved his sleeve, and a black talisman flashed out. It spun in the air, turned into a black light, and shot out, disappearing in a flash. After doing all this, he sat down cross-legged at the top of the mountain and closed his eyes. In less than a moment, in the huge manor not far away, the originally closed two loft-sized doors suddenly opened. A ball of green light shot out from it, and after a few flashes, it flew to the top of the mountain where Lu Ming was. The green light faded, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man in a green brocade robe. He looked to be only 40 or 50 years old, but his cheeks were sunken, and his hair was white. His cultivation seemed to be at the celestial phenomenon late stage, but there was still a long way to go before he reached the consummate stage. He held a black talisman in his hand, which was the one that Lu Ming used before. At this moment, the gaze that he looked at Lu Ming was full of bewilderment. After looking up and down a few times, he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why do you have this talisman?" Lu Ming opened his eyes and stood up calmly. He cupped his hands and bowed to the white-haired middle-aged man in the air, and said lightly, "I'm Lu Ming. I'm here to ask to see the Qing family's master. I'm the current Qing family's master, Qing Kong. If you want to see me, just say it," the white-haired middle-aged man said calmly. "So you're the Qing family's master. I'm sorry. I'm only here to acknowledge my ancestors." Lu Ming nodded and revealed an expression of understanding. Then he said with a solemn expression, "Oh, what do you mean by acknowledging your ancestors?" The white-haired middle-aged man's eyes flashed, and his expression eased a little. He continued to ask, "I'm the descendant of an old friend who has a deep relationship with the Qing family. As for the details, please read this letter," Lu Ming said and waved his sleeve. A letter flew out and flew toward the white-haired middle-aged man. The white-haired middle-aged man took the letter doubtfully and glanced at it. To the Qing family's master. In addition to these few big magic characters on the letter, there was also a seemingly strange symbol. Seeing this scene, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Then he took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and silently chanted a series of obscure incantations. In the next instant, the strange symbols on the envelope in his hand suddenly lit up, and a string of small words flew out from it. They disappeared into the forehead of the white-haired middle-aged man at an incredible speed. The white-haired middle-aged man was startled at first, then his expression immediately changed. With a strange expression, he said to Lu Ming, "So you're a descendant of the demonic sky-old ancestor. Come in and have a chat." Then, he turned to the side and made a pleased gesture. "Thank you, Patriarch." Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He stood up and clasped his hands at the white-haired middle-aged man. Then, he swaggered towards the gate of the manor. The white-haired middle-aged man took out a communication disc array. After his lips moved a few times, he put away the disc array and flew toward the gate. In the manor, the first thing that came into view was a huge rectangular square. There were rows of bluestone buildings on both sides. They looked a little old, but they were quite exquisite. In the middle of the square, there was a statue of a masked man in a long robe. His head was slightly raised, revealing a pair of sharp eyes. He was looking at the void in the distance as if he wanted to look through the sky. Behind the statue, there was a rather magnificent large palace. Under the lead of the Qing family's master, Lu Ming walked directly along the square toward the palace. Although the Qing family guards in green armor did not know Lu Ming along the way, they naturally did not dare to ask anything when they saw the Qing family's master was quite polite to him. Not long after, the two walked into the palace one after another and went straight into a hall. The hall was quite spacious. The main seat in the middle was empty, and there was a painting hanging on the wall behind it. In the painting, there was a black-robed man. The man's face was also covered, and his eyes were looking straight ahead. It was obviously the same person as the statue on the manor square. On both sides of the main seat, there were two men and a woman sitting at the moment. When the three saw the white-haired middle-aged man come in, they all stood up and bowed to the middle-aged man, calling him master. Qing Tsung waved his hand at the three, indicating that there was no need to be so polite, and walked forward with Lu Ming. The three of them looked at Lu Ming, who was behind him, with a trace of astonishment. Lu Ming was also looking at them at the moment. With just a glance, he could see their appearance and cultivation level. On the left and right of the main seat were a bald strong man and a man with long hair with half of his face covered in a silver mask. And on the right of the man with long hair, there was a slim woman in a green robe with a black mole between her eyebrows. The bald strong man and the masked man were both in the middle stage of celestial state, and the woman in green robe was in the early stage of celestial state. This time, all the elders were summoned here at the last minute to announce one thing. The white-haired middle-aged man, Xianxia, pointed to the lower part of the bald strong man's hand, indicating for Lu Ming to sit there, and then appeared on the main seat with a flash. The three elders of the Qing family seemed to be a little puzzled. They looked at each other, and then looked at the white-haired middle-aged man again, as if waiting for him to continue. Fellow Taoist Lu Ming is a descendant of our Qing family's ancestor, Senior Demonic Sky, who was stranded in another continent. Now that his cultivation has reached the celestial state, it is a great blessing for our family to return to acknowledge his ancestors. I wonder if Lu is willing to take the position of an elder of our family? Qing Song looked at the three of them, and then announced unhurriedly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Master, although our Qing family does not have as long a legacy as the four great families, we are also one of the few great families in the hidden province. Now that a person of unknown identity suddenly appeared and wants to take the position of an elder of our family, I feel that this matter is inappropriate. Before Lu Ming could speak, the man with half a silver mask with long hair stood up and said so. I believe that this matter involves the rise and fall of our family, and it is not appropriate to act rashly. I hope that the master will verify his identity before making a decision. The green-robed woman also stood up and said while looking at Lu Ming. According to what I know, the demonic sky ancestor disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. Now that a descendant suddenly appeared after so many years, it is really strange. The bald strong man rubbed his bald head, obviously also did not believe it. Elders' worries are not without reason, but let's see what this is first. Qing Song seemed to have expected the three to raise doubts. He flipped his hand unhurriedly, and a black talisman flashed out and floated in the air. The surface of the talisman was surrounded by multicolored light, and black runes of different sizes were constantly flowing on the surface. The three looked at the air together, and immediately had different expressions. I have verified that this is indeed the demonic sky token. According to the Qing family's ancestral teachings, this token can only be activated by those of the demonic sky ancestors' direct bloodline. As for the rest, I believe there is no need to say more, Qing Song said expressionlessly. Hearing the master say so, the bald strong man's expression relaxed slightly, as if he believed it. He then turned back and nodded slightly at Lu Ming. The green-robed woman glanced at the masked man beside her and did not say anything. Master, please wait. It is said that the demonic sky ancestor's cultivation was profound, and his illusory techniques were even more superb. Since you are a descendant of the demonic sky ancestor, you must have received his teachings. Why don't you compete with me in the arena? If you can win against me, Qing Songzi, I will have no other words. Otherwise, I think you should not talk nonsense about descendants here, so as to not slander the illustrious reputation of the demonic sky ancestor. The masked man said bluntly. His gaze swept across everyone's faces, and finally landed on Lu Ming. The green-robed woman turned to Qing Song and said, I also agree with Elder Qing Songzi's suggestion. Our myriad demon continent has always respected the strong. Master, please make a decision. Seeing this, the bald strong man did not say anything and also looked at Lu Ming. Qing Song turned to look at Lu Ming. Although he spoke in an inquiring tone, the meaning behind his words was clear. That's fine too. What do you think, Lu? Since Elder Qing Songzi is willing to teach me, I will naturally experience your skills. Lu Ming smiled faintly and directly agreed. Seeing that Lu Ming agreed without hesitation, Qing Songzi's lips curled up slightly and said, very well. There is no time like the present. Why don't we go to the arena now? Lu Ming naturally had no objections and immediately walked out of the hall under the Qing family master's lead. Not long after, they arrived at a rather wide open space in a corner of the manor. There stood a square platform that was taller than two people from the ground. Around the platform, there were 4 cyan-robed disciples scattered in the 4 corners of the platform, each holding a formation flag. In addition, many Qing family disciples seemed to have received the news in advance and were gathering here from all directions. Not long after, there were no less than a few hundred people gathered. The man with the disheveled hair glanced at Lu Ming and said, Lu, it's not too late to regret now. Once you step into the arena, it'll be too late to regret. Elder Qing Songzi, please." Lu Ming acted as if he did not hear the man with the disheveled hair. He gestured toward the arena and smiled. Seeing this, the man with the disheveled hair snorted coldly. A murderous look flashed across his face, and he turned into a beam of cyan light and leaped into the arena. With a flash of black light, Lu Ming also appeared in the arena with a series of afterimages. Seeing that Lu Ming and the man with the disheveled hair had arrived, the Qing family disciples in the four corners of the platform began to chant. Their affali flowed continuously into the weapons in their hands. After a while, cyan rays of light flew out from the four corners of the platform. They intertwined in the air and condensed into a giant cyan light barrier that enveloped the entire arena. "Qing Gu, you will be the referee for this battle." Qing Tsong's gaze swept across the two people in the arena and said indifferently, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald brawny man's figure appeared in the air. Then, his voice, which was like a great bell, was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. "According to the Qing family's rules, there are no restrictions on the arena. Unless one party voluntarily admits defeat, I will not interfere. Do you two have anything else to say?" The man with disheveled hair looked at Lu Ming in front of him and sneered. With the subtlety of his cultivation method, it was impossible for Lu Ming, who was one level lower than him, to be his opponent. Once he defeated Lu Ming with a thunderous method, his goal of establishing his prestige would be achieved. Thinking of this, the smile on his face widened. Lu Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back with an indifferent expression. "The battle begins." The bald brawny man's gaze swept across the two people below and finally announced in a deep voice. As soon as the man with disheveled hair heard the announcement, a trace of fierceness appeared on his face. He immediately formed a sign with both hands. His body suddenly flashed with a green light, and a 1,000 feet tall green image appeared above his head. It had a pair of wings on its back, a pair of horns on its head, and a pair of blood-red eyes. At the same time, Lu Ming shrugged his shoulders, and 6 earthy yellow beads gushed out. In a yellow glow, they instantly turned into 6 dozens of feet tall hills. With endless momentum, they smashed toward the man with disheveled hair. Heavenly fantasy field. A hint of disdain flashed through the disheveled man's face, and he completely disregarded the oncoming 6 small mountains as he let loose an explosive roar. The azure projection's eyes abruptly began to shine with boundless light, and swathes of azure light swept forth before transforming into countless streaks of azure light that surged forth in all directions in a frenzy. These green rays were shining with fluorescent light, and there were countless green particles inside. In the blink of an eye, the area with Lu Ming as the center turned into a green misty world. In the next moment, the surface of the 6 earthy yellow hills that were originally aggressive suddenly emitted a little green crystal light, and there was a sizzling sound. Then, as if they were out of control, they randomly collided in the green space. I didn't expect Elder Qing Songzi to have practiced the 5th level of the Heavenly Fantasy Great Art to the Great Success stage and condensed the Heavenly Fantasy field. In the Heavenly Fantasy field, all demonic weapons and treasures will lose their direction. I'm afraid this Lu Ming is going to suffer a big loss. It seems that Elder Qing Songzi is determined to win this trip to the Heavenly Fantasy Secret Realm. Below the arena, there were more than 1,000 Qing family disciples gathered. Looking at the situation in the arena, they couldn't help but discuss. At this time, Lu Ming didn't expect the opponent to attack so quickly. He quickly formed a sign with both hands, trying to stabilize the 6 earthy yellow hills, but it was to no avail. Seeing this, the man with disheveled hair sneered. He didn't hide his disdain for Lu Ming at all. His hand sign changed, and his fingers flicked like a wheel on his chest. The next moment, the green crystal light gathered toward Lu Ming and Ming. In the blink, the green crystal light condensed into a green ball that was 100 feet in. The disciples of the arena of the green of. And of it. Lu Ming. Ming, I Ming, Lu Ming, Qing, and said. Lu. Of Ming, the Lu. When the woman in green and the bald man saw this, they couldn't help but be startled. They seemed to be a little surprised that the battle ended so quickly. On the other hand, Qing Tsong, the head of the Qing family, was calm. He stared at the green ball in the arena. No one knew what he was thinking. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to end, a sudden change occurred. On the surface of the green ball, which was shining with crystal light, gray and white rays of light swept out. At first, these gray rays of light were only as thick as an arm, but they divided into two into four, and then into thousands of rays. Each ray was dozens of feet thick, and they spread in all directions. The man with disheveled hair, who thought he was going to win, immediately froze. Before he could react, a gray spherical space that almost covered the entire arena appeared, enveloping the green ball, the man with disheveled hair, and his Dharma idol. Everyone below the stage only saw a grayish-white light flash before their eyes, and then they could only see everything on the stage disappear, replaced by an incomparably large grayish-white ball. After 2 or 3 breaths, the gray and white ball suddenly collapsed, turned into rays of light, and flew into the sleeve of one of the men in green. This person was Lu Ming. On the ground not far in front of him, the man with disheveled hair, who had almost won, was lying unconscious on the ground. There was silence outside the arena. None of the Qing family disciples dared to believe their eyes. In just a few short breaths of time after the grayish-white domain appeared, the outcome of the arena had undergone an earth-shattering change. However, no one knew what had happened in these few breaths in the grayish-white domain. The disciples of the Qing family, who had recovered, looked at Lu Ming with fear in their eyes. The bald man in the air was also full of shock, and he forgot to announce the result of the match. Haha, Lu's strength is indeed extraordinary. You've broadened my horizons. Qing Tsung appeared next to Lu Ming in a flash and laughed. The woman in green moved and also flew onto the arena. She helped the man with disheveled hair up and struck several seals into his body. Only then did the man slowly wake up. Qing Tsung's face turned pale. He looked at Lu Ming with hatred and hurriedly sat down. He took out a few pills and swallowed them. Okay, everyone saw the result of the match. There shouldn't be anyone who objects to Lu taking the position of elder in the family, right? Qing Tsung turned his gaze to the man with disheveled hair and the woman in green. The two's expressions immediately turned ugly, but they didn't say anything. Okay, since no one objects, then from now on, fellow Lu Ming is the new elder of our Qing family. In 3 days, gather all the cultivators of the Qing family who are outside and hold the elder succession ceremony, Qing Tsung announced with a smile. Greetings, Elder Lu. The cultivators of the Qing family near the arena all bowed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was indifferent as he nodded to the cultivators of the Qing family around him. Congratulations, Elder Lu, you and I will be working together in the future. Please give me some pointers in the future. The bald, brawny man's figure swayed as he landed. He laughed and cupped his hands towards Lu Ming. Elder Qinggu, you're too polite. Lu Ming smiled and returned the bow. He had a good impression of this bald man. Humph, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, the man with disheveled hair said coldly and left without looking back. The azure-robed woman glanced at Lu Ming and followed. Elder Qing Song, Elder Qing Chong, it's the first time you've met Elder Lu, so it's inevitable that there will be some misunderstandings. Elder Lu, please don't take offense. Seeing this, clan head Qing Tsung hurriedly tried to smooth things over. I wouldn't dare. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Elder Lu must be tired from the long journey, and he just stretched his body, so he must be a bit tired. Qinggu, arrange for Elder Lu to rest for a while. Also, tell Elder Lu about some matters of the clan head Qing Tsung instructed the bald man. His tone seemed to be pointing at something. The bald man was startled, but he immediately nodded. Elder Lu, please follow me. The bald, brawny man brought Lu Ming out. The Qing family members near the arena quickly dispersed. Clan head Qing Tsung looked at Lu Ming's back with a strange look in his eyes. He stood with his hands behind his back, thinking about something. Not long after, Lu Ming followed the bald man to the back of the Qing family's manor. The Qing family, together with the manor in front, occupied thousands of miles of the Tuazong mountain range. The manor in front was only the front of the Qing family. Most of the Qing family members lived in the cave residences in the back of the mountain range. The two quickly arrived at the top of a tall mountain, where a large cave residence had been built. A faint purple light appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. His purple rune demon eyes could clearly see that there were many restrictions set up everywhere in the cave residence. The devil energy was much denser than outside. Elder Lu, you can stay in this Qinglang Peak cave residence. The nearby mountain ranges are all the cave residences of the elders. Ordinary clansmen are not allowed to approach this place without permission. The environment can be considered quiet, the bald, brawny man said. Lu Ming nodded. His purple rune demon eyes could clearly see that there were many restrictions set up in the nearby courtyards. The bald man waved his hand and cast a spell, and the stone door of the cave residence slowly opened. The two walked in. Lu Ming looked around a few times, showing a trace of satisfaction. The cave residence here was much more spacious than his cave residence in the small Huan garden of the wild continent. There were more than a dozen spacious stone rooms. The devil energy in the cave residence was also very dense. He was keenly aware that a stone room in the center of the cave residence, which was about the same size as the underground cave residence in the eastern Reed Mountain range, was constantly emitting pure devil energy. It was just that this demonic source spirit spring did not emit true demonic aura, which was a bit of a fly in the ointment. Yes, the cave residence here is much better than the Middle Sky continent. It is extremely difficult to find a place with strong devil energy in the Middle Sky continent. Lu Ming said slowly. Oh, Lu, did you come from the Middle Sky continent? Rumor has it that it is the origin of the human race. It is said that there are also some descendants of the demon race. However, if you want to practice my demon race technique, it is better to be in our 10,000 demon continent. The bald man showed a look of surprise on his face and said immediately. Lu Ming nodded and said yes. The two walked around the cave residence, then returned to the hall of the cave residence and sat down opposite to each other. By the way, does Elder Lu need 1 or 2 maids to serve? If you do, I will ask the family to send 2 over. The bald man suddenly thought of something and asked. This is not necessary. I am used to cultivating alone. Lu Ming shook his head immediately. For some reason, he faintly felt that the other party seemed to be deliberately making friends with him. The bald man did not force him. He continued to say, by the way, since Elder Lu is now an elder of the Qing family, there are some things in the family that I need to tell you. Elder Qinggu, please say it. Lu Ming sat up a little straighter, and his face became solemn. Forgive me for asking, but although Elder Lu is a descendant of our clan's demonic sky patriarch, your primary cultivation technique doesn't seem to be our clan's great sky phantasm technique, right? The bald brawny man said. Lu Ming's face changed slightly when he heard the words. His eyes flickered for a while. After a while, a smile appeared on his face and said, to be honest, the Middle Sky continent family I came from is a bloodline left by ancestor demonic sky tens of thousands of years ago. After experiencing the change of years, the family has declined several times, and many of the inherited techniques have been lost. As for sky phantasm, only a small part of it has been passed down. So I am now majoring in another demon race technique that I obtained by chance. Elder Lu is really an honest person. In fact, I'm not questioning Elder Lu's bloodline. Speaking of which, it's also a good thing that Elder Lu doesn't major in our clan's sky phantasm great technique. The bald brawny man nodded first, then a desolate look appeared on his face. Elder Qinggu, why do you say this? When I fought with Elder Qingsong just now, I found that our clan's sky phantasm great technique is extremely powerful. If I didn't have a magic weapon passed down by my ancestors that could resist the sky phantasm great technique, I would most likely be defeated. Lu Ming asked with a hint of surprise in his eyes. In terms of fighting power alone, our clan's sky phantasm great technique is indeed a first-class demonic technique. Moreover, the cultivation speed of this technique is extremely fast. To be honest, Lu, although I have cultivated to the celestial state intermediate stage, I am only 600 years old. The bald brawny man said slowly with a smile on his face. A hint of surprise suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's face. One must know that the celestial state cultivator, whether in the Middle Sky continent, the Wild continent, or today's 10,000 Demons continent, was already a rare high-level cultivator. For ordinary celestial phenomenon ascendants, no matter how good their aptitude was, under the circumstances where they had sufficient cultivation resources, they would still need to spend over 1,000 years before they could reach that level. For those with slightly inferior aptitude, it was normal for them to cultivate for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Those who could cultivate to the celestial phenomenon realm within 1,000 years were definitely geniuses that were 1 in 10,000. And because of the cage, he naturally couldn't be judged by common sense. In terms of bloodline aptitude alone, the bald brawny man was not particularly outstanding. If he could cultivate to the celestial state intermediate stage at the age of 600, it was all because of the sky phantasm great technique, then this technique was too heaven-defying. Not only me, the other 2 elders in our clan, including Patriarch Qing Tsong, all cultivated to the celestial state within 1,000 years. But compared to this cultivation speed, the sky phantasm great technique also has a fatal shortcoming, that is, the lifespan of our clan is not long. Even a celestial state intermediate stage cultivator like me only has a lifespan of 1 or 2,000 years. The bald brawny man sighed and said with a little disappointment. Lu Ming was taken aback. According to what he knew, the lifespan of a celestial phenomenon ascendant was close to 10,000 years. After thinking for a while, he frowned and asked, Elder Qinggu, please tell me why this cultivation method is like this? The bald brawny man's eyes flashed. He waved his hand and shot out several black lights. He opened a layer of magic power barrier that isolated sound and aura. Then, he said with a solemn expression, this matter concerns the clan's secret. I hope Elder Lu will not spread it. I understand the importance of this. Lu Ming nodded. According to the ancient records left behind by ancestor demonic sky, the Great Heaven Illusion technique is an incomplete cultivation technique. When cultivating it, one will involuntarily burn their own life force to raise their cultivation realm. The cultivation of our clan's people is progressing rapidly, but they don't know that their lifespans are also being greatly depleted at the same time. The bald man sighed and slowly explained. Since all the elders know that the Great Heaven Illusion technique is flawed, why don't you let the clan change to other cultivation methods? With the Qing clan's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to find 1 or 2 suitable cultivation methods, right? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and then asked. How could the ancestors of the Qing clan not think of this method? It's just that the physique of our clan's cultivators is special. Apart from the Great Heaven Illusion technique, it is exceptionally difficult to cultivate other cultivation methods. There was once a clan master who chose dozens of clan disciples with outstanding qualifications to cultivate another cultivation method. However, after hundreds of years, none of them broke through to the Jing Dan realm. The bald brawny man said with a bitter smile. There's such a thing? Lu Ming was surprised. After that, several clan masters tried many times. Unfortunately, apart from the Great Heaven Illusion technique, they could not find other suitable cultivation methods. Instead, because of the repeated attempts, it caused a gap in the clan's celestial phenomenon ascendant cultivators. It almost led to the extinction of the clan. After that, they slowly gave up on this idea. The bald brawny man sighed. Is there really no other way to think about this? Lu Ming said thoughtfully. That's not the case. Our Qing clan has a Great Heaven Illusion mystic realm. Our ancestor once left a message. The method to solve the clan's short lifespan is hidden in our clan's Great Heaven Illusion mystic realm. This mystic realm can only be opened once every 1,000 years. Unfortunately, the Qing clan's cultivators have entered the mystic realm dozens of times but have never found the method left by our ancestor. Perhaps the ancestor's words were just a joke. The bald brawny man said disapprovingly. When Lu Ming heard this, he more or less had some speculations in his heart. He smiled and said, perhaps the demonic sky ancestor left this method to the fated person. That's possible. Today, the Great Heaven Illusion mystic realm that opens once every 1,000 years has become a ceremony for the clan to choose the next clan master. The bald brawny man changed the topic. Lu Ming was startled but immediately understood. The Qing clan's special situation indeed required a change of clan master every 1,000 years. Elder Qinggu, why do you say this? He asked curiously. The Great Heaven Illusion mystic realm is extremely dangerous. Every time it opens, only celestial phenomenon realm elders are allowed to enter. Almost every time the mystic realm opens, there are celestial phenomenon elders who fall in it. However, there is a spiritual item called the illusion seed in the mystic realm. After a Jing Dan realm cultivator takes the spiritual seed, it can greatly increase his chances of advancing to the celestial phenomenon realm. Of course, this item is also something that can only be encountered by luck. Generally speaking, the celestial phenomenon elders who enter the Great Heaven Illusion mystic realm and bring back an illusion seed will be able to become the next clan master. The bald brawny man said with a twinkle in his eyes. I see. Lu Ming nodded slowly. The reason why Elder Qing Songzi and Elder Qing Chong are somewhat hostile to Elder Lu is that the next opening of the Great Heaven Illusion mystic realm will be 30 years later. Qing Songzi has already convinced Qing Chong to help him, so his chances of becoming the clan master have greatly increased. As a result, Qing Songzi naturally doesn't want Elder Lu to join in at this time and increase the variables for him to compete for the position of clan master. The bald brawny man said with a slight smile. So that's the reason. I thought it was because I wasn't popular, so I provoked the two elders' dislike. Lu Ming suddenly understood and a smile appeared on his face. I've already told Elder Lu about the clan's matters. For the rest of the time I won't disturb Elder Lu's cultivation. After the bald brawny man finished speaking, he got up and left. Lu Ming didn't ask him to stay. He got up and sent the bald brawny man out. Rumble, the door of the cave mansion slowly closed with a loud sound. Lu Ming stood in the same place with a silent face, as if he was thinking about something. After a short while, he turned around and walked back to the hall calmly. He released his divine senses and confirmed that there was nothing suspicious in the vicinity. He suddenly said in a deep voice, Senior Emotion, the Great Heaven Illusion technique caused the Qing clan's lifespan to decrease and the Great Heaven Illusion mystic realm. It can't be such a coincidence. Could it be all you're doing? Hee, it's actually not wrong to say that. These things were indeed arranged by me in the past. You have to know that the illusion seeds are actually made use of some of the restrictions in the mystic realm. After killing those celestial phenomenon realm cultivators, they were refined with their spirit essences. It is naturally beneficial for advancing to the celestial phenomenon realm. Emotion didn't feel surprised and admitted it frankly. Senior's purpose of doing this that day was to prepare for today? Lu Ming raised his brows and continued to ask. That's right. With my help, you will naturally be able to enter and obtain the illusion seeds like taking something out of your pocket. After that, the matter of taking over the Qing clan master will naturally become a matter of course. As Emotion spoke, his tone contained a hint of complacency. Lu Ming's expression didn't change, but he took a cold breath in his heart. Although he had already expected that this matter must be related to Emotion, he didn't expect that Emotion's scheming would reach such a stage. Emotion had already set up such a meticulous scheme tens of thousands of years ago. At that moment, Lu Ming was even more apprehensive of Emotion's scheme. Don't worry. The method to extend the lifespan of the Qing clan's cultivators is indeed in the mystic realm. In the future, after you enter the mystic realm, I will guide you on how to obtain this item. In this case, it will be more advantageous for you to rule the Qing clan. Emotion saw Lu Ming was silent, and he continued to speak without a care. Since Senior Emotion already has an idea, I will do my best. Lu Ming frowned and said without changing his expression. There are still more than 30 years before the next mystic realm. I will help you to further refine the celestial tablet during these days. But before that, don't forget the agreement between you and me. After Emotion left this sentence, he didn't speak anymore. When Lu Ming heard the words, he just nodded, then he entered the secret room and meditated with his legs crossed. These days, he ran all the way without sleep and rest, and he had a great battle just now. He really needed a good rest. Early in the morning the next day, Lu Ming's figure appeared outside the Qing clan's palace. The Qing clan's guard disciples at the door had long known that there was a celestial phenomenon realm elder like Lu Ming in the clan, so they naturally didn't dare to ask more and let him in directly. In the main hall, Qing Tsung sat on the main seat. When he saw Lu Ming coming, he smiled and pointed to the chair on the side of the aisle, indicating him to sit down and talk. Clan head, I actually have a request this time. After Lu Ming bowed, he sat on the chair casually. If Elder Lu needs anything, just say it. You don't have to be a stranger. Qing Tsung said faintly. I want to find some urgently needed materials for cultivation. I wonder if clan head can help. Lu Ming said directly. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised one hand, and a green jade slips flashed out. After a roll of light, it floated toward Qing Kong. In the jade slips, Lu Ming had already engraved the relatively simple materials needed for the advancement of the Mountain River Pearl and Motian to condense the demonic body in it. Qing Tsong took the jade slips and stuck it directly on his forehead. After a while, he frowned and said, "If it's an ordinary thing, I can help you with this. But the materials that Elder Lu is looking for are all rare and unusual things. I'm afraid the cost will not be a small amount." When Lu Ming heard this, he didn't show any surprise and replied, "Please rest assured about this, clan head. Don't worry about this, patriarch. As long as I can help you gather all the materials, I will naturally bear all the costs." "Good. Since that's the case, I will let the clansmen look around for these materials." When Qing Tsong heard this, he didn't say anything else and agreed on the spot. "Thank you, clan head. I still have some other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Lu Ming stood up and bowed slightly, bidding farewell. A few days later, in a detached pavilion on a peak somewhere in the Qing family manor, a man with half a silver mask on his face with a pale face was lying on his side on a jade bed. This person was none other than Qing Songzi, who was previously injured by Lu Ming in the arena. Near the bed stood a woman in a green shirt. "This Lu Ming wants to find so many rare materials as soon as he came here. By the way, is the source of this news reliable?" Qing Songzi muttered to himself and then asked coldly. According to the Green Phoenix Hall guard that day, after Lu Ming left, the patriarch suddenly summoned several Jin Dan Hall masters and issued a mission to find those materials. Although the patriarch didn't say it clearly, it is most likely not wrong. The cost of these materials is not a small amount. I didn't expect this Lu Ming to have such a large family property. Humph, this is also good. At that time I will take it as compensation for being injured by his sneak attack." Qing Songzi said with a gloomy face. "Senior brother Qing, this person is currently an elder in the family. If we make things difficult for him, I am afraid it will be hard to explain to the patriarch, right?" The woman in a green shirt said with some concerns. "There are still more than 30 years before the Heavenly Fantasy Secret Territory. At that time, that Lu Ming will definitely enter. As long as the two of us join forces and kill him without leaving a trace. After we leave the secret realm, I will be the head of the Qing family. At that time, would anyone still dare to question me?" Qing Songzi's gaze turned fierce as he spoke fiercely. At this time, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't hear the conversation between these two people. Since seeing Qing Tsong that day, he returned to his residence and personally set up several restrictions outside the cave residence. Then, he placed Scorpion alone in the side room and let him cultivate on his own. After doing all this, he plunged into the secret room and went into seclusion. In the following time, he began to refine the celestial tablet under the guidance of Motian. After this storm, because of Lu Ming's way of doing things, most of the disciples of the Qing clan gradually forgot about this matter. Other than knowing that there was an additional celestial phenomenon cultivator in the clan, they didn't feel anything different. For a long period of time after that, the entire Qing clan lived quite peacefully. The remaining 3 celestial image realm elders became more and more low-key. Qing Songzi and Qing Shang did not make things difficult for Lu Ming at all, as if they had forgotten his existence. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. On this day, in the secret room of Lu Ming's cave residence, the black and white celestial tablet was suspended in the air, surrounded by rolling black flames and gray mist. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that 2 of the 8 ancient runes on the tablet had been lit up. Suddenly, the surface of the celestial tablet shone with black and white light, and the elusive demonic pupil slowly opened. Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hands. 2 black beams of light flashed into the tablet, causing dense black runes to appear on its surface. Hula! The sky full of black flames converged in all directions. The 3rd ancient rune on the steel's body, which was originally dim and dull, seemed to have been stimulated. After a slight tremble, it sucked in the grayish-white fog in the surroundings like a whale sucking in water. Immediately after, rays of light shot out in all directions. Although Lu Ming's face was a little tired, his eyes were full of joy. In the past 30 years, with the help provided by the demonic origin in the cave residence, his cultivation had improved further. He had faintly touched the peak of the early stage of celestial phenomenon. He only needed an opportunity to step into the middle stage of celestial phenomenon. And today, the celestial tablet finally had 3 magic weapon rune emblems lit up by him. According to Motion, if he wanted to continue the sacrificial refining, he needed to be at the middle stage of celestial phenomenon. In addition, perhaps because of the integration of the true demonic blood and the demonic bloodline, his skin color had also changed subtly. The surface seemed to be covered with a faint purple-black luster, which was more and more similar to a demon. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the celestial tablet. After pondering for a while, he got up and walked out of the cave residence. Not long after, a black escape light flashed out of the cave residence at the top of Qingling Peak. After a few flashes, it disappeared in the distant sky. After a while, in the hall of Qingwan Hall. I didn't expect that Elder Lu's cultivation has made such progress after so many years. It's really a blessing for our clan. On the main seat, Qing Tsung looked at Lu Ming, who was sitting next to him. He scanned with divine thought and said with satisfaction, "Master is overpraising. I wonder if Master has any news about the matter that I entrusted in the past." Lu Ming cupped his fist at Qing Tsung, then he changed the topic. "To be honest, although I have put in a lot of effort on the matter that Elder Lu entrusted, I have only found a small part of it until today. How about this, you check these materials first. If there is news of other materials later, I will continue to pay attention for you." Qing Tsung said with a low laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and a green light rolled out. On the table in front of Lu Ming, there were several brocade boxes of different sizes. After Lu Ming scanned with divine thought, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. These materials didn't even meet the lowest expectations in his heart. He opened these brocade boxes one by one. After carefully confirming that there was no problem, he nodded and shook his sleeve. A bulging black leather bag flew out and floated toward Qing Kong. These demonic crystals should be more than enough to buy these materials. I hope Master can pay more attention to the remaining materials. Lu Ming said slowly. After weighing the weight of the leather bag, Qing Tsung put it into his sleeve. He nodded calmly and said, "Elder Lu is too polite. This little thing is not a big deal. By the way, the Sky Fantasy Mystic Realm is about to open. I wonder if you are prepared." After Lu Ming pondered for a while, he didn't change the topic and carefully discussed with Qing Kong. It was unknown if it was because of Lu Ming's generosity, but Qing Tsung was so happy that he told a lot of his experience when he entered the Mystic Realm back then. However, compared to what Motion said, there didn't seem to be much difference. After the two finished talking, Lu Ming bid farewell and left. For the next year or so, Lu Ming began to frequently appear in some of the cities of the other forces in the Tuazung mountain range and continued to collect materials for refining. Although the other 3 elders of the Qing family were puzzled by Lu Ming's actions, they didn't make any big moves other than speeding up their preparations to enter the mystic realm. More than a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Ming was resting in the cave residence with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a green light shot down from the sky and made a buzzing sound. It hovered around the restriction outside the residence. Seeing this, Lu Ming waved one hand and took the green light into his hand. He stuck it to his forehead and examined it carefully. It seems that the trip to the mystic realm is finally about to begin. After a while, Lu Ming touched his chin and muttered to himself. Then he stood up and walked to the side room. At this moment, in the side room, Scorpion was sitting cross-legged. A lifelike giant golden scorpion was floating above his head. Seeing Lu Ming's arrival, Scorpion's body flashed with golden light. The golden scorpion suddenly turned into a golden glow and disappeared into the top of his head. Then, Scorpion's figure flickered and instantly moved to Lu Ming's side. "It seems that your cultivation level has been completely stabilized." Seeing this, Lu Ming said with a smile. With such a good cultivation environment, Scorpion's cultivation speed is so fast. Hearing this, Scorpion's beautiful eyes moved and said, "Now that the Heavenly Illusion Mystic Realm is about to open, you should also go with me." After thinking for a while, Lu Ming said slowly, "Yes, Master." Scorpion nodded and moved his body. He turned into a flowing light and escaped into the gourd on Lu Ming's waist. In the sky above the Qing family manor, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He pointed between his eyebrows and his divine sense instantly covered the entire manor. At this time, the entire manor was obviously in a state of alert. Groups of Qing family disciples in green armor could be seen patrolling back and forth. Within the scope of the manor, many enchantment fluctuations could be faintly detected. Obviously, some usually hidden enchantments were all activated at this time. It was no wonder that this trip to the heavenly illusion mystic realm was not only a grand ceremony for the Qing family to elect a patriarch, but also 4 celestial state elders were going to enter the mystic realm at once. It was inevitable that there would be people who wanted to take advantage of the situation, so they naturally had to be on guard. After 15 minutes, when Lu Ming entered the Green Phoenix Hall, he found that the hall was already full of Qing family clansmen. The 4 people in the lead were the Qing family's patriarch, Qing Tsong, Qing Songzi, Qing Shang, and the bald macho man, Qing Gu. Except for some Jin Dan State Hall masters, the rest were some core clansmen of the crystallization period. They all looked serious. Seeing Lu Ming walk into the hall, everyone's gazes uniformly turned to him. Qing Tsong raised his eyebrows and said loudly, "Well, since the 4 elders are here as scheduled, I will open the mystic realm later. The rest of the clansmen must guard with all their might. Don't let your guard down." As Qing Tsong waved his hand with a solemn expression, the hall masters present bowed and then led their subordinates out of the hall in an orderly manner. "Patriarch, since Lu has arrived, let's open the mystic realm as soon as possible." Qing Songzi seemed to be a little impatient from waiting. He glanced at Lu Ming from the corner of his eyes, then he turned his head and said, "It seems that Elder Qing Songzi is determined to win this trip." Qing Gu glanced at him and said with a slight smile, "Hee, Elder Qing Gu seems to have prepared for many years for this trip. Don't let me down when the time comes." Qing Songzi said lightly, "Okay, there's no time to lose. Everyone, come with me." As Qing Tsong spoke, he suddenly stood up, turned his head, and bowed 3 times to the portrait behind the main seat with a respectful expression. Then he straightened his body, flipped his hand, and took out a misty green token. After entering a symbol into it, a green light shot out from the token and landed on the portrait. Following a rumbling sound, the surface of the portrait blurred and began to distort and blur, turning into a deep green light passage. Qing Tsong turned his head to look at the 4 people, then his figure swayed and directly entered the passage, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the other 3 elders naturally didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately followed closely behind and jumped into the passage. This passage was filled with colorful lights and looked quite mysterious. It faintly seemed to lead to the depths of the underground. Lu Ming only felt that his eyes were filled with all kinds of spiritual lights. He couldn't see the figures of the other elders in front of him at all. His divine sense was also limited to a range of about 10 feet. Just when he was fully alert and walked forward for less than 20 to 30 feet, he suddenly felt his eyes light up. He was in an underground hall. The hall was quite spacious, at least 100 feet wide. It was richly decorated and luxuriously decorated. There was a jade bead that was several hundred feet in size above his head. It emitted a soft green light and illuminated the entire hall. Lu Ming glanced around and found that on the central ground not far in front of him, there were countless mysterious runes engraved in a crisscross pattern. They faintly outlined a rather mysterious hexagonal array. Qing Tsong was currently standing in front of the array with his hands behind his back. The other 3 Qing family elders stood in a row behind him. With a thought, Lu Ming's figure flickered and appeared behind Qing Kong. Qing Tsong looked back at the 4 people and said, "Everyone, I will respectfully wait for your good news here. Everyone, I will wait for your good news here. When you return, I will pass the position of the patriarch to the person who has obtained the seat of illusory power according to the rules of the clan. After that, I will go into a closed-door training to break through to the metaphysic realm. The Sky Fantasy Mystery Land is full of danger. You must be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lu Ming and the others to reply. His figure flickered and appeared in midair. An item that looked like a jade seal appeared in his hand. As he chanted an obscure incantation, a dozen or so green spells flew out and flashed into the jade seal. The jade seal was immediately stimulated. It left his hand and appeared above the hexagonal array. It began to spin. Pieces of green light surged out from the jade seal and fell on the array below according to a certain pattern. The spirit patterns on the surface of the hexagonal array seemed to be activated and shone brightly. Then, there was a tearing sound in the sky and a crack appeared. It formed a light door about 100 feet in size. Xianxia and the woman in green looked at each other and flew up at the same time. With a flash, they disappeared into the light door. Immediately afterward, a streak of azure light flashed and disappeared into it. It was the bald man, Qinggu, who also rushed into it. Lu Ming glanced at the expressionless Qing Tsung in midair, took a deep breath, and also flew up, shooting towards the door of light. The moment he entered the light door, he felt the blood in his body tremble. It was as if the devil sky bloodline in his body was connected to the entire mystic realm. He didn't find it strange. Qing Tsung had told him about this situation long ago. It was just a bloodline test for the people who entered the secret realm. Then, he felt a flash in front of his eyes and a dizzy feeling came from his head. When he opened his eyes, he hurriedly used his divine sense to sweep around, only then did he see the surrounding situation clearly. At the moment, he was at the edge of a continuous mountain range. All he could see was the dark sky and the tall, lush forest. Xianxia, the woman in green, and the bald man were also distributed within a radius of 1,000 feet. However, there was still a trace of confusion in their eyes. It was obvious that they hadn't recovered from the spatial crack. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt his body sink. It was as if he was shackled by an extremely heavy shackle. The gravity underground was more than 10 times stronger than outside. Although he could still fly, it felt more strenuous than outside. Moreover, there seemed to be an invisible binding force in the space. When his divine sense spread out outside his body, it seemed to be greatly affected. It could only spread to a radius of a few dozen miles. Lu Ming looked at the 3 people beside him. He saw that the bald man and the other 2 had already woken up. When they felt the change in gravity underground, their expressions changed. I've long heard that the mystic realm restricts the strength of foreign cultivators, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent, said the bald man, Qinggu, with a flash in his eyes. In the air behind the 4 of them, the green spatial crack was still flashing. The spatial crack can only last for a month. You must hurry back before that. At this moment, clan leader Qing Tsung's voice suddenly came faintly from the spatial crack. A light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. This was the first time he knew about the time limit of the mystic realm. The expressions of the others didn't change much. It was obvious that they already knew about this. The few of them quickly adjusted their state and gradually adapted to the strange gravity in the mystic realm. Elder Qinggu, now that we've arrived at the mystic realm, there's no need to say more about the dangers here. In my opinion, why don't you join forces with me and junior sister Qing? We can look after each other on the way. What do you think? Xianxia turned a blind eye to Lu Ming and said directly to the bald man. Thank you for your kind intentions, Elder Xianxia, but let's not join forces. After all, there can only be one clan leader. The bald man glanced at Xianxia and said with a chuckle. Xianxia's expression changed slightly and he snorted. Then, he turned his gaze and glared fiercely at Lu Ming. Then, he and the woman in green turned into 2 streaks of light and flew away. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Ming and Qinggu were left. Elder Lu, now that Xianxia has joined forces with Qing Chong, if you and I act separately, I'm afraid it will be very disadvantageous. I wonder if Elder Lu is willing to join forces with me? Qinggu touched his bald head and said to Lu Ming in a very friendly manner. Thank you for your kind intentions, Elder Qinggu. It's just that I'm used to being alone. Please forgive me. Lu Ming said apologetically. Haha, since that is the case, I shall not force you. When Qinggu heard the response, he seemed to have expected it and laughed loudly. His body moved and flew in another direction, quickly disappearing into the dark sky. Lu Ming looked at Qinggu disappearing into the distance and extended his divine senses. After making sure that there was no one else in the surroundings, he raised his brows and said slowly, All right, now that we are in the mystic realm, it is time for you to guide the way for me, right? Haha, that is naturally possible. However, you have sealed most of my spiritual power, and I can only sense a radius of 1 to 2 miles at most. Even if I want to guide you, I don't have the strength to do so. Mo Tian chuckled and said. Hee hee. Lu Ming frowned and a look of hesitation appeared on his face, as if he was weighing something. Mo Tian didn't urge him. Lu Ming stood in place quietly for 15 minutes and finally let out a breath. He waved his hand, and countless black runes appeared on his body. In the next moment, the black runes suddenly scattered and vanished in midair. Lu is indeed reasonable. Our relationship should be like this. Lu Ming's body emitted a black aura, which quickly condensed into Mo Tian's figure. Alright, there is no need for any nonsense. Where is the item that you mentioned that can resolve the short lifespan of the Qing clan's cultivators? Lu Ming spoke indifferently. Let me take a look. I have not been here for tens of thousands of years, and I don't even remember the location of the mystic realm. Mo Tian stretched his body and flew into the sky, looking around. Lu Ming's body moved and flew into the sky as well. When he looked around, the surrounding scenery was more or less the same, and there wasn't anything that was particularly eye-catching. His eyes suddenly flashed, and at the end of his left side, he could faintly see a red mountain range, which seemed to be a volcanic region. That is the Iron Fire Mountain Range. And then we should be able to determine our current location. Mo Tian looked at the volcanic region on the left and spoke. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Let's walk along the Iron Fire Mountain Range first and then head south. We will encounter the land of cold fiendish qi that has a radius of 30,000 miles. Then, Mo Tian immediately explained the rest of the journey. When Lu Ming heard this, his face revealed a trace of hesitation. A moment later, a black light appeared on his body, and he flew towards the Iron Fire Mountain Range. About 1,000 miles away from Lu Ming, Xianxia and Xianxia were in a giant basin that had a radius of a few dozen miles. The surroundings seemed to be barren, with only a few dark rocks occasionally visible. Xianxia looked around and waved his hand. Several rays of light shot out and landed in the surroundings, opening up a magic power boundary that had a radius of a few meters. After doing this, Xianxia's expression relaxed. He waved his hand and took out a piece of gray cloth with many terrain patterns drawn on it. Every time we enter the mystic realm, we will be teleported to a different location. However, with this mystic realm map passed down by my father, we will definitely be able to find the illusion seed before Qinggu and that Lu Ming, Xianxia said confidently. Xianxia looked at the map in Xianxia's hand, and her face revealed a trace of joy. By the way, you previously said that you wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of that Lu Ming in this mystic realm. Are we really going to make a move? That Lu Ming's cultivation progress is extremely fast. I feel that his strength seems to be much stronger than before. Xianxia immediately thought of something and spoke with some concern. It is precisely because that Lu Ming's strength has increased greatly that we have to get rid of him here. Otherwise, even if I become the clan head, that person with the surname Lu will still be a problem. Xianxia snorted coldly and said. When Xianxia heard this, the expression in her eyes changed slightly. Don't worry, I have already prepared something that can restrain that Lu Ming. As long as the two of us join forces, we can definitely kill this person. Xianxia saw that Xianxia was still a little hesitant and comforted her with full confidence. When Xianxia heard this, she sighed and did not say anything else. After Xianxia checked the terrain with the gray cloth, he quickly put it away. After whispering a few words to Xianxia, the two of them got up and flew in one direction. Almost at the same time, near a black mountain peak. With a loud bang, a 70 to 80 feet tall monster that looked like a black goat flew out like a broken sack and hit the ground heavily. The black goat's huge body caused the surrounding ground to tremble heavily. Its body twitched a few times, and then it stopped breathing. In midair, a figure flashed, and the figure of a bald man in a green robe appeared. It was Qinggu. With a wave of one hand, a black whip shadow flew out from the black goat's body. With a blur, it disappeared into Qinggu's sleeve. Qinggu turned his hand and took out a gray mirror. With a wave of his hand, a layer of gray light appeared on the surface of the mirror. Impressively, a miniature version of the terrain was reflected in the mirror. Fortunately, I obtained this 1,000 miles of heaven and earth mirror by chance. Otherwise, it would be Really difficult to move an inch in this secret realm. Chingu looked at the mirror in his hand, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. Immediately after, he attached himself to the black goat and cut off its 2 horns. Then, he moved and flew into the distance. The direction in which he flew was similar to the direction that Lu Ming was heading. On the other side, Lu Ming followed Mo Tian's guidance and executed the beast armor art to pass through the scorching Iron Fire mountain range. As a result, as soon as he flew out of the land of scorching flames, he felt a bone-chilling cold. The scenery in front of him changed, and it suddenly turned into a white world of ice and snow. As a glance, there was a boundless blue glacier. Countless snowflakes were mixed with the cold wind as they drifted down. This environment of ice and fire was truly filled with a strange aura. Lu Ming released his divine senses to be vigilant of the surrounding situation while he flew forward while being wrapped in a layer of black light. Due to the influence of the strange gravity underground, his flying speed wasn't very fast. The higher it was in the land of frigid fiends, the stronger the whistling wind. Moreover, there would be strange whirlwinds mixed with black ice and snow that would appear from time to time, making it almost impossible to see anything in front of him. Lu Ming had no choice but to fly at a low altitude over 100 feet above the ground. At the same time, his eyes flickered with purple light. In such a strange place, he didn't dare to relax at all. Just as he was flying over a glacial canyon, a loud boom rang out. On a giant iceberg in the canyon, there was a flash of white light, and a giant snow-white centipede that was 300 to 400 feet long suddenly jumped out. It had 2 giant sharp horns on its head, making it abnormally hideous. This giant centipede was snow-white, and it was lurking on the iceberg. Its aura was concealed, and it couldn't be detected by the naked eye. At this moment, it suddenly appeared, and its speed was abnormally fast. With a gentle swing of its head and tail, it crossed the distance of a few thousand feet and pounced at Lu Ming's side in the blink of an eye. It opened its mouth and spat out several snow-white wind blades that swept at Lu Ming in an overwhelming manner. Lu Ming's face didn't change at all. The instant the centipede pounced, he had already waved his hand. A golden sword light appeared beside him and turned into a half-moon-shaped golden sword rainbow that was a few hundred feet long. The sword light flashed, and the icy wind blades were shattered by the golden sword rainbow. Subsequently, the remaining momentum didn't decrease as it circled around the body of the snow-white centipede. The dazzling sword light flashed twice, and the huge centipede's body was directly cut into several pieces. It didn't even have time to scream before it died on the spot. Lu Ming didn't even look at the centipede's corpse. He recalled the void sword pill and continued flying forward. Along the way, there were far too many incidents of these exotic beasts attacking them. Moreover, the exotic beasts in this secret plane were very adept at hiding. The aura they emitted was not demonic chi, but a strange, murderous aura. Lu Ming had asked Mo Tian before, and these strange beasts were actually species produced by the mystic realm. This reminded him of the fire spirit in the small flame world at the Taiqing Gate. Fortunately, these exotic beasts weren't very strong. The strongest among them was only equivalent to a Jin Dan realm demonic beast. To the current Lu Ming, it was naturally a piece of cake to deal with them. Don't be careless. Although you'll be able to avoid some of the dangerous areas in the secret realm with my guidance, I've deliberately raised 2 rather powerful monsters in this secret realm. Now that tens of thousands of years have passed, I'm afraid they have at least advanced to the peak of celestial phenomenon. Even if it's you, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them. Mo Tian seemed to have guessed Lu Ming's thoughts, and his voice sounded. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, but he continued to fly forward silently. After flying for more than 2 hours and killing several ice and snow exotic beasts in the process, a huge lake of hundreds of acres suddenly appeared in front of him. The water of the lake showed a very bright blue color. With the surrounding snow-white background, it was a magnificent scenery that made people feel relaxed and happy. However, the strange thing was that the lake didn't freeze in this bitterly cold climate. As soon as Lu Ming thought of this, he immediately stopped by the lake and looked into the depths of the lake with a purple light flashing in his eyes. Before he could do anything, the lake water suddenly tumbled. Several thick blue water pillars soared into the sky, and they quickly intertwined. They condensed into a giant blue hand that was hundreds of feet in size, grabbing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face suddenly changed. His body emitted a black light and flew backward. At the same time, a silver light flashed behind him, and a pair of silver wings appeared. His flying speed immediately doubled, and he finally avoided the giant hand by a hair's breadth. He was still in a state of bewilderment, and he flew backward for over 100 feet before stopping. The giant blue hand missed and collapsed. Subsequently, the waves in the lake tumbled, and a giant blue ape that was hundreds of feet in size rose up. The giant ape's body was surrounded by blue light, and every strand of fur was blue in color. The aura it emitted was actually at the celestial phenomenon realm. The giant blue ape's eyes were scarlet, and it glared at Lu Ming fiercely. It let out a strange roar. The water behind it tumbled, and a giant blue ape phantom the size of a hill was condensed out of thin air. I didn't expect a celestial phenomenon realm beast to appear in the land of evil spirits. It seems that the secret realm has changed a lot in the past tens of thousands of years. Mo Tian's figure appeared quietly beside Lu Ming. Master, leave this celestial phenomenon realm giant ape to me. I can exercise my muscles. The gourd on Lu Ming's waist flashed, and a giant silver scorpion flashed out. It turned into a silver light and flew toward the giant blue ape. In midair, there was a flash of golden light on top of his head, and a giant golden scorpion phantom appeared. Seeing this, the giant blue ape's eyes flashed fiercely, and it beat its chest with both hands and let out a strange cry. The giant blue ape phantom behind it took a big step forward and leaped up. Its two big hands danced wildly like a wheel, turning into a sky full of fist shadows that flew toward the giant golden scorpion. The sound of breaking through the air was loud, and the momentum was astonishing. At this moment, there was a sharp cry from the golden light that the scorpion transformed into. On the head of the giant golden scorpion, the golden crown mark suddenly shone brightly, turning into a dazzling golden halo. Then, a circle of seemingly substantial golden ripples rippled out from the halo, sweeping in all directions. In just a few breaths, the entire sky was reflected in the golden light, and it directly faced the fist shadows in the sky. It was silent. The hundreds of blue fist shadows seemed to have landed solidly on the golden ripples, but after a flash of blue light, they all melted into the ripples like snow in the spring. Apart from a few intertwining golden light and blue shadows, there was no more movement. When the giant blue ape saw this, a trace of surprise flashed in its eyes. When it was about to urge the phantom in midair to do something again, the giant golden scorpion phantom let out a harsh scream, and the scorpion tail behind it trembled at the giant blue ape. A dazzling golden light burst out, and the scorpion tail crossed a distance of 1,000 feet like teleportation. It reached the head of the giant blue ape phantom and turned into a dense black line, piercing down. Because the speed was too fast, the giant blue ape phantom had to cross its arms in front of its body to block. The sound of sizzling was loud, its arms were directly pierced by the black line, and under the burning of the golden light, wisps of green smoke came out. At the same time, the golden ripples rolled over like waves, covering the giant blue ape phantom and the giant blue ape below. As a result, the giant blue ape and its Dharma idol silhouette came into contact with the golden ripples. Their bodies began to crackle and explode. Then, they began to disperse into wisps of blue mist. This giant ape of the celestial state melted quickly before it could even let out a whine. Lu Ming couldn't help but be startled when he saw this. It seemed that after the scorpion advanced to the celestial state, the golden crown mark on its forehead also had a great restraining effect on this kind of monster with evil aura. In midair, the golden light faded, and the silver-boned scorpion emerged. It opened its mouth and spat out an invisible suction force, sucking all the blue mist into its mouth like a whale sucking water. Lu Ming saw that the scorpion killed a celestial state exotic beast in a few moves, and he couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. The strength of the scorpion after advancement was still above his expectations. Your scorpion demonic pet has great potential. If you nurture it well, it might be able to help you in the future. Mo Tian also said with a hint of surprise when he saw this. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, and he nodded his head. After the blue ape's mist was absorbed, a fist-sized white crystal bead was revealed, emitting bursts of white light. When Mo Tian saw this white crystal bead, his expression immediately changed. The scorpion let out a cheer as though this was its favorite food and was about to swallow this white crystal bead. Wait a minute. Right at this moment, the black gas rolled, and Emotion's figure appeared in front of the scorpion in a blur. He stared at the white crystal bead in the scorpion's giant pincers. The scorpion glanced at Emotion and let out a contemptuous cry. It didn't have any intention to stop its action. Scorpion, wait a moment. Lu Ming's figure flashed and flew over. The scorpion took a glance at Lu Ming and immediately stopped its action. Its body flashed with black light, and it turned into a human form. Its white fingers were holding onto the white crystal bead. Emotion stared at the white crystal bead for a long time before withdrawing his eyes and revealing a trace of muttering. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he took the white crystal bead from the scorpion's hand and used his divine senses to probe inside. It contained a huge amount of spirit force, which was similar to the demonic beast Jing Dan. Apart from that, he didn't notice any other abnormalities. Why? Is there a problem with this crystal bead? Xianxia returned the white crystal bead to the scorpion and took a glance at Emotion before asking. The scorpion took the crystal bead and swallowed it. Its face instantly revealed a satisfied expression. This water ape's magic power crystal bead seems to be tainted with a trace of the water of Trilight's aura. I won't hide it from you. The treasure that can resolve the Qing clansman's short lifespan is a large river that is formed by the water of Trilight. I have sealed it in a grotto heaven artifact and hidden it in the mystic realm's seal. From the looks of it, the water of Trilight has already started to leak out. I'm afraid that there is a problem with the seal. Emotion spoke with a serious expression. When Lu Ming heard the statement, his expression changed. He muttered for a moment and said, since that is the case, we better hurry up and head to the seal site as soon as possible to see what is the problem. That's right. You are right. Let's hurry up. Emotion immediately nodded and flew to Lu Ming's side. The scorpion took a look at Emotion and let out a light snort. Its body flashed with light and turned into a palm-sized silver scorpion. It then stopped on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming reached out and caressed the silver scorpion a few times. He then waved his hand and struck out a sword art. The void sword pellet turned into a golden sword light and lifted his body. With a flash, he broke through the sky. After flying for a short distance, the silver wings on his back spread out, and the speed of the sword light increased by quite a bit. With his full speed, he vanished into the snowstorm in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming didn't notice that after he left, the sky above the azure lake suddenly split open in the snowstorm. A fist-sized white eyeball appeared from within. It spun around and looked at the direction where Lu Ming vanished. After blinking a few times, the white eyeball disappeared into the snowstorm. 4 to 6 hours later, Lu Ming finally flew out of the land of cold fiends and arrived at the sky above a black mountain peak. This place isn't far from the sealed land. Wait for a moment. I will use my secret art to investigate the situation of the sealed land. Emotion suddenly spoke. No problem. Lu Ming nodded and landed on a rather flat mountain peak. The black aura on his body rolled up, and Emotion's figure condensed in front of him again. Emotion's figure sat down cross-legged beside Lu Ming and looked around before speaking with deep meaning. Little Lu, cast a spell to conceal this place first. Be careful of the eavesdroppers. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with radiance as he chanted a few incantations. With a wave of his hand, a huge black mist surged out from his body and enveloped a radius of a few hundred feet in the blink of an eye. In a giant cave in a certain valley in the Heaven Illusion mystic domain, there were bursts of flames in the cave, and waves of heat were rising from the bottom, illuminating the cave roof in a bright red color. In the center of the cave, a green-robed middle-aged man with an aquiline nose was sitting cross-legged. In front of him was an ancient red cauldron that was the height of a human. As he chanted, the red cauldron would constantly emit boiling sounds while emitting raging flames. Around the green-robed man, there were arrays of different sizes. Countless black runes floated out from the arrays and merged into the red flames emitted by the red cauldron. At the top of the flames, one could vaguely see a foot-long white scroll. Those black runes merged into the scroll bit by bit, but apart from emitting white fluorescence, the white scroll didn't have any other reaction. When the hook-nosed man saw this, his brows gradually furrowed. Right at this moment, a gray figure flew in from the outside of the cave. The gray light receded, revealing a woman in a gray robe and a tall crown on her head. She looked to be around 30 years old, with thin eyebrows and a thin vertical stripe in her green pupils. The aquiline nosed man glanced at the gray-robed woman and continued to chant. His hands emitted rays of black light that merged into the array on the ground. Is there still no reaction from the triple light river diagram? The gray-robed woman glanced at the white scroll and said. The woman's voice was abnormally hoarse, as if two pieces of iron were rubbing against each other. The hook-nosed man's face sank, and he let out a muffled snort. The gray-robed woman sighed and said slowly, the triple light river diagram is a treasure refined by the old devil after all. After all, the three-light diagram is a treasure refined by that old devil. Moreover, he has already set up many restrictions inside. It's naturally not easy to refine it with just the two of us. When the hook-nosed man heard this, he stopped and waved his hand. The light of the restrictions on the ground quickly dimmed. It's fine. I've already refined two of the restrictions. As long as I can refine one more, we'll be able to borrow the power of the tri-light river luo diagram to break the restrictions that the old demon placed in our bodies and leave this damned place. The aquiline-nosed man said with a hint of passion in his eyes. The gray-robed woman's eyes also flashed with a trace of yearning. Then, she seemed to remember something and said, that's right, I came here because I have something to tell you. She waved her hand, and a white light shot out. In a flash, it turned into an oval water mirror. Ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror, and a few images and blurry figures appeared. One of them was a figure shrouded in black mist. It was Lu Ming. The other was the bald man, Qing Gu. The other two were Qing Songzi and Qing Shang. The hook-nosed man's expression changed, and he slowly said, these people are cultivators from the Qing clan. Looking at the time, it is indeed time for the Qing clan to open the secret realm. The hook-nosed man waved his hand and casually said, this is a crucial moment in refining the three-light diagram. We can't let the Qing clan know of the situation here. Go kill one or two people and refine a seed of illusion. Then, quickly send them out of the secret realm. I will take care of this. Don't be too anxious and use brute force to refine it. It will be bad if the three-light water of the diagram is leaked like last time. The gray-robed woman nodded. Then, as if she thought of something, she cautiously reminded him. Of course I know the importance of this. As soon as the man finished speaking, the white scroll in the raging flames suddenly trembled. A dazzling white light appeared on its surface. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into an incomparably thick white pillar of light. It shot into the sky and broke through the cave in the blink of an eye. Several layers of restrictions appeared in the sky above the valley, but they couldn't stop the white pillar of light at all. The white pillar of light soared into the sky and entered the black clouds high up in the sky. The black clouds in the sky violently rolled like boiling water. With the white pillar of light as the center, it quickly formed an incomparably huge black whirlpool. The white pillar of light grew stronger and stronger. In a few breaths, its diameter had already expanded to a thickness of several tens of feet. It was like a pillar that supported the heavens. When the hook-nosed man and the gray-robed woman saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Far away from the white pillar of light, Qing Gu stood on top of a black mountain peak. His eyes were looking in the direction of the pillar of light. Although he couldn't see the white pillar of light from where he was, he could still clearly sense the violent fluctuations of magic power with his cultivation. What's happening? Something seems to be wrong. He muttered to himself. His face revealed a contemplative expression. Then, his figure turned into a long rainbow and flew towards the direction of the pillar of light. In another part of the black forest in the secret territory, Qing Songzi waved his hand and emitted a green light. It curled up dozens of strange purplish-red bats that were about a foot long. The green light flashed and turned into a green wind blade. It wrapped around these strange bats and fiercely twisted them. A series of explosions rang out one after another. These bats turned into a mass of bloody light and fell from the sky. As soon as Qing Songzi landed on the ground, Qing Chang's figure flashed. After the two of them whispered a few words, their figures leaped into the air at the same time. They raised their eyes and looked into the distance, looking in the direction of the white pillar of light. The two of them were relatively close to the position of the white pillar of light. They could faintly see the celestial phenomenon of the white light soaring into the sky. The two of them looked at each other, and their faces revealed a shocked expression. Something seems to have happened there. According to the records of the clan, this kind of celestial phenomenon has never appeared in the secret territory, Xianxia said with a solemn expression. We've just entered the secret territory. It's still early. Why don't we go and take a look first? Qing Chang hesitated for a moment and said. Xianxia muttered to himself and nodded. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a long green shuttle magic treasure, which expanded to several tens of feet in size. Then, it carried the two of them and sped towards the light pillar. On top of the black mountain peak, Lu Ming stood in the rolling black fog. He looked at the faintly visible white pillar of light in the distant sky and frowned slightly. Mo Tian was sitting cross-legged on the ground at the side and chanting. Black runes flew out from his body and condensed into a black array around him. The scorpion, which was originally on Lu Ming's shoulder, was nowhere to be seen. A moment later, Mo Tian opened his eyes and looked at the white pillar of light in the distance. He revealed a smile and waved his hand to strike out a spell. The black array around him suddenly dissipated. The white pillar of light in the distant sky also gradually dissipated and finally disappeared without a trace. How is it? Lu Ming asked. It's just as I expected. The two demonic beasts that I placed in the secret territory to protect the triple light river Luo diagram gradually grew disloyal after a long time. They actually wanted to borrow the power of the triple light river Luo diagram to lead the Heaven Fantasy secret territory. Mo Tian sneered and said. You intentionally caused such a shocking celestial phenomenon, right? Could it be that you want to? Lu Ming looked at Mo Tian and said thoughtfully. Since there are 3 other celestial phenomenon cultivators in the secret territory, it's natural to lure them over to scout the way. At the same time, we can see the strength of the 2 demonic beasts. Mo Tian revealed a cold smile and said indifferently. Since this secret territory was created by you, can't you deal with the 2 celestial phenomenon demonic beasts? Lu Ming frowned and asked. If I still have my magic power, 2 celestial phenomenon demonic beasts naturally won't be a problem. However, I'm only left with a wisp of my soul. Previously, I used up a lot of my soul power to control your essence drawing array. Right now, I no longer have the strength to deal with them. However, I know the weakness of these 2 evil beasts. With your strength and that ghost pet of yours, it's enough to kill them. Mo Tian said indifferently. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and nodded. Execute that totem art that conceals your aura. Let's get closer. Mo Tian moved and turned into a black light that flew into Lu Ming's body and transmitted a message. Lu Ming looked around and waved his hand. A green light appeared on his body and blended into the void. When the surrounding black mist dissipated, there was no longer anyone on the mountain peak. Dozens of miles away, an indiscernible shadow flew towards the valley where the white pillar of light was. In the cave below the valley, the dazzling white light emitted by the white scroll gradually dissipated. The white pillar of light that shot into the sky also became thinner and thinner until it disappeared without a trace. High up in the sky, the huge black vortex gradually calmed down after the white pillar of light disappeared. It once again turned into black clouds, as if the scene just now had never happened. In the cave, the hook-nosed middle-aged man and the gray-robed woman saw the 3-light river of the Luo diagram suddenly change back to its original state. Their expressions changed several times. The two looked at each other and hurriedly waved their hands to form a spell. They carefully examined the 3-light river of the Luo diagram. After a while, the two stopped their hand seals at the same time. They were a bit startled. Obviously, they didn't find anything. What happened just now? The gray-robed woman's eyes flashed as she asked. You ask me, but who should I ask? However, the 3-light river of the Luo diagram won't change for no reason. Something must have happened. The hook-nosed man first rolled his eyes at the gray-robed woman, then his expression sank as he muttered to himself. Could it be related to the Qing family cultivators that entered the secret realm? The gray-robed woman suddenly thought of something and said. It's very likely. Perhaps the Qing family cultivators have finally grasped some clues about the secret realm after so many years of searching. That's just right. We can kill all of them and use the soul-searching technique to seize those clues. Maybe it will help us this time. The hook-nosed man's face flashed fiercely as he spoke with a cold smile. Hearing this, the gray-robed woman nodded. Her gaze turned to look at the water mirror beside her, and her expression suddenly changed. In the water mirror, only the images of Qinggu, Xianxia, and Qingchang could be seen. Lu Ming's figure had disappeared without a trace. Why is one person missing? The gray-robed woman's expression sank. She immediately muttered something and water light shone from her body. The water light flashed in front of her, and a dozen water mirrors appeared. The images in the mirror quickly changed. It seemed to show the situation in every corner of the secret realm. However, after looking for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the two had almost looked through the entire secret realm, but they still couldn't find Lu Ming's figure. It seems that person should have cultivated some kind of aura concealment technique. However, if even your 1,000 mirror pupils can't find him, then this person really isn't simple. In my opinion, the change in the three-light river diagram is most likely related to this person. The hook-nosed man snorted. Several other cultivators from the Qing family are flying over as well, the gray-robed woman said, her face somewhat ugly to behold. There is no need to panic. They are just 3 small fries. Go gather the nearby black star moths and test out these cultivators' abilities. If possible, make use of the opportunity to kill them. However, I am guessing that the person who has concealed his aura may be lurking on the side and ambushing you. You have to be more careful. The hook-nosed man thought for a moment and said lightly. That's naturally not a problem, but what do you want to do? The woman replied. Then, she thought of something and looked at the hook-nosed man. The hook-nosed man's eyes flashed as he said, the disturbance just now seems to have loosened the restrictions on the Triguang River Luo diagram. I'll stay here and see if I can use this opportunity to refine another layer. The gray-robed woman's expression relaxed and she didn't say anything else. Her body moved, turning into a streak of gray light and flying into the sky. Before she arrived, a crack appeared in the sky above the cave, revealing a door. The gray-robed woman flew out of the cave without slowing down at all, and the door to the cave was immediately closed again. The hook-nosed man's eyes flashed. After the gray-robed woman left the cave, he sat down cross-legged again and made a series of hand seals in front of his chest. At the same time, he chanted a cryptic incantation. In the next moment, a large expanse of faint azure light appeared on his body and surrounded the three-light river Luo diagram in front of him. As the hook-nosed man's hand seals rapidly changed, the azure light flashed and gradually turned into a square barrier that was several feet wide. The three-light river Luo diagram slowly rotated within it. After doing this, the hook-nosed man seemed to be relieved. Then, he suddenly stomped his feet and turned into an azure streak of light that flew out. In the void outside the valley, 2 streaks of light, one green and one red, flew silently from afar and arrived above the valley almost at the same time. The red and green rays of light slowly dissipated, and the silhouettes of Qinggu, Qingxia, and Qingchang emerged in midair. Elder Qinggu, what a coincidence! Qingxia said with a fake smile. So it's Qingxia and Qingshang. It seems that you've also noticed the astronomical phenomenon just now, so you rushed over. Qinggu glanced at Qingxia and Qingxia. He stretched out his hand to touch his bald head and said with a laugh. Qingxia sneered a few times noncommittally. He looked around and changed the topic, saying, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Eh? Why don't I see that elder Lu Ming? Could it be that he didn't travel with fellow Taoist Qinggu? When Elder Lu first entered the secret realm, he acted alone. He didn't travel with me, Elder Qinggu said lightly. When Qingxia heard this, his expression changed slightly. He looked at Qingshang, then shook his head and said with a slight sneer, "Elder Qinggu, your cultivation is superb, and your divine sense is also abnormally strong. It's fine for you to act alone. However, this newly promoted Elder Lu really thinks too highly of himself. He's only at the early stage of celestial phenomenon, yet he dares to wander around alone in the secret realm. Who knows, he might have already died without knowing why. I believe that Elder Qingxia has a deep understanding of Elder Lu's strength. Now that he's acting alone, I believe that he also has something to rely on," Qinggu said with a meaningful look on his face. Qingxia's face suddenly flashed with a trace of red, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Being defeated by Lu Ming in front of the Qing family was the most shameful thing in his nearly 1,000 years of lifespan. Now that Qinggu specifically mentioned it, how could he not be angry? Elder Qing Songzi, don't be angry. I didn't mean it that way. I'm afraid that there's a big secret hidden in this valley. Let's first explore the valley together. Qinggu cupped his hands and changed the topic. Qing Shang also gently pulled on Qing Songzi's sleeve and shook her head imperceptibly. Qing Songzi's expression changed, and he took a deep breath. After a moment, his expression returned to normal. Elder Qinggu is right. Let's get down to business first, Qing Shang said with a smile as she combed her beautiful hair behind her ear. That's how it should be. However, do you two have any clues about the valley below? Qinggu asked with a solemn expression. Elder Qinggu, why ask when you already know the answer? You arrived here almost at the same time as us. What can you know? Qing Songzi said with a cold snort. Qinggu's eyes flashed, and just as he was about to speak, a crackling sound suddenly came from afar. A black cloud flew out from the black forest outside the valley and flew toward Qinggu and the other two. The expressions of the three changed. The black cloud was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had flown close to them. Within the black cloud, there were many fist-sized moths with bright red eyes and jet-black bodies. There were tens of thousands of them. Woo-woo, a strange whining sound suddenly erupted from within, and a layer of gray dust appeared on the surface. Like a wave, it seemed slow but was actually fast as it rushed toward the three people. In the blink of an eye, the three people were trapped inside. What the hell is this? Qing Songzi's expression changed greatly when he saw this. Qinggu looked at the countless black moths that were flying over quickly, and his expression also changed. A hint of retreat appeared on his face. However, his gaze looked at the valley below with some reluctance. In the time that he hesitated, the countless black moths had already rushed in front of him. The wings of the moths were dotted with white spots like the stars in the night sky. The countless moths flapped their wings, and a large amount of black and gray dust covered the sky and swarmed toward the three people. Be careful, I've read in an ancient book that these moths are called black star moths. The dust they emit can dissipate a person's magic power, and it also has a certain degree of toxicity. You absolutely cannot get it on your body. Qinggu gave a loud shout, and red light shone from his body. A fiery red Chongling transcendent artifact appeared, and stretched out in an instant. It transformed into a red sphere, and protected his body inside. When Qing Songzi and Qing Chong heard this, their expressions changed. After a brief moment of shock, they immediately reacted and hurriedly used their respective defensive methods. Qing Songzi's hand shone with green light, and a green flag appeared. On it was embroidered a green flaming spirit flame. He waved his hand, and the spirit flame pattern on the green flag shone brightly. Dozens of green flames the size of a human head flew out, surrounding his body and forming a green ring of fire. A white light flashed on top of Qing Chang's head, and a white umbrella-shaped Dharma treasure appeared. Rays of white light fell down and condensed into a white barrier, protecting her inside. The three people had just finished setting up their defenses when the overwhelming black moth powder surged toward them. When the three people's defensive spirit light came into contact with the moth powder, the light immediately dimmed. Fortunately, the quality of their Dharma treasures was excellent, so they quickly stabilized. Countless black moths also rushed over and surrounded the three people. Not only did their wings emit black and gray moth powder, but their mouths also spewed out black light toward the three people. Qinggu and the other two people were attacked from all sides, so they hurriedly stood back to back. Qinggu's expression was still calm as he said, "Be careful, these black star moths are strange. They are most likely being commanded by someone. I'm afraid the enemy is in the valley below. No matter what, these strange moths are too much of an eyesore. Let's kill them all first." A cold light flashed in Qing Songzi's eyes. He chanted a few incantations and fiercely waved the large flag in his hand. The green spirit flame pattern on the flag suddenly changed, turning into a green wind blade. Qing Songzi waved his hand, and the large green flag shone brightly. Countless green wind blades appeared and shot toward the surrounding black star moths. The green wind blades were obviously not ordinary wind blades. Hundreds of black star moths were immediately cut into several pieces and fell down. The green wind blade flew for more than 100 feet in the black moth powder. The light on the surface of the wind blade quickly dimmed and dissipated. Xianxia's expression changed. Although he had killed hundreds of black star moths, it was nothing compared to the tens of thousands of moths around him. At this moment, tens of thousands of black star moths had already flown over and surrounded the three of them. The black moth powder around them was getting thicker and thicker, almost covering the entire sky. Although the attack power of these black star moths seemed to be very low and could not break through the defense of Qinggu and the other two, the moth powder they emitted filled the entire void. The three of them were in the middle of it and they could faintly feel their magic power slowly draining away. We can't go on like this. Our Fa Li will be slowly consumed. I'm afraid this is the goal of the hidden enemy. We should try to break out of the encirclement and plan later, Qinggu said in a low voice as he swept his gaze around. I think what Elder Qinggu said makes sense. Qing Chang concurred as he sent a few hand signs into the white umbrella-shaped demonic treasure above his head. Xianxia saw this and nodded, although he was still a little unwilling. All right then, the three of us will first work together to break out of the encirclement of these black star moths. I'll take the lead. Qinggu let out a long laugh, and the flames on his body shone brightly. A red light flashed in his hand, and a heavy sword that was several feet long appeared. The huge sword was crimson in color, and its surface was engraved with dense ancient demonic patterns. As soon as Qinggu held the sword hilt, the huge sword emitted a dazzling fiery red sword ray that soared into the sky. With Qinggu as the center, an extremely thick crimson pillar of light condensed in the sky above his head. Streaks of sword chi spread out, and the black moth powder in the surroundings was pushed back. When the surrounding black star moths saw this, they let out a buzzing sound and continued to pounce toward Qinggu. Qinggu shouted loudly, and the red vermilion that coiled around his body flashed away. He leaped into the crimson pillar of light and merged with the huge crimson sword. A huge sword whistle cut through the sky, the crimson light pillar transformed into a huge flaming sword light that was 1,000 feet long. It was like a heavenly blade that slashed at the surrounding black star moths. Before the flaming blade even landed, ripples appeared in the air, and at the same time, a loud roar rang out. An earth-shattering explosion resounded, the giant flame blade crashed into the swarm of black star moths, tearing a huge hole in the originally thick defense of the swarm. Nearly 1,000 black star moths were engulfed by the giant flame blade and instantly turned into ashes. When Xianxia and Qing Chang saw this, they didn't hold back. They shouted at the same time, and a cyan storm and a dazzling white light burst out at the same time, bombarding the huge hole in the swarm of moths. After a series of loud noises, the black star moth's encirclement finally broke through. Let's go! Qinggu let out a loud shout, and immediately used the human sword fusion technique. He flew out from the gap, and wherever he passed, the black star moths in his way would collapse upon contact. Qing Chang suddenly waved her hand, and the white umbrella-shaped demonic treasure above her head closed up. Her figure turned into a white light, and she followed closely behind Qinggu and flashed out. Xianxia's movements were slightly slower, but he also quickly made several hand signs into the cyan flag in his hand. A cyan light swept out and wrapped around his body. Before the black star moths closed up, he flew into the gap. Just as he was about to fly out, something strange happened. Behind Xianxia, somewhere in the sky full of black moths, there was a silent ripple in the void, and a blurry gray silhouette quietly emerged. Under the cover of the gray moth powder, neither divine sense nor the naked eye could detect the slightest abnormality. As soon as it appeared, it gently waved its arms. A white light suddenly flashed on its chest, and a huge vertical eye appeared. The pupil was faintly green, like a vertical line. Then, with a flash of white light, a white light shot out from the huge eye. Almost as if it had teleported, it shot toward Xianxia's vital spot on his back. At this critical moment, Xianxia's expression changed. His figure suddenly swayed, and his body sank downwards. Then, with a swishing sound, the white light brushed past his shoulder, and blood splattered everywhere. White smoke rose from his shoulder, and a rancid smell spread. It was obvious that the white light contained a deadly poison. Xianxia's expression twisted, and a black spot quickly appeared on his shoulder. Then, it quickly spread to other parts of his body. He was suddenly shocked, and he hurriedly stabilized his body. He held the cyan flag in front of him, and a hurried and low incantation came from his mouth. The cyan flag suddenly shone with a cyan light screen that protected his body. At the same time, he quickly took out a few elixirs and swallowed them. The black spot on his shoulder was finally contained. However, with this delay, the black star moths near the gap had already flown over and patched up the gap again. Qinggu and Qingchang escaped from the black star moth's encirclement, but Qing Songzi was blocked inside. Qing Songzi's face flashed with fear, but he was not an ordinary person since he could cultivate to the middle stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. After taking a deep breath, he calmly looked around. Who's sneaking around? Come out! Qing Songzi shouted sternly. His body shone with cyan light, condensing into a 100-meter-tall cyan projection behind him. A light also flashed in his hand, and a several-meter-long cyan scythe demonic treasure appeared. The surface of the scythe was ice-cold. The surrounding black star moths seemed to have received some instructions. They just surrounded the area and did not attack like before. There was a fluctuation in the void, and a gray figure emerged from the group of moths. It was a woman wearing a tall crown and a gray robe. Her green eyes were flowing. At this moment, her body emitted bursts of gray light, and grayish-black scales appeared on the surface of her skin. As the gray light rolled, a huge snake-head phantom slowly appeared behind her. The snake's cold eyes looked at Qing Songzi. Qing Songzi felt the spiritual pressure of the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm from the gray-robed woman, and his expression changed drastically. You seem to be a smart person. If you don't want to die, answer me obediently. When you entered the secret realm, there were 4 of you. Now there are only 3 of you. Where is the other person? The gray-robed woman looked at Qing Songzi and asked coldly. Qing Songzi's eyes flashed, and he suddenly let out a loud shout. The cyan scythe in his hand flashed and suddenly elongated dozens of times. The cold blade flashed like a ghost and appeared above the gray-robed woman's head, slashing down. Humph, you overestimate yourself. The gray-robed woman did not panic at all. She gently raised her arm and blocked the top of her head. A large black scale armor appeared on her arm. Clang, the cyan scythe slashed down on the gray-robed woman's arm, but it was blocked. There was only a shallow white mark on the scale armor on the gray-robed woman's arm. When Qing Songzi saw this, he was shocked. This scythe was a demonic treasure that he had meticulously refined. Among the many demonic treasures he had on him, its offensive power was number 1, but it could not break through the gray-robed woman's defense. A cold light flashed in the gray-robed woman's eyes. The phantom of the giant snake head behind her moved. A long phantom flashed, and the next moment, the snake head appeared in front of Qing Songzi. The snake's tongue flickered rapidly, and it suddenly bit down. Qing Songzi gritted his teeth and made a hand sign. The cyan phantom of the Dharma form behind him quickly crossed its arms and blocked in front of its body. At this moment, tens of thousands of black star moths flew up and down like a black cloud, shrouding an area of about a mile, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Qinggu and Qingchang were standing on a high slope thousands of feet away from the swarm of black star moths. They looked back with a lingering fear in their hearts. The swarm of black star moths, which blotted out the sky and covered the earth, suddenly began to tumble violently. It seemed that an extremely intense battle was taking place inside. Qingchang had an anxious look on her face. It seemed that she wanted to rush into the moths, but she was also a little afraid. Don't throw your life away. A cultivator at the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm and these black star moths. If you rush in now, you will only lose another life, Qinggu said with a complicated look on his face. The two of them could clearly sense the astonishing spiritual pressure emitted by the black star moths. When Qingchang heard this, her body trembled. She slowly lowered her head and did not speak. Let's leave this place first. A monster at the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm has actually appeared in the secret realm. This has never happened in the past tens of thousands of years. There must have been some changes. Right now, just the two of us are not a match for this monster. Let's find Elder Lu first. With the strength of the 3 of us, we might be able to fight against this monster. Qinggu's tone was a little anxious. Qingchang's eyes showed a look of struggle. Gu's words were indeed the most appropriate solution at the moment. However, she and Xianxia had always advanced and retreated together, and there was quite a bit of affection between them. At this moment, she really could not bear to abandon Xianxia just like that. Just as Chang was hesitating, the constantly rolling black star moths suddenly calmed down. Among the moths, Xianxia's spiritual pressure suddenly disappeared without a trace. A gray shadow flashed through the swarm of insects. Then, the void behind Gu and Chang fluctuated, and the figure of a woman in a gray robe appeared like a ghost. Since you found this place, then there's no need for you to go anywhere else. Just obediently accept your death, the woman in the gray robe said indifferently. Gu and Chang suddenly turned around and looked at the woman in the gray robe with a trace of fear on their faces. At this moment, the clothes on the woman in the gray robe were slightly torn, but she did not seem to be injured at all. In one hand, she was holding a bloody head. It was Xianxia's head. The face on the front of the head was abnormally twisted, and it was covered in blood. Its round eyes contained fear and unwillingness. On the top of the head, the woman's 5 fingers glowed with a faint crystal light, and they were deeply sunk in. So the other person is called Lu Ming. But he's only at the early celestial phenomenon stage. It seems that I overestimated him. The gray-robed woman narrowed her eyes and sneered. Chang looked at Xianxia's head with a pale face. His body trembled and he looked at the gray-robed woman with deep hatred in his eyes. He let out an angry roar and leaped into the air. He turned into a streak of white light and directly pounced towards the gray-robed woman. Seeing this, the gray-robed woman's green eyes flashed. She waved her hand and casually threw Xianxia's head to the side. Her body shone with gray light. "Fellow Taoist Gu, come and help me kill this witch." Chang, who was in the air, roared and raised his hand. A silver ring flew out from his hand. The silver ring rotated in the air before swelling to over 100 feet in size, and after Chang cast several incantation seals, silver light rippled within a radius of 1,000 feet around the ring. Rings of silver thread swept forth from within the ring, forming a massive silver net that swept toward the gray-robed woman. Gu's face stiffened and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. But in the end, he sighed and flew away, ignoring Chang. "Don't you think it's too late to run now?" The gray-robed woman saw Gu turn around and escape. She smiled and waved her sleeve. The gray light around her instantly condensed into a giant python. It rushed down like lightning and faced the huge silver net. Then, she moved and chased after Gu. Since these Qing family cultivators saw her, they couldn't stay. Before they successfully refined the 3-light river Luo diagram, the situation here couldn't be spread outside. The gray-robed woman was much faster than Gu. Her figure flickered and she quickly closed the distance between her and Gu. After a few breaths, the two were less than 100 meters apart. A ferocious look flashed in the gray-robed woman's eyes. She flicked her sleeve and stretched out one of her hands at lightning speed. She spread her 5 fingers, and 5 several feet long pitch-black finger lights flew out of her fingertips, piercing the back of Gu. Who would have thought that right at this moment, Gu would suddenly turn around like a flash of lightning. With a wave of his hands, 7 to 8 talismans with red light lingering around them shot out from his hands. "Explode!" Gu let out a loud shout and urged his magic art. 7 to 8 talismans suddenly exploded and transformed into a large expanse of crimson thunder and fire amidst the loud rumbling sounds. The thunder and fire rolled forward and submerged the pitch-black finger beam as well as the gray-robed woman who was caught off guard. He naturally didn't think that he could kill a celestial phenomenon peak stage cultivator with just a few high-grade talismans. At the same time the talismans left his hand, he had already taken out the red sword. At this moment, he made a hand seal, and the huge red sword flew out of his hand. It transformed into a huge crimson sword light that was 200 to 300 feet in length, and it slashed down toward the crimson lightning fire. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out several black cones, which made a big circle and pierced into the thunder fire from another direction. The red sword light and the black cone sank into the thunder fire, producing a few muffled rumbling sounds. Then, there were no other sounds. Gu was a little uneasy. He had already used his most powerful technique in this series of attacks. He was hesitant about whether he could really escape. At this moment, a muffled sound was heard. A huge red sword flew out of the thunder fire as if it had been heavily injured. The spiritual light on its surface was dim. Chingu's expression changed. He hurriedly made a hand seal, trying his best to stabilize the huge red sword. At this moment, a roar came from the gradually fading crimson thunder and fire. Then, a huge shadow slowly emerged. It was a gray python that was several hundred feet long. Its entire body was covered with gray scales that were about a foot in size. A pair of long and narrow green snake eyes radiated a cold and gloomy light as they swept towards the green drum. Then, a huge snake tail that was as thick as a water tank appeared and whipped the remaining crimson light of the thunder fire in the surroundings. The light of the thunder fire flickered twice before it turned into specks of red light and dissipated. The short black cone that Chingu had shot out earlier had already been broken into a few pieces and scattered on the ground. It was obvious that it had lost all its spiritual nature. Chingu looked at the huge demon beast that was the size of a small mountain and the huge aura it emitted. His heart beat like a drum. He forced himself to calm down. He changed the hand seal and the crimson red sword began to slowly dance around his body. The gray python only looked at Chingu with its head swaying slightly. Its dark red tongue flicked in and out quickly, but it didn't immediately launch an attack. Chingu knew that his opponent was looking for an opportunity to kill him in a single strike. His heart trembled and he didn't dare to relax. At the same time, he glanced at the other side of the battle. Chingu was currently using all of his techniques and fighting fiercely with the giant python. The strength of the giant python of a cultivator at the peak of celestial phenomenon was naturally much higher than Chingu. However, the main body of the gray snake was fighting fiercely with Chingu. Most of its attention was unknowingly diverted, causing the giant python to be a little slower. That was why Chingu was able to barely maintain his undefeated state. However, in just a few short exchanges, Chingu had already understood the difference in strength between them. Her thoughts of avenging Xianxia couldn't help but weaken a little. She began to regret not listening to Chingu's words earlier and missed the best opportunity to escape. At this moment, she naturally also discovered that the gray-robed woman had revealed her huge demon body. As a terrifying aura pressed down on her, the thought of escaping immediately took over. Chingu's thoughts raced. He suddenly let out a loud shout and pointed a finger. The crimson red sword stopped in front of him again. It shone brightly and expanded rapidly. In an instant, it turned into a huge red sword that was 100 feet long. At the same time, a red light flashed behind him and a huge red giant appeared. The giant grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands and the huge crimson red sword immediately expanded a little. It turned into a red light and slashed towards the head of the giant python. As soon as the giant launched its attack, Chingu's feet touched the ground and he quickly retreated backward. At the same time, his lips moved slightly, and he used a secret sound transmission technique. On the other side, Chingu suddenly heard the sound of Chingu. Her pretty face changed. Then, she waved her hand and made several hand signs. The giant white umbrella and the silver ring that were spinning in the air shone brightly and blocked the attack of the giant python. At the same time, her figure flashed and turned into a white light. Then, she flew away into the distance. When the giant python saw that Chingu was escaping, a cold light flashed in its eyes. It let out a hiss and opened its bloody mouth, revealing a big black hole in its throat. The snake's abdomen suddenly flattened and emitted an invisible, monstrous suction force. Chingu had just flown a short distance when her body suddenly tightened. Her flying body came to an abrupt halt. The gravel and soil on the ground around her bounced up and flew into the giant python's mouth. Chingu's body flashed, and she actually wanted to fly into the giant python's mouth. Her face changed drastically and she shouted. White light shone from her body, and the image of a white-robed woman appeared above her head. It was 50 to 60 feet tall. The white-robed woman held a giant white umbrella in her hand, and a white jade disc stood under her feet. It looked very graceful and luxurious. However, the woman waved her hand and the giant umbrella in her hand opened. It began to spin wildly and turned into a white whirlwind, resisting the huge suction force. Chingu felt her body lighten, and she immediately stabilized herself. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief and waved her hand. The surface of the giant white umbrella in the white-robed woman's hand flashed with white light. In an instant, densely packed white cyclones shot out and flew toward the giant gray python Dharma projection like a storm. The giant python continued to emit a suction force from its mouth. The giant snake's tail suddenly swung from behind, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The white whirlwind was hit and sent flying. For a time, the two sides were in a stalemate. Chingu's heart was anxious, and she tried her best to activate the power of the Dharma. Unfortunately, her Dharma did not seem to be good at attacking, and she could not shake off the giant python. At the same time, in another battle, the red giant Dharma condensed by Chingu held a giant sword and slashed at the body of the gray giant python. However, the gray giant python did not dodge at all. The snake's body flashed, and a layer of thick gray light suddenly appeared. A loud rumbling sound rang out, the red sword light slashed on the snake's body. The gray light on the surface of the giant python's body shone brightly, and the red giant sword was repelled. At this time, Chingu had already flown 200 to 300 feet away. Seeing this situation, he was shocked. However, he did not expect this kind of attack to cause much damage to the gray giant python. He made a sign in his hand and continued to rush backward. At the same time, he drove the giant Dharma to weigh the red giant sword in its hand, trying to entangle the gray giant python and buy time for himself to escape. A cold light flashed in the gray giant python's eyes. Its huge body blurred and instantly turned into a black phantom. It quickly coiled around the red giant Dharma a few times, entangling it tightly. Then, the giant python opened its mouth wide and bit the crimson giant sword. An ink-like liquid appeared on the fangs of the snake's mouth and infected the red giant sword. The red light on the surface of the red giant sword immediately weakened, as if it was being corroded. The red sword light quickly dissipated, and finally, the body of the red giant sword was revealed. The gray giant python opened its mouth and spat out a black liquid, which wrapped around the red giant sword. The red light on the red giant sword flickered a few times and completely dissipated. The giant sword then fell to the ground. The surface of the sword was full of bumps and hollows, and no longer had the slightest spirituality. Chingu's face turned pale and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. This red giant sword was his natal magic treasure. Now that it was destroyed, his body also suffered a lot of damage. His face was gloomy, and his flying body stopped. His Dharma was entangled by the giant python. Even if he escaped, his Dharma would be destroyed, and his cultivation would be greatly reduced. He might even fall to the celestial phenomenon realm. The gray giant python destroyed the red giant sword, and a trace of pride flashed in its eyes. The thick snake body slowly tightened, and it was obvious that it wanted to use its own great strength to destroy Chingu's Dharma. Chingu's expression changed drastically. The red giant Dharma let out a series of angry roars and struggled with all its might. Unfortunately, it was unable to break free. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the gray giant python, and a layer of black light appeared on the surface of its body. It was about to destroy the red giant Dharma in one go. At this moment, a layer of yellow light suddenly appeared on the ground under the python. The originally solid ground suddenly turned into a yellow liquid, and the gray giant python's body suddenly sank. The gray giant python was caught off guard. A hint of surprise flashed in its snake eyes. This strange yellow liquid revealed a devouring power. At this moment, its body was entangled on the giant image condensed by Chingu. It was unable to struggle. In the blink of an eye, a small half of its body had sunk into the ground. The giant python raised its head and let out a roar. It hurriedly let go of Chingu's giant image. The snake's body emitted a gray light, and it attempted to soar into the sky. At this moment, a puff-puff sound was heard. In the yellow liquid on the ground, dozens of brown hands suddenly stretched out. With a suction force, they tightly grabbed the gray giant python's body. The gray giant python only felt a huge force coming from all parts of its body. At the same time, it was pulled down. Its body that had just flown up a little was dragged down again. It couldn't help but roar. Chingu was overjoyed when he saw this situation. He hurriedly made a gesture to recall the red giant image. At the same time, his eyes quickly swept around. However, there was no shadow around. A trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. He then shook his head and turned his eyes to look at the gray giant python that was struggling. A stern look flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand and took out a purple jade ruler that was more than 2 feet long. Then, he made a vague gesture with his 10 fingers. At the same time, he chanted. Immediately after, the word quick was spat out from his mouth. The jade ruler swayed slightly and rose into the air. It turned into 7 or 8 purple ruler shadows in midair. With a sharp whistling sound, they struck toward the gray giant python's head. The gray python's huge body twisted and struggled with all its might. Unfortunately, in this strange quagmire, it couldn't unleash its power at all, even though it had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. The more it struggled, the deeper its body sunk. A stern look flashed in the giant python's eyes. The gray light around its body shone brightly. It was about to make a move. Whoosh whoosh, 7 or 8 ruler shadows shot out from the top of its head. The ruler shadows suddenly split into 2 and went straight for its eyes. The gray giant python roared angrily. A slender red shadow shot out of its mouth. It was its snake tongue. Pa. The snake's tongue flickered a few times flexibly and smashed the purple ruler shadows. The snake's tongue curled, wrapped around the purple jade ruler, and dragged it into its mouth. Chingu's complexion changed. His fiery red greatsword had already been destroyed, so he naturally didn't want to lose another demonic treasure that he could use. He hastily made a hand seal, and the purple jade ruler immediately shone brightly. Raging purple flames appeared, and crackling sounds of burning could be heard. The gray giant python's snake tongue wrapped around the jade ruler suddenly turned black. It let out a painful cry. Obviously, the purple flame was also extraordinary. At this moment, a silver light flashed on the ground. Suddenly, a giant silver scorpion jumped out. As soon as it appeared, it turned into a silver light and rushed toward the giant python's head. A of panic appeared in the gray giant python eyes. It could clearly sense that the scorpion was only at the early stage of celestial phenomenon. Of cultivation. By it. The gray giant python by. Of, and of that of the celestial, of the of the snake of. Of the snake, it of the giant python. Of the snake. With a flash of silver light, the giant silver scorpion flew directly into the black gas. At the next moment, there was a burst of wailing and the sound of the collision of spiritual power. The black gas rolled violently. Occasionally, 1 or 2 dazzling silver lights could be seen faintly. The series of changes in front of him made Chingu a little unable to react. It was not until the black gas rolled for a moment that he reacted. He quickly waved his hand and made a gesture, urging the jade ruler with his mind. Out of his expectation, a purple light flew out of the black gas. It was a jade ruler wrapped in the light. It was taken back effortlessly. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the black gas. The sound was extremely shrill. The gray giant python seemed to have suffered a great injury. Swoosh! A silver light shot out from the black gas. After a few flashes, it landed hundreds of feet away. The silver light faded away, revealing the silhouette of the giant silver scorpion. However, at this moment, there were many damages on its silver shell. At this moment, the black gas that wrapped the gray giant python slowly dissipated, revealing the giant python's huge head. One of its snake eyes was closed, and blood was flowing. One of its eyes was destroyed. The gray giant python's other eye looked at the giant silver scorpion as if it was about to spit out fire. At this moment, a huge gray shadow flew over. It was the giant python's Dharma form that had been fighting with the green robe. The Dharma form flashed into the gray giant python's body. The surface of the giant python suddenly shone with gray light. Its huge body shrank quickly, and soon, it turned into the appearance of the woman in a gray robe again. One of her eyes was closed, and there was a trace of blood flowing down from it. Her face was full of ferocious look. The woman in a gray robe moved and broke free from the restraint of the yellow liquid on the ground. She was about to pounce on the giant silver scorpion. Wait a minute. The void flashed, and a green figure appeared like a ghost. It blocked in front of the woman in a gray robe. It was a man with an aquiline nose and a green robe. He held the woman in a gray robe with one hand. He looked solemn. Why did you come out? The woman in a gray robe saw the man with an aquiline nose. The anger on her face faded, and she asked in surprise. The man with an aquiline nose didn't answer. 2 green rays shot out from his eyes. He looked at a huge rock not far ahead. He snorted and said coldly, "Why did you come out?" Then, a chuckle came from behind the huge rock. A figure flashed, and a man in a green robe flew out. It was Lu Ming. When the giant silver scorpion saw this, the silver light around its body converged, and its body shrank rapidly. It soon turned into a small silver scorpion the size of a palm. In a flash, it flew and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. When the giant silver scorpion saw this, the silver light around it converged, and its body quickly shrank. It quickly turned into a palm-sized silver scorpion. In a flash, it flew and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. "Elder Lu, you are here too." Qinggu looked happy and hurriedly flew to Lu Ming's side. The woman in a gray robe looked at the small silver scorpion a few times. Then, her eyes fell on Lu Ming. Her face revealed a trace of cold killing intent. The gray-robed woman looked at the silver scorpion a few times, then her eyes fell on Lu Ming. Her face showed a trace of cold killing intent. At this moment, a sound of air breaking came from not far away. The 4 of them looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. Qinggu saw that the 4 of them were confronting each other, and that the woman in a gray robe had withdrawn her python. Qinggu saw that the 4 of them were confronting each other, and that the woman in a gray robe had retracted her python. She immediately flew away. However, she had suffered many injuries from the battle just now. Now that she had lost a lot of vitality, her flying speed was obviously not fast. Lu Ming glanced at the white escape light faintly, and he quickly withdrew his gaze. The man with an aquiline nose didn't seem to see the white light. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. The woman in a gray robe looked at the white light, and she looked slightly anxious. However, seeing that the man with an aquiline nose didn't react, she didn't move. "Who are you? You don't look like ordinary demonic beasts. Why are you in the Qing family's illusion mystic realm?" Qinggu saw that the 2 of them didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. "I'll hold this Lu Ming back. You kill that bald cultivator first, and then we'll work together to deal with Lu Ming." At this moment, the voice of the man with an aquiline nose sounded in the woman in a gray robe. The woman in a gray robe was shocked. Although she could see that Lu Ming was extraordinary, she didn't expect the man with an aquiline nose to think so highly of Lu Ming. He even admitted his inferiority. "You and I are enemies. There's no point in talking. Let's fight." The man with an aquiline nose smiled coldly. He took a step forward, and his body emitted a large green light. A powerful aura that was even stronger than the woman in a gray robe suddenly spread out. Qinggu felt this extremely powerful aura, and his face changed. The fiery red light on his body shone brightly, and he stared at the man with an aquiline nose. Suddenly, an arm reached out from the side. It was Lu Ming who grabbed Qinggu's shoulder. He then turned into a black light and flew to the side. As soon as the 2 of them left, a huge green eagle's claw appeared out of thin air, and grabbed the place where the 2 of them were standing. Rumble, the ground shook violently, and crushed stones flew everywhere. Several huge cracks appeared on the ground. Lu Ming pulled Qinggu and landed several tens of feet away. Qinggu felt a chill in his heart. He turned his head to look, and saw that in the sky above where they were standing, a green figure had appeared out of nowhere. The figure's face was exactly the same as the man with an aquiline nose. A doppelganger. Qinggu's face changed. "Be careful. This doppelganger can hide from divine sense and get close to you." Lu Ming's eyes flickered with purple light, and he said indifferently, "Thank you for your help, Elder Lu." Qinggu thanked Lu Ming with lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for Lu Ming's help, he most likely wouldn't have been able to dodge the doppelganger's attack. At this moment, he was heavily injured. If he were to suffer another attack, he might be in danger of dying. When the man with an aquiline nose saw that Lu Ming and Qinggu had dodged the doppelganger's attack that he was so proud of, he couldn't help but snort coldly. With a wave of his hand, he struck out a magic art. The green doppelganger turned into a green light, and flew back into his body in a flash. At the same time, the green light on his body suddenly flourished, and a grand green halo flew out from the back of his head. The green halo suddenly spread out, and enveloped an area of tens of miles. Within the range of the halo, the air suddenly became as heavy as liquid, and the void also faintly solidified. This is the power of a domain. Be careful, Lu. This demon's cultivation has already reached the true peak of celestial phenomenon, and it's not far from the mystic enlightenment realm. Qinggu said with a look of horror. A huge pressure of space came from Lu Ming's surroundings, and at the same time, his mind also felt the spiritual pressure produced by the domain. The green domain that the man with an aquiline nose displayed was far from the heavenly fantasy domain that Qing Songzi displayed with the help of a magic treasure. However, there wasn't much fear on Lu Ming's face, and there was even a hint of a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. When the man with an aquiline nose saw this, he sneered, and the halo behind his head shone brightly. Lu Ming and Qinggu suddenly felt the void flash, and the surrounding scenery changed greatly. An incomparably huge green mountain appeared, but the figures of the man with an aquiline nose and the black-robed snake woman had disappeared without a trace. Oh no! This demon has already mastered the domain to the acme of perfection. The two of us have now been affected by the domain, and have fallen into a spiritual illusion. Qinggu's expression changed greatly, and he suddenly waved his hand. The red vermilion magic treasure appeared around his body, and transformed into streaks of red silk, which tightly protected his body. Seeing this, Lu Ming stood in the same place with a strange look on his face, motionless. Lu, quickly deploy your defense. We've already fallen into an illusion. If we don't act now, we'll be at the mercy of others. Qinggu saw Lu Ming's current state, and he immediately reminded him loudly. Before his voice faded away, a giant gray blade appeared in the void beside him, and it slashed down fiercely. Rumble, the red vermilion silk around his body shook violently, and several red silk threads were immediately cut off by the giant gray blade. However, the giant gray blade also shattered with a shake, and it turned into a gray light that dissipated. Qinggu couldn't care less about Lu Ming. His two hands formed a series of hand signs, and the red vermilion silk around his body stabilized. However, the spiritual light on the surface of the silk was slightly weaker than before. However, before he could relax a little, a ray of light rolled in the surrounding void. Suddenly, 4 or 5 giant gray blades that were exactly the same as before appeared. With an ear-piercing sound, they slashed toward Qinggu's face. Qinggu's expression changed greatly, and he once again turned his hand to take out the purple jade ruler from before. The magic power in his body surged crazily, and the surface of the jade ruler became crystal clear, and it shone brightly. Immediately afterward, a ball of purple flame shot out in all directions, and it condensed into a purple fireball, which protected his body so that not even a drop of water could penetrate it. Rumble, the giant gray blade bombarded the purple fireball. A series of loud noises were heard, and the purple fireball tumbled violently. The flame flickered wildly, but it finally managed to block all of the giant gray blades. Lu Ming glanced at Qinggu indifferently. His figure moved, and he slowly flew forward for a short distance. Then, he stopped. He looked left and right, and he raised his hand. A faint black and white light was emitted from his palm. At this moment, the void behind him flashed, and a dark green arm appeared. Blue veins bulged on the arm, and jet-black sharp claws grew out of its fingertips. It looked like a demonic ghost hand. As soon as the ghost hand appeared, it grabbed at Lu Ming's spiritual sea with lightning speed, and it was silent. Lu Ming didn't seem to notice it, and he didn't turn around. The hideous arm had just touched his body when it suddenly shone with a silver light, and a set of silver flesh armor appeared. The dark green ghost hand didn't stop at all. Suddenly, a black light appeared on its fingertips, and it forcefully pierced the silver armor. Pooh! A muffled sound rang out. The silver armor was pierced through like paper, and the jet-black ghostly hand pierced through Lu Ming's body. The ghostly hand was dripping with blood, and in its palm was a black and white Jing Dan. His jet-black palm suddenly clenched, and with a crack, he crushed the black and white Jing Dan. Lu Ming turned his head, his eyes were wide open, his face filled with disbelief. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood as his qi rapidly weakened. After that, his head drooped down and he stopped moving. Chingu tried his best to resist the attacks of the gray light that kept appearing around him. While he was busy, he saw Lu Ming's situation. His expression changed drastically, and a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. A figure appeared behind Lu Ming. It was the hook-nosed man. He looked at Lu Ming, who was hanging on his arm, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Hee hee, you still dare to be so arrogant after falling into my spiritual domain. You want to rely on a mere flesh armor to resist my ghost eagle claw? You truly deserve to die. The hook-nosed man spoke with a mocking tone. Is that so? Lu Ming's drooped head suddenly lifted up. His neck looked as though it didn't have any bones. He turned half around and suddenly looked at the hook-nosed man. The so-called spiritual illusion is just a small illusion art. Do you think I can't even see through this? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth was stained with blood, but the voice that came out of his mouth was completely different from before. It was actually Mo Tian's voice. You. When the hook-nosed man saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. When he heard Lu Ming's voice, his eyes suddenly revealed an extremely horrified expression. He roared out and exerted force on his arm, wanting to pull out from Lu Ming's body. But when he exerted force, Lu Ming's body seemed to be cast on his arm, and he couldn't pull it out at all. Lu Ming's face showed a strange smile. His body suddenly turned into a cloud of black gas. The black gas drifted away. In front of the hook-nosed man was a black and white steel that was taller than a person. His arm was pierced into the elusive demonic pupil on the steel. Celestial tablet. When the hook-nosed man saw the celestial tablet, he immediately made a horrified sound. Then, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. His other hand turned into a knife and slashed at the arm that pierced into the elusive demonic pupil. It's too late. A cold voice came, and the elusive demonic pupil suddenly spouted a black flame and fell on the hook-nosed man's body. With a soft sound, the black flame burst out, and the hook-nosed man was instantly submerged by the black flame. The hook-nosed man didn't even let out a scream, and his body quickly collapsed in the flame, turning into ashes and dissipating in the air. With a flash, Lu Ming appeared next to the celestial tablet. He waved his hand and launched a spell. The celestial tablet quickly shrank and fell into his hand. Chingu saw this scene on the side, and his mouth was wide open. A demonic cultivator at the peak of celestial phenomenon died so easily. Since the hook-nosed man was dead, the surrounding illusory space was like a mirror, shattering one after another. Lu Ming and Chingu were dazzled, and they returned to the vicinity of the Black Valley in the Huanma secret realm. In front of the two, a gray escape light was flying toward the distance. In the escape light, the face of the gray-robed snake woman was full of fear. It's too late to run away now. Lu Ming snorted coldly, and the celestial tablet in his hand shone brightly. A gray and white domain suddenly expanded, covering a radius of 100 miles in an instant. 3 magic treasure emblems appeared on the celestial tablet, and the area of the Huanma domain expanded several times. As soon as the gray-robed snake woman was shrouded in the Huanma domain, a misty color suddenly appeared in her eyes. There was a painful expression on her face, and her body trembled violently. Lu Ming patted the sword bag on his waist, and the pale golden void sword pill flew out. It blurred and turned into a golden giant sword of 100 feet in size, slashing at the neck of the gray-robed snake woman. At the same time, he waved his hands, and 6 mountain river beads emerged. With a flash of yellow light, they turned into 6 mountains of tens of feet in size, bombarding the gray-robed snake woman. The gray-robed snake woman was indeed a cultivator at the peak of celestial phenomenon. Now that the power of the Huanma domain had been greatly increased, she still hadn't completely lost her mind. Her body flashed with gray light, and the python heavenly elephant flew out to protect her body. However, that was all she could do. In the next moment, she was engulfed by the golden sword chi and the yellow mountain that blotted out the heavens and earth. After a loud rumble, the gray-robed snake woman's body fell to the ground without bones. There was a big hole in her spiritual sea, and the wound was covered with sword marks. As soon as the gray-robed snake woman died, the black star moths that had been wandering not far away made a cry. After a while, they flew toward the black forest near the valley, and soon disappeared into the forest. Lu Ming waved his hand and launched several spells. The Huanma domain flickered a few times and dissipated, turning into black and white rays of light that rolled back into the celestial tablet. He launched a few more spells and put away the mountain river beads, void sword pill, and celestial tablet. His face was a little pale. This series of fights consumed most of his spiritual power, especially the illusion of the celestial tablet to counter the aquiline-nosed man, which consumed a lot of his spiritual power. After all, these two monsters were restricted by Emotion. Now that they had the bloodline of Emotion, he could clearly see every move of the two monsters. Lu Ming turned his hand and took out a few elixirs and swallowed them. His face looked better. Qinggu stood aside with a complicated expression. He looked at Lu Ming with some awe. He seemed to want to say something, but he didn't dare to speak. Lu Ming slowly ran the dark bone technique to refine the elixirs in his body. The spiritual power in his spiritual sea slowly recovered. He took a breath and turned to look at Qinggu. Qinggu's face changed slightly, and he felt a little uneasy. Since the valley that was vaguely visible in the distance was guarded by these two monsters, there must be a great secret hidden in it. At this moment, if Lu Ming wanted to kill him, he had no power to resist. Elder Qinggu, don't think too much. You and I are both elders of the Qing family. I don't mean anything else. And this time I was able to kill these two monsters thanks to Elder Qinggu fighting side by side. Lu Ming said with a smile. With Lu Ming's smile, the atmosphere immediately eased up. I don't dare. To be able to kill these two monsters was all thanks to Elder Lu. I didn't do much at all. Qinggu carefully smiled apologetically. Alright, you and I don't need to talk about these things. Let's not beat around the bush. This valley below is probably hiding a lot of secrets. How about I ask Elder Qinggu and Scorpion to guard here and Lu Ming go ahead and explore it? Lu Ming said directly. Alright, I happen to have some injuries on my body. I want to rest here for a while. Elder Lu, please explore the valley in front. Maybe there is a heaven fantasy seed hidden in it. Qinggu nodded and said hurriedly. Lu Ming looked at Qinggu meaningfully. The little silver scorpion that was lying on his shoulder jumped down. A black light flashed and turned into a girl with a black veil. Master, leave it to me. Scorpion said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded to Scorpion. His body moved and immediately soared into the sky. He turned into a black light and flew forward. Qinggu looked at Scorpion in surprise. Then, he walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. Not long after, his body was covered in a red light. Lu Ming flew towards the direction of the valley. Along the way, he didn't encounter any trouble except for a few magical beasts. These magical beasts were at most at the Jindan realm. Naturally, they were no match for Lu Ming. He killed them in 2 or 3 moves. However, the closer he got to the valley, the stronger the gravitational force from underground. When he was less than 10 miles away, the gravitational force increased by more than 10 times. Even if it was him, his flying speed had become abnormally slow. After half an hour, a continuous mountain range covered in dark clouds finally appeared clearly in front of Lu Ming's eyes. Under Emotion's guidance, Lu Ming didn't think much and flew straight into it. He came to the front of a ring-shaped valley. The valley was lingering with black aura, and the devil aura was extremely dense. The strange thing was that this valley was so dense with devil aura, but there were no magical beasts that appeared or occupied this place. Occasionally, there would be some magical beasts that passed by this place. When they were still 100 miles away, they would suddenly turn around and avoid this valley. They would detour and fly away. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. A purple light circulated in his pupils, and he immediately saw the approximate location of the defensive restrictions that were distributed around the valley. It seems like this is the Demon Abyss Valley that Senior mentioned. Lu Ming muttered to himself. That's right. Speaking of which, I spent a lot of effort to set up a lot of restrictions in this place. If I still have my physical body, it would be easy to break these restrictions. Now that you have my imprint and bloodline, it shouldn't be difficult to break them according to the method I taught you. Emotion chuckled and said. Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully. With a thought, a pale purple light flashed between his eyebrows, and the true demon imprint appeared. His hands formed a sign, and his fingers flicked continuously. Numerous signs flashed and disappeared into the valley. After a moment, countless white spots of light surged out of the valley. After they condensed, they turned into balls of white halos that exploded in the air. Chi-chi. The sound of air being pierced could be heard. Densely packed white light blades shot out from the explosion of the halos, and they shot toward Lu Ming like raindrops. For a moment, the dazzling light flashed wildly, and the entire void was dyed white. Lu Ming was shocked at first, but he quickly formed a sign. The golden image behind him flashed out, and it raised its arms. It turned into a large black mist that blocked in front of him. Rumbling sounds of explosions could be heard continuously. When the white light blades hit the black mist, it was as if they had hit an iron wall. They all exploded with a flash. This kind of attack lasted for almost a quarter of an hour before gradually coming to a stop. As the white light faded, with Lu Ming as the center, the mountains within a radius of a few miles collapsed. Countless gravel and soil tumbled down like a huge wave, forming a large rubble ruin. Senior Mo Tian, what's going on? Didn't you guarantee that with your bloodline and true demon imprint, breaking the restrictions here is as easy as taking something out of your pocket? Lu Ming kept the image and spoke with a gloomy expression. Although his voice wasn't loud, it revealed a hint of doubt. He could completely imagine that if he wasn't prepared, he would have suffered a great loss at this moment. Even so, forming the heaven and earth image to resist for such a long time had consumed a lot of magic power. It seems that after so many years, the restrictions here have long been refined by those two monsters. But you don't have to worry. With the help of the purple pattern demon eyes, you can just use the demonified body to forcefully break the restrictions. Mo Tian was silent for a moment and said. Lu Ming didn't say anything after hearing this. He stomped his feet, and his body suddenly floated in midair. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He began to chant obscure incantations. Then, he opened his eyes, and a purple light erupted from the depths of his pupils. Two streaks of seemingly substantial purple light abruptly shot out, slowly sweeping across the entire valley. Tiny runes were constantly circulating within the purple light. The outermost layer of the valley's restrictions appeared before his eyes. An indistinct white light barrier encompassed the entire circular valley, and the surrounding devilish chi was able to seep into the light barrier with ease. However, as soon as the devilish chi within the valley came into contact with the light barrier, it would immediately slide away in all directions, unable to escape in the slightest. In the next moment, his figure blurred and somehow appeared somewhere in the valley. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's body was covered in black flames, and his entire body was covered in demonic runes and scales. It was as if he had used the demonified body. His eyes suddenly flashed and he waved his arm. Countless fist shadows wrapped in black flames appeared in front of him, and they turned into balls of black light that smashed into a certain space in front of him. Suddenly, a wave of ripples spread out, and the originally invisible white light curtain suddenly emerged. Several pits could be clearly seen, and on the surface, white marks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Kala! A crisp sound rang out, the outermost layer of the white restriction actually shattered, and pieces of sparkling and translucent white fragments scattered down from above the valley. Hee, the purple rune demon eyes aren't bad, right? These restrictions can be broken in a single glance. Mo Tian's voice suddenly echoed. Lu Ming didn't bother about Mo Tian at all. Instead, he squinted his eyes, and the purple light in his eyes circulated, sweeping across the valley like a sharp sword. In the following period of time, Lu Ming relied on the purple rune demon eyes and the demonified body. In less than 1 hour, he broke through the layers of restrictions that sealed the valley. As the last restriction shattered, the depths of the valley twisted and deformed. The surrounding scenery was slightly blurred, and the entire circular valley suddenly turned into an extremely grand bluestone plaza. The surrounding ring-shaped mountain peaks had now turned into a bluestone wall that was a few hundred meters tall. In the center of the bluestone plaza, there was an altar-like platform. On it, there was an ancient red cauldron that was the height of a human, and it was rolling with raging flames. Around the red cauldron, one could vaguely see black arrays of different sizes. There would be black runes that would appear from time to time and submerge into the raging flames. The most eye-catching thing was that within the raging flames from the red cauldron, there was a foot-long white scroll. The surface of the scroll was emitting white fluorescence, but the fluorescence was intermittent and didn't seem very stable. Lu Ming stood in midair and took a glance before his eyes finally landed on the white scroll. With a thought, he immediately lowered his body and lowered his head to take a closer look. This item is the triple light river diagram that I sealed here back then. In terms of grade, this treasure is considered a third-grade Grotto Heaven artifact. However, it is a little defective and can no longer exhibit its full power. Mo Tian's figure appeared in a flash. He looked at the white scroll below with a trace of reminiscence as he spoke. You spent so much effort to get me to come here. It seems like you are here to retrieve this item, right? I wonder what is so special about this scroll. Lu Ming asked with some doubts. That's right. This scroll might be a little defective, but as a Grotto Heaven artifact, it naturally contained a rather large space. There is a giant lake in the space that was filled with the water of 3 light. Back then, in order to gather this water, I spent a lot of effort and didn't hesitate to go to the extreme north of 10,000 demons for dozens of years. Mo Tian nodded and said. What is the water of 3 light? Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he asked with some confusion. The water of 3 light is somewhat similar to the water of the Netherworld River that you use to refine the Mountain River Pearl. It's just that one contains purine qi, while the water of 3 light contains pure demonic qi. The Qing family's great art of heavenly phantasmal art is actually an unorthodox demonic art that I obtained by chance. Because it constantly burns one's life essence during the cultivation process, it can quickly increase one's cultivation realm. However, if one can soak in the water of 3 light to cultivate this technique, it can greatly reduce the consumption of the Qing family's lifespan. At the same time, it will also slow down their cultivation speed, Mo Tian said indifferently. I'm afraid that Senior has other uses for this external object, right? Lu Ming might be a little curious about the water of 3 light, but he changed the topic and asked, Senior, you probably have other uses for this external object, right? Heh, you're really careful with me. In fact, this Heaven Illusion mystic realm is set up with the Grotto Heaven artifact as the energy source. If this treasure is taken out of the altar, this mystic realm will immediately collapse. You and I will immediately fall into the spatial turbulence and be consigned to eternal damnation. Mo Tian chuckled. In that case, this treasure can't be taken out at all? Senior, you don't have to keep me in suspense. Lu Ming's face sank and revealed a displeased expression. Since I said so, there is naturally a solution. You just have to follow my instructions and remove the restrictions around the altar in order. After that, you will completely refine this treasure. By then, the entire Heaven Illusion mystic realm might still collapse, but the process will be much slower. It will be enough for you to escape from this place. As Mo Tian spoke, his lips moved slightly as he transmitted the order to remove the restrictions to Lu Ming. Lu Ming silently read the order a few times and didn't say much. After a flash of black light, he flew down. Half a day later, in the center of the altar on the Bluestone Plaza, Lu Ming sat cross-legged enchanted. His fingers were constantly forming all kinds of complicated hand seals. At the same time, the true demon mark between his eyebrows was flickering. The black array around him was already dim, and the ancient red cauldron in front of him was constantly circulating in red light and emitting a low buzzing sound. The true demon mark between Lu Ming's eyebrows flashed, and a purple rune flew out from his eyebrows and began to spin in front of him. At the same time, his chanting changed, and his fingers flicked continuously. Black gas shot out and disappeared into the red cauldron in a flash. With a flash of light, the purple rune went into the cauldron. Hula! The raging flames on the red cauldron suddenly tumbled. The white scroll that was wrapped shook and flew out. It turned into a white light and landed firmly in Lu Ming's palm. When Lu Ming saw this, he let out a long breath and raised the white scroll in front of his eyes. His eyes flashed with purple light as he sized it up. As a result, before he could take a few glances, there was a sudden ear-piercing buzzing sound from all directions. The entire Bluestone Plaza actually trembled violently. The trembling was getting more and more intense. The Bluestone Plaza's ground began to crack, and the surrounding bluestone walls were also filled with cracks. There were even some light balls of different sizes that began to fall from the sky. The Sky Fantasy Mystic Domain has begun to collapse. Hurry up and leave this place. In Luming's sea of consciousness, Emotion said solemnly. There was no need for Emotion to say anything. After Luming's expression changed, he didn't hesitate to raise the white scroll in one hand. Subsequently, his body flashed with black light, and he turned into a black light that soared into the sky. It was unknown if it was because he was controlling the scroll, but Luming felt that his body was as light as a swallow. There was no trace of the feeling of gravity that slowed him down. However, he didn't have time to think about it. With a chant in his heart, he immediately flew out of the plaza. As soon as Luming flew out of the bluestone square, the vibration in the surrounding void became more and more intense. There was even the sound of thunder from time to time, as if the entire heavenly fantasy mystic realm could collapse at any time. After Luming's heart sank, he made a sword gesture in his hand. The void sword pill suddenly appeared and turned into a golden sword light that was several meters long. It supported his body, and at the same time, the silver wings on his back spread out. The speed of the escape light increased greatly. Since there was no gravity, it only took a moment for the high slope where Scorpion and Chingu were before to come into view. The mystic realm had a drastic change. The two obviously realized that the situation was not right. At this moment, they had already flown up. The high slope below was full of cracks and was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Chingu's expression was a little complicated. He looked back at the way he came from time to time. It was obvious that he wanted to escape to the entrance. However, because Scorpion was here, he could only brace himself and wait at the same place. Seeing this, Luming's heart moved. The golden and silver escape light that he transformed into only flashed a few times and appeared in front of Scorpion and Chingu. He waved his sleeve casually. A swath of black light swept past, transforming into a large pitch-black hand that hurtled towards Sierra and Chingu. Since Scorpion was connected with Luming's spirit, he naturally knew that it was his master in the escape light. However, Chingu only reacted at this moment. Before he could speak, the big black hand held him and Scorpion in it. When Scorpion was less than 10 meters away from Luming, the black gas around him directly went into Luming's waist and disappeared. Then, Luming carried Chingu and turned into a golden and silver long rainbow, shooting toward the exit. At the same time, a loud rumbling sound came from behind. After the entire Demon Abyss Valley shook violently, it actually shook into thousands of huge rocks with a rumbling sound. In a cloud of smoke and dust, it suddenly collapsed. Luming was shocked. His body couldn't help but shine brightly, and his escape speed increased a little. Suddenly, an evil wind blew in front of him, several black shadows pounced on him. They were Jin-Dan-level demonic flying beasts. Due to the impending collapse of the dimension, these flying beasts were in a panic and flew in the direction of Luming by accident. A cold light flashed in Luming's eyes. With a cold snort, black flames burned around him. The next moment, the golden giant sword under his feet rolled up a golden light, wrapping his body in it. His body and sword became one, turning into a huge golden rainbow. With rolling black flames, he blasted forward. As the world's origin chi in the surroundings surged violently, the golden sword light pierced through several black shadows and continued to fly forward without slowing down. Only after the golden sword streaks had flown for several thousand feet did the black shadows finally split in half before being reduced to ashes by black flames. At this time, the golden sword light that Luming had transformed into had already turned into a golden light in the distant sky. Along the way, Luming didn't dare to slow down. He flew at full speed, and the surrounding scenery quickly passed by. When he encountered some demonic beasts blocking his way, he didn't hesitate to use his spiritual power to quickly clean them up. After an unknown amount of time, he only felt that the scenery in front of him had changed. A rolling mountain range appeared in front of him. The mountains were covered with tall trees. When Luming saw this, a trace of joy flashed between his eyebrows. However, at this time, the heavenly fantasy secret territory was filled with deafening explosions. The surrounding mountains were also shaking. Wide cracks quickly appeared like scars, and they quickly spread. They easily tore the surface of the ground, swallowing everything on the ground. In the sky that was originally covered with dark clouds, layers of ripple-like ripples appeared one after another. Silver snakes appeared in the dark clouds, and black whirlpools of different sizes appeared one after another. At this moment, the entire heavenly fantasy secret territory was like the end of the world. It was only a matter of time before it completely collapsed. Seeing such a strange phenomenon, Qinggu's expression was a little panicked. Lu Ming couldn't help but have a look of horror. At this time, accompanied by a deafening loud noise, waves of space fluctuations that made people's hair stand on end came from all directions. Half of the sky in front of them actually became twisted and wrinkled like waves. Lu Ming only felt the air around him tighten. At the same time, circles of ripples that were visible to the naked eye rushed toward him in an instant. Since it was a matter of life and death, he immediately waved his long sleeves, and the 12 beads of mountains and rivers instantly flashed out. After a flash of golden light, they transformed into 12 huge yellow misty mountains, protecting him and the green drum within. After that, the conveyance light accelerated and flew straight toward the edge of the mountain range. There was a flickering green light there. It was the green passageway that was on the verge of collapse. When he was less than 1,000 feet away from the passageway, the aftermath of the collapse of the surrounding space instantly hit the surrounding yellow mountains like a tide. A series of continuous rumbling sounds rang out in the surroundings of the giant yellow mountain, setting off torrential hurricanes. Fortunately, the defensive formation formed by the 12 yellow mountains was as solid as a rock, and it finally blocked all the aftermath. Suddenly, an ear-piercing loud tearing sound resounded through the sky. In the sky not far from Lu Ming, a space crack of more than 100 feet in size appeared, and a huge suction force came from it. Then, the same tearing sound came one after another, and huge space cracks appeared in the surroundings in a crisscross manner. The chi of heaven and earth, as well as the surrounding rocks and other things, were suddenly sucked into the surrounding space cracks. From time to time, the mountain rocks were pulled by several suction forces and directly exploded. At this time, the gold and silver conveyance light that Lu Ming had transformed finally arrived near the passageway that was on the verge of collapse after a few flashes. At this moment, the space barrier around the passageway had also begun to collapse. There were dense small space cracks around, and the passageway had also been distorted to the extreme. Lu Ming only felt an extremely strong space storm behind him. Bursts of huge suction force passed through the yellow mountains, pulling him in all directions as if he was going to be torn apart. At the critical moment, Lu Ming gritted his teeth. After his figure flashed in the passageway, he instantly disappeared from the secret realm together with Qinggu. The next moment, he only felt a sense of dizziness. Then his eyes lit up, and he had already appeared in the underground hall of the Qing family. As Lu Ming's figure flashed, he quickly jumped out of the range of the hexagonal array on the ground. Then, he raised one hand, and the black gas behind him rolled up, revealing the figure of Qinggu beside him. This bald macho man still had an inexplicable look of horror on his face. Obviously, the scene of destruction just now had scared him a lot even though he was in the middle stage of celestial state. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief and looked at the light gate above the hexagonal array behind him with lingering fear. In the light gate, a huge light ball appeared out of thin air. Countless slender black silk rolled out from it and wrapped around the surroundings. Accompanied by a violent fluctuation of space, the light gate that was originally more than 100 feet wide actually collapsed and disappeared. Kacha, the green jade seal in the air turned into powder under a flash of green light, and the hexagonal array below also became dim. After the surroundings calmed down, a figure flashed in front of Lu Ming and Qinggu. It was the Qing family's master, Qing Kong. His gaze swept past Lu Ming and Qinggu, and he asked with a face full of shock, "What happened in the heavenly fantasy secret realm? Why did it completely collapse? And what happened to the two elders, Qing Songzi and Qing Chong?" It's a long story. The matter has to start from the sudden appearance of the two celestial state monsters. Lu Ming glanced at Qinggu, who was still in a daze, and then briefly told Qing Tsong about the experience in the secret realm. When Qing Tsong heard that two monsters at the peak of celestial state appeared at the same time in the illusion, cold sweat broke out on his back. One should know that 1,000 years ago, he was only in the middle stage of celestial state. According to this calculation, when he entered the illusion at that time, the cultivation of these two monsters was at least in the late stage of celestial state. If he had encountered these two monsters at that time, he was afraid that he would not have been able to escape from the illusion. Yes, if it weren't for Elder Lu's help this time, even I would have followed in the footsteps of those two elders. Qinggu's expression relaxed a little, and he cupped his hands at Lu Ming. He first sighed with emotion, then recounted how Qing Songzi was killed by the sneak attack, and how Qing Cheng escaped alone but did not escape from the illusion in the end. Qing Song showed a trace of a regretful expression, but immediately asked again. By the way, Elder Lu just said that this trip did not obtain the seed of illusion, but found a treasure that can prolong the life of the Qing family. I wonder if what he said is true. It's related to the revitalization of the Qing family, so I naturally dare not speak nonsense. The treasure is here. Patriarch will know the truth at a glance. As Lu Ming spoke, he raised his hand and threw a white scroll to Qing Kong. As soon as the scroll entered his hand, Qing Tsung felt a monstrous wave of dense devil qi surging in the scroll. Obviously, it was not something that ordinary magic treasures could compare to. Huh. Although it seems to be a little damaged, it's a true Grotto Heaven magic treasure. Qing Tsung let out a soft sound, obviously a little surprised. That's right. This treasure is called the Three-Light Galaxy Diagram. In its space, there's an entire lake of three-light water. If you soak in the water to cultivate, you'll be able to greatly slow down the consumption of your lifespan. As Lu Ming spoke, he raised his hand and shot out a ray of black light, which disappeared in a flash into the white scroll in Qing Tsung's hand. With a whoosh, the white scroll flew up from Qing Tsung's hand. It spun, and a large wave of water surrounded by black gas flew out from it. With a flip, it wrapped around Qinggu at the side. Qinggu was stunned at first, then he felt that his body was surrounded by an extremely comfortable liquid, and it was indescribably comfortable. Elder Qinggu, try circulating the great art of heavenly illusion once, Lu Ming said quickly. When Qinggu heard this, he immediately closed his eyes and circulated the great art of heavenly illusion once in his body. After a while, when he opened his eyes, his face was filled with ecstasy. What Elder Lu said is true. Soaking in this water to cultivate the great art of heavenly illusion will reduce the loss of lifespan by at least 5 times. Qing Tsung's eyes lit up when he heard Qinggu's words. Haha. I originally planned to pass the position of patriarch to the person who obtained the seed of illusion, then go into seclusion to break through to the mystic understanding realm. I don't have much lifespan left, and the great illusion technique consumes a lot of lifespan. Now that I have this water, I can go all out. Qinggu's eyes flashed a few times when he heard this. He suddenly turned to the side and cupped his hands towards Lu Ming. Qinggu congratulates Elder Lu in advance. That's right. I was so happy that I forgot about this matter. Lu Ming, since you solved the problem of our Qing family's short lifespan, even if you didn't obtain the seed of illusion in the secret realm, the position of patriarch will definitely belong to you. After all, with the help of this water, our Qing family won't have to worry about not having a day of prosperity. Lu Ming didn't show any surprise. He also cupped his hands and replied calmly. Thank you for your kindness, patriarch. I will naturally bow to you. However, I'm not good at managing the family, so I will still have to rely on Elder Qinggu. As he spoke, he made a hand sign with one hand. The water of 3 lights around Qinggu returned to the white scroll like a whale sucking in water. Then, he waved his hand and took the white scroll into his hand. Elder Lu saved my life in the secret realm, Qinggu knows that I can't repay it. In the future, as long as Patriarch asks, I will definitely do my best. Qinggu was overjoyed when he heard this. Lu Ming, half a month later is an auspicious day. I can take this opportunity to hold a grand ceremony for you. What do you think? Qing Tsung said with a smile. That's not a problem, but I don't like to be too ostentatious. This matter can only be limited to within the Qing family. There's no need to make it too public. Lu Ming thought for a while and said so. Qing Tsung nodded and looked back at the dim hexagonal formation, then at the glowing white scroll in Lu Ming's hand. She sighed softly and said, It's time for you to leave. I didn't expect the secret that the demonic sky ancestor mentioned back then was this Grotto Heaven spirit treasure. Now that the troubles that have plagued my Qing family for tens of thousands of years have been resolved, and this mystic realm has also completed its mission, if it collapses, then so be it. Lu Ming, when you become the patriarch, this place will be my closed-door training place. No one is allowed to take even half a step inside. When Lu Ming and Qinggu heard this, they naturally nodded in agreement. After the three of them discussed for a while, Lu Ming and Qinggu took their leave. After Lu Ming left the Great Hall, he didn't immediately return to the cave at the back of the mountain. Instead, he went to the 10,000 book pavilion where the Qing clan stored all kinds of ancient books. He stayed in the Wanshu pavilion for a few hours before leaving. Then, he went straight back to the cave residence in the back mountain. Lu Ming closed the door of the abode and activated all the restrictions in the abode before heaving a sigh of relief and returning to the secret room to sit down cross-legged. Although this trip to the mystic realm only lasted for 1 to 2 days, there were many dangers during this period. The two demons that he encountered at the end were the two most powerful celestial phenomenon cultivators he had seen in all these years, apart from the mighty figures in the mystic enlightening realm. If it wasn't for Emotion's assistance and the support of the restrictions, he couldn't guarantee that he could kill the two so easily. Finally, after obtaining the triple light river Luo diagram, he was almost buried in the collapsed mystic realm. Lu Ming sat quietly for a moment. Suddenly, he waved his hand and two things appeared in front of him. One was a fist-sized gray demon core, and the other was a big black gourd. This gray demon core was the Jing Dan of the gray-robed snake lady. The demon core of a late-stage celestial phenomenon cultivator was quite useful to Lu Ming and was quite precious. It was a pity that the other man with a hooked nose who was at the peak of celestial phenomenon was directly turned into ashes by the illusory demon heart flame in the demonic pupil of illusions. The Jing Dan was also burned. As for the black gourd, it contained some 3 light water. This water was somewhat similar to the heavy water of the Styx River that he had refined in the past, but it emitted a dense devil chi. The 3 light water is similar to the heavy water of the Styx River. It is also a kind of water essence that has the effect of purifying the body's magic power and cleansing the divine soul. Therefore, it can delay the loss of the Qing clan's cultivator's lifespan. At the same time, this water also contains a lot of yin qi, which is harmful to the devil body. Ordinary devils can only use this item to slightly cleanse the devil body's magic power, but you don't have to worry about this. The dark bone art that you cultivate uses the pure yin qi to cultivate. You can use the 3 light water to purify your magic power. It will be very beneficial for you to advance to the mid-stage celestial phenomenon. Emotion's voice came out from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming nodded in response. When he first came into contact with this item in the Mystic Realms Valley, he felt that this 3 light water was extraordinary. He had just read through many ancient books in the 10,000 book pavilion and confirmed that what Emotion said was true. Having made up his mind, he immediately flipped his hand and kept the gray demon core. He silently circulated the dark bone art, and his body gradually emitted a thick black chi. A moment later, he pulled out the stopper of the black gourd and gestured with one hand. A wisp of silver liquid that was lingering with black chi shot out from the gourd. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As he chanted, symbols flew out one after another. The silver liquid suddenly spread out and turned into a silver mist. It slowly integrated into Lu Ming's body. The black light on the surface of Lu Ming's body flickered for a moment and emitted an even purer black light. A look of joy appeared on his face. With a single thought, the black light emitted from his body swelled even more, completely enveloping his body within it. Half a month passed by in a flash. A pale purple light shot over and landed outside of Lu Ming's cave dwelling. It was a young man in a white robe. The young man in a white robe glanced at the door of Lu Ming's cave dwelling. He tidied up his clothes and waved his hand to send a message talisman into the cave dwelling. After a moment, the door of the cave dwelling opened and Lu Ming slowly walked out from inside. His face faintly exuded a layer of white fluorescence. The aura on his body was purer than it was 3 days ago. However, the young man in a white robe was just a cultivator at the early stage of Jing Dan. So, he naturally couldn't sense these things. Greetings, Elder Lu. The Patriarch has sent this junior to pass on a message. The Patriarch's succession ceremony is ready. We're waiting for Elder Lu's arrival. The young man in a white robe bowed respectfully to Lu Ming and said. Lu Ming nodded. Then, the two of them flew towards the main hall of the Qing clan. At the same time, flags were fluttering in every corner of the Qing clan. Gorgeous 5-colored clouds were fluttering in the sky. The entire place was bustling with noise and excitement. The buildings of the Qing clan also looked colorful under the effect of the restrictive spells. The spirit trees and flowers were also blooming everywhere. The most eye-catching thing was that a high platform had been built out of thin air in the Qing clan's manor. The Qing clan's manor was filled with people. The hall masters and stewards who were outside also came back one after another. Lu Ming scanned the manor with his divine sense. There were already several thousand Qing clan cultivators gathered in the manor today. However, the Qing clan didn't invite outsiders to the ceremony this time. Half of this was Lu Ming's idea. The other half was because Qing Tsung was about to go into a life-or-death cultivation. He naturally didn't want to be too ostentatious and attract unnecessary trouble. The two of them quickly arrived at the main hall. Qing Tsung and Qing Gu were arranging various orders. When they saw Lu Ming come in, they went to greet him. Qing Tsung looked Lu Ming up and down and said with bright eyes, "Hey, I haven't seen you in a few days. Elder Lu's cultivation seems to have improved. Congratulations. Patriarch, you praise me too much. I've only just gone through a life-or-death tribulation and gained some enlightenment." "My Li hasn't grown much," Lu Ming said modestly. "Elder Lu, you don't have to be so modest. Looking at your current cultivation, I'm afraid it won't be long before you can advance to the middle stage of heaven." Qing Gu praised. "That's right. On my way here, I saw the clan's preparations for this ceremony. There doesn't seem to be such a big commotion, right?" Lu Ming said with a wry smile. "Hee, Elder Lu, what are you talking about? The appointment of the patriarch this time is different from before. Elder Lu doesn't cultivate the heavenly phantasmal technique and has a long lifespan. Furthermore, you brought out the water of 3 light from the secret realm and solved the problem of our clan's short lifespan. How can we not celebrate such a joyous event?" Qing Tsung said with a chuckle. "Exactly. Elder Lu, there's no need to decline." Qing Gu also laughed at the side. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled helplessly and didn't say anything else. Qing Tsung pulled Lu Ming to sit on the main seat while he sat slightly away from Lu Ming. He began to introduce the Jindan cultivators of the Qing clan to Lu Ming one by one. Although Lu Ming had been an elder of the Qing clan for decades, he had always lived in seclusion. Most of the Qing clan cultivators who were outside had never seen him before. When he was introduced, they couldn't help but look at him curiously. By noon, the preparations for the succession ceremony were almost complete. Qing Tsung stood up and looked at Lu Ming as he said, "Elder Lu, let's go to the high platform and begin the succession ceremony." "All right." Lu Ming nodded, stood up, and walked out of the main hall. They immediately turned into rays of light and landed on the high platform. Rows of armored elite demonic cultivator guards were already standing around the high platform with stern expressions. After Qing Tsung stood still, he waved his hand. Immediately, dozens of Qing clan cultivators below the high platform blew their horns at the same time. The impassioned sound of the horn immediately spread in all directions. 3 large chairs were placed on the high platform. Qing Tsung immediately invited Lu Ming to sit on the chair in the middle. He and Qing Gu stood on either side of Lu Ming. The Jindan cultivators of the Qing clan stood still below the high platform. Behind them, they stood still one by one according to the level of their cultivation. Nearly 10,000 eyes looked at Lu Ming and the others. When the sound of the horn stopped, Qing Tsung suddenly stood up, walked forward a few steps, and announced in a clear voice, "This trip to the Sky Fantasy Mystic Realm ended half a month ago. Today, I have gathered everyone here for the succession ceremony of the Qing clan's ancestors. First, we will begin to worship our Qing clan's ancestors." As soon as Qing Tsung finished speaking, a group of Qing clan cultivators wearing azure robes carried all kinds of sacrificial spirit artifacts, as well as all kinds of incense, candles, and strange fruits. They hurriedly set up the high platform in an extremely orderly manner. After a while, they built an incense table. Rows upon rows of the Qing clan's ancestors were placed on it. At the highest point hung a portrait of a masked man in a black robe. It was Emotion's portrait. Lu Ming looked at Emotion's portrait, and thoughts turned in his mind. Right at this moment, Emotion's mocking laughter echoed in his ears. Lu Ming frowned slightly, but he didn't show any reaction on his face. Subsequently, under the lead of Lu Ming, Qing Tsung, and Qing Gu, the Qing family members began to line up on the incense table and worship the portrait. At the same time, they silently recited some prayers. The sacrificial process was similar to the Middle Sky continent's human race. After worshipping the ancestors, Qing Tsung turned around again and stood in front of the high platform. According to the Qing family's ancient teachings, the elder who enters the mystic realm and takes out the illusion seed can directly take over the position of Qing family's patriarch. However, the situation has changed. Although no one obtained the illusion seed in the mystic realm, Elder Lu found a way to extend the lifespan of the Qing family members. This is a great merit that can affect the Qing family's future. Elder Lu's magic power is profound. After discussing with Elder Qinggu, we decided that from today onwards, Elder Lu will take over the position of Qing family's patriarch. Most of the Qing family members were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. Most of the Qing family cultivators didn't know that Lu Ming brought out the triple light river Luo diagram from the mystic realm, except for a few higher-ups in the family. The problem of lifespan had always been a big worry for the Qing family. For tens of thousands of years, the patriarchs and elders of the Qing family spent countless efforts but to no avail. At this moment, they suddenly announced that they found a way to extend their lifespan. How could they not be ecstatic? After all, once the problem of lifespan was solved, it meant that their cultivation would have a greater chance to improve. Patriarch, is this true? A gray-robed elder at the Jin Dan realm asked with a trembling voice. Of course. I've tried the method that Elder Lu brought out. Although it will affect the cultivation speed of some heaven illusion great arts, it can indeed greatly reduce the loss of lifespan. After the ceremony, the family will start preparing so that everyone in the family can benefit. Qing Tsung said with certainty. The gray-robed elder was overjoyed. He looked at Lu Ming gratefully and retreated. The other Qing family cultivators were in an uproar. Qing Tsung had been in charge of the Qing family for 1,000 years and could be said to be highly respected in the family. Since he said this with such certainty, it was naturally not a lie. Alright, since there are no objections, then from today onwards, Elder Lu will be the 34th patriarch of my Qing family, Qing Tsung said loudly with a solemn expression. Lu Ming stood up with an indifferent expression. Everyone from the Qing family cupped their hands and bowed to Lu Ming, saying in unison, "Greetings, Patriarch." Everyone, there is no need to be so courteous. Today, I, Lu, will definitely work hard for the prosperity of the Qing family. I hope everyone can help me. Lu Ming said faintly. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present. Everyone present felt as if a magical stone had fallen into their minds. Then, an uncontrollable ripple appeared in their hearts. In an instant, it turned into a huge storm that swept out. Everyone present was shocked, but right at this moment, the spirit storm suddenly disappeared without a trace. We will obey the patriarch's instructions. Everyone from the Qing family had a change in expression, and the way they looked at Lu Ming was different. Hee, Lu brat, your perception is rather good. Through the sacrificial refining of the celestial tablet, you actually grasp some of this Lord Spirit Storm's secret art. Mo Tian's voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't say anything. Qing Tsung and Qinggu looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Just now, the two of them were also affected, but with their cultivation, they were naturally able to suppress it easily. Qinggu had already seen Lu Ming's strength in the mystic realm, so he wasn't too surprised. Qing Tsung's evaluation of Lu Ming immediately increased by another level. He took a step forward and flipped his hand with a solemn expression. After the multicolored light rolled out, a simple and unadorned green jade tablet suddenly appeared in his hand. Immediately after, Qing Tsung bent his waist and delivered the jade tablet to Lu Ming with both hands and said, "This item is called the Overturning Earth Tablet. It is the keepsake of the Qing family patriarch. Patriarch, please receive the tablet." Lu Ming received the jade tablet, and everyone from the Qing family on the high platform bowed to Lu Ming again. At this point, the Qing family patriarch's succession ceremony was almost over. There was no need for Lu Ming and the others to participate in the remaining trivial matters. The matters outside were handed over to some housekeepers to handle. Lu Ming, Qing Tsung, and Qinggu returned to the Qing family's main hall again. Lu Ming played with the green jade tablet in his hand. This tablet was long in shape with a pointed top and bottom. The upper half was translucent and emerald green, while the lower half was an earthy yellow color. It had a rather beautiful appearance. The bottom of the green jade tablet was engraved with dark green runes and 3 ancient demonic texts. Overturning Earth Tablet. Patriarch, please take a seat of honor. Qing Tsung suddenly stopped in the main hall and cupped his fist at Lu Ming. On the side, Qinggu also bowed and cupped his fist. Lu Ming nodded. He was now the patriarch, so it was natural that he sat on the main seat. Qing Tsung and Qinggu sat beside him. Patriarch, how do you plan to deal with the 3 light painting? My intention is to let the clansmen use the water of 3 light as soon as possible to delay the loss of their lifespans. Qinggu hesitated slightly and asked carefully. When Qing Tsung heard this, he also turned his head and looked over. Since Lu Ming had already taken over as the patriarch, these major matters naturally had to be decided by him. Elders, you don't have to report everything to me like this. I've said before that I don't have much experience in managing the family. Do you have any good ideas? Lu Ming laughed bitterly and said. Qing Tsung and Qinggu looked at each other. Then, Qinggu rubbed his bald head and cupped his hands again. Regarding this, I have a suggestion. I hope the patriarch will accept it. A few days after the patriarch's succession ceremony, the Qing family began to build a large palace in the manor. Then, the new patriarch, Lu Ming, and the 2 elders, Qing Tsung and Qinggu, personally set up layers of restrictive formations in the main hall. Half a month later, the palace named 3 Brightness Palace was finally completed. The entire palace was covered in all kinds of demonic inscriptions. There were also several powerful formation prohibitions set up around the palace. It seemed that this building was very important to them. Just when the Qing family members were confused, Lu Ming finally announced the purpose of the 3 Light Palace. Only now did everyone know that the method to extend their lifespans that they had been looking forward to was in the 3 Light Palace. In the center of the 3 Light Palace was a pond with a diameter of about an acre. A faint black mist rose from the pond, and the silvery liquid in the pond could be faintly seen. Streaks of silvery air swirled on the surface of the pond like silver snakes. The water in the pond was the water of 3 Light. The ground around the pond was covered with all kinds of mysterious patterns. The silvery mist rose up, but after rising for a few meters, a layer of white light screen appeared above the pond, blocking the mist. Lu Ming and the other 2 stood near the pond and looked at the situation. They nodded secretly, obviously quite satisfied. I didn't expect the family head to have such deep attainments in the field of restrictive formations. With the power of restrictive formations, you were able to open a semi-permanent entrance in the triple light illustration and guide the water of 3 Light into the pool. This way, you can save yourself the process of opening the triple light illustration, Qinggu praised. Elder Qinggu, you flatter me. Lu Ming smiled faintly, but a trace of melancholy flashed in his heart. Speaking of which, most of these restrictive formations were learned from Qian Ruping. Now that he had left the wild continent for 100 years, he did not know how Qian Ruping and Yi Tianmei were doing. Now that everything is ready, from tomorrow onwards, we can let the Qing family cultivators soak in the 3 Light pond to delay the loss of their lifespans. This matter will be handled by Elder Qinggu, Lu Ming said after thinking for a while. Yes. Qinggu bowed and accepted the order. Next, the 3 discussed the specific use of the 3 Light temple. After all, there were many Qing family cultivators, and it was impossible to provide for everyone to use at the same time. After some discussion, the 3 of them decided to give priority to the existing real pellet state cultivators of the Qing family to use the 3 Brightness Palace. The cultivators below the real pellet state would exchange for the time to enter the 3 Brightness Palace according to their contribution to the Qing family. And this? Lu Ming waved his hand, and a gray jade slips appeared in his hand. I found this jade slips at the place where the 3 Light painting was stored. It is a cultivation method left behind by the demonic sky ancestor called the illusory dream art. It is similar to our family's great heavenly illusion technique. I have checked it carefully, and this cultivation method should be quite compatible with our family's cultivator physique. As Lu Ming said this, he handed the jade slips to Qing Kong. Qing Tsung's body trembled when he heard this. He received the jade slips with trembling hands and probed it with his divine sense. After a long time, Qing Tsung suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground. A moment later, a layer of faint purple light appeared on his body like a dream. When Qinggu saw this, he revealed an excited expression. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. After a moment, Qing Tsung opened his eyes, stood up, and said with great surprise, "Family head is right. This cultivation method is indeed compatible with our Qing family's physique. According to the results of my test just now, although this illusory dream art is relatively slow to cultivate, it does not have the fatal flaw like the great heavenly illusion technique. Furthermore, this cultivation method is profound, and its power in fights is not inferior to the great heavenly illusion technique. It seems that this cultivation method was specially left for us by the demonic sky ancestor." Qinggu was also overjoyed when he heard this. Not only did he obtain a method to prolong his lifespan, but he also obtained a new cultivation method. How could he not be happy? In that case, this illusory dream art will be handed over to Elder Qing Tsung to be in charge of imparting it to the young disciples in the family. Lu Ming said with a faint expression. "Yes, I will obey the family head's order." Qing Tsung's expression turned solemn. He carefully put away the jade slips and bowed to accept the order. Early the next morning, Qinggu immediately announced the rules for using the Three Lights Temple to all the Qing family members. The Qing family cultivators naturally did not have many objections to this decision. The Three Lights Temple was immediately opened to the Qing family cultivators. After soaking in the Three Lights water to cultivate, they felt that the loss of their lifespan had slowed down a lot. Moreover, the appearance of the illusory dream art surprised the Qing family cultivators again and again. After knowing that the illusory dream art was also brought out by Lu Ming from the mystic realm, the Qing family cultivators were even more grateful to Lu Ming. On a platform at the back mountain of the Qing family, Lu Ming, Qing Tsung, and Qinggu stood side by side. Lu Ming was in the middle, and Qing Tsung and Qinggu stood on both sides. The three of them looked at the Qing family's manor in front of them. A group of Qing family cultivators were in jubilation, and they were silent. After a while, Qing Tsung sighed and said, "I didn't expect that in my lifetime. I can still see my family get rid of the problem of lifespan. With Patriarch Lu leading our family, the prosperity of our Qing family is just around the corner." Elder Qing Tsung, listening to your tone, it seems that you want to retire? Lu Ming looked slightly surprised and said. "Hee, the Qing family now has the Patriarch and Elder Qinggu, so I am very relieved. When you came out of the illusion, I said that I don't have much lifespan left. I can only take advantage of this last bit of time to fight." Qing Tsung's eyes flashed, and he said firmly. "If that's the case, I won't stop Elder Qing Kong. From today onwards, Elder should go into retreat." Lu Ming nodded and said. "Thank you for your understanding, Patriarch." Qing Tsung's face was slightly happy. He bowed to Lu Ming, then he turned into an escape light and flew toward a mountain peak at the back mountain. He actually left just like that. Qinggu looked at the direction where Qing Tsung went, and he couldn't help but be a little dazed. "Brother Qinggu, Elder Qing Tsung is going to cultivate in seclusion. We will need your help with the clan's matters." Lu Ming's calm voice suddenly sounded. Qinggu's heart trembled, and he hurriedly retracted his gaze. He cupped his fist and said, "What are you talking about, Patriarch? These are just things that I should do." With Elder Qinggu's words, this Lu can rest assured. By the way, Ancestor Demonic Sky left some cultivation experience about Sky Phantasm in the demonic clan of the Middle Sky Continent. Unfortunately, my major is not illusion, so it's useless to take it. Today, I will give it to Elder Qinggu. I smiled faintly, then he took out a piece of green jade slips and handed it to Qinggu. Qinggu was startled when he heard this. He took the jade slips hesitantly and probed it with his divine sense. A moment later, Qinggu's face revealed a look of ecstasy. He bowed to Lu Ming and said, "Thank you, Patriarch, for your generous gift. Qinggu will forever remember it. In the future, if you have any errands for me, just let me know." Qinggu will definitely not object. The insights in the jade slips were too important to him. Every word and sentence pointed to the origin of the Sky Phantasm grand art. With these insights, in addition to the 3 light water, He was confident that he could break through to the late stage of celestial phenomenon within 100 years. Alright, I'm relieved to hear that. Although I am now the Qing family leader, I really do not want to deal with the trivial matters of the family. I will leave these matters to you. Lu Ming said calmly. Yes, rest assured, Patriarch. Qinggu quickly agreed. In addition, these are 2 lists of materials. The things inside are things that I urgently need. Ask the Qing family to do their best to collect them. As long as they find the things inside, no matter how many demonic crystals they have to spend, they have to get them back. Lu Ming flipped his hand and took out 2 pieces of jade slips, handed them to Qinggu, and spoke with a solemn expression. Qinggu was startled. He quickly took the jade slips and took a deep breath after scanning it with his divine sense. The list on the 2 jade slips were some extremely rare items. Some of them were even rumored items that could only be encountered by luck. This matter will be the most important matter of the Qing family in the future. If you encounter any difficulties in the process of searching for these things, you can look for me at any time. Lu Ming thought for a moment and added. Yes. Qinggu's heart trembled and quickly agreed. The 2 of them casually chatted for a while more before Qinggu bade farewell and left. Using one's strengths to control one's weaknesses. It seems like you are rather suitable to wield authority. A black shadow flashed, and Mo Tian's figure appeared beside Lu Ming. I am just copying what you said. Let's not talk about this. I have already controlled the Qing family according to your strategy. However, the materials for you to condense your devil body are too difficult to find. I'm afraid that even if the Qing family exhausted all their resources, they still wouldn't be able to find all the materials for you. Lu Ming spoke indifferently and immediately changed the topic. You don't have to be anxious about this matter. Just slowly increase the strength of the Qing family. Previously, I saw that among the Qing family's Jin Dan cultivators, 2 of them had already reached the perfection stage of the Jin Dan realm. I have a set of secret technique that is compatible with the Heaven Illusion Great Technique. It can increase their chances of advancing to the celestial phenomenon realm. As for the materials for condensing the devil body, it doesn't matter if you really can't find them. I know a place that definitely has the materials I need. Mo Tian's eyes flashed as he spoke. Where are you talking about? A trace of surprise appeared on Lu Ming's face as he asked. There is no need for you to know about this matter now. The most important thing for you now is to cultivate to the middle stage of the celestial phenomenon realm as soon as possible. Mo Tian revealed a strange expression on his face as he tried to change the topic. Lu Ming sneered in his heart and didn't ask anything else. His figure flashed and flew towards the direction of the cave abode. He might be the patriarch now, but he was still living in the cave abode he used to live in. Now that the matters in the clan had come to an end, it was time for him to collect his thoughts and continue to cultivate diligently. His cultivation had already reached the bottleneck of the early stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. With the purification of the trilite water, his magic power would be much purer. If he wanted to increase the chances of advancing to the middle stage of the celestial phenomenon realm, the best method was to increase his mental energy. Lu Ming returned to the cave abode and took out a thick ancient book and started to study it carefully. This was the information he asked Qinggu to collect about the Tuatsang mountain range. He was looking at the distribution of the demonic beasts in the Tuatsang mountain range. At this moment, a black light flew out of Lu Ming's sleeve and entrenched on his shoulder. It was the soul-sucking goo. Little guy, I'll have to rely on you in the future. Lu Ming gently stroked the head of the soul-sucking goo and said faintly. A few days later, a black escape light quietly flew out of the Qing family and headed for the Tuatsang mountain range. Except for Qinggu, no one in the entire Qing family knew that Lu Ming had quietly left the family. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it had been more than 100 years since Lu Ming became the patriarch of the Qing family. During this period, the Qing family, under the leadership of Lu Ming, could be described as the sun in the sky. There were 2 Jin Dan advanced stage demon dwellers in the clan who successfully condensed the heaven and earth form and advanced to the celestial phenomenon realm. As a result, the entire Qing family, including Qing Tsung who was in seclusion, had a total of 5 celestial phenomenon realm cultivators. In addition, there were countless new Jin Dan crystallization period clansmen, and the power of the entire family had increased greatly. Among them, Qinggu advanced to the celestial phenomenon later stage in one fell swoop more than 10 years ago with the help of the 3 light water and the cultivation experience provided by Lu Ming. Under the guidance of Mo Tian, Lu Ming used the soul-sucking goo to enhance his mental power, and then constantly soaked in the 3 light water to improve the spiritual power purity. He also advanced to the celestial phenomenon intermediate stage a few years ago. Subsequently, he revealed part of his powerful strength in several battles with other families, causing 1 death and 1 injury to the patriarch of the other 2 families in Zhang province. He annexed all the other families. The Qing family, which was originally inconspicuous in Zhang province, also became one of the top major families in Zhang province in one fell swoop. Lu Ming, the patriarch who had only been in charge of the Qing family for more than 100 years, was even more famous with his strength far beyond those of the same rank. On this day, in the Qing family's manor, in a hidden underground cave quite far from the Qing family's main hall, a black mist ball composed of thick demonic qi was slowly rotating. Below the black mist ball, there was a huge hexagonal array of more than 200 meters in size. It was inlaid with dense purple-black crystal stones. Wisps of black silk-like mist continuously escaped from it, intertwining into black chains that went into the black mist ball above. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged in front of the array at the moment, motionless. He squinted his eyes and looked forward with extreme concentration. A low chant came out from his mouth faintly. He made gestures with both hands and launched symbols forward from time to time. The surface of the hexagonal array was inscribed with various complicated runes. After the symbols went in, it became flashing with spiritual light. Countless dense black runes emerged from it and began to jump up and down. Suddenly, all the black chains shook, and a woo sound came from the black mist ball. An extremely strange whine sounded into the sky. Immediately afterward, the black mist ball began to spin rapidly, and wisps of black mist rolled out in all directions, revealing the object that was originally wrapped in the black mist ball. It was a small and translucent hand bone, and it was surrounded by crisscrossing black chains. The black patterns on the surface of the hand bone flashed, and a small white person about a foot in size emerged from it. It let out a strange scream of horror and struggled desperately, but under the restraint of the black chains, it couldn't escape at all. The true demonic mark between Lu Ming's eyebrows flashed, and a palm-sized rune flew out from it and flashed into the small white person. The small white person wailed and hit on the white hand bone again. Then black and white light appeared on the surface of the hand bone. Under the intertwining, there were countless flesh sprouts wriggling in the light, growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, a complete hand was formed. The flesh sprouts continued to spread and intertwined until it reached the wrist before it stopped growing. Then, black scales appeared on the surface of the palm. The shiny surface was engraved with circles of demonic patterns. At this moment, a black shadow emerged from Lu Ming's body. It was Mo Tian. As soon as he appeared, he revealed a fanatical expression. Without saying anything, he turned into a black light and disappeared into He Lin's palm in a flash. Pong pong. The black chains that originally entangled the palm collapsed, and He Lin's palm loosened and clenched a few times. It looked very agile. Not bad. Although it is only a small part of the complete demonic body, it makes me feel reborn. Mo Tian's voice came from He Lin's palm. After collecting materials for so long, I can finally condense this palm. The cost is really not small. When Lu Ming saw this, he stood up and looked at the He Lin's palm flying back and forth in the air. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of pain. The entire Qing family spent so many years, and the materials they collected were only able to condense this small part of the demonic body. Moreover, just this sacrificial array consumed nearly tens of millions of demonic crystals. Kid, you don't have to put on such a bitter and vengeful look. Don't belittle this palm. I dare to say that an ordinary peak stage celestial phenomenon demon might not be able to withstand an all-out attack from it. He Lin's palm suddenly stopped in midair as Mo Tian's voice echoed leisurely. Is this true? When Lu Ming heard this, he raised his brows and asked. What use is there for me to lie to a kid like you? But speaking of which, there is only a single palm now, and it isn't easy to accumulate magic power. Even if I make a move, I will only have the strength for a single attack. Therefore, unless it is a crucial moment of life and death, I will not make a move easily. You must remember this point. Mo Tian's indifferent voice echoed from He Lin's palm again. When Lu Ming heard the statement, his eyes flickered. He might not completely believe Mo Tian's words, but when he scanned with his divine senses earlier, he did notice that every move of this palm contained an indescribable power. Now that both of their divine souls were in a symbiotic relationship, Mo Tian wouldn't dare to leave him in the lurch if he were to encounter any difficulties. Since that was the case, it was worthwhile to use these external items to preserve a life-saving method for himself. When Lu Ming thought about this, he changed the topic and said, "That's right. Now that I have reforged a portion of your demon body for you, shouldn't Senior fulfill your promise and help me refine the Mountain River Pearl? With the materials that you have collected, you should be able to refine the 3 Mountain River Pearls into a Grotto Heaven artifact. But if you want to utilize the greatest power, you still need to refine all 12 of them." Mo Tian went silent for a moment before he spoke slowly. "Then I will have to trouble Senior to make a move." Lu Ming spoke to He Lin's palm with cupped hands. Several months later, in a certain mysterious space that was a few miles in radius, there were 3 earthy yellow giant peaks that were a few hundred feet tall. They were emitting yellow light and were positioned in 3 different directions. In the middle of the peaks, there were 3 majestic black rivers that ran through them. The black river water flowed unceasingly, and there were traces of water vapor rising. In midair, there was a flash of green, and a youth appeared out of nowhere. It was Lu Ming. As he looked around, the entire mysterious space suddenly lit up, and a deafening roar came from all directions. 3 giant mountains that were thousands of feet tall suddenly rose from the ground, and with an endless aura, they flew back and forth in the air. At the same time, the 3 pitch-black rivers that originally coiled around the foot of the mountain also rose into the air, dancing up and down along with the movement of the mountain peak. For a moment, the entire mysterious space was filled with yellow and black colors. The surrounding world energy began to boil, emitting bursts of extremely rich earth and water attribute auras. A strange and mysterious power seemed to be dominating everything in this space. The mountains and rivers here could be controlled by Lu Ming with a single thought. In the next moment, as Lu Ming thought about it, he made a gesture with one hand. His figure blurred and disappeared on the spot. In the underground cavern, 3 earthen yellow beads were slowly rotating in the air in a triangular formation. At every moment, the earthen yellow beads seemed to be a little transparent, and the scenery of the mountains and rivers was vivid and lifelike. Moreover, they were flickering with light at the same time, as though they were resonating with each other. Suddenly, a figure flashed out, and the light faded, revealing Lu Ming's figure. A black figure flashed and stopped beside him. It was the black-scaled palm that Mo Tian was attached to. "How is it? You personally felt the power of the laws of mountains and rivers. How do you feel now?" Mo Tian's voice suddenly sounded. Lu Ming didn't answer him immediately. After softly chanting a few incantations, he waved his hand, and the 3 earthen yellow beads were kept into his sleeve. After doing all this, he took a deep breath and said, "Not bad. Although there are only 3 beads, the power is obviously incomparable to the previous mountain river beads. Once the enemy is kept into the mountain river space, I can use the power of the laws of mountains and rivers to kill them." Just at this moment, there was a buzzing sound coming from his waist. Lu Ming's heart moved. He flipped his hand, and a communication disc appeared. It was emitting a faint white light, and a row of small words appeared. Lu Ming's eyes swept around, then he put away the disc array. His body turned into a black light and rushed out of the cave. A moment later, in the Qing clan's main hall, Lu Ming sat on the main seat. On his left side, there was a green drum. On the right side, there was a middle-aged man who looked honest, and a young man in green shirt with a silly face. These 2 people were the newly promoted elders of the Qing clan who advanced to the celestial phenomenon realm in the past 100 years. The middle-aged man was called Xianxia, and he was a branch descendant of the Qing clan. The youth was called Qing Feng. Apart from these 3 people, there were more than 10 Qing clan members sitting in the hall. Most of them were hall masters at the Jingdan realm. "Since everyone is here, Qing Gu, you can tell us the ins and outs of this matter in detail." Lu Ming looked around, then his gaze fell on Qing Gu and he said lightly, "Yes. Patriarch. It's like this. Just yesterday morning, one of the four great clans, the Lu clan, sent an envoy to our Qing clan and read out the transfer order. They asked us to send reinforcements to Yurong City within half a month, and the transfer order clearly stated that the patriarch must be among the reinforcements. Qinggu stood up, and after cupping his hands towards Lu Ming, his eyes slowly swept across the faces of everyone and said, "So. Transfer order? What happened? Why does the patriarch also want to go?" As soon as Qinggu's voice fell, other than the other two celestial phenomenon realm elders who seemed to already know about it, the rest of the Qing clan was in an uproar. When Lu Ming heard this, he was a little surprised. Although he had received the message from Qinggu before coming, he was not clear about the cause and effect of this matter. However, he did not ask anything. He knew that since Qinggu had said so, with his understanding of Qinggu, he would definitely explain it clearly later. As expected, Qinggu paused for a moment, then continued. This matter originated from several tens of clans in the Li, Qi, and Qi prefectures in the northwest of the continent. They actually rebelled at the same time and formed an allied army. As our Tibetan province is adjacent to these three prefectures, it became the first stop of the enemy's invasion. After the central dynasty learned of this, they asked the Lu clan, who was closest to the three prefectures, to come forward and quell the rebellion. Thus, the Lu clan set up a stronghold in our Tibetan province's Yurong City. At the same time, they began to frequently send out transfer orders, asking the large clans in the nearby prefectures to send reinforcements. According to my investigation these 2 days, this matter is basically true. Moreover, the other large clans in our Tibetan province also received transfer orders at the same time. The other clans were also asked to send their patriarchs to participate in the war? Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said, "Yes." Qinggu immediately replied respectfully. "In that case, Qinggu, you and Elder Yan Shan will stay in the clan. Elder Qing Feng and I will go to support. Elder Qing Feng, I'll give you 1 day to gather 10 Jing Dan disciples and 100 crystallization period disciples in the clan. Gather at the square the day after tomorrow morning and rush to Yurong City." Lu Ming touched his chin and nodded thoughtfully. Then, he immediately ordered. Although he faintly felt a little strange in his heart, the Lu clan was powerful, so he had to agree first. At that time, he would take one step at a time. "Yes, we will obey the patriarch's order." Qinggu and the other two heavenly phenomenon elders received the order in unison. There is no need to trouble Elder Qing Tsung with this matter. I will leave a message for him when the time comes. By the way, during my retreat this time, did anything important happen in the clan? Lu Ming nodded, then he changed the topic and asked. These years, there are indeed some things that happened in the clan. Qinggu heard this and immediately reported to Lu Ming. In the northwestern region of the Tibetan province, since the three provinces rebelled, the flames of war frequently broke out. Within 10,000 miles of the region bordering these three provinces, it was now desolate and uninhabited. In order to avoid being affected, some clans and tribes migrated to the central region of the Tibetan province. After the Lu clan, one of the four great clans, received the order from the central dynasty, they quickly sent the Lu clan army that was good at fighting to control the passes in the northwestern region of the Tibetan province. In just a short week, outside the border city of Yurong City, a huge fortification that stretched for thousands of miles was built. It was unknown if the three provinces' rebel army feared the Lu clan's prestige. Although they had stockpiled troops 1,000 miles away from Yurong City, they did not immediately attack. The two sides were in a stalemate. At this moment, with Yurong City as the center, tens of thousands of Lu clan's army were stationed. The military camp stretched for thousands of miles, the banners fluttered, and there was a murderous aura. When Lu Ming led the Qing clan people to Yurong City 10 days and nights later, he saw this scene in front of him. They were still 20 to 30 miles away from Yurong City when a group of patrolling black armored guards came to greet them. In front of us is the main camp of Yurong City's Lu clan. May I ask who you are? The leader of this group of black armored guards faced Lu Ming and asked in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Lu Ming's gaze swept over these armored guards and he could not help but let out a light sound of surprise. The cultivation of these armored guards was ordinary. The leader of the armored guards was only a cultivator at the early Jing Dan realm. However, the black armor on their bodies was somewhat strange. This armor looked simple and at first glance, it seemed like ordinary iron armor. Apart from the symbol of the five-leaf golden sunflower of the Lu clan, there were no other runes or patterns, but it gave him a familiar feeling. Lu Ming sensed it with his divine sense and immediately a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. These black armor were all evolved from the body of a beast. It had the same effect as the silver flesh armor of his eight-legged sea demon. I'm Lu Ming, the patriarch of the Qing clan of Tuozong Mountain in Zong province. I was ordered to come here to help suppress the rebellion, Lu Ming said faintly. With a flip of his hand, he took out the Lu clan's transfer order and waved it in front of the other party. So it's the patriarch of the Qing clan. This lowly one has been impolite. Please enter Yurong City, patriarch. Seeing the transfer order in Lu Ming's hand, the leader of the armored guards breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly moved aside to make way. Lu Ming nodded, put away the transfer order, and continued to fly toward Yurong City with Qing Feng and other Qing clan cultivators. Soon, a huge square, pitch-black city appeared in front of everyone. The city wall was 50 to 60 meters high. On the city wall, there was a small tower the size of a pavilion every 300 meters or so. There were people faintly moving inside. At the same time, the city wall was also inscribed with unknown pitch-black demonic patterns. Under the reflection of the scorching sun, it flashed with a faint light. Groups of Lu clan guards in the same black armor patrolled back and forth on the city wall. Their eyes swept around from time to time, and their expressions were abnormally solemn. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a green robe flew out of the city below. He was also a celestial state cultivator. He bowed to Lu Ming and said, "You must be the new patriarch of the Qing family, Lu Ming. It must have been hard for you to come all the way. May I ask who you are?" Lu Ming stopped and asked with a flash in his eyes. Qing Feng and the rest of the Qing family cultivators also stopped. "He, I am Lu Junyan. Under the order of the patriarch, I am here to wait for you. Please follow me. I have prepared a place for you to rest." The middle-aged man in a green robe said with a slight smile and landed on the city below. Lu Ming's eyes moved, and then he led the Qing family to follow. There were many buildings in Yurong City. It seemed that they were built recently. It was not a problem to accommodate tens of thousands of people. The middle-aged man in a green robe brought Lu Ming and others to an area in the east of the city. There were more than a dozen gray pavilions here. Although they didn't look good, they were enough to accommodate more than 100 people of the Qing family. Everyone of the Qing family can rest here. The conditions are a bit simple, please don't mind. The middle-aged man in a green robe said slightly apologetically. You don't have to be so polite. We didn't come here to enjoy. How is the situation at the front line at the moment? Lu Ming chuckled, then he asked with a serious look. When he entered the city just now, he looked at the enemy camp in the distance. The opposite camp was shrouded by a black gas. Obviously, someone used a secret technique to hide it. At present, there is only a small-scale contact. The other party doesn't seem to be preparing to attack. We are still well prepared, so it is still safe. The middle-aged man in a green robe saw Lu Ming asked about the war, and his face became solemn. Lu Ming heard this and nodded slowly. So far, many patriarchs of aristocratic families have rushed here. At this moment, they are all discussing in the hall. If Patriarch Lu is free, why don't you go and meet them? The middle-aged man in a green robe said again. Very good. Lu Ming nodded at the moment, then he ordered Qing Feng to arrange the rest of the people to rest here. Then he and the middle-aged man walked side by side toward a hall in the center of the city. I wonder which aristocratic families have arrived in the city? Lu Ming asked casually as he walked. At present, all the large aristocratic families in the hidden prefecture have basically arrived. Of the other prefectures and counties, only a few families from the Yongzhou and Yu prefecture arrived yesterday, the green-robed middle-aged man said. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he nodded. According to the words of the green-robed middle-aged man, the cultivators gathered in gloomy Blaze City at this moment only had the strength of a province at most. Even if the army sent by the Lu clan was added in, their strength was still inferior to the rebel army of the three provinces. However, at this moment, the clans of the nearby provinces were all rushing to Yurong City in an unending stream. Facing such a large rebellion, it was impossible for the central dynasty to sit idly by. As long as they could endure for a period of time, they believed that the situation would change greatly. As Lu Ming thought of this, he felt a little more relaxed. I wonder which senior of the Lu clan is in charge of Yurong City at this moment. He suddenly thought of something and turned to ask the green-robed middle-aged man. After the rebellion of the Li, Qi, and Qi prefectures, the Demon King was very angry. In order to quell the rebellion as soon as possible, the patriarch of the Lu clan is personally in charge of Yurong City. In addition, there is also a profound understanding ancestor of our clan in the city. You will be able to meet him later, Lu. The green-robed middle-aged man said with a chuckle. Since the patriarch of the Lu clan is personally in charge, that's great. With the ability of your patriarch, a mere rebellion should be quickly quelled. A flash of surprise appeared in Lu Ming's eyes, and then he said with a laugh. The two chatted and soon arrived outside the hall in the center of the city. Walking into the hall, they turned a few corners, and the two came to a bright hall. The hall was very spacious, and there were dozens of wide chairs in the hall, lined up on both sides of the hall. At this moment, there were 20 to 30 people sitting on these chairs. The people present were all patriarchs of the major clans, and most of them were cultivators in the late stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. At this moment, groups of 3 to 5 were gathered in the hall, talking in low voices. At the end of the hall was a slightly higher seat, which was obviously the main seat, but at this moment, there was no one sitting on it. As soon as Lu Ming and the green-robed middle-aged man stepped into the hall, dozens of gazes immediately looked over. Hey, isn't this Lu? Fellow Taoist has finally arrived. A burly man with a rough appearance stood up and strode over. Fellow Lei. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face, and he nodded to the burly man. This burly man was the patriarch of the Lei clan, Lei Gu. The Lei clan and the Qing clan often interacted with each other. In the past 100 years, Lu Ming had also met this person a few times, and their relationship could be considered to be quite good. Come, Lu. You usually stay in your room, so today is a good opportunity for me to introduce you to a few good friends. The burly man laughed, and without saying anything, he pulled Lu Ming inside. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Ming's face, as if he couldn't stand the enthusiasm of this person. He nodded to the green-robed middle-aged man apologetically, and then followed after the burly man. When Lu Ming saw this, a trace of light flashed in his eyes, but his face was full of smiles as he walked towards a group of people. He followed Lei Gu to a small circle inside, and found a seat to sit down, as he looked at the people around him. In this small circle, other than him and Lei Gu, there were 3 other people. One of them was a green-haired young woman in a green robe. She looked to be in her 30s, and her appearance was quite beautiful, but her expression was cold. When she saw Lu Ming come over, she only glanced at him and didn't have the slightest intention of greeting him, giving off a feeling that she was 1,000 miles away. The other was a white-haired old man, and there was an abnormal flush on his cheeks, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. The white-haired old man had a kind look on his face, and nodded slightly to Lu Ming. The last one was an 8 or 9-year-old girl, with red lips and white teeth. She wore a loose blood-red robe, and looked somewhat out of place. Haha, everyone, let me introduce you. This is the person I mentioned to everyone before, the patriarch of the Tuazong mountain range's famous Qing clan, Lu Ming, Lu. Lei Gu introduced Lu Ming to the others. The expressions of the 3 changed slightly when they heard this. In recent years, the Qing clan could indeed be said to be illustrious in Zhongzhou. In terms of power, it could be counted as one of the top clans in Zhongzhou. And the new patriarch, Lu Ming, had always been mysterious, and basically didn't appear in the eyes of outsiders, which made him even more popular. So you are Lu Ming, Lu, nice to meet you. The white-haired old man cupped his fists and bowed, and said. The green-haired young woman and the red-robed girl couldn't help but look at Lu Ming a few more times. These 3 are also the patriarchs of some famous clans in Zhongzhou. They are Fairy Ao, Fellow Gu, and Fellow Lan. Lei Gu introduced the green-haired young woman, the white-haired old man, and the red-robed girl respectively. Ah, so it's Patriarch Ao, Patriarch Gu, and Patriarch Lan. Nice to meet you. Lu Ming slightly cupped his fists. Although Lei Ge didn't say these people's names, he knew their surnames, and he was able to determine their identity and background. The Ao clan, the Gu clan, and the Lan clan were also famous clans in Zhongzhou. Although they couldn't compare to the Qin clan or the Lei clan, their power was not small. Especially the Lan clan that the red-robed girl belonged to, which was famous for alchemy. If he guessed correctly, this red-robed girl was the famous alchemy master in Zhongzhou, Lan Yinggu. Lu Ming had heard rumors about her. It was said that because she accidentally ate an ancient alchemy pill, it caused her body to mutate, and she turned into a young girl. After introducing each other's names, the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Alright, fellow Lei, according to what you said before, after gathering the 5 people, we can start discussing the alliance. Can we start now? The green-haired young woman said coldly. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Haha, Fairy Ao, don't be anxious. Lu has just arrived, I still have to explain the situation to him. Leg chuckled. He waved his hand lightly, and a purple light emitted from his hand, turning into a purple light screen that enveloped them. Lu, it's like this. In this battle, although you and I are all heavenly phenomenon cultivators, the battle is dangerous, and no one can be sure what will happen. Therefore, I want to form an alliance with you during the battle. I wonder if Lu is interested in joining? Leg looked at Lu Ming and asked. Hearing this, a trace of thought flashed across Lu Ming's face, and he didn't answer immediately. By the way, many of the clans here have established their own small circles. I'm sure Lu naturally understands the meaning. Leg saw that Lu Ming didn't speak, so he added. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, and then said, since it's fellow Lei's invitation, I'm naturally willing to join. However, I came later than all of you. How is the situation in Yurong City? To be honest, although I received the transfer order from the Central Dynasty and the Lu clan, I don't know the specific situation. There's no need for Lu to say anything about this. I will naturally share the information I've gathered with you, Leg said immediately. Hearing this, the green-haired young woman and the others also showed a focused look. According to my information, the cultivators of the Li, Qi, and Qi prefectures suddenly decided to betray the Central Dynasty for some reason. All the clans in the 3 prefectures have now joined together and called themselves the Great Shua Dynasty. Leg said slowly. The green-haired young woman and the others were shocked when they heard this. Great Shua. Mo Tian's voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind, and the tone seemed to be a little mocking. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't ask Mo Tian. They've actually called themselves a dynasty. It looks like the cultivators of the 3 prefectures are really going to completely rebel against the Central Dynasty. The red-robed girl said with a deep tone. No one knows what exactly happened in the 3 prefectures, but the 3 prefectures are already a piece of iron. Since the start of the rebellion, my Lei clan has tried to send people to infiltrate the Crimson Prefecture many times because it's close to the Qi Prefecture, but it was all in vain. We even lost many people. Leg sighed and said. Fellow Lei, do you know how many cultivators have gathered in the Great Shua Dynasty? Have they all moved to the stronghold outside Yurong City? Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he asked. Now that the stronghold of the Great Shua army is enveloped by a huge array, I can only vaguely sense that the number of cultivators gathered in the stronghold doesn't seem to be much more than that of Yurong City. As for the specific situation, I don't know, Leg said slowly. Hearing this, the others revealed a look of surprise. However, the Great Shua stronghold is the same as us. There are constant reinforcements coming over. It seems that a battle is inevitable. I estimate that in at most half a month, at least 4 or 5 days, there will definitely be a large-scale battle between the 2 sides, Leg added after a pause. A strange look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, but it only flashed for a moment. This battle would obviously involve the participation of many mighty figures in the profound understanding realm. With his current strength, he might not necessarily be able to escape unscathed. The expressions of the others were not very good, obviously having the same thoughts as Lu Ming. Everyone, don't worry. Once the battle starts, our 5 clans will definitely join forces to advance and retreat together. Even if we encounter a mighty figure in the profound understanding realm, we will have more leeway to deal with them, Leg said confidently. Hearing this, the expressions of the young woman in green and the others eased slightly. Among the people present, Leg's cultivation was the highest, having reached the late celestial phenomenon realm, while the others were the same as Lu Ming, in the middle celestial phenomenon realm. If the five of them joined forces, it was indeed possible to fight against a mighty figure in the profound understanding realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly as he looked around. The small groups around him were almost the same. At this moment, there was a commotion among the cultivators in the hall. A side door of the hall opened and a silver-haired old man slowly walked in. The old man was dressed in a green scholarly robe, his face was slightly waxy yellow, and a pair of eyes emitted a sharp light when he opened and closed. This person is the current patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Huifeng, Leg said in a low voice, waved his hand, and put away the purple light curtain beside him. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he suddenly heard Mo Tian's cold snort in his heart. He couldn't help but be moved. At this moment, the 20 to 30 patriarchs in the hall stood up one after another, and a few sparsely said, "Greetings, Patriarch Lu." "Okay, everyone, sit." The silver-haired old man strode to the main seat in the hall, turned around and sat down. All the patriarchs in the hall took their seats and looked at the silver-haired old man. "Everyone, the Li, Qi, and Qi prefectures have rebelled this time and established themselves as the Great Xua dynasty. The Lord Fiend Emperor is extremely furious, and he's given strict orders that we must completely crush the other party and completely annihilate the seeds of the rebellion. I am very pleased that all of you patriarchs were able to rush here in the shortest amount of time possible." Lu Huifeng paused for a moment after sitting down before opening his mouth to speak. Although these were meaningless words, the people below were all celestial phenomenon ascendants. Naturally, they wouldn't show any signs of impatience at this moment. "Senior Lu, you're giving us too much face by saying this. Since the Darshua dynasty has already decided to rebel against our central dynasty of myriad devils, they'll launch an attack on the hidden prefecture, Yu prefecture, and other places sooner or later. We naturally have to do our best to assist Senior Lu in completely crushing them." A middle-aged man in a fiery red robe stood up and said with a smile on his face. The few people beside the middle-aged man also voiced their agreement as if they had reconciled. When Lu Ming saw this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He had seen this red-robed middle-aged man once before. He was the patriarch of the Huyan clan, which was known as the #1 clan in the hidden prefecture. Compared to the Qin clan and the Lei clan, the Huyan clan's power was even greater. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 people surrounding the red-robed middle-aged man. This was the group with the largest number of people in the hall. Leg coldly snorted, a look of disdain on his face. Lu Ming's eyebrows twitched slightly. He turned his head to look at Leg, but quickly shifted his gaze away. The Lei clan and the Huyan clan were quite close in power, and there were often conflicts between the two clans. Therefore, their relationship was very bad. This matter was known to everyone in the hidden prefecture. Although Leg's voice wasn't loud, everyone in the surroundings heard it. Even the red-robed middle-aged man glanced over, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Perhaps it was because the patriarch of the Lu clan was present that the red-robed middle-aged man and Leg didn't take any further actions. It's great that everyone can think this way. I believe that as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to break through the Great Xua rebels. At that time, the Devil King will definitely reward us according to our contributions. Lu Huifeng acted as though he didn't see anything as he laughed. Dare I ask Senior Lu, how many people do these rebels have gathered in the stronghold outside the city? A white-robed young man sitting in the corner of the hall stood up and clasped his hands as he asked. Lu Ming glanced at that person before retracting his gaze. He didn't know this person, he should be the patriarch of a small aristocratic clan in the hidden prefecture. Or maybe he was someone from another prefecture. Everyone can rest assured, the investigation is almost done. The rebels of Great Xua have built a large-scale stronghold outside the city at the Blackwind Gorge. However, there are only 70,000 to 80,000 cultivators in the gorge, and only a few dozen celestial phenomenon ascendants. Lu Huifeng faintly spoke. As the sound of his words rang out, the cultivators in the hall immediately broke out into discussion. 70,000 to 80,000 cultivators was about the same as the military strength of Yurong City, and Yurong City had double the number of celestial phenomenon ascendants. At this moment, it was an opportunity. Although the number of celestial phenomenon ascendants is relatively small, there are 3 profound enlightenment realm cultivators in charge. Their overall strength is not much weaker than ours. Lu Huifeng seemed to see through the thoughts of the people present and continued to speak. When the people in the hall heard this, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, and the voices of discussion suddenly became much quieter. However, just now, the Central Imperial Dynasty sent a message that the Devil King has already sent 2 profound enlightenment realm elders of the royal family over, and they will arrive in 1 or 2 days. At that time, if there are no profound enlightenment realm existences in the Great Shuo Empire as reinforcements, we will take this opportunity to launch an attack. So in the next 2 days, everyone should rest well in the city for the upcoming fierce battle. Lu Huifeng said solemnly. Yes. Everyone in the hall agreed in unison, revealing an expression of eagerness for battle. Just as Lu Ming and the others were discussing tactics, 1,000 miles away from Yurong City, between 2 huge mountains, a huge fortress with a radius of hundreds of miles was built. The entire fortress was shrouded in a thick black fog, and there were teams of devil cultivator soldiers in grayish-white armor patrolling the surroundings. From time to time, there were also streaks of light flying back and forth in the air. This place was impressively the Black Wind Gorge fortress of the Great Shuo army. At this moment, in a somewhat dim side hall in the fortress, a man and a woman in gray robes sat opposite each other. Both of them looked to be in their 30s. The woman was quite beautiful, and she wore a silver hair band on her head, which made her black hair stand up, revealing her fair and smooth forehead. The other man in gray robes had a somewhat yellowish complexion, half-bald eyebrows, and thin and long eyes. He looked quite ugly. The aura emitted from both of them was extremely powerful, and they were both in the profound enlightenment realm. Between the 2 of them floated a black round basin, emitting circles of black light. The 2 of them stared fixedly at the black basin, as if they were waiting for something. Suddenly, light flashed in the black basin, and with a crackling sound, a black flame the size of a human head appeared out of thin air. Within the flame, a blurry human face appeared. Second Elder. When the man and woman saw the human face in the flame, they immediately stood up and bowed. The face in the flame opened its mouth and asked, "No need to be polite. How are the preparations?" The gray-robed man clearly knew what the face in the flame was talking about, and immediately answered, "The formation flags for the Great Chaos Demon Array have been refined according to the requirements. The people controlling the array are all in place, and we can begin at any time." The face in the flame commanded, "Good. According to the intelligence, Huangfu Lu Shui and Huangfu Qi of the Central Imperial Dynasty will arrive at Yurong City in 2 days. When the time comes, we must act according to the plan without any mistakes." Yes. The gray-robed man and woman's expressions became solemn, and they agreed in unison. The black flame flickered twice, then dissipated, and the round basin quickly returned to its original state. The 2 of them looked at each other, then quickly got up and left the side hall. In Yurong City, Lu Ming and the other patriarchs of the major families discussed the deployment of the battle with the silver-haired old man. After an hour, they all dispersed. After saying goodbye to Leg and the others, Lu Ming quickly came to the residence of the Qing family cultivators. At this moment, Qing Fang was pacing back and forth in the hall from time to time. When he saw Lu Ming walking in, he hurriedly greeted him with surprise. "Patriarch. Have the people of the family been arranged?" Lu Ming nodded to Qing Fang and asked. "Yes, the residence provided by Yurong City is quite generous, and the children of the family have already been arranged." Qing Fang hurriedly replied. "That's good." Lu Ming immediately responded, then expressionlessly walked to a chair in the hall and sat down. When Qing Fang saw Lu Ming's expression, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious, and he didn't dare to say anything. "You also sit down." Lu Ming pointed to the chair next to him and suddenly said. Qing Fang was startled, then cupped his hands and sat down. "I wonder how the discussion went with the patriarchs of the other families? What's the situation in Yurong City right now?" Qing Fang hesitated and asked. Lu Ming's expression didn't change as he told Qing Fang what he heard in the main hall of the city. At the same time, he also talked about the secret alliance with the Lei family, Ao family, and several other families. Of course, he also talked about the battle that might start in 2 days. That's great. As long as the 2 profound understanding experts of the Central Dynasty arrive, we'll be able to win. Qing Feng said with great joy. Even so, no one can guarantee that there won't be profound understanding reinforcements from the Great Shua stronghold outside the city in 2 days. Moreover, I still feel that the appearance of this Great Shua dynasty is very strange. The Li, Qi, and Qi provinces are located at the border. There has never been a large family that could unify the 3 provinces. Moreover, according to the Lu family's intelligence, there seems to be no lack of profound understanding experts in the Great Shua dynasty. Where did these profound understanding cultivators come from? It's simply too strange. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said. When Qing Feng heard this, his expression also calmed down and said, "Does the patriarch mean that there will be some changes in this battle?" When Qing Feng heard this, his expression also calmed down and said, "This is just my hunch. Tell the people in the family to rest for 2 days. If there really is a battle later, they must be careful. It's best if they don't leave my sight." Lu Ming said. Yes. Qing Feng hurriedly nodded. All right, you also go rest. Lu Ming waved his hand. Qing Feng excused himself and left. Lu Ming sat on the chair for a moment and sorted out his thoughts before he got up and returned to his room. With a gentle wave of his hand, a black barrier spread out. Hee, you are rather alert and know to deploy a soundproof barrier. A black shadow flashed as Mo Tian appeared beside Lu Ming and spoke with a mischievous smile. Lu Ming was already used to Mo Tian's occasional ridicule. He walked to the side and sat down before he asked in an indifferent tone. Senior Mo Tian, you seem to have some understanding of the Great Shua dynasty? Hee. Great Shua dynasty, those fellows' methods of changing their names aren't bad. Mo Tian revealed a mocking expression. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't interrupt. Lu Ming kid, do you know the surname of the current Central Imperial dynasty? Mo Tian asked Lu Ming. It should be Huangfu, right? Today in the Grand Hall, the Lu clan head mentioned the 2 imperial clans' mystic opening cultivators that will be arriving in 2 days. They are called Huangfu Lushui and Huangfu Qi. But what does this have to do with the Great Shua dynasty? Lu Ming was startled and asked curiously. Demons might have a longer lifespan than humans and can live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. But no matter which continent it is, as time elapses, many things will change. Even the dynasties that rule the continent will be the same. Mo Tian revealed a rare expression of reminiscence. What do you mean? When Lu Ming heard this, his expression changed slightly. A few tens of thousands of years ago, the one that ruled the 10,000 demon continent wasn't the current Central Imperial dynasty. It was a dynasty called the North Wind dynasty. However, after the North Wind dynasty experienced tens of thousands of years of change, it naturally became corrupted. It caused the entire 10,000 demon continent to be seething with resentment. All the aristocratic clans were extremely dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to voice it out. Later on, the ancestor of the Central Imperial dynasty, Huangfu Yi, raised the flag of rebellion. After spending thousands of years, he finally overthrew the North Wind dynasty in one fell swoop and established the current Central Imperial dynasty. Mo Tian spoke with fervor and assurance as he brought the scene from hundreds of thousands of years ago to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed as he listened to these secrets. He seemed to have thought of something. Senior Mo Tian, are you trying to say that the Great Shua Empire that suddenly appeared was created by the descendants of the previous empire hundreds of thousands of years ago? Seeing that Mo Tian didn't continue speaking, Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he asked. I might not be certain, but I reckon that it shouldn't be far from the mark. Mo Tian sneered. If it really is the intention of the previous dynasty to restore their power, then they must have already made extremely thorough preparations. This battle will probably be somewhat dangerous. Lu Ming stood up and his face darkened. You don't have to worry too much about this. The Central Dynasty must have already discovered the restoration of the North Wind Dynasty. They'll quickly mobilize their troops to kill these rebels. The current demon sovereign of the Central Dynasty is also a wise individual. The royal clan's strength is unfathomable, and it won't be easy for the North Wind Dynasty to completely overthrow it. Mo Tian spoke indifferently. When Lu Ming heard the statement, his expression became better. He sat back on the chair and asked again. Senior seems to be rather familiar with the matters of the Central Dynasty. You even know the history of the dynasty hundreds of thousands of years ago. I've read through plenty of books regarding the history of the 10,000 Demon Continent, but there wasn't any mention of the North Wind Dynasty. That's because your time in the 10,000 Demon Continent is too short, and you have yet to reach the mystic opening realm. It's natural that you don't understand matters of our level. To an almighty in the mystic opening realm, as long as they wish for it, there aren't many things in this world that they can't do. Furthermore, it's just understanding a hidden history. Mo Tian frowned slightly and spoke casually. So that's the case. I've learned something. Lu Ming's brows raised slightly. Mo Tian's expression might look calm when he spoke, but Lu Ming could still detect a trace of abnormal fluctuation in his tone. However, he didn't expose it. In short, if a war really breaks out in 2 days, you and the 5 clan heads should try not to be in the limelight. Just obediently follow behind the army, and there shouldn't be any problems. I have recovered some of my strength now, and I will help you when it's necessary. After Mo Tian spoke, he turned into a wisp of black light and flew back into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was silent for a moment. He was thinking about all the information he had obtained today and analyzing the various situations. If Mo Tian's guess was right, the Battle of Gloomy Rong City would definitely be an extremely difficult battle. With his strength, he might not be able to guarantee his safety. However, he couldn't escape at the last minute either. That would be blatantly disobeying the orders of the Central Dynasty and would offend a colossus like the Lu clan. At that time, not only him, but the entire Qin clan might be implicated and be annihilated. Even if he took a step back, even if he was lucky enough to escape and conceal his identity again, his hard work for the past 100 years would be in vain. It was unknown when he would be able to collect the materials for Mo Tian to reforge his body. He might not know the purpose of Mo Tian's reforging his body, but since Mo Tian had made an oath and promised to leave his divine soul, then he had to complete this matter as soon as possible. In addition, the mysterious bubble in his body might not be able to absorb his magic power, and the artifact spirit kept the promise and didn't disturb him for the past 100 years. However, Lu Ming always felt that it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. God knew if the artifact spirit was recovering its strength, and he didn't know what would happen when the time came. Lu Ming pondered for a long time and couldn't think of a good solution. He let out a long breath, walked back to the secret room, and sat down cross-legged. A moment later, a grayish-white light appeared on his body. A palm-sized black and white stone tablet appeared in his hand with a flash. 5 small ancient rune patterns appeared on the stone tablet. After more than 100 years of sacrificial refining, Lu Ming had mastered most of the power of the celestial tablet. Of course, this was also related to Mo Tian's guidance. Now, the power exerted by the celestial tablet had far exceeded his natal magic treasure, Mountain River Pearl. Lu Ming chanted and made a gesture with both hands, which fell on the celestial tablet. The light of the celestial tablet gradually brightened. After a long time, the tablet body trembled slightly, and the 5 magic treasure emblems flashed. The elusive demonic pupil on the celestial tablet stretched out 2 big hands, one black and one white, and stabbed into the void. There was a tremor in the void, and the black and white big hands slowly opened a space crack. Endless space storms could be seen in the crack. Lu Ming's face was a little red at the moment, and his body was shining with black light. He had obviously used all his magic power. But at this moment, his body flashed with black light, and his face showed a trace of pain. The light of the celestial tablet suddenly dimmed, and the space crack trembled a few times before it slowly closed. Lu Ming shook his head in disappointment and took a big breath. He then took out an elixir and consumed it, and his face looked a little better. He just used the celestial tablet, the Grotto Heaven magic treasure, to try to break the void. In this world, the fastest escape method was to use the power of the law of space to break the void and escape. In the upcoming battle that was highly likely to occur, if he had the ability to tear open a spatial rift and escape, his chances of survival would undoubtedly be much higher. However, it was generally possible to comprehend the law of space and break the void only after the cultivation reached the mystic understanding realm. In addition, if he had a grotto heaven magic treasure or a profound spiritual treasure that contained the power of the law of space, it was not impossible. According to Emotion, in the celestial tablet, there was a trace of the power of the law of space, but his magic power was slightly insufficient. After adjusting his breath for a long time, he opened his eyes and shook his head with a bitter smile. He didn't continue to try. After putting away the tablet, he meditated quietly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At noon on this day, in the sky above Yurong City, led by Lu Huifeng, the patriarch of the Lu family, all the patriarchs of the major families gathered here. In the corner, Lu Ming, Leg and others stood together as if they were waiting for someone. In these 2 days, there were another 7 or 8 families that rushed to Yurong City. Now, the number of celestial phenomenon demons in Yurong City had reached more than 50 people. And beside Lu Huifeng stood a gray-haired old man in linen robe. From the aura he emitted, he was also in the mystic understanding realm. A pair of triangular eyes occasionally flashed with a trace of cold light, giving people a somewhat cunning feeling. Lu Ming looked at the old man in linen robe a few times. In these few days, he also heard that in addition to Lu Huifeng and the Lu family head, there was another mystic understanding elder in Yurong City. It must be this person. However, this person seemed to be hiding his whereabouts. In these few days, he had never appeared in front of everyone. The eyes of the family head swept over the old man in linen robe from time to time. The old man in linen robe had a blank expression as if he didn't feel anything. As time slowly passed, 2 hours quietly passed. However, everyone present was very patient and didn't show any impatience or dissatisfaction. At this moment, there was a faint whistling sound from the horizon. In the distant sky, 2 purple lights appeared. The spirit of Lu Ming and the others shook. The purple lights were incomparably fast and arrived in front of them in a few flashes. An enormous spiritual pressure came crashing down. The faces of the family heads with slightly weaker cultivations couldn't help but change as they took a step back. With a flash of light, 2 purple-robed figures appeared in front of everyone. Lu Ming's expression changed as he looked up. Of the 2 people that came, one was a rather tall and robust man. He was half a head taller than the tallest person present, Leg. The robust man wore a long purple robe. His facial features could be considered regular. On his cheeks and forehead, there were several purple demon marks that looked like earthworms, making him look rather mighty. The other was an abnormally handsome young man. His appearance was scholarly and his clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a jade tree in the wind. The purple demon marks on his face were slightly lesser, but on his forehead, there was a rather complicated purple rune mark. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The mark on this purple-robed youth's forehead was somewhat similar to the true devil mark that he inherited from Emotion. Elder Lu Shui, Elder Qi, thank you for coming from afar. Lu Huifeng smiled and cupped his fists. The old man in linen clothes beside him turned his head and nodded indifferently as a greeting. Lord Lu is too polite. You've been guarding the borders for the dynasty and you've done your best. Lord Demon King is very pleased and asked us to send our regards to Lord Lu. The tall man didn't say anything but the young man in purple robe said with a smile. Lord Demon King is too polite. I don't deserve it. Lu Huifeng replied politely. Lu Ming was standing in the crowd and his eyes flashed when he heard the conversation between the 2. According to the information he had gathered over the years, the Gaohe clan, the Kongxiang clan, the Lu clan, and the Long clan, these 4 great clans were extremely powerful. Their influence spread throughout the entire myriad devil continent, and in the central dynasty, these 4 great clans had high positions of nobility. The patriarchs of these 4 great clans were even conferred the title of 4 Great Devil Marquis. Of course, he didn't know how much power was involved in this. Oh right, Elder Lu Shui, I almost forgot to introduce them. These are the patriarchs of the Zhong province and Yu province who heard the news and came to help. Lu Huifeng suddenly thought of something and pointed at Lu Ming and the others. The purple-robed young man's gaze swept across the crowd, and a purple splendor flashed across his eyes. Lu Ming and the others felt their bodies go cold. It seemed that the young man in purple robe saw through many of their secrets. When the young man in purple robe looked at Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. The true devil mark on his forehead suddenly heated up. The young man in purple robe frowned and looked at Lu Ming for a while. He looked up and down and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly looked away. All of you, patriarchs, have worked tirelessly and faithfully for the sake of the dynasty. Once we've quelled the great Shua rebels, I'll definitely report this to the demon sovereign and reward you accordingly, the purple-robed youth said in a clear voice. Thank you, Lord Lu Shui. Although the patriarchs had different thoughts, they all bowed and said. After exchanging a few pleasantries, all of them descended into secluded Flame City, and then they walked into the main hall and sat down in succession. Lu Huifeng and Huangfu Lu Shui sat side by side on the main seats, while Huangfu Qi and the old man in linen clothes sat below. Everything seemed to be in order. As soon as Huangfu Lu Shui sat down, he immediately asked, Marquis Lu, what's the current situation of the great Shua army outside Yurong City? I was just about to report this matter to Lord Lu Shui. The current situation is like this. Lu Huifeng immediately explained the situation of Yurong City in detail. All the patriarchs in the hall pricked up their ears and listened carefully. According to the report of our spies, although the great Shua army at Black Wind Gorge has more than 10 celestial elephant devils as reinforcements, there are still only 3 profound understanding experts. Lu Huifeng said. Hearing this, everyone present was immediately overjoyed. Now that they had Huangfu Lu Shui and Huangfu Qi, 2 profound understanding cultivators, their overall strength had definitely surpassed the great Shua army. However, Lu Ming did not show any joy on his face. Huangfu Lu Shui thought for a moment, then immediately stood up and said, Good, the battle will end in a flash. Since the enemy is weak and we are strong, we should immediately seize the opportunity. Marquis Lu, why don't we issue the order to march right away? Huangfu Lu Shui suggested after a brief moment of contemplation. Elder Lu Shui, should we discuss a battle plan first? Don't tell me we're just going to charge in rashly? The old man in linen clothes sitting beside Lu Huifeng hesitated for a moment before speaking. Elder Xiang is indeed as cautious as the rumors say. However, I just glanced at the enemy camp outside Yurong City from afar. It's only a few thousand miles away from Yurong City, and it'll be almost instantaneous. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to hide the movements of our troops from the enemy. Moreover, our strength is currently much stronger than the enemy, so there's no need to beat around the bush. Huangfu Lu Shui chuckled and said confidently. Elder Liu Shui's words make sense. In that case, patriarchs, please immediately summon your clansmen. Tonight, we will attack Black Wind Gorge. Lu Huifeng also stood up and gave the order when he heard the other party say so. The patriarchs below hurriedly stood up and responded. They quickly left the main hall and flew towards the residences of their respective clans. Lu Ming flew out of the hall with an indifferent expression. However, at this moment, he felt a gaze fall on him and his heart immediately trembled. However, he didn't turn around and his figure didn't pause in the slightest. It was as if he hadn't sensed anything and continued to fly forward, disappearing from the hall in the blink of an eye. On the main seat, Huangfu Lu Shui slowly withdrew his gaze. A strange light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the old man in linen clothes, Lu Xiang, bid farewell to the others and also flew out of the hall to mobilize the Lu army. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Huifeng, Huangfu Lu Shui, and Huangfu Qi remained in the hall. Lu Huifeng asked with a smile, Elders, you've come from afar. Do you need to rest? The distance from the imperial capital to here is very far, but the 2 of you only used 2 days. You must have used some kind of secret technique, right? Lu Huifeng asked with a smile. There's no need for that. Brother Qi and I were directly teleported to the vicinity of the hidden province by the Demon King. After that, we only flew for 1 day and 1 night. We didn't use much Li. Huangfu Lu Shui waved his hand and said casually. That's right, there was a young man in green among the families just now. Is Lord Lu familiar with him? Huangfu Lu Ming suddenly asked after laughing. At the same time, he waved his hand and a purple light shot out. A figure appeared in the purple light. It was Lu Ming. This person. I remember his name is Lu Ming. He is the patriarch of a mid-level family in the hidden province. Why, is Elder Lu Shui interested in this person? Lu Huifeng's eyes flashed and he asked with some surprise. Surnamed Lu, Could he be a member of your Lu clan? Huangfu Lushui let out a faint smile and asked. Elder Lushui must be joking. That's not the case. In the myriad demon continent, we are not the only family with the surname Lu. Lu Huifeng shook his head and smiled. My apologies, my apologies. I saw that this person's FA far exceeded his cultivation level. That's why I asked casually. Lord Lu, please don't blame me. Huangfu Lu Ming said as a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He then turned his head and looked in the direction of the Black Wind Gorge. Elder Lushui doesn't need to worry. Right now, our strength far surpasses that of the Great Shua Empire. Even if we can't completely annihilate the enemy, we will be able to heavily injure them and buy a lot of time for the dynasty to mobilize their troops. Lu Huifeng saw the expression on Huangfu Lushui's face and slowly said. Lord Lu is right. Huangfu Lushui laughed and nodded. However, there was another thought in his mind. The background of the Great Shua Empire was only recorded in the Central Dynasty's secret vault of 10,000 scrolls, and only the supreme experts of the imperial family could browse through it. Therefore, this Lu clan's patriarch didn't know exactly how strong the enemy they had to deal with was. On the other hand, because of the appearance of the Great Shua Empire, the demon emperor of the Central Dynasty had already urgently mobilized hundreds of thousands of imperial troops to secretly head towards the hidden province. However, no one knew about this yet. The reason why Huangfu Lushui insisted on making a move immediately was because he had some selfish motives. His lifespan wasn't long, but he had already cultivated to the mystic understanding realm. Moreover, he was a direct descendant of the Central Dynasty's imperial family and one of the strong contenders for the next demon emperor. This time, the Great Shua Empire had made a comeback and quite a few contenders for the position of demon emperor had already been mobilized. He naturally planned to make some contributions before the others. However, he couldn't tell these things to Lu Huifeng. After all, the Lu clan's attitude towards the successor of the Central Dynasty had always been somewhat ambiguous. If he told him about this now, it might increase the number of variables. On the other hand, Huangfu Qi glanced at Huangfu Lushui and still didn't say anything. His expression was blank from beginning to end, and he looked like he was following Huangfu Lushui's lead. Lu Huifeng placed his hands behind his back and looked in the direction of Black Wind Gorge outside the hall. His eyes flickered slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, at the residence of the Qing clan. After hearing Lu Ming's words, Qing Feng immediately ordered for the Qing clan to gather. In order to prepare for the battle these 2 days, everyone in the Qing clan had been quietly cultivating in their residences. Soon, they gathered. Qing Feng, do you remember what I told you before? Once the battle starts, bring your clansmen and follow behind me immediately. Don't stay too far away from me, Lu Ming said in a low voice. Yes, family head. Qing Feng answered with a solemn expression. All right, then let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand and took the lead to fly to the hall in the city. Qing Feng immediately led the Qing clan's cultivators to follow. In the hall of the Qing clan's residence, a black-veiled girl stood at the door and looked at Lu Ming's back faintly. It was Scorpion. Scorpion's eyes flickered slightly, and then her body turned into a ball of yellow light and burrowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Whether it was the Lu clan's army or the cultivators of the various clans, they could all be said to be elite troops. Just an hour later, when the sky gradually darkened, the people of the various clans in Yurong City had already gathered outside the city, and the Lu clan's main army had also finished reorganizing. Although the clans stood together, one could still faintly see some differences. Some of the aristocratic families stood alone, while others had several families gathered together. The Qing clan, Lei clan, and the other 3 clans were already standing together. Lu Ming, Leg, and the others exchanged glances. In the sky above Yurong City, Lu Huifeng waved his hand and released a technique, removing the formation restriction on Yurong City. A distant bell sound came from within the city. Let's go. Lu Huifeng waved his hand expressionlessly. In the next moment, spirit lights appeared one after another, and the sound of breaking through the air could be heard. The people of the various clans and the Lu clan's army, who had rested for several days, flew into the sky, turning into countless rays of light, and headed in the direction of Black Wind Gorge. Tens of thousands of rays of light converged into a huge torrent that blotted out the sky. Clear cries and long whistles rose and fell one after another as their momentum swept towards the opposite side like a tidal wave. Such a huge movement naturally alarmed the great Shuo army that was entrenched in Black Wind Gorge. The sound of a horn pierced through the sky and resounded throughout the world. The black mist that enveloped the Black Wind Gorge camp tumbled violently and quickly dissipated to the sides. Then there was a loud sound as countless rays of light flew out from the camp, quickly forming dozens of circular and square military formations in midair. They seemed to be well-trained. The tens of thousands of demons of the great Shuo army were all dressed in gray armor. The purple demonic sun hanging high in the sky was now only a crescent moon shape, and the afterglow that poured down from it caused the gray armors to seem to be dyed with a layer of purple flowing light. At the forefront of the great Shuo army, the void fluctuated and three figures flashed out at the same time, the terrifying aura of the profound enlightenment realm emanating from them without concealment. All three of them were dressed in gray robes. In addition to the two gray-robed men and women, there was also a gray-robed old man holding a long walking stick. Light gathered behind the three of them, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of celestial phenomenon realm demons appeared. These celestial phenomenon realm demons looked at the army of Yurong City in the distance and couldn't help but stir. When the gray-robed old man and the other two profound enlightenment realm demons saw this scene, their expressions didn't change much. There was even a faint look of excitement in the eyes of the gray-robed man and woman, but it quickly disappeared. Suddenly, the gray-robed old man's eyes flashed and the tip of the black walking stick in his hand flashed with black light. Circles of black demonic chi rippled out. "Don't panic. Set up a wing formation to meet the enemy," the gray-robed old man shouted coldly. When the tens of thousands of demons behind him heard this, they quickly reacted. With the three profound enlightenment realm demons as the center, the formation split to the left and right, forming a wing formation. The dozens of celestial phenomenon realm cultivators also spread out and stood in front of the wing formation. Yurong City wasn't far from Black Wind Gorge. Just as the great Shuo army set up their formation, the Yurong army had already flown in front of them. At the very front were Huangfu Lu Shui, Huangfu Qi, Lu Huifeng, and the old man in linen. Following them were Lu Ming and the other celestial phenomenon realm family heads. As for the celestial phenomenon realm cultivators of the Lu family, they were scattered among the Lu family's army. Seeing this scene, the faces of the great Shuo army changed drastically. Haha, Marquis Lu has indeed investigated thoroughly. The other party only has three profound understanding cultivators, so there's nothing to worry about. Huangfu Lu Shui swept his gaze across the great Shuo army and a trace of joy appeared on his face. He turned to Lu Huifeng and transmitted his voice to him. "You flatter me, Elder Lu Shui." Lu Huifeng nodded. "Great Shuo traitor, die." Huangfu Lu Shui turned to look at the gray-robed old man's group of three and barked. With a wave of his hand, purple light flashed from his body, and 13 purple rays of light flew out. They were 13 oddly shaped flying sabers, and they formed a saber formation that enveloped the gray-robed old man's group of three. The two of them were old enemies. One side was determined to restore the dynasty of the past, while the other side would never allow these traitors of the former dynasty to live. There was no room for reconciliation between the two sides. They didn't even say a word before they immediately attacked. Clang clang. The crisp sound of metal colliding resounded. The saber formation formed by the purple flying sabers was blocked by a huge gray-white bowl. The bowl trembled slightly, but it immediately recovered as if nothing had happened. Its surface flashed, and countless gray-white filaments shot out from it, twisting around the 13 purple flying sabers. The space below the gray-white bowl fluctuated, and the gray-robed man with a sallow complexion appeared. Huangfu Lu Shui coldly snorted and waved his hand. Purple demonic flames appeared on the purple flying sabers. A loud sizzling sound rang out. The gray filaments that wrapped around the flying sabers were quickly burned by the demonic flames and broke apart. Then, he waved his hand again, and the surface of the purple flying sabers lit up with purple demonic flames. The flying sabers weaved back and forth, turning into a purple saber net that enveloped the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man's expression changed slightly, but he quickly responded. The gray-white bowl emitted a large expanse of gray light that blocked the purple saber net. However, the huge collision of magic power produced a rumbling sound that swept out for hundreds of meters. Huang Fuqi glanced at Huangfu Lushui and shouted. His body shone with purple light as he immediately attacked. Hum hum hum, a low voice rang out, and a black ring shot out from his hand, shooting towards the great Shua army. The black ring was originally only the size of a palm, but it quickly expanded in the black light. By the time it reached the sky above the great Shua army, it had already expanded to a diameter of hundreds of meters. With an extremely heavy power, it suddenly smashed down. The gray-robed woman beside the old man shouted and soared into the sky. A silver light shot out from her hand. Within the silver light was a slightly curved silver saber. The gray-robed woman muttered an incantation, and the silver saber suddenly expanded by dozens of times. Then, it quickly rotated and transformed into a huge silver moon. A large expanse of cold silver light shrouded Huang Fuqi's black ring, and it was suddenly wrapped in silver lines. Then, it was pulled towards the silver light by a huge force. Huang Fuqi's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand and cast a spell. The black ring blurred and transformed into a ring shadow that blotted out the sky, blocking the silver moon. Clang! 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 A huge explosion sounded out and sparks flew in all directions. Both Huangfu Lushui and Huang Fuqi had been blocked, but this was to be expected. At this moment, the gray-robed old man was the only one left in front of the great Shua army. Huangfu Lushui turned to Lu Huifeng and shouted, "Lord Lu." Lu Huifeng nodded and raised his hand to shoot a dazzling azure light at the gray-robed old man. The azure light was extremely fast and arrived in front of the gray-robed old man in a flash. The gray-robed old man didn't seem to react. With a soft pop, the azure light flashed and pierced through his body. But in the next moment, his body swayed and suddenly turned into a burst of gray light. Lu Huifeng's expression changed. At this moment, the space next to Lu Huifeng and the old man fluctuated and a black cane suddenly appeared. The black cane glowed brightly, and with a blur, it turned into a huge black canopy, enveloping Lu Huifeng and the hemp-robed old man within, pressing down on them. Heaven's abode magic treasure. Lu Huifeng's expression changed and he shouted. His body immediately emitted a dozen black pillars of light. They were like a dozen huge tentacles that blocked the black canopy. The speed at which the black canopy fell suddenly slowed. The old man also reacted at this moment. Black light shone from his body and a huge black ghost flew out. It was the shadow of his Dharma idol. The huge evil spirit let out an angry roar. Two of its ghostly hands, which were the size of a house, pushed upwards, and the black curtain of sky gradually stopped. Lu Huifeng's face lit up and he raised his hand to make a move. At this moment, a figure flashed in the black canopy and the gray-robed old man appeared. The gray-robed old man muttered an incantation and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which fused with the black curtain of sky. The black curtain of sky suddenly shone brightly, and blood-colored flames appeared. The light let out a loud rumble and continued to press down. Lu Huifeng and the old man's faces changed. But before they could react, the black canopy had already enveloped them. In the next instant, black light flashed, and the black canopy disappeared without a trace. Huangfu Liushui's expression changed when he saw this. But he was also a very decisive person. Purple light shone from his body and purple demonic tattoos appeared on his exposed skin. His 13 flying knives shone brightly and the purple knife net instantly doubled in size, suppressing the silver moon of the gray-robed woman. Patriarchs, we still have the advantage in strength. Attack with all your strength and destroy the great Shua rebels. Huangfu Lushui shouted to Lu Ming and the others. The patriarchs on Lu Ming's side were a little stunned after witnessing the series of events. But when they heard Huangfu Liushui's words, they immediately became spirited. Kill. Under the leadership of several heavenly phenomenon stage elders of the Lu family, the army of the Lu family and the army of close to 100,000 low-grade devilish beings from the dozens of families let loose earth-shattering roars of fury as they summoned their own devilish treasures and weapons, charging toward the enemy with devilish chi swirling around them. On the great Shua army's side, they naturally didn't want to be outdone. They let out a battle cry and charged forward in full force. For a time, the area within a radius of dozens of miles was covered in a dense black mass, like a magnificent pitch-black ocean. Rumbling sounds, explosions, sounds of fighting, and the sound of all kinds of spiritual light and demonic weapons colliding rose and fell, resounding through the 9 heavens. The army of Yurong City was also divided into 2 parts at this moment, each charging towards the 2 flanks of the Great Shuo army. Lu Ming, Leg, and the other families were in the left-wing position. The people of the 5 families were at each other's corners. Naturally, Lu Ming and the other 4 patriarchs were at the forefront. Leg shouted at this moment. Golden light flashed on his body and a set of golden armor appeared. Golden arcs of lightning flowed on it, looking extremely mighty. Red light flashed in his hand, and a dark red giant hammer about the size of his body appeared. Leg's eyes shone brightly, and he shouted loudly. He suddenly swung the giant hammer in his hand, and a huge red lightning rune appeared on the surface of the hammer. Then, a dark red arc of lightning as thick as a bucket shot out and bombarded a squad of Great Shua's army. The leader of this small team was only a few Jin Dan demons. When they saw the lightning attack, their expressions changed greatly and they scattered in all directions. But how could they escape? The dark red arc of lightning suddenly arrived, turning into a dark red light that engulfed the small team. With a loud thunderclap, the dark red light dissipated. Only a dozen or so charred bodies fell from the sky. The other demons were directly turned to ashes in the lightning. Seeing that Leg's famous baleful lightning demonic art was indeed abnormally powerful, the surrounding people all looked to the side, their eyes filled with shock. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He raised one hand and with a wave of his hand, took out the void sword orb. Slash! As Lu Ming uttered softly, a golden light flashed. The void sword pill spun and turned into a giant golden sword of 100 meters in size, slashing at another Great Shuo army phalanx in front. Before the sword's edge even arrived, a tremendous sword intent had already rushed toward them. Within the attack range of the golden sword, the Great Shuo devils all paled, but the giant sword's speed was too fast for them to escape. At that moment, a sizzling sound rang out in the sky above the Great Shuo army. A huge white lotus flower appeared out of thin air, its petals in full bloom and blocking the golden sword. Next to the white lotus, a figure flashed and a Great Shuo army celestial phenomenon cultivator appeared. He was a 3-meter-tall devil with a long and narrow face and a single horn on his head. At that moment, the young woman surnamed Ao, the old man surnamed Ge, and the little girl surnamed Lan also made their moves. The young woman surnamed Ao summoned a green hairpin magic treasure. With a flash of green light, it turned into a rain of green shadows that shot forward. Red light flashed above the old man surnamed Ji's head and a red gourd that was taller than a person appeared. With a gust of wind, countless fire birds and fire snakes rushed out of the gourd and pounced toward the Great Shuo army. The little girl surnamed Lan waved her hand and 2 long blue dagger axes shot out. With a flash of light, they turned into 2 blue pythons that were several hundred meters long. They opened their mouths and spat out a blue storm, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Yurong City had many more celestial phenomenon cultivators than the Great Shuo army, so the latter was somewhat overwhelmed. Among Lu Ming's party of 5, apart from Lu Ming, only the little girl surnamed Lan's attack was blocked by the Great Shuo army's celestial phenomenon cultivators. The attacks of the young woman surnamed Ao, the old man surnamed Ge, and Leg directly bombarded the Great Shuo army. Relying on the army formation, the low-grade devils were unable to withstand the attacks of Leg and the others. In the blink of an eye, a large number of low-grade devils were killed on the spot, causing the formation to fall into chaos. When the clansmen of the 5 clans saw this, they were overjoyed and immediately rushed forward. Magic light rained down like raindrops, setting off a rain of terror. The situation in other places was more or less the same. The army of Yurong City pressed forward step by step, causing the Great Shuo army to continuously retreat. Their morale was getting higher and higher. The old man surnamed Ge muttered something, and the fire gourd shone brightly, transforming into a fire dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long. It opened its mouth wide, and an incomparably thick red pillar of fire shot out, immediately turning hundreds of Great Shuo soldiers into ashes. The old man surnamed Ge roared with laughter, and he was in a rather carefree mood. This battle had gone extremely smoothly, and according to the current situation, it wouldn't be long before the Great Shuo army would be completely defeated. He waved his hand and signaled the hundreds of people from the Ge family to speed up their march. Daoist Go, although our army has the upper hand now, the great Shua army has been entrenched here for a long time. Who knows, they might set up a trap. We should be careful. Lu Ming commanded the sword light formed by the void sword to entangle the horned demon. Seeing the actions of the old man surnamed Gu, he hesitated for a moment before reminding him. The old man surnamed Gu frowned when he heard this. When the horned man saw that Lu Ming was indifferent to his battle, and that he was even chatting with others in the midst of the fierce battle, he was extremely angry. Taking advantage of the moment that Lu Ming was distracted, he shook his sleeve lightly, and an extremely thin green flying needle flew out. It flew in a large circle, and silently pierced the top of Lu Ming's head. When Lu Ming saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand, and a light flashed in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, a black and white stone tablet appeared. A grayish-white light emerged from it, enveloping Lu Ming's body. The green needle pierced the grayish-white light, and in the next moment, it flew out from the other side. Lu Ming's figure seemed to have disappeared without a trace. The horned man's expression changed. In the next moment, a wisp of grayish-white light appeared on the green flying needle. It seemed that the flying needle had just passed through the grayish-white light and wrapped around it. An extremely strong illusory force suddenly passed through the soul attached to the flying needle, and into the man's mind, causing his vision to darken. In the next moment, a crisp sound rang out, and a sharp pain came from the man's lower abdomen. A bloody hand had pierced through his spiritual sea at an unknown time, and directly crushed his Jing Dan. The horned man let out a muffled sound, and struggled to turn his head. Lu Ming's figure had appeared behind him at an unknown time. Lu Ming's face was expressionless, and he forcefully withdrew his hand. With a flick of his finger, a golden sword chi shot out, smashing the horned man's head into pieces. His soul hadn't even flown out before it was reduced to ashes. The horned man's corpse fell down, and Lu Ming released a black chi, sweeping up the man's storage magic tool and 2 magic treasures. He put them into his sleeve, and let the man's corpse fall down. A celestial phenomenon demon had died inexplicably in the hands of Lu Ming before he could summon his Dharma form phantom. Leg and the others around him also showed a surprised look on their faces when they saw this scene. Lu Ming ignored the gazes of the people around him and waved his hand to make a sword technique. The void sword blurred and turned into thousands of sword shadows, raining down on the army of the great Shua. The celestial tablet in his palm flashed, and he put it away. After refining the 5 magic treasure emblems, the celestial tablet's illusory ability had become stronger, and it could already affect the enemy's body through the soul in the magic treasure. However, the bald man died so easily in the hands of Lu Ming because his cultivation was too weak, which led to him being killed by Lu Ming in an instant. When the Qing family saw Lu Ming, the master of the family, show great power, their morale was also greatly boosted, and rays of magic light shot out. Qing Fang didn't kill the enemy at the front line, but stayed with the Qing family to protect the clansmen according to Lu Ming's instructions. When he saw Lu Ming's posture of waving his hand to kill the enemy, a look of admiration appeared in his eyes. The great Shua army kept retreating, and the battlefield gradually moved towards Blackwind Gorge. Relying on the terrain here, the great Shua army gradually resisted the attack of Yurong City, and the two sides began to show a tug-of-war. However, the morale of the Lu family's side was greatly boosted, and they were still slowly moving forward. Lu Ming frowned, and for some reason, a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. In mid-air, the 4 profound enlightenment experts had also moved from the outside to the sky above Blackwind Gorge. The battle between Huangfu Lu Shui and Huangfu Qi and the 2 profound enlightenment experts of the Great Shua dynasty became more and more intense. In the sky above Blackwind Gorge, demonic Qi was rolling. The entire sky was almost dyed pitch black. Explosions and whistling sounds were endless. Cracks that could be seen with the naked eye would appear from time to time and disappear in a flash. At this moment, Huangfu Qi's upper body was naked, and his whole body was covered with veins and light purple demonic patterns. He let loose a loud roar, and the devilish Qi around his body surged, following which a projection that was over 2,000 feet tall with a single horn on its head appeared. The projection gripped the air in front of it, and a gargantuan black staff appeared out of thin air. With a flash, countless black stick shadows appeared like mountains, pressing towards the gray-robed woman in front of him. The momentum was unparalleled for a while. Wherever the stick shadows passed, the void became distorted, and circles of black ripples that were visible to the naked eye appeared. There was a faint whistling sound coming from them. At this moment, a faint silver projection that was surrounded by silver mist also appeared behind the gray-robed woman. It appeared to be a silver-robed woman with a pair of wings on her back. Its eyes were as red as blood, and it was holding a giant silver blade in each hand. As a cold light flashed in the gray-robed woman's eyes, the phantasm behind her crossed its arms in front of its body. The pair of giant blades shone brightly, and a silver arc appeared, cutting through the sky to meet the sky full of stick shadows. A thunderclap resounded through the sky, the nearby void suddenly trembled, and circles of suffocating silver and black giant waves swept in all directions, stirring the sky into chaos. It was almost impossible to see anything. When the light in the sky faded away, the Dharma idol phantoms behind the two of them were already locked in battle. The giant black rod and the pair of giant silver blades were constantly erupting with dazzling and huge halos of light. The momentum of the battle was extremely terrifying. Although Huangfu Qi faintly had a slight upper hand, under the full resistance of the gray-robed woman, the two seemed to be evenly matched. On the other side, the battle was also in full swing. Huangfu Lushui and the gray-robed man had also condensed their phantasms. There was a huge phantasm with two horns and a body full of scales floating above Huangfu Liushui's head. It seemed to be twice the size of Huangfu Qi's phantasm, and its demonic qi was soaring into the sky. He was holding a massive ring that was several hundred feet in size in his hand, and he swung it through the air in a seemingly nonchalant manner, upon which countless dazzling inky black ring projections appeared amid surging devilish flames. The pitch-black ring's shadow quickly spread out, causing the devilish flames that filled the sky to instantly form a pitch-black sea of devilish flames, like a tide that had lost the obstruction of a huge dam. In the blink of an eye, the gray-robed man and his Dharma idol were trapped in it at an incredible speed. At the center of the sea of demonic flames, the gray-robed man frowned. Although the gray phantasm behind him was also over 2,000 feet in size, it was only half the size of his opponents. The gray phantasm was holding a pitch-black bowl, and as it waved up and down, a series of gray demonic python shadows that were over 100 feet in size flew out of it. There were hundreds of them densely packed together. However, as soon as these powerful demonic python shadows came into contact with the surrounding demonic flames, they immediately exploded into balls of gray light. This person was clearly only barely able to resist, and he was only able to reduce the size of the sea of demonic flames by a little. At the same time, the battlefield between the two armies had finally completely shifted to the sky above Blackwind Gorge. Fortunately, Blackwind Gorge was spacious enough to accommodate more than 100,000 demonic people without feeling crowded. However, after the battlefield retreated into Blackwind Gorge, the great Shuo armies will to fight became more and more tenacious for some reason, as if they would rather die than take a step back. Some of the buildings in Blackwind Gorge had also been affected by the battle, and they were soon riddled with holes. Boom, a vast saber light landed in the camp, shattering a stone building and causing it to collapse. Smoke and dust rose into the air. After the hall collapsed, a pile of black or several feet high was revealed, emitting pure demonic qi. What's that? The one who had unleashed the blade light was an early-stage celestial phenomenon man, the patriarch of a small family in a remote area of the Tibetan province. When he saw the black ore on the ground, a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. If he wasn't wrong, this black ore was a rare ore in the myriad demon continent, called obsidian. It was an ore used in setting up high-grade formations, and it was very valuable. The man's face was filled with greed, and he couldn't care less about attacking the great Shuo army. He hurriedly flew down, raised his hand, and sent out a wave of black demonic qi, turning it into a large hand that grabbed the obsidian on the ground. When the other people saw this, they immediately began to fight over it, and the Yurong army became a little chaotic. Some clever people immediately attacked the nearby buildings, and unexpectedly found some rare ores, demonic crystals, spirit herbs, and other things. Naturally, this caused more people to fight over them. At the same time, the purple saber light was immediately covered with a layer of gray light. The purple saber light dimmed, revealing a strange flying saber. The tens of thousands of demons from the Yurong city's Lu clan and dozens of other aristocratic families could no longer bother with the great Shuo army and quickly retreated. The others' faces sank when they heard the words. The green-haired young woman suddenly turned to look at Lu Ming and asked, "Does Mr. Lu have any solution? Those must be the supplies transported by the Great Shuo army. It should be because we attacked too quickly, and they didn't have time to move." The girl surnamed Lan looked into the distance with an envious expression. Outside the gray light screen, there were a few demon cultivators dressed in gray armor. There were more than 20 to 30 of them. He opened his mouth and spat out a purple flame that wrapped around the flying saber. However, at this moment, the gray-robed man who was originally trapped in the center of the demonic flame suddenly looked up and laughed a few times. He then looked solemn and silently said a few words. Lu Ming's heart moved. Just as he was about to send a voice transmission, there was a sudden change. Great Chaos Demon Array. Little Lu, this is a bit troublesome. This array is a great array passed down from the ancient times of the myriad demon continent. Even profound enlightenment experts can't break this array in a short time. Motion's solemn voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Great Chaos Demon Array. How is this possible? After this test, with Huangfu Liushui's experience, he immediately knew the origin of the gray light curtain above his head. He was shocked and angry. Daoist Gu still doesn't understand? The current situation is obviously a conspiracy set up by the Great Shuo army. We all fell into it. The two of them felt something and looked at each other. They both saw the uneasiness in each other's eyes. The screams in the gray fog quickly stopped, and the strange gray fog dispersed again and flew back into the gray light curtain. The blade seemed to be corroded, and it let out a whine. The people of Yurong City hurriedly cast spells to retrieve their respective demonic treasures and demonic weapons. In midair, Huangfu Liushui's expression changed slightly. He waved a hand, and a purple saber projection shot forth. The saber projection transformed into a purple waterfall that was several hundred feet in size before striking the gray light barrier. The round bowl in the gray-robed man's hand looked ordinary, but it was extremely powerful. He had no choice but to use his full strength to deal with it. He could only activate the Dharma idol behind him to defend against the giant demon dragon. At the top of the gray bowl-shaped light curtain, the gray gas tumbled for a while, and a gray-black vortex suddenly appeared. There were bursts of strange sounds coming from it. As the vortex rotated, gray mist constantly escaped from it, reinforcing the surrounding gray light curtain and making it look extremely chaotic. The gray light on the flying dagger was quickly dispersed by the purple flames. Then, with a blur, the flying dagger flew into Huangfu Liushui's sleeve. Rumble, upon seeing this, the great dawn devilish beings outside the light barrier began to glow with different colors, and they began to wave the gray flags in their hands even more frequently. As the gray light continued to seep into the gray light barrier, the gray light barrier gradually stabilized. Huangfu Liushui felt great regret in his heart when he saw this. He hurriedly pointed with his hand, and the strange flying dagger turned into a streak of purple light that shot back. These people were waving large gray flags that were covered in mysterious runes. They chanted, and a thick gray light shot out from the flags, fusing into the gray light barrier. The gray light barrier became thicker and more stable. The people who had just been enveloped by the gray mist had now become gray stone statues, and they still had expressions of pain and struggle on their faces. Seeing this, the Yurong City army was in an uproar. Some of the impatient aristocratic families and the Lu family army began to attack the thick gray light barrier with all their might. The surface of the gray light barrier that was being attacked flowed with light, and a large amount of gray mist was suddenly emitted, sweeping into the light barrier. At this time, Leg also ordered the Lei family clansmen to be gathered like Lu Ming. However, he had no idea what to do next, and he also looked over with rapt attention. Not good, we've fallen into an ambush. Then, a massive gray light suddenly shot out from it, and after the gray-robed man pointed with his finger, the gray light swelled with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant demonic flood dragon that was hundreds of feet long. He noticed that not only the people of Yurong City, but even the demons of the Great Shuo army also had a stunned look on their faces at this moment, as if they knew nothing about the current situation. For a time, all kinds of light flashed, and the originally stable gray light barrier finally trembled slightly after suffering so many attacks. There's nothing I can do. Judging from Senior Huangfu Liushui's attack just now, this formation is definitely not something we can break. Leg smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed, and he looked around. In the next moment, something astonishing happened. He changed the gesture in his hand, and wanted to urge the shadow of the law idol behind him to attack the gray light barrier again. The purple waterfall seemed to have chopped on an incomparably thick shield, and the gray light barrier only trembled slightly, but it quickly returned to its original state. Lu Ming's heart trembled, and his mind raced. He turned around and gave Qing Fang a meaningful look. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. But at this moment, he naturally couldn't feel the slightest aura of life on their bodies. Due to Lu Ming's previous warning, the army of nearly 1,000 people formed by the 5 aristocratic families hadn't gone too deep into Black Wind Valley. At this moment, they were at the edge of the battlefield, and a little far from the storage buildings, so they hadn't been able to seize the spoils of war. The devil treasures and demonic weapons that attacked the light barrier were contaminated by the gray mist, and immediately their light dimmed. Those of slightly lower quality immediately lost all their spirituality, and a layer of gray substance appeared on their surface. There was no longer any spiritual light, and it was as if they had turned into pieces of scrap metal. Those who had escaped in time had their expressions change greatly, but the gray mist obstructed their vision, and they couldn't see what had happened to those people inside. After a short period of chaos, the great Shua army quickly calmed down under the pacification of the celestial phenomenon devil cultivators. However, they had no intention of continuing to fight with the Yurong city side, and also retreated. "It's the great Shua army." Qing Fang understood and hastily brought over 100 Qing clansmen over. Immediately afterwards, the sky above Black Wind Valley fluctuated for several tens of kilometers, and a large expanse of gray mist appeared out of thin air. The mist emitted a rotting stench, like that of death. Huangfu Lushui was startled to see this. The others couldn't help but look at Lu Ming and Leg. Of the 5, Lu Ming and Leg were the strongest, so the others couldn't help but place their hopes on them. The 5 patriarchs gathered their clansmen, and the girl surnamed Lan couldn't help but ask, "What should we do now?" The gray mist spread extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it suddenly connected to form a semicircular gray light barrier. It was like a giant bowl had been turned upside down, surrounding the 100,000 people present, as well as Huangfu Lushui and the other 3 profound understanding cultivators in the air. Pillars of light of various colors, monstrous devilish flames, and magic treasures ruthlessly bombarded the gray light barrier. When the old man surnamed Gu heard this, he completely came to his senses and his expression abruptly became unsightly. In the next moment, the gray projection behind him no longer cared about the surging devilish flames. Instead, it flipped the pitch-black bowl in its hand, and a sizzling sound immediately rang out. The giant devilish dragon didn't seem to fear the surrounding black devilish flames at all. It turned into a streak of gray light that pierced through the devilish flames, and spat out a gray pillar of light towards Huangfu Lushui. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He noticed that when Huangfu Lushui attacked the gray light barrier, the purple flying dagger had suffered a backlash from the light barrier. The gray light barrier was currently filled with a faint gray mist, but one could still vaguely see the situation outside. The old man surnamed Gu didn't seem to understand the current situation, and when he saw Lu Ming's actions, he couldn't help but ask, "Lu, you?" The other 4 followed Lu Ming's gaze and their expressions became a little ugly. At this moment, how could they not understand why the celestial phenomenon realm demons on the side of Great Shua were so much less than their own side? Although they couldn't sense the spiritual pressure of the Great Shua demons through the gray light barrier, they could tell from their bearing that they had all reached the celestial phenomenon realm. On the other side, the green-haired woman surnamed Ao wore a gloomy expression and coldly said, "If I were a high-ranking member of the Great Shua army, I definitely wouldn't tell my subordinates about this plan." When Leg saw this, he gave the order to halt the pursuit of the Great Shua army and frowned. This unforeseen event was far too sudden. Even a profound understanding existence like Huangfu Lushui didn't have time to react before he was trapped in the middle. Due to his careful protection, the Qing clan had suffered very few casualties in the previous battle. Only a few of the demons that were close to the light barrier were unable to dodge in time. Their bodies were enveloped by the gray mist and they immediately let out miserable screams. Greatly alarmed, both sides stopped their attacks and looked at each other in dismay. But, didn't the Great Shua army also Old man Ge couldn't help but say. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between him and the gray-robed woman in front of him wasn't too big, so he couldn't get away for a while. He could only stare at the gray light barrier below. The next moment, a series of explosions rang out one after another. When Leg and the others noticed Lu Ming's actions, they pondered for a moment and immediately understood what was going on. They hastily led their clansmen to retreat a little. Some of the aristocratic families next to Lu Ming and the others also launched their attacks, bombarding the light barrier with magic treasures. The sky, which was originally a little dim, suddenly darkened completely. Lu Ming shook his head and was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed and he looked outside the formation. On the other side, Huang Fuqi's expression also changed when he heard Huang Fu Liushui's words. He frowned and motioned for Qing Feng to lead the Qing clan away from the light barrier. Under the backlash of the Great Array's power, most of the aristocratic families present had more or less casualties. If it was light, they only lost some demonic artifacts and demonic treasures. If it was heavy, the clansmen directly turned into dead stone statues and fell down. Fortunately, after Lu Ming and the other 5 aristocratic families' patriarchs noticed something was wrong, they summoned their clansmen to stay away from the gray light curtain in time and were not affected. This, Leg, the old man surnamed Ge, and the other patriarchs' faces turned ashen when they saw this scene. Not to mention that these strange gray light curtains were extremely sturdy, attacking them would also cause a backlash. Everyone was trapped in it like a turtle in a jar. If this continued, there would only be a dead end. Lu Ming looked around and frowned slightly. He paid special attention just now and found that the attack on the Great Array just now seemed to be mainly launched by the aristocratic families. Therefore, they were the ones who suffered the heaviest losses, amounting to 20% to 30%. As for the Lu family's army, although there were also people who attacked, they immediately stopped the attack after several celestial phenomenon realm elders of the Lu family shouted to stop. They quickly retreated and gathered, so in fact, they didn't suffer too many losses. In the distance, the Great Shual Legion took this opportunity to readjust their formation. At this moment, they were staring at their side coldly. No one attacked the array before. At this moment, in the sky above Black Wind Call, within a radius of dozens of miles surrounded by the gray light curtain, hundreds of thousands of demonic people were vaguely divided into 3 groups. Great Shua and the Lu family legion were on one side, and Lu Ming and dozens of other aristocratic families were on the other side. The reaction of the Lu family legion is a bit strange. I don't think these celestial phenomenon realm elders of the Lu family know this great chaos demon Luo array and know that it has a backlash. At this moment, Mo Tian's voice suddenly sounded. Yes. But now these are not important. The urgent matter is how to get out. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and replied through the mind connection. That gray mist is the Great Array's demon Luo force. It specializes in polluting all kinds of demonic treasures and demonic artifacts. Attacking it rashly will only cause a backlash. However, the Celestial Tablet's demonic flame has some restraining power and can contend with these demon Luo Qi. Mo Tian said faintly. Lu Ming's expression eased a little when he heard this. With a thought, a yellow light flashed in his palm, and a mountain river pearl appeared. In midair, the battle between Huang Fu Liushui and the gray-robed man had reached its climax. Huang Fu Liushui's face was gloomy, but his eyes gradually calmed down. Crisscrossing purple demonic patterns appeared on his body, and the true demonic mark between his eyebrows emitted a brighter and brighter purple light. The shadow of the Dharma idol behind him emitted a black light that soared into the sky, and its body was close to materializing. The projection waved a devilish halo in one of its hands through the air, releasing a vast expanse of black devilish flames. Meanwhile, another treasure had appeared in its other hand. It was an ancient black flag. There weren't many patterns on the black banner, but a few patterns outlined the shape of a black flower. It seemed to contain a strange power. At that moment, the gray-robed man was also going all out. The gray-robed Dharma idol behind him had grown to nearly double its original size. Clearly, it had been hiding its power earlier. Additionally, a gigantic, blood-red eye had appeared on its forehead and a bloody light swirled around it. The giant devilish WYRM that he had released through the bowl in his hand had also multiplied from 1 to 2, and both of them were circling around him incessantly. As soon as the black devilish flames unleashed by Huangfu Lushui approached the gray-robed man, they were immediately extinguished by the two devilish Wyrms. Huangfu Liushui's eyes narrowed upon seeing this, and the purple devilish patterns on his body began to shimmer. The massive projection behind him raised its head and let loose an enraged roar. The black halo in its left hand flew forth, and it transformed into a mountainous black tiger that pounced toward the gray-robed man with a vast expanse of black devilish flames. At the same time, the projection abruptly waved the ancient black flag in its right hand. Streaks of piercing black light abruptly radiated from the ancient flag, and the black flower on its surface detached itself from the flag. Space flashed, and the black flower disappeared without a trace. Black flames surged around the black tiger's body, and its aura surged as it pounced toward the gray-robed man in the blink of an eye. It appeared to be even larger than the two gray devilish Wyrms. The gray-robed man waved a hand through the air, and the two gray Wyrms roared as they pounced toward the black tiger. The three gargantuan beasts clashed violently in midair. A series of resounding booms rang out as massive balls of black and gray light erupted one after another, and the air currents within a radius of several kilometers surged violently. The black tiger was massive, but it seemed to be unable to gain any advantage in its battle against the two devilish Wyrms. In the blink of an eye, one of the Wyrms had latched onto its neck, while the other one had latched onto its body. A ferocious light flashed through the gray-robed man's eyes, and just as he was about to completely destroy the black tiger, a black flower appeared above his head before abruptly descending upon him. Countless black runes appeared on the surface of the black flower, forming the shape of a cage that enveloped the gray-robed man along with his Dharma idol. The gray-robed man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and the projection behind him let loose a low roar as its palms swelled to several times their original size before viciously striking the runic cage. The cage shook violently, and it turned out to be unexpectedly sturdy. Huangfu Lushui heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that the gray-robed man had been trapped, and he flipped his hand to take out a seemingly ordinary black ruler. There was nothing else on the ruler apart from a few faint green lines. Huangfu Lushui grabbed the ruler, and a faint layer of black light immediately appeared over it. 5 star-like patterns appeared on the surface of the ruler, and it emitted a terrifying spiritual pressure. He let out a low roar before forcefully waving the ruler in front of him. The space in front of him began to fluctuate violently, and the space suddenly twisted and collapsed, revealing a dark spatial passageway. Elder Qi! Huangfu Lushui called out to Huangfu Qi in the distance. Huangfu Qi was also engaged in a fierce battle with the gray-robed woman at this moment. The huge silver blade in the gray-robed woman's hand transformed into a series of perfectly round or semicircular blades of light, and the dense attacks almost drowned Huangfu Qi's figure. However, his black staff magic treasure was known for its meticulous defense, and its defense was impeccable. Although he was engaged in a fierce battle, half of his attention was still on Huangfu Lushui, and he had been watching the fierce battle between Huangfu Qi and the other profound enlightenment cultivator. At this moment, seeing Huangfu Liushui's actions, Huangfu Qi was overjoyed, and he let out a low roar. The black staff in his hand suddenly shone brightly, and it transformed into layers of staff shadows that shattered the huge silver blade of light one by one. After the overwhelming staff shadows forced the gray-robed woman back a few steps, Huangfu Qi took the opportunity to fly towards Huangfu Lushui. Let's go! Huangfu Lushui grabbed Huangfu Qi, and the two of them moved, wanting to fly into the spatial passageway. Although the great chaos demon Luo formation was known to be able to trap profound enlightenment cultivators to death, it could not free space. If a profound enlightenment cultivator had a magic treasure that contained the law of space, they could still break through the void and escape. However, just as the two of them were about to step into the spatial passageway, a black light appeared out of nowhere. It was a jet-black long shuttle magic treasure that was shaped like a long crane, and it bombarded the spatial passageway that Huangfu Lushui had broken. The spatial passageway suddenly trembled, and with a paw sound, it shattered. Huangfu Liushui's expression changed greatly. The shattering of the spatial passageway produced a strong shock, and it shook the two of them a few steps back. The surrounding gray light curtain was also affected by the shock of the space, and it shook violently a few times. The light curtain immediately emitted a large amount of gray fog, and it surged in all directions. Whether it was the Great Shuo side or the Yurong City side, they all knew the power of this gray fog, and they hurriedly dodged it. The scene was a little chaotic for a moment. A light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he quickly waved his hand, summoning a mountain and river pearl. The pearl emitted an earthy yellow light, and the Qing family members were enveloped in it. The figures of Qing Feng and more than 100 people flashed, and in the next moment they disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming turned his hand and grabbed the mountain and river pearl. At the same time, a layer of green light appeared on his shoulder, and it wrapped around his body. In the next moment, his figure also disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming's series of movements were as fast as lightning, and the scene was quite chaotic. For a moment, no one actually noticed his sudden disappearance. At the same time, outside the gray light curtain, there was a blur, and 3 figures appeared. They were Lu Huifeng, the old man in linen, and the gray-robed old man from the Great Shuo side. Lord Lu. When Huangfu Lu Shui saw Lu Huifeng appear, his face was first filled with joy, and then his gaze fell on the gray-robed old man from the Great Shuo side, and the joy on his face immediately disappeared. Lu Huifeng had a cold smile on his face, and with a wave of his hand, a gray light shot out from his hand and landed on the gray light curtain. The gray light curtain rolled, and a small passage appeared. Lu Huifeng and the other 2 moved, and immediately flew into the light curtain, and the passage on the gray light curtain immediately closed. Huangfu Lu Shui suddenly realized something, and his expression immediately became extremely ugly. At the same time, the chaos below gradually stopped, but there were shockingly a few thousand people in the formation. Because of the sudden incident, the Great Shuo army and the Lu family army were not spared. When the patriarchs of the major families saw Lu Huifeng and the other 2 appear, their faces were first filled with joy, but then they felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Leg and the others were still gathered together, and when they saw the scene in the sky, they were a little tongue-tied. The old man surnamed Ge looked at Leg and asked, "Fellow Lei, what's the situation now?" Leg also revealed a wry expression, and slowly shook his head. The green-haired young woman standing to the side suddenly said, "Hey, where's Lu?" The others were also shocked, and they turned their heads to look around. The girl surnamed Lan said, "Could it be that he was scattered in the chaos just now?" Impossible. Furthermore, not a single person from the Qing clan has disappeared. Could it be that Lu has some kind of heaven-reaching secret technique, and has actually escaped? The green-haired young woman's body trembled, and she said. Hearing this, the expressions of the others changed, and they looked around. There was a sea of people around them, and there was no way they could find any trace of Lu Ming. In the air, Lu Huifeng and the other 2 stood in front of Huangfu Lu Shui and Huangfu Qi. In the distance, the gray-robed man broke free from the black rune cage and flew over with the gray-robed woman. The 5 of them encircled Huangfu Lu Shui and Yi Zichen. "Patriarch Lu, what is the meaning of this? Has your Lu family openly sided with the Great Shuo Empire?" Huangfu Lu Shui was surrounded, but his face was still calm, as if he didn't feel much fear. He stared at Lu Huifeng and said coldly. "Haha, now that things have come to this, you still haven't figured it out? It seems you're still much weaker than Huangfu Yong." Lu Huifeng looked at Huangfu Lu Shui with pity and shook his head. At the same time, he waved his hand and the black shuttle flew into his hand. Huangfu Liu Shui's face darkened. Huangfu Yong was the demon king of the Central Dynasty. "Alright, you won't be able to leave today anyway, so I'll be frank. I'm not siding with anyone. The Great Shuo Empire was founded by my Lu family." Lu Huifeng chuckled and seemed to be in a good mood. Huangfu Lu Shui and Huangfu Qi's expressions changed when they heard this. The Central Dynasty claims to be the ruler of the myriad demon continent and knows every move of the continent. However, you did not expect that my Lu clan is the descendant of the North Wind Empire back then. In other words, we have been growing stronger day by day right under your noses so that we can one day overthrow your Central Dynasty and rebuild my North Wind Empire. An excited redness surfaced on Lu Huifeng's face as he spoke excitedly. He didn't soften his voice, so everyone in the Grey Barrier heard his words clearly. The Great Shuo army and the Lu family army of Yurong City were all dumbfounded. In particular, the low-grade demons of the Lu family army didn't expect this at all. The Great Shuo army that had just been fighting to the death had become their own people in the blink of an eye. This was too hard to accept. My fellow members of the Lu clan, I know this is hard for you to believe. However, in order to ensure the safety of our clan, this secret is only known to the higher-ups of the Lu clan. I won't ask you to do anything, just step aside, said Lu Huifeng. Immediately afterward, the celestial phenomenon stage cultivator of the Lu family legion transmitted a voice transmission to the people under his command. Everyone looked at each other for a moment, then silently pushed aside. The great Shua army had already retreated to a distant location. At this moment, there were only a few dozen people from various aristocratic families standing in the center of the Grey Barrier. As for all of you, you're merely the Central Dynasty's lackeys. I should have killed all of you here today. However, I am in a very good mood today. As long as you are willing to pledge allegiance to my great Shua dynasty and carve your life imprint on this god-binding bell, I can spare your lives. Lu Huifeng said coldly. As soon as his voice trailed off, he flipped his palm over, and a large pitch-black bell shot forth from his sleeve. The bell rotated in midair before expanding to over 1,000 feet in size. The surface of the bell was covered in black runes, and it was emanating bursts of baleful aura. Leg and the other patriarchs looked at each other in dismay. For a time, no one spoke. The 20 to 30,000 clansmen behind these people were as silent as cicadas in winter. Handing over their life imprint was equivalent to handing over their lives to someone else. There was no longer any freedom to speak of. How could they be willing to submit? Lu Huifeng's expression turned cold and his tone sinister. Good. It seems that you've all chosen to die. Very well, you've gone too far. Before Lu Huifeng could finish speaking, Huangfu Lushui suddenly shouted. Purple light shone from his body and the black ruler in his hand exploded with black light. With a flick of his wrist, he attacked Lu Huifeng and the others in front of him with a black ruler. Wherever the ruler's shadow passed, deep cracks would appear in the void. On the side, Huang Fuqi's body crackled and his muscles swelled. The black long rod in his hand suddenly transformed into many rod shadows, blocking the grey-robed man and woman behind him. Patriarchs, all of you will be consigned to eternal damnation if you fall into the hands of the great Shua rebels just like this. The only thing we can do now is to work together to break the grand formation. Only then will we have a chance of survival. Huangfu Lushui shouted at the dozens of patriarchs below. Seeing this scene and hearing Huangfu Liushui's words, the dozens of patriarchs below were immediately in an uproar. Many people's bodies lit up with various colors and demonic chi rose. You're courting death. Lu Huifeng was furious. Although he had said this before, he had only wanted to use the method of killing one to deter the others. Then, he could subdue the patriarchs below him. After all, dozens of celestial phenomenon cultivators were a great force no matter where they were. They were even more important to his grand plan of restoration. Green light flashed in Lu Huifeng's hand and a long green whip shadow shot out. In a flash, it transformed into three and as if it had teleported, it lashed out at the three black ruler shadows. The two sides collided, and following a series of earth-shattering sounds, they both shattered and dissipated. Profound spirit treasure demon damage whip. Huangfu Liushui's expression changed and a trace of despair appeared in his eyes. You have some eyesight. Don't worry, I won't kill you for the time being. After all, the demonic abyss key is still in your hands. That thing can only be transferred if you are willing. As long as you obediently hand it over, I may spare your life. Lu Huifeng sneered. How do you know that the demonic abyss key is in my hands? Huangfu Liushui's expression changed when he heard this. At this moment, Lu Huifeng didn't seem to want to answer. The green whip in his hand shook and transformed into a huge whip shadow that was hundreds of feet long, lashing out at Huangfu Lushui and Huangfu Qi. At this moment, the hemp-robed old man and the grey-robed old man also emitted a light that soared into the sky. They each condensed their own Dharma incarnations and attacked Huangfu Lushui and Huangfu Qi. For a time, the lights in the sky collided with each other, emitting earth-shattering rumbling sounds. Among the dozens of aristocratic families below, someone shouted and a beam of light blasted towards the great Shua army. The great Shua army immediately counterattacked. Immediately, countless beams of light shot back and the battle began once again. At this moment, no one noticed that in a corner of the grey light screen, an extremely faint green silhouette appeared. His eyes glowed with a faint purple light. It was none other than Lu Ming. His gaze turned to the outside of the light screen, as if he was waiting for something. Not far from Lu Ming, outside of a gray light screen, a winged Great Shua early-stage celestial phenomenon demon was constantly waving a gray flag in his hand, injecting gray light into the gray light screen in front of him. At this moment, the ground behind him suddenly flashed with earth-yellow light. Then, a foot-long silver scorpion silently emerged. Silver light swirled around its body and another silver scorpion shadow emerged from its body. It was none other than the scorpion. In the next moment, the ground around the winged demon emitted a loud bang without warning. A large number of rocks burst out and fell towards the center like raindrops. The winged demon was naturally shocked by the sudden sneak attack. Unable to wave the flag in his hand, he quickly formed a hand seal with one hand and immediately transformed into a gray phantom that was hundreds of feet tall. But in the haste, the phantom appeared somewhat blurry. The phantom spread out its arms and a circle of gray ripples swept out in all directions. The surrounding rocks that gathered around it turned into powder as soon as they came into contact with these ripples. At this moment, a pair of huge silver pincers whistled through the air and fiercely smashed into the gray phantom's arms from both sides. The gray shadow had not yet solidified, and under the bombardment of the mountain-like force, it immediately let out a wail and its arms collapsed. Next, the giant silver scorpion phantom shook its tail and shot towards the winged demon, leaving behind a large expanse of golden lines. At the same time, since the surrounding rocks were no longer obstructed, they fell down with a loud bang, enveloping the scorpion, the winged devil, and the two's Dharma idol, forming an incomparably huge stone ball. A strong wave of magic power spread out from it. Without this person's support, the gray light screen in front of the winged demon was greatly weakened. Seeing this, the surrounding Great Dawn celestial devils were shocked. Immediately, the two closest to it wanted to fly over to help. At this moment, in the light screen, under a flash of green light, Lu Ming raised one hand, and a yellow light shot out. It was the 9 mountains and river beads. Under the flashes of yellow light, 9 giant earthen yellow mountains that were 1,000 meters in size appeared. With endless momentum, they smashed towards the gray light screen in front of them. Suddenly, a large yellow and gray light flower was stirred up. The gray light screen trembled violently, and suddenly became a bit dimmer. Immediately afterward, a black and white stone tablet flashed out. The black and white light on its surface flowed, and a large amount of black demonic flames rushed out, landing on the gray light screen. A loud sizzling sound rang out. Under the burning of the demonic flames, the gray light screen finally melted like snow in the spring, revealing a gap that was as tall as a person. The movement on the gray light screen naturally couldn't be hidden from the existence of several mystic and lightning existences in the air. Lu Huifeng and others were shocked. They immediately saw through Lu Ming's cultivation. He was only at the middle stage of celestial state, but he could hide under their eyes for so long without being discovered. The celestial tablet surprised them even more. With their eyesight, they naturally saw through the level of the celestial tablet in an instant. Cave treasure. Lu Huifeng's eyes flickered, and he exclaimed. He was surprised, and his movements couldn't help but slow down. Huangfu Lushui was besieged by Lu Huifeng, the old man in sackcloth, and the old man in grey robe. At this moment, he was already seriously injured. His shoulder was directly pierced by the demonic whip, and blood kept flowing. His face was pale, and the image behind him was already broken. One of its arms was cut off, and its body was much smaller. This is Celestial Tablet. Huangfu Lushui also saw Lu Ming below. He was shocked, and countless thoughts flashed in his mind. Then he looked at the surrounding gray barrier and Lu Huifeng, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. Huangfu Lushui suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His empty hand tapped in the air a few times, and the blood essence quickly turned into several blood-colored runes that flashed and fused into the short black ruler. The short black ruler suddenly radiated with radiance, and a crack appeared on the ruler's body. A slender black shadow shot out from the crack and attacked Lu Huifeng and the others. When Lu Huifeng and the others, the gray-robed elder, and the linen-robed elder saw the black line, they immediately retreated as though they were extremely afraid of it. Lu Huifeng suddenly yelled out, and the green whip in his hand suddenly appeared with dense green runes as it swept towards the black line. There was a muffled bang, the black line looked inconspicuous, but when the green whip clashed with it, there was an explosion of dazzling sparks. Lu Huifeng's entire body was pushed back by an invisible force by over 100 feet. Huangfu Liushui's expression turned pale, and he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. However, he forcefully took a deep breath and suddenly waved his hand. A spot of purple light appeared in his palm, and the purple light wrapped around a fingerknuckle-sized black key. The black key turned into a purple beam and shot downwards with lightning speed. In a blur, it flew to the side of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had a shocked expression and didn't know what to do. The black aura on his body surged, and a large black hand appeared and grabbed the black key. "Lu brat, hurry up and leave." Mo Tian spoke with an anxious voice. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with radiance, but he didn't stop moving. A green figure flashed and flashed through the gap with unbelievable speed, appearing outside the light screen. From the moment the scorpion suddenly appeared and trapped the winged devil to when Lu Ming escaped the array, everything seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it only took 2 to 3 breaths of time. As soon as Lu Ming escaped, the gray light screen immediately closed up and mended the gap. Inside the gray light screen, many people saw the thrilling scene of Lu Ming escaping and couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Right at this moment, the 2 great dawn celestial phenomenon devils appeared on the left and right of Lu Ming. Before they arrived, they raised their hands and shot out a purple flame pillar and a silver blade light. Crack, the gray stone orb in front of Lu Ming suddenly dissipated, revealing the scorpion and the winged demon man. However, the winged demon man's aura was completely gone. It was obvious that he was no longer alive. Lu Ming turned a blind eye to the 2 people beside him. Without hesitation, he activated the sword gesture in his hand and drove a golden sword light forward. The scorpion was engulfed in the sword light, and the purple flame pillar and silver light blade naturally missed. However, not long after he flew out, a crack suddenly appeared somewhere in the gray light curtain. Another gray escape light flashed out from it at lightning speed, and it chased after the golden sword light that Lu Ming transformed. A gray-haired old man in sackcloth could be vaguely seen in the gray light. It was the Lu clan's elder Tong Xian, Lu Zongyang. Since Lu Ming knew the Lu clan's big secret, how could he leave him alive? In the golden sword light ahead, Lu Ming felt an amazing spiritual pressure coming from behind him. His heart trembled, and a pair of silver wings appeared behind him with a flash of silver light. His speed suddenly increased a lot. When the old man in sackcloth saw Lu Ming's actions, it was as if he had seen something funny. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Kid, you want to run? I'd like to see where you can run to." After saying that, a shocking demonic aura was emitted from the Lu clan's elder Tong Xian. Several black demonic tattoos appeared on his exposed skin. In an instant, a thick ink-like mist emerged from his body. Then, it turned into a dozen black demonic dragons that aggressively swept towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He could feel that each of the black demonic dragons contained some extremely pure demonic aura. He immediately injected all his spiritual power into the void sword pill under his feet. With a flash of golden light, he and his sword turned into a golden rainbow and flew forward at a high speed. However, the dozen black demonic dragons were like maggots on a bone, chasing after the sword light that Lu Ming had transformed into. They were constantly shortening the distance between them. "Humph, in front of me, a mere celestial state cultivator can't escape at all." The old man in sackcloth's wild laughter followed Lu Ming all the time. Lu Ming was in the sword light. Although he didn't look back, he could clearly feel that the black demonic dragons and the old man in sackcloth seemed to be getting closer and closer to him. He couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart, judging from his experience, this old man in sackcloth was obviously not an ordinary mystic understanding cultivator who had just advanced. At this moment, he hadn't even used his full strength. With his current strength, he was still far from being able to fight the old man head-on. It seemed that it wouldn't be so easy to escape today. If he continued to run like this, he would probably be caught up by the old man in a short while. However, just when Lu Ming wanted to do something, he suddenly heard a low shout behind him. "Demonic Dragon Domain." As soon as the voice fell, the dozen black demonic dragons let out a low roar. Their speed increased by several times. Like a raging wave, they surged from several directions to the front of Lu Ming and exploded one after another. An extremely dense demonic aura quickly spread out. It contained a trace of indescribable power of law. In the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of thousands of feet around Lu Ming. As it spread out, it quickly began to close in. It seemed like it was going to trap Lu Ming and the void sword orb within it. At this critical moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely. He raised one hand and a yellow light flashed out from his sleeve. Within the yellow light, 3 somewhat transparent earthen yellow beads quickly appeared around his body and began to spin rapidly. With a flash of earthen yellow light, 3,000 feet tall peaks appeared. Pieces of earthen yellow light swept out from the surface of the giant peaks. Under the intertwining of the air, it condensed into a huge earthen yellow light ball in the blink of an eye. It wanted to resist the surrounding black demonic aura. Under the resistance of the earthen yellow light, the black demonic aura's closing in slowed down a little. Seeing this, the old man in linen clothes behind showed a contemptuous smile. He didn't do anything, but he lightly uttered the word close. At the same time, he raised one hand and slowly closed his 5 fingers. The black demonic aura tumbled violently, and its closing momentum increased greatly. Bursts of monstrous pressure squeezed the earthen yellow light ball supported by the mountain river pearl of Lu Ming's 3 grotto heaven-level magic treasures, and it was about to collapse. When the old man in linen clothes was about to close his palm completely, a strange change suddenly occurred. On top of his head, a black light flashed, and a strange palm covered with scales and black gas appeared out of thin air. It was holding a black and white stone tablet. As soon as it appeared, the 3 antiquated runes on the surface of the tablet flashed, following which the eye at the center abruptly opened. A vast expanse of black and white light proliferated in all directions before forming a small black and white spherical space in the blink of an eye. The old man in linen clothes was caught off guard, and he was shrouded in it. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and the closing of one hand slowed down. But after almost a breath, he immediately recovered, and he rubbed his hands suddenly. A black halo flashed and burst out. Circles of black spirit waves swept in all directions like waves. Suddenly, with a poof sound, the entire black and white spherical space instantly cracked. But at this moment of delay, a yellow light flashed in the huge sphere that was shrouded in black chi. A yellow light ball that was less than 1,000 feet in size forcefully opened a hole in the black chi domain that had yet to completely close, and flashed out of it. Within the earthen yellow ball of light, a human silhouette covered in scales and black flames could be clearly seen. Its aura was several times stronger than before. True demonic infusion. How is this possible? The old man in linen clothes was shocked, then he roared angrily. When he was about to channel the power of the domain to kill the opponent again, the result was unexpected. In front of the yellow light ball, a black-scaled palm shrouded in black gas flashed out of nowhere. It was the strange palm that suddenly appeared above his head, but at this moment, the stone tablet was already gone. With a shake, 5 fingers extended out of the claw light, and suddenly, without saying anything, it lightly slashed at the void in front of it. A burst of chi-chi sound of demonic flames came. Wherever the claw light passed, a black space crack appeared out of nowhere, and there was a faint dim light inside. At the same time, the yellow light ball had already disappeared, and the figure in it flashed into the space crack without hesitation. Then, the black-scaled palm also disappeared into the space crack in a flash. The whole process was like moving clouds and flowing water, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. The cooperation between the person in the yellow light ball and the black-scaled palm could be said to be extremely tacit. At this moment, a green light flashed beside him, and Lu Huifeng's figure appeared like a ghost. A large green hand with a series of afterimages grabbed at the space crack. However, he was still a step too late. Lu Ming's figure escaped into the space first and disappeared without a trace. Bang! The large green hand grabbed at the space crack, and the space crack suddenly shattered, but it immediately returned to its original state. Lu Huifeng withdrew his hand with an extremely ugly expression. Patriarch. The old man in linen robes looked at Lu Huifeng with a slightly regretful expression. Since Lu Ming had already escaped into the space crack, it was impossible to pursue him now. Lu Huifeng's eyes flashed, and he sighed as he shook his head with a wry smile. The old man in linen robes lowered his head slightly, and said in a low voice, "Patriarch, it was my fault. This matter can't be completely blamed on you. I didn't expect that person to be able to use the true demon imbuement, and also have an extraordinary treasure that can break through space. Lu Huifeng let out a light sigh, and his expression eased as he waved his hand. Yes. Although the gray-robed old man agreed, he still had a rather vexed expression on his face, and he turned around to look behind him. At this moment, the fierce battle in the great chaos demon array behind him had already calmed down. Huangfu Lushui and Huangfu Qi were both trapped in a grayish-white cocoon, and they seemed to be unconscious. As for the dozens of family patriarchs and 20 to 30,000 clansmen on the ground, they had also been suppressed. Don't think too much about it now that it has come to this. After all, this operation was quite successful. However, the demonic abyss is about to open, and there can't be any more variables. Try to find a person who escaped, and don't let him spoil the plan. Lu Huifeng said indifferently. Yes, I understand. The old man in linen robes hurriedly replied. The two of them spoke a little more, and then turned into two rays of light, and flew toward the great chaos demon array. In the sky above a desolate mountain range that was over 100,000 miles away from the gloomy flame city, the void distorted and blurred as though there was an invisible force pulling at it. There was a chi-la sound, and a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared. Subsequently, a grayish-white figure flew out from the spatial crack. The grayish-white figure staggered before stabilizing himself in midair. The spatial crack quickly closed up, and the grayish-white radiance on the figure dissipated, revealing Lu Ming's figure. His face was abnormally pale, and he was holding a black and white stone tablet in his hand while panting heavily. Lu Ming took a glance at the surroundings and saw that he was no longer in the gloomy flame city. His expression relaxed as he landed on a mountain peak below. He quickly took out a few elixirs to recover his magic power and consumed them. After a moment, his complexion looked better. Mo Tian might have made a move to break open the void, but he had also used a portion of his magic power. It might not be a lot, but it had nearly squeezed out all the magic power in his body. My magic power is still insufficient. The distance to escape after breaking open the void should only be over 100,000 miles. However, I should be safe now. The black aura rolled, and the black-scaled devil hand that Mo Tian was attached to appeared beside Lu Ming. It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Lu Ming took a glance at the black-scaled devil hand and spoke. The devil hand let out a few indifferent laughter. Subsequently, it flipped its palm, and a black key appeared. It was the one that Huangfu Lushui had thrown over previously. Senior Mo Tian, what exactly is this key? Lu Ming stood up and asked curiously. This is called the Devil Abyss Key. It is a secret treasure of the 10,000 Devil Continent. I didn't expect you to be so lucky and actually obtained one without any effort. The devil hand played with the black key and shook its palm before tossing it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out to catch it. Once the key touched his body, he felt his body tremble. The black key suddenly emitted a strange chi flow that fused into his body. In an instant, he felt that he seemed to have formed some kind of indescribable connection with this black key. This? His face revealed a look of surprise. There is no need to worry. The Devil Abyss Key is considered a spiritual artifact. You are able to sense the communication with it. It means that Huangfu Lushui is truly sincere in handing this item over to you. Mo Tian spoke indifferently. Senior Mo Tian, you have been mentioning the term Demon Abyss since the beginning. What exactly is it referring to? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he asked. The demonic abyss is actually a secret place in the myriad demon continent. It can also be considered a secret realm. Of course, it's completely different from the heavenly fantasy secret land that I've constructed. The origins of the demonic abyss can no longer be verified. Rumor has it that it has existed since ancient times. The demonic abyss key in your hand is the key that can open the door to the demonic abyss and allow you to enter. A black aura flew out from He Lin's palm and turned into Mo Tian's figure. Mo Tian's eyes were surfacing with faint blazing light as he spoke. When Lu Ming heard this, his body couldn't help but shake. Ever since he started cultivating, he had experienced such secret realms multiple times. There was no need for Mo Tian to explain, and he could already make a rough guess. To cultivators, such a secret realm's value was immeasurable. Moreover, it was a secret realm that had existed since ancient times. From Senior's words, this demonic abyss should be very famous. Why have I never seen its introduction in the ancient records? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he asked. During these years of cultivation, what he did the most was to look up all sorts of ancient records regarding the myriad demon continent. On one hand, it was to expand his knowledge. On the other hand, it was to avoid being schemed against by Emotion. Haha, how many books have you read? Don't display your slight skill in front of an expert. Furthermore, the information regarding the demonic abyss is in the hands of the Central Imperial Dynasty, the 4 prestigious clans, and other major factions. It is rare for outsiders to know about it. Emotion looked at Lu Ming with ridicule and spoke. Senior, please give me some pointers. Lu Ming muttered and spoke with cupped fists. Emotion looked at Lu Ming's expressionless face and frowned slightly. This kid in front of him was only a few hundred years old, but in terms of temperament and shrewdness, he wasn't inferior to those profound opening old demons who had lived for tens of thousands of years. If I didn't remember wrongly, the demonic abyss is an ancient secret realm that would only open once every 30,000 years or so. The demonic abyss is rich in demonic aura, and there is no lack of true demonic aura. It is a treasured land for cultivation, and after countless years of nurturing, it has produced all sorts of extremely precious spiritual materials for the demons. However, all these aren't important. The most important thing is that the demonic abyss still has plenty of cave dwellings of the ancient demon race. There are countless treasures inside, and there are even corpses of the ancient profound opening devil. When Emotion spoke until here, his eyes flashed with a trace of fanaticism. When Lu Ming heard this, he revealed a surprised expression. The cave dwellings of the ancient demon, the corpses of the profound opening devil. All of these were extremely precious items, and even for profound opening existences, they were extremely precious. There are actually so many treasures in the demonic abyss. But correspondingly, the dangers aren't small, right? The shock on Lu Ming's face quickly subsided as he asked calmly. Of course. Some of the demonic beasts in the demonic abyss are all demonic creatures from ancient times. They are incomparably powerful, and some are even comparable to profound opening existences. There are also some natural danger zones, spatial storms, etc. Every time the demonic abyss mystic realm opens, there would be plenty of powerful demons that would perish inside. However, for the treasures inside, it is natural to take some risks. All the major factions on the continent would still send people in wave after wave. Emotion spoke indifferently. When Lu Ming heard this, he didn't reveal much surprise on his face. From what senior means, it seems like you want me to make a trip to the demonic abyss? Lu Ming turned to look at Emotion and asked with flickering eyes. That's right. That is what I mean. Are you not interested in the treasures in the demonic abyss? Emotion pondered for a moment before replying. I am naturally interested, but my current situation isn't difficult. There doesn't seem to be a need to take such a risk. The demonic abyss is extremely dangerous, and if I am to lose my life for some treasures, I will not do such a foolish thing. Lu Ming's tone was indifferent. Emotion frowned slightly and sneered. Haha, do you think that you can sit back and relax after severing the connection with the cage? Don't forget that the cage is still in your spirit sea. No one can guarantee that the artifact spirit inside won't take any other actions. What do you mean by that? Lu Ming's expression changed as he suddenly stood up. I am just reminding you. The cage artifact spirit might have severed the connection between you and the cage, but it doesn't mean that it will let you off. Emotion spoke indifferently. Do you know something? Lu Ming's eyes were like blades as he stared at Emotion and asked word by word. I do know something, but I can't tell you now. However, I will give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to regret it in the future, you better use all means to increase your cultivation. You must at least cultivate to the mystic opening realm before you can deal with the future matters. Emotion let out a light laugh and shut his mouth after speaking. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He had some suspicions previously, and after probing, he realized that Emotion obviously knew something. However, he didn't ask anything else. He knew that since Emotion said it like this, Emotion wouldn't tell him anything else. However, his heart was still tumbling with thoughts. Indeed, ever since he eliminated the threat of the cage absorbing magic power, he had been more lazy than before. He might be diligently cultivating, but he was more relaxed than before. It isn't impossible for me to venture into the Devil Abyss, but you have to tell me your objective first. There should be a special reason why you are so persistent in the Devil Abyss, right? After a long time, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. My objective is naturally to condense my own body. Didn't I tell you before that there is a place that has the materials to condense my demon body? I was referring to the Devil Abyss. The mystic opening demon's corpse. There is the best material for me to condense my demon body. Mo Tian snorted and spoke. According to what you said, could it be that you already knew that I would obtain the Devil Abyss key from Huangfu Lu Shui? When Lu Ming heard this, he frowned slightly as though he didn't believe Mo Tian's words. Of course not. I originally had another method to help you obtain the Devil Abyss key, but it would take quite a bit of effort. I didn't expect your luck to be so good and actually obtained one without much effort. It saved me quite a bit of effort. Mo Tian chuckled. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded and the expression on his face slowly relaxed. You don't have to be so unwilling. There are many precious materials in the Devil Abyss that are extremely beneficial to your cultivation. Furthermore, the mystic opening demon's corpse is also very useful to you. If there are enough mystic opening demon's corpse, I can refine an elixir called Devil Essence Relic for you. This elixir can increase your chances of advancing to the late stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. It might even be of great help to you when you advance to the mystic opening demon in the future. Mo Tian took a glance at Lu Ming and spoke with a smile. What? The Devil Essence Relic is refined using the mystic opening demon's corpse? Lu Ming was shocked. With regards to the Devil Essence Relic, he had read about it in the Qing clan's ancient records. It was a legendary elixir that the celestial phenomenon devil race dreamed of. He didn't expect it to be refined using the corpse of a mystic opening demon. From Mo Tian's tone, it seemed like he needed a lot of mystic opening demon's corpse. To an ordinary person, this was simply a pipe dream. However, if what Mo Tian said was true, there was a high possibility that it could be realized in the Devil Abyss. It isn't just the mystic opening demon's corpse. In the Devil Abyss, there are fragments of the ancient Devil's Cave treasure. If you can collect some of them, your 12 mountain river pearls might be able to be refined into a cave treasure. When the 12 mountain river pearls are taken out at the same time, it wouldn't be impossible for you to fight against a mystic opening demon. Mo Tian continued. When Lu Ming heard this, he knew that Mo Tian's words were a little exaggerated, but he was still tempted. Regardless of whether it was the demon essence relic or the fragment of the grotto heaven, it was worth it if he could obtain one of them. Senior Mo Tian seems to be very familiar with the demon abyss. Have you been there before? Lu Ming thought of something and asked. When the demon abyss mystic realm opened last time, I did enter it. Therefore, I have some understanding of the situation. Mo Tian pondered for a moment and nodded. In that case, Senior must have a close relationship with the Central Imperial Clan and the 4 prestigious clans, right? Lu Ming smiled faintly and spoke with a deeper meaning. My matters are not important. I still have something to tell you about the Demon Abyss mystic realm. Every time the Demon Abyss appears in the 10,000 Demon Continent, it is uncertain. Only the person who holds the Demon Abyss key will be able to sense the exact location and time when the Demon Abyss appears. Mo Tian's face sank and continued. I see. Lu Ming nodded. With regards to Mo Tian's identity, Xianxia already had a vague guess in his heart. Since Mo Tian didn't wish to talk about it, Xianxia didn't ask any further. Alright, this is all I have to say about the Demon Abyss. Next, you must remember the method I told you to refine this key. Only then will you be able to obtain information about the Demon Abyss. After Mo Tian finished speaking, his lips moved slightly as he transmitted a message. Lu Ming naturally didn't dare to be negligent and memorized everything that Mo Tian said. A moment later, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and clasped his hands together. He held the Demon Abyss key in his hand and started chanting in a low voice. As the incantation sounded out, a faint black gas appeared in his palm, wrapping the Demon Abyss key layer by layer. The surface of the Demon Abyss key also started to have dense small runes that emitted a faint black luster. Time passed bit by bit, and after 2 hours, the Demon Abyss key in Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly. All the black gas was absorbed into the key like a whale sucking in water. Following that, a streak of light shot out from the abyssal key, disappearing into his body in a flash. Lu Ming's body shook slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes. "It seems like you have sensed it," Mo Tian said indifferently when he saw the situation. "Yes, the next time the demonic abyss opens should be 3 years later. The location is also in the northern part of the 10,000 Demons continent. It shouldn't be too far from here." "We can definitely make it in time," Lu Ming said after thinking for a while. "It's about the same time as I expected. Oh right, there's one more thing I need to tell you. After the Devil Abyss secret realm opens, there will be an ancient barrier around it. Not even profound enlightenment power can destroy it. Only the Devil Abyss key in your hand can open it. Furthermore, every Devil Abyss key can bring 5 people in. If you wish to bring more people in, you can as well." Mo Tian continued. When Lu Ming heard this, he was shocked. "There's actually such a thing? If it's possible, you can invite 1 or 2 helpers before you enter the Devil Abyss. At least 5 people from all the major clans will enter the secret realm, and there will be no lack of peak-stage celestial phenomenon realm experts among them. If you encounter them alone, you will be at a disadvantage. Also, the secret realm might not restrict the cultivation of the people who enter, but the cultivation of profound enlightenment existences will be severely suppressed. At most, they will be equivalent to the peak-stage celestial phenomenon realm. Celestial phenomenon realm experts won't be affected, so you don't have to worry about this." Mo Tian continued. Lu Ming's face revealed a look of contemplation. "There's no need for helpers. The Qing clan might have a few celestial phenomenon realm experts, but their strength is relatively weaker and won't be able to help me much. I don't trust the others either." A moment later, he shook his head and said, "That's up to you. In short, you're on your own. Helping you this time has exhausted a lot of my essence qi. I have to take a good rest and recover." Mo Tian didn't seem to mind at all. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure immediately disappeared into the palm of the black scales. The palm trembled and turned into a wisp of black gas that entered into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming pondered for a moment in the same place. He raised one hand, and a yellow light rolled out from his sleeve. It turned into a yellow translucent bead that floated a few meters in front of him. With Lu Ming's 10 fingers, the bead slowly rotated. "Rise!" As Lu Ming shouted, a yellow light swept out from the bead and landed on an empty space not far away. As the yellow light flashed, more than 100 green figures appeared at the same time. As the light dissipated, the faces of these figures gradually became clear. They were Qing Fong and the other Qing clan members who were taken into the Mountain River Pearl Grotto Heaven. Clan head Qing Fong, who was the leader, saw Lu Ming in front of him and had a look of joy on his face. Behind him, more than 100 clansmen also bowed respectfully to Lu Ming with gratitude in their eyes. After experiencing the Battle of Black Wind Gorge and witnessing the terror of the Great Chaos Demon formation with their own eyes, they all understood in their hearts that if it wasn't for Lu Ming taking precautions at all times and not allowing everyone to go too deep into the formation, and if it wasn't for him putting all the clansmen into an abode treasure at the critical moment, they would have definitely been killed by the Lu clan and Great Shua. At this moment, the place where they were at was surrounded by a barren mountain range. It was calm, and there were no signs of fighting. It was obviously not Blackwind Gorge. How could they not know that Lu Ming had brought them out of danger completely? With this thought, these clansmen had more respect for the young clan head, Lu Ming. "It's good that you are fine." Lu Ming nodded slightly at these people and waved his hand to let them not be so polite. "If it wasn't for the clan head this time, I'm afraid we would all be buried in Blackwind Gorge," Qing Fong said with some lingering fear as he recalled the situation before. Lu Ming sighed and said, "Previously, when the Lu family requested that all the patriarchs had to answer the recruitment, I thought it was a bit strange. However, I never expected that the Lu family, one of the 4 great clans, was actually the true leader of the Great Shua rebel army." "Clan head, what should we do next?" Qing Fong thought for a moment and said with a frown. "Elder Qing Fong, take them and try to sneak back to Tuazong mountain range immediately and contact Elder Qing Gu to immediately move the clan to the central part of the continent." Lu Ming ordered Qing Fong after pondering for a moment. After this battle, Tibet would probably soon fall into the hands of Great Shua. With the power of the Lu clan, they would definitely find out his identity. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't attack the Qing clan in order to force him to hand over the demonic abyss key. He had painstakingly managed the Qing clan for so many years, and it was the foundation of his foothold in the myriad demon continent. He didn't want to lose it so easily. The Lu clan's rebellion this time had caused quite a stir, and he believed that it would soon spread. Qinggu was a man who was rough on the outside but meticulous on the inside. After thinking about the cause and effect, he would definitely make corresponding measures. Most likely, he had already led the Qing clan to take refuge by now. Yes. Clan head, are you not going back with us? Qing Fong was startled at first, then immediately responded. I still have some things to deal with. You take this talisman with you, I will contact you when the time comes. Lu Ming said and took out a silver talisman and put it in Qing Fong's hand. Hearing this, Qing Fong bowed respectfully again and carefully put away the silver talisman. He turned around and turned into more than 100 rays of light, flying away into the distance with more than 100 clansmen. I hope it's not too late. After watching Qing Fong and the others disappear into the horizon, Lu Ming touched his chin and thought to himself. Then he turned around and flew to the other side. Not long after, he came to a rather secluded mountain. He had long been accustomed to opening up a temporary cave house. As he waved his sword fingers, a simple cave house appeared in front of him. Then after laying some enchantments around it, he entered it and meditated cross-legged. After a day and a night, he completely recovered his spiritual power and spirit, then he walked out of the cave house and turned into an escape light flying straight to the north of the continent guided by the demonic abyss key. Yuzhou was located in the eastern hinterland of the myriad demon continent. It had a vast territory. Although the area was not as vast as the several states at the border, it was the most fertile state among the 33 states of the myriad demon continent, and it had the densest distribution of demon source. This was also the headquarters of the Huangfu clan, the central dynasty that currently unified the entire continent. There were countless cities of different sizes in Yuzhou. The most magnificent and spectacular one was naturally the central imperial city located in the northwest of Yuzhou. The entire central imperial city covered an area of tens of thousands of miles, and it was surrounded by mountains and rivers. If one looked down from the sky, the whole city was hexagonal and divided into 3 layers from the outside to the inside. The outermost layer was open to ordinary demon people, and it was no different from other cities in the myriad demon continent. The second layer was only accessible to some members of the royal family. As for the innermost core area, it was naturally the demon emperor Huangfu Yang's palace. At this moment, somewhere in the demon emperor palace, in a hall surrounded by various pavilions, there was an angry man's voice. The area of the hall was quite wide, and it seemed to be hundreds of feet wide. There were dozens of tall and thick pillars with purple patterns around it, and in the middle of the hall, there was a wide chair carved from purple jade. A middle-aged man wearing a purple embroidered robe was sitting on the jade chair. The man looked to be in his 40s, and he had shoulder-length black hair and high cheekbones. In the center of his eyebrows, there was an incomparably complicated black rune. If Lu Ming was here, he would probably be shocked to find that this mark was extremely similar to the true devil mark that Mo Tian had given him. The man's eyes were flowing with purple light, and he emitted an indescribable majestic aura. It was obvious that he was someone who held great power for many years. On the left, there were 4 devil cultivators sitting side by side. On the left, there was a scholarly-looking purple-robed old man and a slender masked woman. On the other side, there was a tall and sturdy man with a head full of messy hair and a middle-aged man with a somewhat ferocious face. Although the 4 demon dwellers seemed to be sitting normally, they all exuded a frightening true demon chi. Their cultivation had actually reached the profound opening realm. End of chapter 13:11. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.